Chapter 1. Healer Krang, the vital signs of this brat are continuing to decline. I am afraid that it will not last long without treatment. You hurry up to prepare the recovery fluid and nutrient fluid, at least maintain this brat life. Hey, this expense has to be counted in the funding of the training group. How could it be hurt like this? It looks like a little fellow who just joined the training group. Who would say that it is not? I just did this for the first time in the field training. It's really unlucky. If this guy can be saved, I can save it. If I can't save it, forget it. I'll report to Lord Paragus. Hey, don't worry, you know the level of our treatment center. Many newborns are raised here. It's all right, who doesn't know all of your services here are clearly marked. By the way, don't use too good recovery fluid. The training group has been strained recently. Understood. This is a scene that took place in the treatment center. Yugarsijan Krang sent away Saiyan, the leader of the training group, with a smile on his face, and looked back at the Saiyan child, who was no longer in human form, who was about 3 years old. The body is very thin, probably the appearance of malnutrition. Saiyan's vitality is really tenacious, and he can survive such a severe injury. Hey, so it's a warrior race. If I have Saiyan such a strong, the body has long become a powerful warrior, and will not be a healer in this treatment center. Yugarsijan Krang checked the injured child with the instrument, and the octopus-like head kept shaking his head. The internal organs were severely compressed, and there were many bleedings in the body. There were as many as 16 bone fractures. The most serious was the trauma on the head, which was not very hopeful for life. Call up the information of this little fellow. With a beep, the computer system connects to the scouter in the child's ear and calls up the database inside. Soon in midair, the projection released information about this young Saiyan. Name, Roland. Parents, Terrans, died in battle. Alicia, died in battle. Latent talent, mid-class. Power level, 134. It's still a mid-class warrior. If the parents die, it won't be sent to the training group. Picking up this seriously injured Saiyan child, Yugarsijan is at the assistant put him into a transparent treatment cabin with the help of, and then inject green recovery fluid into it. The quality of this recovery fluid is average, but it is cheaper. According to the instruction of the training group chief, don't use too good recovery fluid because of insufficient funds. In fact, like this kind of parents who died in battle, Saiyan is less talented, otherwise the training group will not take care of it at all. It's simple. After training, they will be directly assigned missions and sent out planet Vegeta. To put it plainly, the training group is a place for intensive training for some Saiyan orphans, and teach them basic survival skills and battle method. They will throw children directly into the dangerous wilderness and let them fight alone with the beast in the jungle. The training method is very cruel. Planet Vegeta is a high-level planet. Although Saiyan occupies the absolute dominance above, there are still very fierce beasts in the wilderness. The casualty rate of this training, as you can well imagine. So as long as the parents are alive, Saiyan, their parents would rather train their children themselves than send their children to the training group. At night, Roland was still immersed in the recovery fluid. Suddenly a series of bubbles appeared in the green solution. The monitoring system found that the individual's indicators were obviously abnormal, and the warning sound bye sounded. Up! What's the matter? Yugarsijan Krang and his assistant rushed over and saw the data on the monitor. Although the body has been repaired, the waves show has become a straight line. Take it away, this guy is no longer rescued. Stop the recovery fluid input, and extract the solution inside for secondary recovery. Who will dispose of his body? Treatment center often encounters Saiyan who died after treatment failure. Their bodies are generally claimed by relatives or friends, but for some dead orphans, they are directly processed by the treatment center. Burn it on the ground, or a special disposal robot can find a place to bury it. After writing the death certificate and signing a word on it, Ugarsejan called to deal with the robot. The handling robot directly packed Roland and transported it to a small forest more than 100 kilometers away, then hummed a hole, threw the corpse into it, and buried it again. To handle all this, the robot ran a few laps on the spot, the tracked rollers tamped the soil, and then reported the completion of the mission and drove back to the treatment center. The sky is dim, the moon and stars are sparse, and the hazy starlight dots the sky. Just where the corpse was submerged, a magical scene was happening. Roland didn't know how long he was in a coma. When he regained consciousness, a sting from in the depth of one's soul continued to torment him. His body is so heavy that he can't open his eyelids even with all his strength. This is a huge torture, and in a daze, Roland feels a huge light in front of him. He struggled for a long time and finally opened his eyes. The smell of mud came from my nostrils. Wait, I was buried in the ground? Roland woke up suddenly and gritted his teeth. The intense pain made Roland's complexion pale, and the big beads of sweat flowed straight down. Roland struggled to get up from the dirt. Because of his injuries, he puts out a huge amount of physical strength every time he moves. After crawling out of the ground, Roland gasped and breathed the fresh air in the air. As if his lungs were moisturized, his body was suddenly full of vitality. Where am I? Roland's head was still groggy, and a series of memories poured out in the next second. With a loud scream, Roland accepted the memory of this body. After receiving the memory, his immature eyes flashed with unfathomable rays of light. This is planet Vegeta, and I turned out to be a Saiyan child, and I have already died once. Roland was surprised. He did not expect to sleep. When I woke up, I came to Dragon Ball world. According to the memory of this body, his name was Roland. He was a Saiyan who had just entered the training group and died because of an accident. The parents of this body were killed in the mission a year ago. Although they later received a pension, all of these pensions have been used to pay for the high cost of the child's nutrient fluid. In planet Vegeta, newborn Saiyan will be immersed in nutrient fluid for 3 years after birth. These 3 years are mainly to enhance children's physique and stimulate greater potential. Roland is because parents died early, so the nutrient fluid quality of late stage is not good. Compared with Saiyan in the same period, it is a bit not acquired. What a mess! Roland plucked the weeds from the ground. Compared with Saiyan of the same period, he seems to be naturally weaker. Even dead digging a hole is such a half-hearted attempt. Calm down, although it is not elite warrior, it is mid-class warrior at any rate. In fact, mid-class warrior is not bad. Roland comforted himself. He should feel fortunate compared to crossing into Earthling. If Earthling starts, it is called Hell mode. I've died once. According to the characteristics of Saiyan, near-death become stronger, my strength should be able to improve a bit. It feels elated when I think about it this way. Wait, this is not the time to think about this. If this is planet Vegeta, we must first figure out how many years are from the beginning of the plot. Don't do planet Vegeta is about to be destroyed. Roland's heart suddenly felt a strong sense of urgency. He died once, but he didn't want to die a second time. Chapter 2. Planet Vegeta at the end is a very dangerous place, and the well-known planet seller Frisia may have been eyeing this place. Roland knew in his heart that the most important thing now was to figure out the time period he was in, and then hurry to leave planet Vegeta, but then he glanced at his short arms and legs. He knew his thoughts were temporarily it's going to bathe. Child's body is really troublesome, sitting on the ground swearing. The only thing that gives him a touch of comfort is that he probably won't have a mortal danger now. If you come, you will settle for it. Roland reflexively presses the scouter next to his ear, but he can't feel anything. Only then did I realize that my scouter had also been recycled. There was nothing left except a small battle suit. In this case, I don't even know how many power levels there are. It would be good if I knew Earthling's key sense. Vegeta could self-taught learn key sense by observing. Roland wanted to try it too, but it took a long time and didn't even figure out what's key. It seems that I am far from genius. Roland cocked his mouth and chirped. After all, there are not a few genius like Vegeta in the whole planet Vegeta. If you can learn the unique skills of Earthling casually, the aliens in the universe will not all use scouters. Key sense is definitely very esoteric. Roland comforts himself and never thinks that it is his talent. And in fact, Roland's talent is still very good. He was judged to be a mid-class warrior at birth, which is already quite remarkable. Among Saiyans newborns, those with a power level below 50 at birth are low-class warrior, those with a power level between 50 and 100 are mid-class warrior, and those with more than 100 are Saiyans genius, which are judged to be elite warriors. In all Saiyan races, the number of elite warriors is very small, and there may not be 1 in 100 newborns. Every elite warrior is a talent that is closely watched and cultivated, such as entering a training group. It will never be their turn, even if they are orphans, race will give them the best care. Under elite warrior is mid-class warrior, which is also the mainstay of race in the future, accounting for 8% or 9% of newborns, and not many. The remaining 90% are all low-class warriors, including more than half of non-combatants who have been unable to break through 1000 power level in their entire lives. Generally speaking, the birth of Saiyan largely determines the strength that can be achieved in the future. Even after a good training, the power level of the low-class warrior is generally below 2000 after growing up, while the mid-class warrior is between 2000 and 5000. Only elite warrior can reach or exceed 5000 power level. So the elite warriors are particularly noble in Saiyan. They are the prestigious family of the entire Saiyan race, and they are the highest power level of Saiyan. Currently, there are no more than 5 elite warriors with planet Vegeta power level exceeding 10,000. All of them are well-known figures in Saiyan. According to my memory, this body of mine originally had 134 power level. It reached this level at the age of 3. It is already great if it is properly completed. It can reach 3000 power level at least as an adult. Unfortunately, because of the nutrient fluid, insufficient supplementation delays a large margin. Thinking of the secular approach of the treatment center, Roland hated it. If you give him top-notch nutrient fluid, he can guarantee that his current power level can definitely reach 180. But then again, if the strength of the predecessor is so strong, there will be no chance for him to pass through and possess. Humph, key sense is such a profound thing, I don't understand it anyway, but Energy Blast should be able to do it. Let me think about it. It seems that I have used it in my memory. It's like this: memory moves the energy in the body, and soon a cluster of dazzling rays of light is suddenly formed in the palm of the hand, and then becomes a bright blue energy ball. Rising up, energy ball! Roland exclaimed excitedly. But in the next second, the violent movement affected the body's injury, Roland staggered, and the energy ball in his hand was thrown out. A spherical object glowing with blue radiance suddenly flew out like a bullet, and hit the forest hundreds of meters away. There was a violent sound of rumble, and the energy ball bursts at the moment of impact. With the out-terrifying energy, countless sands and stones filled the sky, and soon made the vision become hazy. The energy of energy ball bursts out instantly destroyed a wide range of forests, and a strong shock wave self-destruct hair center spread to all around. Countless towering trees were bent on the ground, the whole tree was pulled up by the roots. When the smoke composed of sand and dust dissipated, what appeared in front of us was bare sand and stone that had become unrecognizable and nearly 100 meters square. Roland dumbstruck looked at it and was shocked by the destruction he had caused. This formidable power is too strong, it's like being hit by a missile. This kind of destructive power is definitely more than 134 power level. Being near death once really stimulated my potential? No, it should be said that it stimulated the potential provided by nutrient fluid before. Roland smiling foolishly, as if there is a ball of flames burning in his heart. At this moment, Frisia and Majin Buu are nothing, and he can easily defeat them. Hey, what are you dreaming about? I have nothing to provoke them to do. Roland hit slap himself, really nothing to do, now is the most important thing to save his life, to find a way to leave planet Vegeta as soon as possible, it is too dangerous to stay here. With this idea in his mind, Roland began to think about how to get a spaceship. If you can't steal it, you can only steal it, but even if you steal it, he won't use it. What an annoyance! Well, let's improve my strength first. If my strength is high, everything is easy to do. Roland feels this way. Dragon Ball world adheres to the principle of weak are prey to the strong. Strength comes first. Now that you have become Saiyan, if you don't make good use of your talent, don't you come here in vain? So in the following days, Roland lived alone in the forest. Fortunately, this forest is only more than 100 kilometers away from the nearest settlement of Saiyan. The more powerful beast in the forest has long been taken by Saiyan. Erased is clean, Roland stays here to familiarize himself with his powers well. Today is the 135th day of crossing, today I was repaired by fiercely again. The opponent is a long-eared rabbit, which is really strange, planet Vegeta the rabbits above are all so powerful, wait, write down this grudge, and wait for me to burn it. Satisfactorily eat lunch. My power level really improved a lot, I feel now it's better than Tian Xinyan in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Worthily is Saiyan's body and physique is too strong. Maybe it won't be too long before it surpasses the King Piccolo. Damn, this is the Dragon Ball world, not to be proud. Stay for a while. I will go back to the gathering place in a few days. I must leave planet Vegeta as soon as possible, but my current identity is a black household, how am I erased? Baked in the moonlight, I feel full of energy. Roland lying on the grass piled with broken leaves, recalling more than 100 days of coming to planet Vegeta. Disordered and in a mess around, as if swept by a storm, leaving a messy appearance. The condition of this body is almost 3.5 years old. Fortunately, even if there is not enough nutrient fluid, the growth has not been slowed down. This is because of the persistence of training every day. Roland is very happy. In short, his talent is good. Chapter 3. In the following days, Roland explored the potential of his body while thinking about ways to leave planet Vegeta, but after deliberation, he finally felt that he had to restore his identity first, and then take it casually. A mission far away from planet Vegeta is the most convenient. When you leave planet Vegeta, and then disconnect the communicator, who cares about the situation on planet Vegeta? Saiyan is dead or alive, it doesn't matter to him. When the time comes, traveling in the universe unrestrainedly, having nothing to do, killing a few aliens, and finding a planet with abundant supplies for a good entertainment when tired. Isn't it a great pleasure? By the way, you can also go to Earth. When you get there, you are absolutely invincible. Maybe you can tease the female protagonists in the original work, and something like this will happen. Thinking about Roland elated, I feel that the future is full of bright. Sure enough, the life on Earth is more suitable for me. Wait, he suddenly woke up and remembered a very important thing. In case it is many years before the plot started, or when he arrives in Earth, he finds that it is still in ancient times. How to do? This is not impossible. The cold sweat broke out all of a sudden, and Roland suddenly found that he seemed to have been ignoring a certain possibility. Who can guarantee that he will cross the time period close to the beginning of the plot, in case it is too early for several decades or several hundred years, when the plot starts, he will not even have ashes left. Your luck will never be so bad. No, shouldn't the transmigrator all fit the plot, this is the basic operation. With a smirk and wiped his head, Roland became unsure of himself. After all, even this kind of thing happened through crossing, and who else can say for sure? I remember a novel that was written like this, about a native protagonist who did not live well since he was young, but accidentally took the risk of getting a note left by the ancient transmigrator senior, from which he discovered the different prospects and began to fly. It can be seen that the Transmigrator Senior is not necessarily a protagonist, but may also be a gold finger arranged for the protagonist. Thinking about it this way, Roland's heart is even more unreliable. This wave seems a bit unstable. Damn, what are you still doing here? Go back to the gathering place and check it out. If you don't go, your protagonist's status will be lost. Roland's immature face appeared tangled. He had to go back anyway. Frowns thought for a while, but fortunately there are memories of his predecessor in his brain. After determining the position, Roland's small body started to float, and then moved towards the nearby Saiyan gathering place and flew away. Saiyan does not know key sense, but energy wave and flying skills have the words at hand. A blast of cold wind blew on his face. Roland shivered, mused was so cold, and the body couldn't stand it. Just thinking about whether to slow down a little bit, the energy in the body will be there. After the reaction, the fiery energy began to boil, forming a protective film on the surface of his body, and the cold feeling suddenly disappeared without a trace. In other words, they can already fly, and there is no reason to resist the cold. Although the life form in the universe don't understand what ki is and can't sense ki, the use of energy is definitely more comprehensive. When Roland covered energy on the body, the ears, eyes, and other 5 senses became particularly sensitive. It seems that energy does help improve the body's senses. Perhaps because of this, Alien has developed the habit of watching with naked eye and exploring with scouter. Only in the harsh low martial environment of Earth, because of the pitiful low energy value, did you develop martial arts skills using ki sense. Because for Earthling, every trace of ki energy is not easy. Maybe for a faint trace ki, bitter training is necessary for several decades. It is basically impossible to squander, so a very rigorous system is naturally formed. Like Son Goku and Krillin, when they just learned energy wave in the early period, just like aliens outside, they only know the way of energy wave release, without knowing the specific connotation. For Earthling, whose power level only has more than 100 points, energy wave is more like a high-level martial artist's identity symbol. Actual combat is not good because the loss of the enemy is large, and the prepared early on time is long and the effect is far. It is not as effective as punching and kicking, so more often martial artists are used to fighting with fists and feet. Son Goku and Master Roshi are the same. Only after the training of the lookout, the level of improvement, the superiority of Earthling ki gradually manifested. Roland doesn't know this yet, he just uses energy blast habitually based on memory. This practice must be changed, otherwise you will develop a habit, and then you want to learn the use of ki, then there will be more obstacles out of thin air, and learning will only half the results for twice the effort. The night is faint, like a pair of giant hands falling down. The nearest Saiyan gathering place in Roland is only over 100 kilometers away. At this distance, based on Roland's flying speed, it can be reached in 10 minutes. The dim light appeared before her eyes. In front is the gathering place where Roland used to live. The scale of that gathering place is not very large, so the living conditions are not very good. It is impossible to compare with Saiyan's big city and Wang. This kind of gathering place was initially established by some Saiyan squad to facilitate the implementation of the mission. Later, after development, as the number of people increased, it gradually formed a scale similar to a bazaar. After slowing down, Roland landed on the ground. The gathering place at night is very quiet, and the buildings that look like stone hollowed out from the center are arranged in several rows simultaneously. There is a square in the center of the gathering place. That is where Saiyan temporarily parks the spaceship. Even at night, there is an adult Saiyan handle. So even if he is very greedy for those spaceships, Roland's rationality tells him not to approach. My home should be in the southeast direction of the gathering place. According to the memory in his mind, Roland avoided the pedestrians on the street and walked in front of a low stone house. That is the house left by Roland's parents. Suddenly the dim light in front of him caught his attention, and the lights in his house were actually lit. I was thief. This was the first reaction in Roland's mind, and immediately after shaking one's head, Saiyan was not so vulgar. That group of Zhou Peiping won't recycle my house, right? Various thoughts kept flashing in his mind. Roland foul-mouthed, tiptoed close to his house, his head leaning on the window to look inside. The window is open, so you can easily see the furnishings inside. The inner door is tightly closed. The furnishings in the room have not been moved, but there seems to be a silhouette moving inside. As Roland was about to find out, the people inside had spotted him. Who? A clear female voice, very cold but nice. Roland's heart tightened and reflexively wanted to escape, but at this moment a cold wind blew, a faint fragrance entered his nostrils, Roland's feet lightened, and his young body was picked up. The other party is a very beautiful girl who looks 16 to 17 years old, tall and well-proportioned, with spiritual chi content, and supple hair draping over the shoulders. Down, fair and smooth skin. Slippery, but the expression on his face is very cold. Roland and the girl, big eyes staring at small eyes, looking at each other. Who you are, why are you in my house? Roland's neck was held, and his limbs were struggling, but the strength of the opponent was great, and Roland was not his opponent. You're home. The girl stared at Roland. You are Roland, aren't you dead? Roland glared black eyes. Of course I am not dead. The girl threw Roland to the ground, and quickly reacted with an ice-cold expression. The bastard from the treatment center, they told me that you are already dead. Who are you? Roland rubbed his butt and stood up. Judging from the scene in front of him, the other party seemed to be innocent. The girl opposite was silent for a while, coldly said, My name is Sephiria, which is your older sister. What? Roland's surprised voice blurred out, his dark eyes stared at the girl in front of him. How could he never know that he still had an older sister? What are you talking about? Sephiria frowns. Oh, I am surprised at your identity. Roland carefully looked at the girl who claimed to be her older sister. She was really beautiful. In order to better utilize the advantages of the warrior race, Saiyan's adolescence is often very long. Relatively speaking, in order to make a disguise, the infant state will continue until adulthood, and then grow up quickly when approaching adulthood. The young girl in front of her is beautiful and charming, and I am afraid she is already not far from adulthood. But beautiful is beautiful, and the personality seems very cold. I am your older sister, this identity is beyond doubt. So, Sephiria began to talk about her origins. It turned out that Sephiria's mother and Roland's mother are sisters. In other words, she is Roland's cousin, 14 years older than Roland, and is a rare elite warrior in Saiyan. 5 years ago, she followed her parents and the army to carry out a large mission. She returned to planet Vegeta most recently. Sephiria didn't talk much about the specific mission. It seems that the final mission is completed, but the damage is serious. So you really are my older sister? Roland confirmed again. Right. Elite warrior. Yes. Sephiria didn't say much, she looked cold. What is your power level? Roland asked, very concerned. Sephiria lightly glanced at Roland, 4200 power level. Roland didn't catch his breath, and couldn't breathe while holding his chest. He felt his heart hurt. It hurts. Compared with the little girl in front of him, he felt a deep sense of frustration. This girl is definitely a genius. Are you okay? Putting his hand on Roland's forehead, Sephiria slightly compared the temperature. It's okay, it hurts a bit. Your hands are so cold. Roland slowly took a deep breath, slowly exhale, adjusted his emotions, and a look of worship appeared on the young face. Sephiria's beautiful thighs, he is hugged. Chapter 4. Older sister, can you tell me what age it is now, and can you take me away from planet Vegeta? Roland hugged Sephiria's beautiful long legs. Sephirea's beautiful jewel-like eyes glanced at Roland, and pressed the scouter to test it. After the electronic sound of bye bye bye, Sephirea saw Roland's power level clearly. 210 power level, this age is considered very good for the latent talent of mid-class warrior. Reaching 3000 power level as an adult is not a problem. Compared with other warriors in my heart, the eyes of Sephirea looked towards Roland became pleasing to the eye. With your strength, you can accept some simple missions. Yes. Don't be proud. Sephirea glanced at Roland. You don't even have identity information now, and you can't receive the mission at all. You have to rearrange your identity first. By the way, where have you been these days? Why have your identity been cancelled? Roland was depressed and said, I was seriously injured when I was in the training group and was not rescued. I was thrown out and buried. To be fair, I think I can be rescued. What Roland said, most of it is fact, only a little bit of content is hidden. One click on pause. After listening to Roland's remarks, Sephirea's air conditioning has become stronger. You will live in my house in the future, and I will solve the identity problem for you. Just my younger brother re-registered under the name of. Sephirea and her parents left planet Vegeta 5 years ago to perform a large mission. Roland's new identity is the younger brother of Sephirea born outside. The name can be the same, anyway, Saiyan has the same name. Actually, I think it's best not to register. I only need a spaceship. Roland whispered in his heart, still thinking about leaving planet Vegeta. Sephirea's home is located in a large gathering place, which is close to the royal capital. It is a more developed place in Saiyan race. In the following days, Sephirea arranged a new identity for Roland, and also from Saiyan's management department. A brand new scouter was received there. Playing with the scouter in his hand, shining randomly at the surrounding Saiyan bye bye bye, and peeking at himself, Roland got the 210 data and couldn't help but feel a little proud. This is equal to the strength of the old King Piccolo. It seems that his strength has indeed increased a large margin after his death. Of course, it is also the result of more than 100 days of hard training. Aim at Sephirea. 4254. This data directly blinds Roland's eyes. The elite warrior is great, and 17 years old is so strong. If it is a few years later, I am afraid it will not be a direct 5. More than 1,000, much better than other elite warriors. Following Sephirea leisurely, Roland considers the next thing. Because of the past few days, Roland has already understood the personality of Sephirea, high cold personality and training madman. This is also in line with Saiyan's personality. No wonder he has such a power level at a young age. It is the result of usual hard work. What made Roland even more surprised was that he found out about Vegeta. This is actually easy to find out. For the birth of genius like Vegeta, King Vegeta will of course want to publicize it. Vegeta is the same age as me, and will be 4 years old in a few months. Which means that there is only more than a year left before planet Vegeta's destruction. Planet Vegeta's destruction time can be simply calculated. When Son Goku took the spaceship to Earth, Bulma was just 5 years old, and Vegeta was 1 year older than Bulma, minus the time that Son Goku spent on the road to Earth, and planet Vegeta's destruction Vegeta was almost 5 years old. Only more than a year is left. Time is pressing. There are beautiful rays of light shining in Roland's eyes. Mused must quickly escape from planet Vegeta. Roland, I applied for a relatively primary mission for you. It is not difficult. I want to be competent with your strength. From the mission planning office, Sephirea handed the mission slip to Roland. There is also a spaceship that is not particularly advanced. Roland is holding the mission sheet tightly, and his heart is full of joy. Very good. But I think you'd better wait until you are 4 years old. There are still a few months to come. I need to strengthen your strength. Roland's strength made her very dissatisfied, and Sephirea decided to train him. Really, that many thank you. A scion with a power level of more than 4000 is willing to train himself. Roland is naturally desperate for it, but he doesn't know, and soon I must be very upset by this idea, because Sephiroth's training is really not training, it is simply torture. In the wilderness, Roland fell to the ground with a swollen face. There are not a few pieces of skin on his body. You should know that Roland is still very immature now. If he is in previous life, he is still in kindergarten. But here, he suffers from inhuman torture all day long, and the initiator of all this is a woman called Sephiroth. Sephiroth is his cousin. I really believed in her before. I thought she would be very gentle. It turns out that the woman is a madman with a tendency to abuse others. That mad woman, sooner or later I will be tortured to death by her. It hurts. Roland touched his red and swollen chin, and his words hurt. It's terrible. How is this training? Simply is to be beaten. The woman in Sephiroth doesn't know what start off leniently, no matter what you are, it's just a beating, she won't be targeted for guidance at all. In her words, the first step of Saiyans battle is to learn to be beaten. Roland innate's nutritional status is not better than other Saiyans, so you have to work harder to get a skin is rough and flesh is thick body. A ghost skin is rough, flesh is thick, is it trained to see people like that? The appearance of Nappa horrifying flashed in his mind, that bright and big bald head, Roland couldn't help but shudder, and he didn't necessarily become stronger when he was bald, so he shouldn't become like that. This can't go on. Get up! With an unceremonious rant, Sephiroth coldly looking at him, condensed a daunting blue light ball in his hand. Do you think I will be obedient like this? Okay. Oh. Roland drooped his eyelids and gave him a careful look. Sighed silently, in front of her, he was weak as an ant, in order not to be beaten, be honest and obedient. This is not from the heart. This period of time his power level has not increased much, but his resistance capability has improved a lot. Although there is not enough nutrient fluid soaked, the current physique is not inferior to other children at all. Next, you have to learn Saiyans combat skills. These will be directly infused by the computer when you perform a mission. In your brain. Sephiroth looked at Roland, which is why she only trained Roland's physique and did not teach him combat skills. Roland looked at Sephiroth's indifferent face, a face collapsed directly. From this point, it can be seen that Saiyan does not pay much attention to combat skill, strong grind their minions, weakling spells wisdom, and only the low martial arts environment like Earth puts Kung Fu first. For aliens who are born to release energy blast, the amount of energy is directly related to the final outcome. Kung Fu, there is a bird. This view is biased, but it reflects a concept in the universe. But Roland knows that when skill and ki use reach high level, it is far more effective than pure energy competition. So during training, Roland's hands and feet will be tied with a few hundred kilograms of weight. Sephiroth casually watched, didn't say much, smiled slightly, and an energy blast was thrown away. Finally, months of hard training finally passed. Roland, who is nearly 4 years old, has a height of close to 1 meter. Because of Saiyan physique's relationship, next for many years, his height will not have changed much. But the long-term physical training has not only improved Roland's resistance capability, but also slowly enhanced its physical and strength. At this time, Roland's power has reached 300 power level. You must know that this is the intensity of Son Goku's defeat of Piccolo Jr. in the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament in the original work, and the 4-year-old Roland has done it. This is due to his mid-class warrior latent talent, which of course is inseparable from Sephiroth's training and his own hard work. On this day, the foul-mouthed Roland finally finished training, and then dressed neatly and put on a brand new battle suit. Roland lay in the milk-white space pod. The target is a remote planet Mappa located in the south of the North Area starfield. I'm finally leaving this damn planet Vegeta. Chapter 5. Sephiroth, are you really going to go with me? Lying on the soft seat in the spaceship, Roland stretched out. I don't know what material the chair is made of. It's very comfortable to lie on. Sephiroth's hand is pressed on Roland's head, said with a sneer, this kind of small mission wants me to help you. You can do it yourself. Although it is more troublesome, it is not dangerous to be careful. As my younger brother from Sephiroth, I must have a responsible warrior. I am worried about you. Roland can't help rolling the eyes, it's kind of me to let you go together, what mission I really hope to perform. It's really warrior race thinking, knowing the battle all day long. In another year, planet Vegeta will be gone. Who cares about that mission? Looking at the beautiful face of Sephiroth, Roland suddenly felt reluctant to take care of him for so long. It would be a shame to accompany planet Vegeta and destroy him like this. In the end, however, Roland still did not tell Sephiroth the truth. Because he knew that the other party would never believe this. Now the entire Saiyan race has surrendered to the Emperor Frieza, fought for him everywhere, and executed the mission of selling planets. For Saiyan, who treats fighting as an enjoyment, this kind of life is not to mention how delicious. Except for the Upper King Vegeta, a little bit of resistance, the rest of Saiyan is probably already used to life now. Sephiroth is his older sister, but the time between the two parties is not long after all. It is difficult for Roland to convince her of the future. If you say it to the alien understood to monitor Saiyan, it will only be out of the question. When the time comes, I am afraid that even my own life will not be guaranteed. Send me a message when you arrive at Planet Mappa. Will the communication function of the scouter be used? Sephiroth leaned in, secured Roland's seat belt, and then turned it around. A ring-like helmet-like thing was put on him. That is the controller of spaceship, which is also used as an information transmission device. The peculiar smell of a girl came from the nose. I know, I will send you a message. Roland happily put his face close, and Sephiroth didn't seem to realize that he was taken advantage of. Taking a pat on Roland's head, Sephiroth exited the space pod, and the spaceship's hatch slowly closed. Through the glass surface of the azure, Roland saw Sephiroth standing not far away, waving his arms. Roland couldn't help but feel a bit of parting sadness in Roland's heart, stared at Sephiroth carefully, and then ordered the spaceship to start flying. Silly girl, sorry, I have to run away first. A downward force slammed on the body, and the scenery below became smaller and smaller, gradually turning into a blurred image. After a while, the curved horizon and the blurred atmosphere also getting farther and farther, the spaceship gradually sailed into the vast and dark universe starry space. Through the spaceship glass, Roland saw that the blue and white planet Vegeta was going away at an extremely fast speed, and soon became a light spot in his field of vision disappeared. Finally left planet Vegeta. As if suddenly sighed in relief in his heart, Roland slowly took a deep breath, then slowly exhale, a trace of determination flashed in his eyes, and then gave spaceship an instruction. Roland went into sleep mode. At this time, the transmission device worn on Roland's head began to transmit Saiyan's combat skill to his brain cortex. It takes about 2 months to travel from planet Vegeta to the destination planet Mappa. This distance is actually very far away. It is necessary to know that Earth is only a 1-month journey from planet Namek. In these 2 months, he will fully accept a skill that Saiyan warrior should master. Planet Mappa is the mission destination chosen by Sephiroth for Roland. According to the division of planets in the universe, planet Mappa can only be regarded as a low-level planet, and the power levels of the strongest creatures above are also very limited. According to the general classification method, planets with the highest power level below 1000 are classified as low-level planets, those with the highest power level between 1000 and 5000 are mid-level planets, and those with the highest power level above 5000 for high-level planet. Planet Mappa is a low-level planet, so the life form energy on the planet is below 1000 power level. In fact, when Sephiroth chose the mission, it has been investigated clearly, and the strongest battle power of planet Mappa does not exceed 500 power level. With Roland's current 310 power level, there will be no danger as long as you act carefully after the past. According to estimates, it only takes a few years for Roland's power to surpass the strongest on planet Mappa. Spaceship is flying fast, holding a long tail flame behind him, which looks like a comet, but in fact, this tail flame is because the speed of spaceship is too fast. Quickly, it caused a visual error. In the vast and boundless universe, countless stars twinkle and twinkle in the dark starry space, like a huge picture scroll slowly opening. On the universe scale, the distance between planet and planet is very far away, even if the two twinkling light points don't know how many light years are apart. Thanks to the powerful technology of the universe civilization, the interstellar crossing in Dragon Ball world is obviously much more convenient, and it can span several starfields in a few days or even months. In the night, a bright light flashed quickly and quickly disappeared. After the scene is zoomed in, it can be seen clearly that it is a milk-white space pod. In a blink of an eye, it has been 2 months since Roland left planet Vegeta by spaceship, and the destination planet Mappa was already close at hand. Spaceship's dormant system was lifted when spaceship approached planet Mappa. Roland on the seat slowly opened his eyes. Compared with 2 months ago, Roland has matured a lot, and his mind is full of Saiyans' method of responding to the enemy filled his heart with excitement. Planet Mappa, this is my first stop in Dragon Ball world. Corner of the mouth raise a smile, Roland is now in urgent need of opponent to test his abilities. Planet Mappa, in a dry river bed. With a burst of harsh rumbling sound, a spherical object glowing with red rays of light fell through the atmosphere. After the violent impact of the rumbling sound, the sky immediately filled with smoke and dust blowing out the sky and sun. Due to the lack of moisture around, the smoke and dust could not disperse for a long time, forming a thick haze. On the bare corner of the riverbed, an impact crater with a depth of 100 meters square appeared there. In the center of the impact crater, a milk-white space pod is half buried under the sand and the surface is charred and steaming hot. With the sound of ka-cha, the spaceship's hatch opened, and a young silhouette climbed out of the spaceship, and then slowly rose. Lightly pat the dust on the body, Roland floating in mid-air, covering his mouth to disperse the dust in the air, looking around all around, you see a yellow and dry scene in front of your eyes. The forest is very sparse, there are a few towering shrubs faintly, and there are beasts walking in groups all around, just like the African prairie of previous life. Chapter 6. This planet is unexpectedly desolate, but according to the information provided to me by Sephiria, planet Mappa should be a technology planet. Technology planet, of course it is Roland's special request to Sephiria. For a rational and realistic person, since it is known in advance that the spaceship and communication devices provided by planet Vegeta are monitored by Frisia Force, it is necessary to minimize the use of such devices and seek the way out. Who knows, after planet Vegeta's destruction, would the people of Frisia Force follow the positioning of the communication device to encircle the scion of planet Vegeta without returning to it? People seek advantages and avoid disadvantages, and Roland is the same. So it becomes very important to prepare another set of spaceship and scouter, so that you can most effectively reduce the risk of exposing yourself. Roland looked all around. There was a stone forest surrounded by steep mountains in front of him. He flew up to a raised ledge, switched on scouter to explore the surroundings, and quickly got energy points one by one. It is displayed on the single frame glass. 426, 289, 241, 358. A series of data jumped, but none of the energy values exceeded 500 power level. Roland felt calm. His power level is considered high on this planet, and it is relatively powerful, at least there is no danger. With this understanding, Roland's expression becomes more relaxed. As for the mission given to him by planet Vegeta, he never even thought about implementing it. Yes, I need to contact Sephiria. I quickly contacted Sephiria through Scouter Roland and told her about planet Mappa. Sephiria is just indifferent. It made Roland pay attention to safety, and she herself had to go out to perform the mission. Sephiria's mission is definitely higher level. Roland turned off the communicator, but he didn't worry about the safety of Sephiria, because an elite warrior must be received by Scion high class. Concerned, most of the missions are team missions. In contrast, the missions of low-class warrior and mid-class warrior are more dangerous. The high temperature of the scorching sun shines directly through the thin atmosphere, and there is a hot and scorching sensation on the skin. Roland wanted to take a breath, but was choked by the hot air. When I arrived, I coughed up quickly, but Scion's physique was really excellent, took a moment to get used to the high temperature here. Planet Mappa is a low-level planet, its volume is about 1/8 the size of planet Vegeta, and its gravity is only 0.2x of planet Vegeta, which is about 2x Earth's gravity. On this planet, Roland only feels as lithe as a swallow, full of power. After adapting to the environment of planet Mappa, Roland began to think about the next road. Roland does not intend to execute missions, and the spaceship and scouter carried by planet Vegeta, he does not intend to continue to use them, because these technological devices are actually monitored by Frisia's alien. Roland wants to get rid of surveillance, these devices must be abandoned. The first step must figure out the influence distribution on planet Mappa, and then, find a way to get a new spaceship and scouter, but before that, more urgent to comprehensively improve one's own strength. In the universe, everything is imaginary, but only power is the most real. Dragon Ball world has always been weak or prey to the strong world. Even if Roland has no ambitions, he is also desperately improve strength. So first step is taking advantage of this period of time to continue to strengthen oneself. The second step is to obtain a new set of equipment. No matter how you get this set of equipment, whether it is grabbing or threatening, these are all necessary means. Although Roland will not kill innocent people indiscriminately, he is definitely not a good person. For the sake of my own life, the necessary killings are acceptable, these all are forced by life. After roughly planning 2 steps for himself, Roland put his heart down completely, then switched on Scouter, and flew to a place with a slightly lower energy response. He first find a place to live with sufficient food and water. Oh la la! Roland flew along the low prairie, a gust of wind quickly swept over the grassland, and the strong wind pressure instantly bends the grass below and scattered the shrubs, also scared off the herd of herbivores and the beast waiting for prey. After flying for about half an hour, I finally found a quiet valley between several mountains, not too far from the pool. The whole valley is surrounded by mountains on both sides, showing a fan. Surrounded by lush vegetation, leisurely scenery, the gurgling stream flows down along the rocky beach and merges into a pool. The environment here is okay, you can live here for a while. Roland looked at the leisurely and quiet scenery around, with a satisfied expression in his eyes. He is still in the survival stage, so he does not have high requirements for life. In fact, as long as Scion has a basic power level, survival is not a problem. To mobilize the energy in the body, condense a blue energy ball in the palm of your hand, and then throw the energy ball into the grove very comfortably. Rumbling sound, a loud noise came from the calm valley, a burst of smoke suddenly rose, and the small forest was immediately cleared out of a clearing. After the smoke dissipated, Roland used trees to build a simple shelter on the clearing, and covered it with hay, which was regarded as a temporary shelter. With the sound of gu-lu, a hungry voice came from his stomach. Roland wiped his stomach and suddenly remembered that he hadn't eaten for a long time. Hehe, I'm still looking for some food. This planet is rich in products and there should be a lot of delicious food. After life is temporarily secured, the next step is treating herself well. The corner of her mouth bends upwards. Roland remembered the game of previous life. Saliva couldn't help but gu-lu flowed down. Scion's life hobby, in addition to enjoy fighting, there is food. This point Roland has also been affected. Because he couldn't distinguish aura like Earthling did, Roland reopened the scouter and looked for wild beasts with a certain amount of energy. This wild beast has a particularly fragrant taste and rich nutrition. After several electronic beeps, the scouter checked that there was a 120 power level energy source 15 kilometers to the east, which was not strong or weak, and could be used as a food source. After determining the target, Roland Chiu moved towards the east. About a few minutes later, he found the energy source by a watering hole, which turned out to be a lion nearly 20 meters long. "This head, I can have a full meal." Roland smiled. 120 power level beast, he has no paying attention to. Roar! The lion was lying on the edge of the pool. When he found Roland's figure, moved towards him roaring in anger, as if he was defending his territory, that the roar resounded throughout the wilderness, and immediately frightened many wild beasts around, and the birds who were drinking by the pool spread their wings and flew away. Chapter 7. Roland's figure entered the sight of the lion, which immediately angered the lion. It raised head issued a heaven-shaking roar, swearing his majesty, but all this Roland seemed so ridiculous. Roar! The lion roared again, his bloody mouth opened wide, the sharp beast teeth were extremely cruel, and a pair of ferocious beast pupils stared at the invader sullenly. The beast's hoof suddenly slammed on the ground, scraping up a large piece of sand. The huge body leaned back, and swiftly leaped out, unexpectedly moved towards Roland and rushed over. "Good fierce beast!" Looked at the culling of this lion with a smile. Roland has a hint of playfulness in his eyes, the corners of his mouth are slightly raised, his expression is calm, and his body he dodged, then clenched his fist and slammed it heavily on the back of this beast. With a scream, the lion staggered and made a miserable cry. When it looked towards Roland, the eyes of the beast were full of fear, and it roared while its body couldn't help but retreat. "It is a wild beast, there is no wisdom at all, but now I am very hungry, so unfortunately you want to be my food." Tone barely fell, Roland moved towards the lion, twitched his finger. A small energy ball suspended on fingertips, and then shoo, the gorgeous energy ball flickered a few times, suddenly accelerated, the dazzling light burst from fingertips, and directly penetrated the male in the next second. The head of the lion was splashed with blood, like raindrops. Energy ray penetrated through the head of the lion, and then burst out from the other end. With a mournful cry of woo-woo, the lion's huge body crashed to the ground, raising a large cloud of smoke. Although this male lion has 120 energy in his body, he has a brute force, but he doesn't know how to release it. It was his misfortune to encounter Roland. Weak are prey to the strong, this is an unchanging rule. Roland who becomes Saiyan has to learn to adapt to these. Pick up the corpse of the male lion and return to the temporary shelter. Roland threw away an energy blast to light a campfire, then peeled off the internal organs, cleaned the meat in clean water, and put it on with a wooden stick. It was grilled on a rack, and soon the rich and attractive aroma radiated from the browned meat of the barbecue. Roland stared at the barbecue with his eyes straight, swallowing saliva from time to time in his throat, and when the meat was browned, he jumped directly on it. Saiyan's digestive system is very powerful, almost eating and digesting. A lion that is more than 20 meters long enters Roland's stomach in the blink of an eye. A feast, Roland touched her straight belly and let out a happy cry. After eating and drinking, take a short nap. Roland's state of mind has reached the peak, and it's time to consider the next thing. Planet Mappa is just a transit point for him to set foot in Dragon Ball world. Sooner or later he will leave. Earth is an ideal choice. At least before Saiyan attacks Earth, it is absolutely safe. And there are many resources on Earth that Roland attaches great importance to. Senzu Bean, Dragon Ball, Black Technology, Key Training Method, these treasures on Earth make Roland's eyes very hot. Planet Vegeta's spaceship is definitely not available, because Roland is not sure if the spaceship has a monitoring system installed like Scouter. Fortunately, Planet Mappa is a technology planet. And spaceship technology should be available. As for the coordinate position of Earth, Roland's spaceship is on it. After all, Earth is not a hidden planet. Frisia is engaged in planet sales activities and has long been able to ascertain the situation there, but because of Earth apart from water and natural environment, there are no special mineral resources, so until now is defined by Frisia Force as a remote planet with resource scarcity, and there is no need to conquer it. In the original work, if it weren't for Son Goku's father Bardock to save Son Goku's life, he would not choose to exile the child there. The resource of ghosts is scarce. Roland has a ridicule in his heart. The real treasure on Earth, anyone can make the whole universe a sensation. Earth's coordinate position is not a secret, and spaceship is easy to get, well, that's it. A smile filled his face, and Roland praised his plan. Planet Mappa's intelligent life form is called Mappa-ians. Its own power level is not high, but the level of technology is good. It is said that the original is not Planet Mappa's native, but migrated from the outer planet. If Roland wants to seize their spaceship, they first need a strong strength. Then start to improve my strength. Tapping hard with both hands, a trace of determination flashed in Roland's dark eyes, and then he began to follow the training of Planet Vegeta. Method: tempering the body. He found a thick turtle shell and tied stones to his body to simulate the way Master Roshi trained Son Goku. Without the urging of the woman from Sephiria this time, Roland still fisted and kicked solemnly, and soon crystal sweat dripped from his immature cheeks. Punching and kicking are basic skills. Although warriors in the universe like to bombard with energy blast in battle, this kind of battle is refreshing, but in fact the competition is the amount of energy in the body, not much. Technical content. Although Saiyans' battle method is rough and frantic, close combat from fist to fist is also the method they have been passionate about. Because this battle mode allows them to enjoy more fun. After self-tempering punching and kicking, Roland started training energy attack again. Hey! A dark blue energy blast was stimulated from the body. Roland suddenly raised his arms, and the energy blast moved towards the sky and rumbling sound sparks exploded high in the sky, completely dispelling the thick clouds. Looking at the destructive effect he caused, Roland was nodded with satisfaction. The only regret is that he still does not know how the energy blast is released, and what is the mechanism of their formation from the body. How to control more effectively. I only know but I don't know why, and my understanding is quite shallow. Ki is a very advanced energy. On Earth, martial artists like Master Roshi need to train for several decades before they can train energy waves, because they have very little ki in their bodies, and the generation speed is very slow, so their understanding of ki is more detailed than alien. Roland wants to master it. Training with a targeted purpose, the effect will naturally be more prominent. Chapter 8. Time flies and passes quickly, and it has been a week since Roland entered Planet Mappa in a blink of an eye. During this period of time, Roland has never been in contact with the outside world, but has raised his own strength in a serious manner. Hard training is rewarding, although he didn't realize the essence of ki, but vaguely, Roland felt that he already had a big difference, but he couldn't say it specifically, just one kind of feeling. In the past few days, the original plan was to snatch the spaceship of the Mappa-ians, but in a training session, Roland experienced the inconvenience caused by the weakness of the Saiyan tail. Hold your hands firmly. When I clicked the tail, a feeling of weakness emerged, and I couldn't even stand firmly. Saiyan's tail is an unstable factor in battle. Roland sighed, and can only spend some more time training the tail. On planet Vegeta, all adult Saiyan or knowledgeable Saiyan will deliberately train the tail to overcome their weakness. The original version of Roland was still young and no one was teaching him, so he never realized this point. But it is not too late to find out now. In the following days, Roland will train the tail again. This is a very painful process. When touching the tail each time, the feeling of powerlessness makes Roland feel like fainting. More difficult than training physical body. He prefers to perform high-intensity weight-bearing training. About 1 month later, when he arrived at Planet Mappa, although Roland did not eliminate the side effects caused by the tail, he barely managed to overcome the dizziness when the tail was caught. At this time, his power level reached 350, which was only an increase of 40 power level than before, but he was already considered an expert in planet Mappa. The most dangerous thing about planet Mappa is those fierce beasts. The strong ones are even close to 500 power level. In contrast, the individual strength of Mappa-ians is much weaker. They can survive in planet Mappa by relying on advanced technology. Just find a more marginal city to start. Roland believes that no one can keep him. With this judgment, Roland decided to go to the city of Mappa-ians. Go, robbery. Cleaning up the shelter that he has lived in for more than a month, Roland laughed, his thin body soared into the air, flying along the mountain range all the way, hills and lakes passing fast under his feet, and soon he came. Arriving in front of a 100,000 other city, the whole city is surrounded by high walls. The surface of the towering wall is covered with moss, and there are signs of cracking in some parts, indicating that this wall has been built for a certain period of time. A fort with black holes is erected on the high platform of the wall to defend against beast attacks. Planet Mappa's beast has extremely high energy, but because there is not much wisdom, of course it will not use attack methods such as energy blast, so some bird-type beasts are removed. The huge fort here enough to block beasts' attack. The city's defenses are relatively strong, but they can't stop me. Roland chuckled lightly, as he entered the city. There are rows of crisscrossed buildings, arranged in geometric patterns. People coming and people going on the street are very lively. Mappa-ians are short in stature, only over 1 meter tall, but their skin is white. When they saw the one silhouette suddenly passing by in the sky, they couldn't help but stop and watch, and then fled everywhere in panic. They mistook Roland for the rare beast. Soon the lively streets became cold, and everyone took refuge in solid shelters. The courage is really small, but this is just right. With a chuckle, Roland volleyed to the largest square in the city, where it was the anchor point of the spaceship. Several ships traveled between the cities. The transshipment spaceship stops here. Oh la la! Roland's figure quickly attracted the attention of the garrison soldiers, who immediately picked up their weapons and aimed their pitch-black gun barrels at Roland. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! All staff pay attention! Woo woo woo! Loud voices rang around the square, and soon the sirens sounded quickly. Get up! The soldiers arranged around the anchor point of the spaceship gathered around, moved towards Roland and shouted, trying to scare him away. Roland dug out his ears with his fingers and blew on his mouth. He didn't understand a word of Mappa-ians. Lightly coughed, Roland clicked on the scouter next to his ear, and then the voice synchronization function was turned on, and the immature children's voice echoed in the square. You guys, hurry up and make interstellar travel spaceship find it out for me, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. No response? Roland sneered and raised his hand to form an energy ball. Shoo! 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 Hundreds of energy beams flashing with bright light were launched, countless light beams fell from in the sky, and the puff-puff hit the Mappa-ians' weapons. When the fire burst out, these weapons were beaten to pieces, and in a blink of an eye they turned into broken copper and iron. Looking at the debris and thick black smoke all over the floor, Roland nodded with satisfaction. But soon he realized that his intimidation did not work. Not only did the Mappa-ians below not retreat, they became more intense. Rows of soldiers mobilized from a distance to form a dense mass. With all kinds of weapons appearing, it seems to be resisting. With a light eyebrow, Roland felt a little displeased. It's really shameless. From Roland's point of view, he, as Saiyan, was originally here to destroy this planet, but now he kindly took away only one spaceship, which is already quite benevolent, changed to something else. Saiyan, how could they have such good luck? This is to resist. It seems that you have to show more power. Roland is coldly snorted, ready to put a big one. Clenched a fist with one hand and raised it high, Roland began to condense energy. As the energy continued to rise, the air around the fist began to twist, followed by a buzzing sound, dazzling rays of light shine, Huge energy gathered on the fist, shine like a big sun. Hey! You are optimistic! Loudly shouts, his arms stretched out forcefully. The energy ball shining with blue radiance flew out of the hand in an instant, and it roared like a tiger in a flash. The terrifying energy ball flew more than 5,000 meters at an extremely fast speed and crashed into the majestic mountain outside the city. On. Then in the puzzled eyes of the Mapaians, an astonishing scene happened. Shoo! Boom! Large air waves are turbulent, like doomsday-like, violent rumbling sound resounds through 4 directions, and dazzling flashes rise in the blue in the sky. The full power attack formidable power of 350 power level is amazing. Piccolo in the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament was able to easily destroy an island. Roland is now much more powerful than him. Rumble. The sky is shaking, and the huge mushroom cloud visible to naked eye is enveloping the terrifying energy breakthrough clouds, and a ring of shock waves swept through 4 directions, and the wind swept the entire city. When the storm subsided a bit, the Mapaians were horrified to find that the towering mountain outside the city had been razed to the ground. In an instant, the Mapaians of the entire city faced deathly pale, creeping on the ground in horror. The shock produced by the violent explosion like a nuclear bomb was extremely strong, and Roland's attack frightened these Mapaians. Chapter 9. That's right. Other attacks on nuclear bomb level are not a joke. Satisfied that they looked at the damage they caused, Roland continued moving towards the following shouts, and the scouter directly used his language converted to universe common language. Hurry up and hand over your spaceship, otherwise I don't guarantee that the next attack will fall in your city. Lord, we really don't have a spaceship here. A Mapaians with the appearance of an officer tremblingly said with a weeping face. Roland narrowed his eyes, and a cold glow flashed through his eyes. No. The officer's face turned white, looked at Roland in horror. Yes, but it's just cargo spaceship. We Mapaians seldom have contact with other planet people, so there is no advanced spaceship in small cities. Cargo spaceship is also okay, can interstellar travel? The other party bitterly said, yes. N. Roland looked indifferent. In fact, he was already happy. As long as he can travel interstellar, he has long wanted to get rid of Frisia force of monitoring. Is there a scouter? Roland asked again. Maybe it's a broken jar. The other party is much more refreshed this time. Our scouter is not very accurate. Bring me one, and take me to check what you said about spaceship. Don't play tricks, you know the consequences. Although you Mapaians do not lack powerful weapons, but I think there are none in this city. I can completely destroy you before your reinforcement arrives. The officer-like Mapaians looked suffocated and said, please follow me. Under the leadership of the officer, Roland came to a medium-sized spaceship. In the front, the spaceship is more than 30 meters long and 8 meters high. The overall shape is a spherical shape. Because it is used for freight transportation, it has a large warehouse space. Lord, is this spaceship? It is the only interstellar vehicle here. Roland felt satisfied at first glance. He didn't value the shape and performance of the spaceship, as long as just be able to leave this planet, remove all the positioning functions on the spaceship. I don't like being monitored. Military officer said. The spaceship facilities are all controlled by the core computer. You can choose to turn off the positioning function. I got a rough understanding of the performance of spaceship, and got a simple scouter from the opponent. Roland waved his hand to disperse the Mapaians in front of him, and then boarded the spaceship to start the operation system of spaceship. With the help of the core computer, cargo spaceship slowly rises into the sky. Afterwards, he quickly left the city of Mapaians and the Mapaians officer heaved deep sighs. Actually, speaking of which, these Mapaians are lucky. If Saiyan who came to planet Mappa was replaced by someone else, he would have already begun a bloody and merciless massacre. Of course, Roland doesn't know whether Frisia will send someone else over for the erased Saiyan disaster after he leaves. Spaceship soars all the way. In the blink of an eye, it returns to the place where Roland landed on planet Mappa. On the dry riverbed, the milk-white space pod is still deep in the circular impact crater. Because the climate here is dry, even if it is placed in the open air for more than a month, the surface of the space pod is only contaminated. A little dust was removed, and it did not affect the internal use. I copied all the planet's data from the space pod, including the coordinate position of Earth, and transferred all the data to the cargo spaceship. This busy work actually passed for most of the day. It was getting late, and starlight began to appear in the quiet night sky. Roland lay comfortably on the flat ground like an African prairie. A bonfire was lit next to him, and a carnivore that had just been captured was driving on the fire. He already has spaceship, food, and the location of the next destination. Now he has the final preparations, and he can get rid of Frisia Force's tracking. Thinking about it this way, life is really full of hope. When I first came to Dragon Ball World and learned that I was in planet Vegeta, the sense of urgency finally disappeared. The cabin space of this cargo spaceship is huge. If you can store food, you can store a lot. I will prepare food tomorrow and fill up all these spaces. With this plan, Roland jumped onto the top of the spaceship, leaning back and supporting it with both hands. Raised the head looking up at the starry space. In the vast sea of stars, the gauze-like galaxy rushes down from the northeast to the southwest. The stars are shining and glittering. Large and small stars are dotted in the night and keep shining with diamond-like brilliance. It's so beautiful. Roland, face of smiles, lying on the cargo spaceship, soon fell asleep. The next day, sun shone brightly. The climate is pleasant. The warm sunlight on his body, a little warm feeling made Roland wake up, and after a simple breakfast, Roland started to collect enough food. I saw that he kept flying back and forth on the prairie. Each time I carry a beast that is several times larger than my body. Fortunately, there is no one else here, otherwise, must be frightened by his divine power. After a busy period of work, the spacious cargo compartment has been filled with edible meat and vegetables, and then stored in separate rooms. Of course, drinking water is also essential. With patted palm, Roland looked at his results in a happy mood, and then pressed the operation button to let the core computer regulate the temperature inside. After doing all of this, Roland took a deep breath with a complicated look at the spaceship of planet Vegeta, and then released an energy blast into the spaceship. After the spaceship was completely destroyed by rumbling sound, he pinched it again. The scouter in his hand burst. This is a break with planet Vegeta. No one can find him in the future. When he came to the main cab of the cargo spaceship, Roland vigorously ordered the computer, spaceship, lift off immediately and head to the destination Earth. Accepting the instruction, the coordinates of Earth are being retrieved from the database. The coordinates have been confirmed, and the flight task is started. The flight destination, North Area South Starfield, Solar System, Earth. The estimated flight time is 6 months. Whether to go? Go. Very heroic and orderly, Roland leaned back on the seat and looked forward. But seeing the spaceship slowly lifted into the sky, and then Chiu passed through the atmosphere of planet Mappa, suddenly a downward force slammed on him, and the next second planet Mappa's azure star gradually moved away. Go with. After a while, the dim light and shadow completely disappeared from sight. At this moment, Roland's mouth showed a smile, looking forward to the beginning of the journey to Earth. Click when new book investment appears, don't miss it. Chapter 10. Passage of time. Soon Roland's spaceship will sail in the universe for more than 5 months, and will arrive at the destination in a while. In the spacious spaceship, a certain room made a dull sound PNG PNG PNG, as if there was a fierce impact. The pendants on the wall of the spaceship were affected and swayed from side to side. After a while, the sound gradually weakened. At this time, when entering the room, you can see a child who is less than 1 meter tall standing upside down, supporting the weight of the entire body with the power of a finger. The black hair falls naturally under the influence of gravity, and the crystal sweat slips from the cheeks and drips onto the floor. The room is in a mess. The walls made of solid materials seem to have been hit by some kind of huge strength, showing a large rugged curved shape. Humph! Changed a finger and continued to support it for a long time. Roland flicked lightly, stood up, and then took a wet towel to wipe the sweat off his body. Dragon Ball world is an extremely competitive world. If you can't keep up with the rhythm, it will quickly become extra. So even when it comes to interstellar travel, Roland doesn't waste any spare time. Just imagine, when the original work protagonist is struggling to become stronger, but he can only stand still. What kind of feeling is this? Especially knowing that there will be more terrifying enemies in the future, this loss is even more unacceptable. Roland definitely doesn't want to become an extra like Krillin. For the rest of the time, do some meditation. Roland naturally doesn't know the training method of the Earth martial artist, but according to the memory of previous life, the original work, this is how Son Goku trains on the lookout. Meditation is a calming method that can raise the spiritual level of the expert body through meditation. He guessed that this method can also improve his understanding of ki, so no matter whether it is effective or not, Roland every day all will take a while to meditate. Sitting on the ground quietly in the territory, his breathing gradually became longer, and after a while, the thinking in his head became blank. Roland looked at the front in a daze, not knowing what he was thinking. Sure enough, without a certain foundation of martial arts, meditation is no different from being in a daze. Still to no avail, Roland couldn't help but feel how hard and fruitless it is to explore on his own without anyone's guidance. Although Roland's energy has been increasing during this period of time, it is because Saiyans' body is growing. I remember that in the original work, Krillin and Son Gohan had a conscious battle experience on the way to planet Namek. It was probably a higher realm of meditation. If he could master that method, his strength would definitely have a rapid leap. For Roland, who hasn't even figured out what meditation is, he can only envy now. Ka picked up the water bottle and entered the cab. Roland drank the water and sat on the soft seat. Staring at the spaceship control screen, it shows the distance between the spaceship and the destination, and he will be able to reach Earth in about a month. But now he is facing a very embarrassing problem: the food in the spaceship is almost running out. It is still not thoughtful enough before departure. A spaceship full of food may be impossible to support his arrival in Earth. If you save a bit of food, you can probably support Earth. Roland scratched his head a bit. What's more terrible is that this cargo spaceship has no hibernation function. Interstellar travel does not have a hibernation system. The ghost knows how he spent more than 5 months. If you continue to stay in this small space, your brain will go crazy. The spaceship continues to advance along the planned route, and the speed has been very stable. The planet along the way is constantly turning into flowing lights passing by both sides of the spaceship. The next, because of the reduction in food during the day, Roland can only reduce his body consumption as much as possible, and training is temporarily put aside. Why is there not enough food? I knew I should save some food. I won't use this kind of spaceship anymore. I can't live this kind of life. With a wailing head, the feeling of hunger stimulated his brain. Roland glanced at the dwindling food in the cargo hold, chirped, and suppressed the thought of going to a big meal. The food kept dwindling, and in the last few days Roland was so pitiful that he could only drink a little broth per meal. Affected by this, his body has lost a lot of weight, and if this continues, he will be malnourished. Damn it! I'm afraid that I will become the first Saiyan to be starved to death. Lying flat on the spaceship deck, Roland was in a daze. Fortunately, when Roland was about to run out of ammunition and food, the ice-cold voice of the spaceship core computer finally rang. This moment fell in Roland's ears, it was so kind. Beep, the destination is about to arrive, and the current location, North Area South Starfield, Solar System, Earth. This voyage took 6 months and 9 days, and the spaceship is about to land. The computer automatically switches the data to the Earth standard. Finally here. Roland cheered up and hurriedly climbed to the front of the spaceship porthole, through the solid transparent glass cover in front. In the orbit of the third planet of the solar system, an azure planet rotates in a naive manner, and a smaller satellite moon is followed by it. At this moment Roland almost burst into tears. Haha, Laozi has finally arrived. Whiz whiz whiz, ate all the last remaining food in one go. Roland's hungry belly finally felt a little full, and his whole body was full of power again. Gradually approaching Earth, the cargo spaceship drove into Earth's atmosphere, and as a force of gravity different from the interior of the spaceship was applied, a smile appeared on Roland's small face. Beep, spaceship is landing. Spaceship has a smooth landing. This voyage is over. Welcome to continue riding next time. Ghost the next time, I almost didn't starve Laozi to death. I will never use you again. Roland said ridicule in his heart, and then adjusted his clothes. He did not continue to put on the battle suit of planet Vegeta, but changed to the attire of Mappa Ians in the cargo spaceship. Mappa Ians are short, and adult clothes are suitable for Roland. Although the style is a little different, it looks good. With a chirp, the spaceship hatch opened. Roland jumped off the spaceship without a word, took a breath of the fresh air on Earth, immediately refreshed, and squinted intoxicated. This is the taste of nature. The place where the cargo spaceship landed was probably on a plateau, so what Roland saw was a relatively desolate scene. The surroundings were not flat. And one after another deep and quiet gorge was split in the distance. Several hills protrude upward, and the trees on the hillside are not high, scattered with some green vegetation to decorate the surrounding environment. Earth's gravity is only 1/10 of that of planet Vegeta, which is a bit smaller than that of planet Mappa. Roland seems to be flying on Earth. Take out planet Mappa's scouter and take a photo. One by one data appears on the screen. 1, 5, 4, 2. A series of pitifully low data flashes, jumping around with just a few numbers. Few have more than 5 power level. Even if a few higher data flashes occasionally, they are quickly overwhelmed by huge data. Tisk tisk. Power level only has 5 scum. Roland raised the corners of his mouth, uttering the classic line with disdain. Chapter 11. Hey, the power level is only 5 scum. Although Roland's strength is not particularly powerful, he is fully qualified to say so at the moment when plot has not yet started. When Earthling was still struggling in the range of 100 to 200, relying on hand-to-hand combat, Roland's appalling more than 400 power levels exceeded everyone's imagination. Even the strongest on Earth, there is no such power level. Take out the scouter, take a image of yourself. 460. A clear number jumped out, how many times higher than Earthling's power level. Even Son Goku as an adult is not so powerful. Of course, Roland is Saiyan, how could he be complacent because he surpassed Earthling? Haha, Roland looked at the surroundings seriously. This place is remote and on a plateau. The hundreds of kilometers of circulation are deserted. Even if the cargo spaceship is parked here, no one will find it. After coming to Earth, Roland's mind suddenly became active. Dragon Ball, Senzu Bean, Capsule Technology, Earthling Martial Arts, these all have a huge help to improve their strength. Of course, they must be collected. Counting it carefully, I found that there are quite a lot of things to do. Aya, I am really a toiled life. As he said so, Roland was happy in his heart. It's really a trouble of happiness. But everything has a priority, first do some easy things. The search for Dragon Ball can't be considered for the time being, because he doesn't have a dragon radar in his hands, so he temporarily postponed. After thinking about it, Roland had a draft in his heart. Sure enough, he should go to Korin first. Get some senzu beans there, and then find a Dragon Ball for Bulma father to help make the dragon radar. As for where to get the first Dragon Ball, Roland has roughly figured it out. The most clearly suggested Dragon Balls in the original work, one is Mount Baozu's Son Gohan 4-star ball, one is Kamehouse Master Roshi 3-star ball, and the other is located in Bulma's The Family Warehouse has a 2-star ball, but now there are still more than 10 years before the plot starts, and the Dragon Ball of Bulma's family may not be in the warehouse. So if you want to get Dragon Ball, you still have to go to Mount Baozu or Kamehouse. Of course, these are not in a hurry. First go to Korin Tower and get the Senzu Bean in Korin's hand. The Senzu Bean in the early stage of Dragon Ball doesn't show much value, and it is luxuriously used as the food for the relieve one's hunger, but when it comes to the late stage, it is a real life-saving magical treasure. Not only can quickly restore stamina, but also instantly treat various injuries. With Saiyans' special physique, isn't it a perfect match? Think about the late stage of Dragon Ball. The supply of Senzu beans is seriously inadequate. Son Goku is so pitiful that one has to be broken into two and a few people eat separately. In many cases, they even have to eat. If you can't eat it, it's really sad to live that day. So while the Senzu bean was still relatively surplus, Roland decided to search it all, so as not to be ruined by the fatty Yajirobe in the future. When the time comes with Senzu bean's super powerful healing ability, isn't his power level going up? Thinking about this, Roland's saliva is about to go down. All the data below 100 power level appearing in the scouter was filtered out. Sure enough, the data on the scouter suddenly became a lot clearer. Several pieces of data that drifted by, each one is an elite martial artist on Earth. At this time, 2 pieces of data caught Roland's attention. 280, 300. It should be Kami and Mr. Popo of the Lookout, Roland thought to himself, if these 2 people can't provoke them, they won't provoke them. Don't look at him with 460 power level at this time, but when facing Kami and Mr. Popo, Roland is still a little frightened, especially Mr. Popo, the hidden power definitely exceeds the actual measurement. Numerical value. Follow him, I am not afraid of things, let's go. With a laugh heartily, Roland jumped directly into the air, and then moved towards Korin Tower and flew towards the direction of Korin Tower. Korin Tower is located below the lookout, so after understanding the location of Kami and Mr. Popo, the location of Korin Tower is also determined. Roland Olala swiftly across the sky, flew out of the plateau, and then all the way to the west, moved towards the northwest of the northern hemisphere, and soon appeared hundreds of kilometers ahead. In the mountain range, over the majestic mountain range covered by snow and ice all the year round, a large basin cave-in downward appears in front of it. This basin is more than 100 kilometers wide, and it is all overgrown with dense trees. From a distance, it looks like a green wave, constantly swaying under the blowing of the wind. Martial Arts Sacred Land of Korin. The legend is where Earth martial arts originated. Korin Tower where Korin lives is located in the large forest of Sacred Land of Korin. Korin Tower is a divine tower connected to heavenly realm. According to legend, only bare hands climb up Korin Tower. Can you see immortal living on Korin Tower and accept immortal's guidance? In the past several hundred years, countless experts have come to Sacred Land of Korin to challenge this divine tower, but few can climb it. Even if a catastrophe more than 300 years ago caused the Earth martial arts circle to sink for a while, it did not extinguish the motivation of the Earth martial artists. Every once in a while, you can still see martial artists come to challenge. It is said that a person who climbed the Korin Tower was Master Roshi, who was called God of Martial Arts. Oh la la, one silhouette is approaching at a fast moving towards the location where Korin Tower is located. A burst of illusory shadow passes over the dense forest, and the flat skyline shows a curved arc because of the wide view. Roland flew over the large forest of Sacred Land of Korin, and he could see a long tower soaring into the sky. The long tower was rooted on the horizon and penetrated into the sky above, white covered by floating clouds. That's Korin Tower. What I saw with my own eyes is far more shocking than in anime. Roland was surprised to look at how high Korin Tower is. He doesn't know how high it is, just look at it. That submerged into the sky is like a huge pillar-like tower that communicates the world, and I have to guess how it was cast. But with emotion, Roland didn't waste any time under Korin Tower. When approaching Korin Tower, he made a 90-degree turn. Shua rushed into the sky and accelerated along the creamy white tower. Moved towards top of tower. In an instant, Roland's movements brought a strong shock wave, and the silhouette quickly disappeared among the white clouds. Getting the Senzu bean as soon as possible is what he cares more about. Chapter 12. Roland has seen a lot of Dragon Ball fanfiction. The protagonist inside has racked his brains to get the Senzu bean from Korin. Some are trading with fresh sea fish, some are directly deceived, and some are moved. Love knows the reason and touches Korin with sincere feelings. I thought about the feasibility of these methods, and finally came to a conclusion. This is all nonsense. Although the Senzu bean in the early stage of the plot is just a prop to fill the stomach, it is also cultivated by Korin with his own hands. Take how can it be so easy? Korin is a cat. Wrong, but it is an immortal cat of extraordinary and refined inferior taste. How trivial sea fish can impress each other. As for deception, it even more nonsense. Korin has guarded Korin Tower for more than 800 years. Isn't wisdom more than mortal? Do you want to stay on Korin Tower like Yajirobe? Thinking about it, Roland vetoed all the methods. He is Saiyan, so he should be more aggressive when he does things. The speed of ascent is getting faster and faster, and the whirlwind brought up by the passing by suddenly disperses the clouds around the tower body. If calculated according to the height, it has already flown out of the atmosphere at this time, but there are still blue sky and white clouds all around, and I don't know how far away from the top of tower. This Korin Tower is very strange. The surrounding space seems to be enforced by a mysterious power. In fact, Korin Tower shouldn't be so high. Sighed about Korin Tower miraculously, Roland increased his speed and moved towards the top of tower and flew away. At the same time, in the oblate-shaped building of the top of Korin's tower, Korin is leaning on a wood staff, his face solemnly watching Roland's process of climbing Korin Tower through the water jar. In fact, when Roland entered the range of the sacred land of Korin, the extremely powerful energy in him attracted Korin's attention. Compared with the martial artists on Earth, Roland's energy is extremely abundant. Because he doesn't know how to converge, his whole person is like a searchlight in the night, exposing powerful power all the time. Ayaya, where did this monster come from? He has such terrifying power at a young age. Korin has read countless people, but has never seen this. Such a powerful monster. If the other party wants to go crazy, it can't stop it with its power. Korin walked around next to the water jar, sweating on his forehead, and vaguely felt uneasy in his heart. Soon, a shocking cyclone reached the top of tower, and a severe storm rang in my ears. Come! Korin heart shivered with cold. Looking away from the water jar, you can see a small silhouette floating outside the Korin Tower top of tower building in mid-air. She looks only 4 to 5 years old, her face is still childish. Close range sense the key in the other person, Korin suddenly shuddered. What a terrifying brat, it passed the Korin Tower test so quickly. Korin looked at Roland in surprise, but when the guests came, it could only brace oneself to step forward. At this time, Kami is definitely paying attention here, but this does not bring it much sense of security. Roland is also observing the white fat cat with lean-on wooden staff in front of him. It looks very fat, as expected in anime. I heard that it is over 800 years old, and I don't know what it is. In Dragon Ball world, cats are a very magical species. I wonder what's the matter with you? If it is to challenge Korin Tower, it is completely unnecessary with your power. Korin cautious and solemn asked. Is it necessary to leave it alone? I am very interested in you. Roland squinted his eyes to look at Korin. This expression fell in Korin's eyes, but made it burst. Shocked, it seems that something bad is about to happen. Ignoring the master of Korin, Roland swaggered around first layer everywhere in Corrin Tower, as if he was in his own home, from time to time banging on the objects on Corrin Tower, making comments. I walked to the water jar and opened the lid to take a look. It is said that the 3 water jars represent past, present and future, but Roland did not see anything in the water jar. It seems that a special technique is needed to see clearly. Corrin stood by and looked at helplessly. The opponent's strength is very strong, it can do nothing. After a while, Roland roughly figured out the situation on Corrin Tower and said, "Heard that you have something called senzu bean here. You can eat one without eating for 10 days. Give it to me." Corrin said, "There is such a thing, but it was prepared for the martial artist who challenged Corrin Tower. There is no extra food on Corrin Tower." In the past, martial artists boarded the Corrin Tower by relying on senzu bean relieve one's hunger. However, few people successfully boarded the top of tower in the past several hundred years, so there are more senzu beans left. Hee hee. Roland's eyes flashed with a bright glow, and his whole body surged, and an energy ball was thrown under, suddenly moved towards Corrin Tower. Only heard rumbling sound and violent noise ringing under Corrin Tower. Corrin pounced on the top of tower guardrail, and through the clouds, a scarlet mushroom cloud could be vaguely seen. At least a large part of the majestic mountain range on the edge of the sacred land of Corrin has been destroyed. "Look, it's better to hand over the senzu bean." Roland looked at Corrin with a smile, and raised an energy ball in his hand like a play. The energy ball that keeps flashing gorgeous rays of light makes Corrin sweat. This guy is not here to make sense. Lu Corrin swallowed saliva, shivered, and hurriedly shouted, "Wait, I can give you the senzu bean, please don't release the energy wave anymore." Roland laughed heartily, "That's right, bring the senzu bean. I need a little time to look for it. I haven't used the senzu bean for many years. Now." Corrin heaved deep sighs. "Better hurry up. This guy is too strong. I am afraid that even Kami is not his opponent. I really don't know where did the monster come from? But think about it. With Roland's current power level, for Corrin, who has encountered the universe powerhouse for the first time and lacks the necessary knowledge, it is unfathomable, and the impact on it is simply comparable with heaven falls and earth splits. The power level on earth is relatively low level. When the power level of an ordinary person does not exceed 5 points, a martial artist with dozens of power levels can be called a powerhouse, such as a master. People who have trained several hundred years to reach more than 100 power level like Rashi are even rarer. It is not an exaggeration to be called a legendary martial artist. In such a big environment, a monster with a strength of 460 power level suddenly appeared. Don't say that such a terrifying guy has seen it before. Or even heard it. It's so strong that it's suffocating. Corrin heaved deep sighs, searched through the boxes and cabinets on the Corrin Tower, and finally found a clay pot among the piles of debris. The word senzu bean in red is pasted on it. Open it to see that it is full of azure dried beans. Chapter 13. Senzu bean. It is indeed a senzu bean. When he saw the legendary senzu bean in Dragon Ball world appear in front of him, Roland's breathing became rapid, pushed Corrin away, and held the jar containing the senzu bean in his arms. This for a moment, it was as if the victims who had been severely short of water on foot in the desert for several days suddenly found an oasis, with a longing for survival in their eyes. The jar full of senzu beans, let alone 10,000. These all are life-saving magical treasure. There is that many stocks, but after several decades, they are extremely scarce. When they are scarce, Corrin will temporarily harvest immature beans. Let Son Goku, how many treasures did Yajirobe's damn fatty ruin? Roland is heartbroken whenever he thinks of these treasures being ruined. In order not to dust these treasures, must pack them all away. These all are mine. Corrin was so pushed by Roland, he staggered a few steps to stabilize himself, and saw Roland behave like a miser, his head immediately covered with black lines. There are only these. The planting of senzu beans is not easy. You can only harvest dozens of them in a year. These are what I have survived for several hundred years. This year's senzu beans have not been planted yet. Let me save some as seeds. Roland held the senzu bean jar lovingly, thinking that the source could not be cut off, so he grabbed a handful of senzu bean from the jar and placed it on the ground. It looked like 50. No problem, these senzu beans are left for you to make seeds. Korin looked at the handful of beans, only about 50, and then looked at Roland. The clay pot in his arms suddenly gave birth to a feeling of returning to the pre-liberation period, but why did the other party have a strong power? Can you thank the heavens, thank the earth without causing trouble? Heaved deep sighs and bent down to prepare to put away the pitiful senzu bean. Wait! Roland exclaimed. N. Korin looked up puzzled. Roland's expression was tangled for a while, and it seemed a bit painful. He actually grabbed a part of the senzu bean on the ground and put it back into the jar. If you are a seed, 50 is still a little too much. Now, that's all. Catch a handful of 50, and only 30 are left. This is not enough. Seeing fewer and fewer senzu beans, Korin's 3 corpses furiously, but had to obediently put away the senzu beans. So angry. I heard that you also have a treasure called ultra-divine water here. The sound of light as a feather made Korin tremble, and Korin opened the mouth. You still want ultra-divine water? The senzu bean is just a prop to fill the stomach. Less Korin can accept, but ultra-divine water is different, which is a treasure that can unlock the body's potential. It is very refined. It's expensive, so when I heard Roland mentioned ultra-divine water, Korin's hair stood up. Roland shakes one's head, and said, no, just ask. Although the thing can unlock the potential, it is actually a poison. The process of stimulating the potential is really it's too overbearing, most likely to die if you drink it. Son Goku is a 9 deaths and still alive in the original work, and it is hard to carry it with Saiyan physique. Roland even suspected that drinking this thing would cause harm to his body. Son Goku, who was Saiyan in the original work, died of heart virus. Perhaps it was because he had drunk ultra-divine water plus late-stage multiple large burdens and used Kaioken to make the heart premature. Because of strain. Roland still stays away from such an insecure thing. It's not good to try to leave hidden danger in the future for the convenience of the moment. To talk about unlock potential, the Grand Elder of planet Namek and the old Kai of Sacred World of the Kai are more reliable. Safety has no hidden danger. Ha ha ha, Immortal Korin, I am very satisfied with the harvest this time. Remember to plant senzu bean harder, I will come back later. Moved towards Korin laughed. Roland moved towards Korin Tower, the edge jumped down and soon disappeared. I better never see you again. Korin watched Roland's figure disappear into the clouds, and prayed in his heart that the other party would never come again. Roland suffered a heavy loss during the search. Looking at the pitiful senzu bean, Korin reluctantly shakes one's head. Heavenly realms look out! Kami and Mr. Popo witnessed Roland leaving Korin Tower, which is also sighed in relief. They are really afraid that the other party will be dissatisfied and cause trouble. If they break into the lookout, it will be bad. Fortunately, the other party just took away some useless senzu beans from Korin. Yes, in the eyes of Kami and Mr. Popo, the value of senzu bean is not high. Ha ha ha, I got so many senzu beans easily. On the way back, Roland was very happy holding the senzu bean jar. Open the lid and grab one and place it in your mouth. With a crisp sound of ka-cha, take a bite. Senzu bean has no taste, but soon a strong energy spreads in the mouth. An instant warmth flows to the whole body. There was a feeling of fullness in the stomach, and at the same time the mental exhaustion was also wiped out, and the whole person was actually full of strength and invigorated. Roland's eyes lit up suddenly, and he laughed perfectly satisfied. Ha ha ha, good stuff, good treasure. There are about 10,000 senzu beans in the jar. These are at a critical juncture. All can be used for life-saving. Roland, cautious and solemn, put it away, but it feels unsafe to hold it in the arms. If you break the senzu bean, wouldn't it be a guarantee? Mindful of this, Roland felt it necessary to find a way to store it. Capsule? Suddenly such a name came to mind. The capsule technology on Earth is called black technology, and items of all sizes can be stored in a small capsule, which is a must-have for home travel. Thinking of this, Roland felt that he should get some empty capsules over, so he moved towards a city with a lot of people and flew away in a flash. The development of science and technology on Earth is very uneven, and the technology between different regions may even differ by several hundred years. Some villages seem to be isolated from the world and still use kerosene lamps for lighting. Some villages have developed slightly and popularized basic machinery. When entering the city, you will find various jet levitation tools flying everywhere. One by one suspended traffic pipeline, as if entering the future world. Not long after Roland flew, he landed in a relatively developed city, where various technologies have been popularized. Capsule technology is naturally also available. Located in a conspicuous place on the street, there are shops selling all kinds of capsule equipment and empty capsules. Touching his pocket. Roland doesn't have a copper coin on his body. Is it going to be robbed in the store? Shake one's head. Saiyan also has the concept of money. Roland is a decent person, how can he do this kind of thing? Suddenly he rolled the eyes and took aim at the alley on the corner of the street, where several hooligans were smoking. Let you make a little contribution. Roland smiled coldly, and his short body moved towards the gangsters. 7 gangsters stood in the corner vomiting clouds, their hair dyed in different colors, laughing heartily, talking about the interesting things they encountered recently. Most of them are who they bullied today and where they came from. How much money was blackmailed, and how to be prepared. A few big brothers, do you have a lot of money? A childish voice, it seems that only a 4 to 5 years old child appears in front of the bully. Chapter 14. Where's the brat? Ask for money to find your family, don't hang around in front of Laozi, don't hurry up, believe it or not, I'll beat you. Dyed in a non-mainstream color, the gangster took a puff of cigarette, saw a child holding a clay pot, and dispelled it impatiently. Ha ha ha, what's the difference with a child? The other gangster leaned against the wall and vomited. One of the gangsters saw Roland's delicate appearance close to him, and he stretched out a hand to pinch Roland's cheek. This brat looks pretty, come and let the big brother take a look. Someone booed. Yelled, Buso didn't find a woman or even a child. Don't tell me, this brat is beautiful and looks pretty. Ha ha ha. The bastards laughed comfortably. Roland looked on coldly, but his heart was full of sneers. When one of them wanted to stretch his hand over, eyes flashed with a cold light, Roland stood sideways to avoid the past, then he held his fist, slammed it, and hit the opponent's stomach with a powerful attack. The man fell to the ground with a whine, clutching his stomach and struggling in pain. When the other gangsters saw it, they took off the cigarettes in their hands and came to help, but they were all knocked to the ground by Roland in twos. Because the thing happened in the alley, the hoax's wailing did not attract the attention of others. Do you guys like to play? Unfortunately, so do I. A cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Roland raised a trace of energy, and then stomped. With a loud noise of peng, the ground under my feet suddenly sank. Accompanied by a violent vibration, the ground oh la la cracked irregularly. Those gangsters were dumbfounded, frightened by the sight in front of them. They cried out for mercy. Little brother, spare one's life, we don't dare any more, spare one's life. He said, kowtow continuously. Roland coldly looking at them, with a bright smile, take out all your things. Hey! Several people did not react. Hurry up and hand over the money. Roland repeats, holding the clay pot. In this unmanned alley, he is not afraid of attracting others. The gangsters looked at each other in dismay, but didn't dare to be obedient, and hurriedly handed over all the money and things on their bodies, a total of 7 wallets and a few boxes of small capsules. Roland took the money and counted it, and found that there was only more than 3,000 cash. As for the bank card, it was useless. He was a little disappointed. However, the real value is those boxes of capsules. He squeezed it in his hand, threw the wallet on the ground, and flew away under the gaze of a few gangsters. Fly away! It can actually fly, it must be a monster. Seeing Roland disappeared, a few gangsters came to regaining composure. He glanced at the ground easily destroyed by Roland, as if he had seen a monster, with a frightened expression in his eyes. "Boss, do we want to call the police?" A bastard trembled and was slapped with a slap. The leading big brother yelled, "You go to the police police officer will believe that we were the 4 to 5 years old child was robbed," and finally flew away. "Damn it, I'll go back, today is too bad." A remote ridge outside the town, a fuzzy figure suddenly flashed. Roland appeared there with the things he snatched, opened a few small boxes with capsules, and then one after another to check the contents inside. Press the button on the capsule. Moved towards the open space in the distance. After a bang cloud of white smoke, it appears out of thin air in place. A jet motorcycle with a modern shape, no wheels, it is exactly the same as described in anime. The capsule can hold huge things. I tried the remaining capsules again. Except for a few capsules that were blank, they only contained some household appliances and vehicles, and there were no valuables such as houses and RVs. Think about it, a few hooligans, where there are that many valuable things. This more the 3,000 zenny may be able to buy a few empty capsules. Unsatisfied with shook the head, Roland put all the capsules away. Empty capsule is worthless. As a personal storage item for daily necessities, the price is very cheap. The standard price of a box of 7 capsules is only more than 1,000 zenny. The purchasing power of currency on Earth is similar to that of previous life's RMB. Back in the town, I used the robbed money to open a room in the hotel, and took a hot bath to wash away all the sweat and odor on my body. Then I bought a few suitable clothes, and the cash in my hand was about to bottom out without spending much money. This money can't help but spend. With emotion, Roland took out a small cloth bag and filled it with more than 20 senzu beans, and then took the remaining senzu beans. The bean is packed into the empty capsule. Patted in his hand, Roland carefully carried the capsules next to his body. Earth is different from the planet Roland used to live in. It is indispensable to live on it. In order to ensure the quality of life and enjoy the delicious food on Earth, he needs to make a huge sum of money. With money, everything will be easier to handle. By the way, I remember that when Son Goku was dealing with the Red Ribbon Army, he once entered a pirate underground treasure with the General Blue of the Red Ribbon Army, which was filled with gold and silver treasures. Although the treasure of the pirates is seabed, Roland cannot be troubled. According to the clues in the manga, the treasure is not far from Master Roshi's Kame house, and the entrance is very obvious. With this plan, Roland left the room on the second day, then rushed towards the ocean without stopping. The island where Master Roshi lives is located near the East Sea. Use a scouter to check to the east. Roland quickly determined the location of Kame house, and then looked for Kame house all around. 6 days have passed. Roland is still looking everywhere on the ocean. Looking at the surging forward with great momentum in a blue ocean, his eyebrows begin to lock tightly. It should be right here. After flying around the entire sea area for a few weeks, Roland looked for clues. He knew, the location is not wrong, but where is the entrance? It's not that the pirates haven't built the treasure yet, right? According to the scene described in the manga, the treasure has been built for at least several decades, otherwise the impossible accumulation that many treasures certainly exist. Suddenly Roland slapped his head. Why didn't he get a metal detector? Most of the treasures stored in the treasure are gold and silver jewelry, which can be detected with a high-precision metal detector. Thinking of this, Roland immediately flew to a nearby city and used the remaining money to buy a scouter. When he returned to the ocean, he found a strong signal reaction not very long. According to the information provided by Scouter, Roland searched and finally found the entrance to Seabed Treasury. New book investment, don't miss it. Chapter 15. Shua. Drilling out of the seawater through a dark and slender passage, Roland enters the interior of the treasure, which is a closed seabed space. According to memory, he knew that there would be an ambush next. Son Goku and General Blue experienced a lot of hardships when they passed here. But these couldn't help him, easily avoiding numerous traps and robot guards. Roland quickly came to the front of the secret room where the treasure was piled up. With a loud noise of boom, the thick metal protective door collapsed. Breaking through the last layer barrier, Roland walked into the treasure with a smile on his face. There are a lot of gold and silver treasures piled in the treasure. The glittering color of golden light illuminates the eyes of blind people. All the treasures are piled up like a mountain. There is a person as tall as a person. They are the most valuable gold and silver objects and diamonds. Gems, these are accumulated by the pirates over the years, but now they are all cheaper than Roland. Take out a box of capsules. After opening them, a large blank box appeared. Roland laughed and filled a lot of treasures into it. In a short while, the entire treasure was emptied by him, and Roland didn't leave a single gold coin for others. It is really a wild goose, Baron. If those pirates come back and see the empty treasury, they are afraid they will shed sad tears. Among these treasures, Roland did not find the Dragon Ball that Son Goku and General Blue were looking for, but it was right to think about it. The Dragon Ball was researched after Son Goku completed the first time collection. It was discovered during the 4-star ball, but at this time it has not been discovered by the pirates and brought into the seabed. Let's go. Happy to collect the treasure, Roland returned to the spot, and then found a pawn shop with a larger family rule model in the big city. A little smaller, the storefront is afraid that he won't be able to eat that many of his goods. But when Roland took out part of the treasure he got, the staff member was still taken aback. In fact, not many, only the size of a wooden box, less than 1/10 of the total. At first, the waiter saw him as a child, and didn't believe he was here to sell things, but when he looked at the whole box of gold and silver, sweat came out of his face. This child won't hand over the bank's vault, right? The real situation is similar to what the waiter thought. Roland didn't hand over the vault, but he kept the pirates for many years. All his savings were emptied. Looking at the staff members of the entire pawn shop rushing to count the numbers, Roland lay in the VIP room very comfortably, sipping a drink in his hand. This is to talk about the social order of Dragon Ball world. Here, as long as you dare to take it out, the other party will dare to accept it. You will not take the initiative to call a police officer, because this world martial arts are prevalent and rob homes. Things often happen, even if you see someone rushing into the bank with a gun, don't be surprised, just hand in the money obediently. Blonde Launch in original work does just that. After waiting for more than an hour in the VIP room, the staff member of the pawn shop wiped off his sweat and carefully handed a bag of cash and a bank card to Roland. Roland took a sip of a drink, jumped off the sofa, smiled and took a look at the cash and bank card. There were 300,000 cash in cash and 250 million Earth currency in the bank card, because it is anonymous, so any bank can withdraw it. He won't have to worry about money anymore. Well, I am very satisfied with your service. There will be such business in the future, please consider our company. Yes. Roland walked out swaggeringly. With this huge sum of money, he can buy anything smartly. When we came to the large capsule sales area in the city, Roland was going to buy some tools for wildlife. The capsule sales area was stocked with high-tech products researched and developed by Bulma's family subsidiary company. There were motorcycles in the small capsules, cars, airplanes, houses, etc. Simply purchased a set of double-story houses and electrical equipment such as refrigerators, color TVs, air conditioners, and prepared travel RVs, motorcycles, yachts, etc., All of a sudden, I spent the Roland bank card. The small half of the money made him feel that the money was spent so quickly. After all these preparations were made, Roland felt that he was able to live well on Earth, so it was time to train. Well, let's start by searching for Dragon Ball. While searching and training, I finally came to Earth. He hasn't even seen Dragon Ball yet. After making this plan, Roland rested for a while and embarked on a trip looking for Dragon Ball non-stop. Of course, he was not in a hurry. Now no one on Earth is vying with him to find Dragon Ball. The first stop is Mount Baozu. There is a Dragon Ball that Roland knows. On Earth, the whereabouts of 2 Dragon Balls are the most clear: Son Gohan 4-star Ball, Master Roshi 3-star Ball. They have a long time to get Dragon Ball, especially Master Roshi, which is one it was discovered while swimming in seabed more than 100 years ago. But in comparison, Roland would like to meet the old man who will adopt Son Goku in the future. When I found the first Dragon Ball, I went to West City to find Bulma father Dr. Brief and asked him to make Dragon Radar. Dr. Brief is a genius that can even research the black technology of capsule. It took a few days to transform Son Goku's spaceship in the original work. It makes no sense to detect the Dragon Ball signal device of. As for the possibility of Dr. Brief rejecting him, Roland is not worried, because big scientists like Dr. Brief should be interested in the unknown. Switch on Scouter, scanned in the direction moved towards Mount Baozu. With a beep of D, an energy source with a power level value of 142 appears on the screen, which is the signal of Son Gohan. It's only 1,000 kilometers away from here. It only takes more than an hour to fly there, but don't be in a hurry. Ride a motorcycle and walk slowly. This kind of motorcycle with a glass cover the car is very easy to drive, as long as you grasp the direction, even a small person like Roland can ride. On the tail roll, Roland got on the motorcycle, then started the engine, and went on the road leisurely. 222. A touch of yellow sand rose up, and the motorcycle raised soot and dashed on the gravel road in the suburbs. Dragon Ball World's technological development is extremely uneven, leaving the city in a blink of an eye. The road has gradually changed from a gravel road to a muddy dirt road. Chapter 16. The motorcycle is speeding along the dry dirt road, and a long snake rises from the surging yellow sand behind the rear of the car. Because of the protection of a glass cover, Roland's body is not raised. The sand and dust made the difficult situation unbearable, but it was also like a travel warn. All the way to sightseeing and traveling, one day later, Roland entered the vast flat plain area. This deserted place is already a desolate place. Like this kind of wasteland zone between cities, because police officers are difficult to manage, so it is easiest to breed mean people who resort to petty tricks. If this kind of NPC ability is not available, it will stealing some passing by businessman is actually a serious highway for heavy traffic. Because caravans were prepared in the past, there were relatively few incidents of robbery and robbery. Roland came over on a motorcycle on this path, and he really encountered several highway robbery incidents. Of course, it goes without saying that these robbers didn't snatch them, but he looted them in turn. Again. Humph, where is the opponent of common people? It's so dangerous outside, thanks to the original work. Bulma didn't encounter any danger when he wandered around alone. As the distance from Mount Baozu gets closer and closer, the surrounding scenery gradually becomes full of greenery, and the rolling mountains gradually become more common. The sky is getting darker, approaching evening. Roland parked the motorcycle on the side of the road, and after getting off the car, it turned into a white light and entered the mountains in the distance, and soon dragged a huge beast out. Throw out a capsule and take out the kitchen utensils. Roland cooks the caught beast on the spot. Saiyans' appetite is excellent. As long as it is alive, remove the internal organs and harmful parts, and the rest will be it can be eaten. After enjoying a delicious meal, Roland saw that it was too late, so he didn't intend to continue on his way. I will be in the territory where Mount Baozu is located in a few days' trip. I will rest here today. Thinking, Roland condensed an energy blast in his hand, sweeping out a flat place in place. Paw Slap patted his palm. Roland was satisfied that he looked at the flat ground. This period of time his control of the energy blast was quite accurate, and he took out the two-story house and placed it on the flat ground. And then turn on the electric water heater to prepare hot water. It takes a while for the electric water heater to heat the warm water. Taking advantage of this time, Roland went out to training and kicking, waving his arms vigorously, swooping, leaping horizontally, and the sweat condensed into crystal drops of water dripping. Training is a perseverance. If you loosen up your strength, you will regress. If you let the woman of Sephiria know that she is lazy, she is afraid that she will not be angry with herself. Speaking of Sephiria, Roland thought that he had left planet Vegeta for more than 9 months. I don't know how she is now. According to the plot, in another 3 months, planet Vegeta should be destroyed. The woman is very stubborn, maybe she will obediently return to planet Vegeta according to Superior's order. As far as Roland is concerned, he doesn't have much sense of belonging to planet Vegeta and Saiyan. Roland just looks like one person and the whole family don't worry about it. It's not his business whether planet Vegeta is destroyed or not, on the contrary. Sephiria, that cold woman, maybe because of the previous months of getting along, watching her die in vain, she felt a little bit reluctant. Forget it, when the time comes think of a way to save her life, after all, it's her older sister. If you want to save her, you have to hone your skills. Don't be ridiculed by Sephiria when the time comes to overestimate one's capabilities. Roland thought about this, but training was more attentive. Roland's current power level is about 460 points, the past few days has increased a few points, and it is almost close to 470 power level, but it is still too much different from the elite warrior like Sephiria, that woman. First when I saw her, there were more than 4,200 power levels, and it must be stronger now. Sometimes Roland really envy the talent of Sephiria. At night, Roland took a bath and then climbed into bed to rest, watching a boring show on TV and eating fruit from the refrigerator. The TV shows were really boring, and Roland soon turned off the TV and got ready to go to bed. The night is quiet, the stars are shining, and the soft moonlight shines through the glass windows as delicate and translucent as a veil. From time to time, the ears of frogs and insects sound buzzing sound, an idyllic night scene. Bang! Bang bang! There was a knock on the door of PNG outside the house. Roland frowned and rolled over, but the knock on the door became louder and louder, making him unable to sleep. Is it a wild beast in the wilderness? Hey, grab it for breakfast tomorrow. Roland got up with an unhappy expression, and Roland put on his pajamas to open the door. What is noisy? Do you want to be eaten? Open the door. There is no wild beast outside, but there is a beautiful girl with golden long hair, 16 to 17 years old, Bingting Xiaoya, has a nice face and a pair of crystal-like eyes that are very moving. Ah, sorry little brother, did it disturb you? I can't find my capsule. Can you let me stay overnight? Woman! Swindler, or immortal jump! Roland, remaining calm and collected, looked at the girl in front of her. After confirming that there was only one person, she let her in. Blonde girl hurriedly said thank you and walked directly into the door, never wondering if the other party would have any evil intentions. Are you alone here, little brother? How dangerous is this? How about your family? The blonde girl chatter continuously asked after entering the house. Roland looked at each other at this time. This blonde girl has a long and beautiful waist-length beautiful hair, a large soft hat on her head, and a light purple backpack on her back, bright red. The tight-fitting dress was worn on the body, just right to bring out the girl's soft, slender but exquisite lithe and graceful body. Perhaps because of the long journey, the girl's clothes were stained with sand and dust, which seemed a difficult situation. Looking at the pearl necklace on her neck, her identity is either rich or noble. She is really a young lady. I live alone. You are amazing. The girl said admiringly, by the way, do you have a bathroom here? I want to take a shower. At this time, Roland is really speechless. Is the style of Dragon Ball world so simple, very late at night, a girl dare to enter a stranger's room? Are you still preparing to take a shower so casually? Fortunately, it was himself that he met, and he pointed to the room by the corridor with expressionless expression. There, the hot water has been heated up. Hey, it's very good, the older sister is going to take a shower first. As the girl put her backpack and hat on the table, she moved towards the bathroom happily, and soon the patter of water came from the bathroom. Do you really think of this as your home? Roland can be sure that this girl is definitely not a swindler, there is a nerve in her mind. What's in her bag? With a hint of interest in his heart, Roland opened the purple backpack on the table. There were not many girls' daily items in it. Instead, there was a pocket laptop and a few booklets full of text. Roland picked up the booklet and looked at it, and suddenly realized that he didn't recognize the text on Earth. Chapter 17. 222. The yellow sand flies up, rolling up a long smoke, and a motorcycle is speeding fast. The one driving the motorcycle is a blonde girl wearing a helmet, with slender hair fluttering in the wind. Behind her, a 4 to 5 years old boy hugs her waist and looks calmly looked at the front. Roland, there is another section of the road to Mount Baozu. I heard that there are many beasts there, and even the hunters dare not approach them. What if we are in danger? With me, all beasts will only become food. That said, your skill is so good. This is what happened in the early morning scene. Bulma's older sister Tights is driving a motorcycle, that is, the blonde girl staying at Roland's residence. This is the second day when Tights is traveling with Roland on a motorcycle. Yesterday morning, after learning about Roland's power, Tights seems to have opened up a new perspective. Those who want to adventure together with Roland, saying that they want to increase their knowledge and write popular novels. Roland didn't intend to bring a burden, but when he thought that the other party was Bulma's older sister and Dr. Brief's eldest daughter, he would need Dr. Brief's help to build Dragon Radar in the future, so he agreed to let her accompany. The people in Bulma's family are very bold and very nervous. Tights is a young woman, but she is curious about everything. Like her younger sister Bulma, she is particularly adventurous. Otherwise, I would not leave home to experience the life of an ordinary person just to write a good novel. After the understood scouter, Tights asked all sorts of questions curiously. Roland explained to her a lot of common sense related to power level along the way, but this stupid woman still doesn't know what power level is saying. The star standard, I thought it was a popular measure in the mysterious martial arts circle. Silly. You Saiyan can really eat it. A big bear was eaten by you in a few strokes. Fortunately, you live in a small remote place, otherwise it will definitely scare people. As he said, Tights was inspired. Strong as an ox glutton, well, this element can be written in a novel. Roland hit a hatch and lay on Tights' back. Take a look at the scouter, they are getting closer and closer to the energy source of Mount Baozu. Roland, tell the older sister about your scion. Do you all have tails? Will it be inconvenient to live? I told you that the older sister has a younger sister, you are younger than you, but you are smart. The weather is so hot, and I'm all sweaty. I must wait a while to find a bathing place. Hey, there is only one change of clothes and it's troublesome. Go back. You must buy a few more sets. Tights' chatter kept talking, but Roland kept rolling his eyes. It would be nice if this woman could be quieter. Mount Baozu territory. As the motorcycle continues to move forward, the road ahead becomes more and more rugged and difficult, and the scenery on both sides becomes more primordial, and finally a place surrounded by mountains and located in a remote and secluded area. Roland's the spirit becomes refreshed. Stop! Roland yelled. Tights' Shua made an emergency brake, and the wheels slid on the stones for a certain distance. Tights turned around and asked, "Is it somewhere? The person you are looking for is really remote." Roland jumped off the motorcycle and looked ahead. "It's near here." Tights presses the button on the motorcycle to change it back to the capsule, picks it up, and looks at it. The surrounding deep and quiet scene suddenly felt a hint of coolness, and the temperature in the mountainous area was 2 or 3 degrees lower than the outside world. "Is this place really inhabited?" Tights embraced his arms. "Didn't you see it on the scouter? Look at the signal source of 142 power level." Roland walked along the mountain cultivation. Tights sneezed and curled up, "But it's too remote around here. Will there be a lot of wild beasts?" Tone barely fell. Rustle sudden noise came from not far away. Some jackals, wolves, tigers, leopards were hidden in the mountain forest, staring with fierce gaze glare like a tiger watching his prey. "Roar!" the wild beast gave a low voice. The roaring and terrifying screams startled a swarm of birds forming a dense mass, and also frightened Tights. "Courting death." Roland glared, and a terrifying imposing aura was released. In an instant, the terrifying imposing aura moved towards all directions spread out. The nearby jackal beasts were frightened, and they let out a low roar of woo-woo and fled timidly. Tights' both eyes shine, admiringly said, "It's amazing, wild beast is afraid of you." Roland didn't care, and shook his head slightly. "The movement is a bit big. We are looking for the people from you should have discovered us." Could it be possible that powerful martial artists can have long-distance sense? It's amazing, but living in this kind of place, will the personality be very withdrawn? Keeping up with the pace in small steps, Tights was puzzled and excited, feeling that he was exploring uncharted territory. Just as described in the novel, he was contacting a mysterious and unknown circle on Earth. Not long after, 2 people walked out of the forest and came to a relatively open area. A 4-sided cabin made of bricks and bluestones stood in the shade of trees not far away. "Finally found it." Roland sighed in relief. "This is where Son Gohan lives in seclusion. It's really inhabited. It must be a hermit expert." Tights smiled and looked curiously at the quiet and elegant surroundings, beautiful and clean, even in the air. The aroma of refreshing. She couldn't help but admire. It really is a place where experts live in seclusion. "What do you want to do with that person and challenge him?" Roland glanced at her. "You read too many novels." "I write novels myself." "No wonder the sales are not good." Tights angrily said, "Little brother, you are really unflattering. It's just starting out, and you can definitely write popular works in the future." Roland ignored Tights' nagging. He took out the scouter and took a look. It showed that a powerful energy source was nearby. Moved towards looking in one direction, it turned out that a bearded old man wearing an orange coat and ruddy complexion carrying a firewood moved towards them. When they saw Roland and Tights, the old man's eyes flashed a trace of bright light. "I found you, Son Gohan." Son Gohan wears a hat on his head and a black martial arts uniform with a coat on the outside. "Two little friends, why did you come to Mount Baozu?" Son Gohan's gaze fell on Roland and Tights. When he looked towards Roland, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. The martial artist's keenness made him felt that the other party was unusual. "Let's find a red-orange bead with a few stars embedded in it. Please tell me if you know where it is." Roland said straight to the point. "Isn't it about martial arts spar?" Tights looked at Roland, feeling puzzled, but in the end he didn't talk about the problem. "Oh, you guys are here to find something." Son Gohan touched his body and took out a Dragon Ball, fist-sized, crystal clear and near transparent. "Very beautiful, it's this something." The crystal clear and near transparent crystal ball presents a red-orange, with 4 blood-red stars inside, the 4-star ball in the Dragon Ball, and Roland's eyes lit up. "Get up." Breathing becomes rapid. Although Roland had never seen Dragon Ball before, and only saw it for the first time, the characteristics of Dragon Ball were so obvious that he recognized it at a glance. Chapter 18. "Yes, it's this thing," Son Gohan's old voice said, I found it in the valley a few years ago. It looks good. Just bring it with you. Since it what you want, I'll give it to you. Senior, thank you. Roland's attitude suddenly became enthusiastic and helped Dragon Ball took it. This old man is still very kind. Dragon Ball is a divine object made by Kami. Because it uses the principle of refraction, you can see the red stars in it no matter what angle you look at it. As long as you collect 7, you can summon Shenron and promise a wish that does not exceed the Kami authority. Although the Dragon Ball theory on Earth cannot be as strong as Namek Dragon Balls and universe-level Super Dragon Balls mentioned on equal terms, for now, is still very precious to Roland. You are welcome. Son Gohan laughed, suddenly surprised, and his gaze looking towards Roland became surprised. Little brother, there seems to be a terrifying power in your body. You can see it. Roland looked at Son Gohan. The martial artist on Earth has never been paid attention to besides mastering exquisite skills. Among many martial artists, Son Gohan's strength is very good, but it is just passable. Earthling physique is their biggest flaw. Even Son Gohan can only release a few energy waves, and because the charging time is so long, it is not applicable in actual combat. So in the low-level low martial environment, the efficiency of punching and kicking is much better than that of energy wave. On the contrary, the use of energy wave in actual combat is inefficient. The environment is opposite. With Son Gohan's current strength, it is still impossible to sense others' ki, that requires special training from the lookout, or his strength exceeds 200 power level before he can barely do it. But close-range observation, Son Gohan can more or less perceive the terrifying part of Roland. It's a fend. Son Gohan suddenly stepped forward and tentatively shook his fist. His speed was very fast, and a fist wind swept away bitterly. All this fell in the eyes of Roland, but it was as slow as a snail, and strength was weak. Eyes suddenly flash a bright glow, and the small palm suddenly protrudes out to withstand Son Gohan's fist. Bang! The attack came to an abrupt halt, and a counter-shock strength came. Son Gohan's body flew back more than 10 meters, and his heel stepped on the ground, directly marking 2 deep gullies. Awesome, even if it is Master Roshi, there is no way to move me back. A terrifying brat. Son Gohan was particularly surprised. The child who looked only 5 years old in front of him, but there was something in his body. Extraordinary power. You are not my opponent. The child's immature voice rang in his ears. After listening, Son Gohan looked at Roland and sighed deeply. Awesome, I don't know who you are. I actually have such terrifying strength. Tights recovered from the very beginning dumbstruck and jumped out to show off. Roland he is Saiyan, who has never lived in seclusion. Saiyan. Son Gohan thought a little, and shake one's head. It turns out that I am lonely and unheard of. I have never heard of the Saiyan tribe. It amazing. I think even Master Roshi is not your opponent. Master Roshi, that old pervert, is certainly not my opponent. Roland has a proud face. This guy Tights, too, really regards Saiyan as one of the few races on Earth. After getting the 4-star ball, Roland didn't stay here. After saying goodbye, he took the reluctant Tights and left Mount Baozu. Tights was very excited along the way, because she finally saw the competition between martial artists. Although it was only a move, the 2 deep ditch shoveled out with her feet showed her that the world was hidden. On the other hand, she felt like stepping into the door of a new world. Roland, what do you want this weird bead for? On the way back, Tights took the Dragon Ball and placed it in front of his eyes to observe. The strange thing was the 4 stars on it, regardless of from any angle, it is exactly the same. This thing is called Dragon Ball, and it is a divine object made by Kami. Is there really Kami in the world? Tell me, Tights' interest again coming up. Roland split the thorns on both sides of the road, and said, Kami exists, although it is not nothing remarkable. There is a Korin tower in the north of sacred land of Korin, on which martial arts immortal lives, Aran, Tights said quickly, I've heard about this. Legend has it that as long as bare hands climb up Korin Tower, you can see immortal above and accept immortal's guidance. Isn't this myth story? Don't interrupt me. Roland glared at her, and Tights closed his mouth obediently. Roland continued, immortal Korin does exist. In fact, there is a wider space above Korin Tower. There is the lookout where Earth's Kami lives. There really is Kami. Tights couldn't help but want to interrupt Roland, but she quickly covered her mouth with learn a lesson from the mistakes of one's predecessor. I took the Dragon Ball from Tights and faced the sun. This kind of Dragon Ball is made by Kami. There are 7 in total. As long as you collect 7 Dragon Balls scattered around the world, you can summon Shenron. Shenron can satisfy summoner's wish, and the last person who gathered Dragon Balls finally became king. That was already more than 100 years ago. It's so amazing. Then we go to Dragon Ball. Isn't this just a matter of increasing experience? Tights feels that writing these elements into novels will definitely be very popular. Dragon Radar is needed to find Dragon Ball. You can ask my father to do it. He is the one who invented the capsule technology. A radar can easily complete it. Tights introduce oneself, tell the identity of one's own family. Waiting for your words, Roland chuckled. After pretending to hesitate, he reluctantly agreed to go to West City with Tights to find her father Dr. Brief. Hee, what are you waiting for? Let's hurry up. Pointing to the downhill mountain road and shouting vigorously, Tights was full of energy. Well, let's go. Roland has a faint smile on his face. With the help of the woman Tights, Dr. Brief will probably help develop the Dragon Radar. Next, the two people rode their motorcycles and left the territory of Mount Baozu. When passing a small town, Tights offered to go to the store to buy some clothes. This period of time, because there is only one piece of clothing, she can only sleep in a bath towel every night. Such a hard life makes her feel very hard. Roland really likes this kind of life. After all, he can lie down with a beautiful woman every night. But faced with Tights' request, he seemed to be unable to refute it at all, so he saw her scouring various styles in the mall like a gust of wind sweeping fallen leaves, watching each piece of clothing put in the shopping cart: skirts, shirts, underwear, jeans, tisk. This woman is really rich. Can she wear that many? Tights' answer is, be prepared. Chapter 19. After a long journey, a few days later, the two people finally came to the city where Tights' home is located, bustling West City. Entering West City, it's like coming to the future world that is ahead of several times. There are countless kinds of magical means of transportation. In the sky, there are long corridors and vehicles hanging in the air. The tool travels in the ring corridor. On Earth, the polarization of science and technology is particularly obvious. Some races still live the most primitive tribe life, some places have just spread power facilities, and some areas have developed advanced technologies to enter space. Even a few hundred kilometers apart are two completely different worlds. With such a tangled and complicated social relationship, I don't know how these races get along in harmony. This also reflects the diversity of Earth civilization and ethnicity. Earth has 5 cities with the most advanced technology, named after East, South, West, North, and Central. Except for Central City as the capital of Earth Kingdom, the other 4 cities are full of modern big cities. In the city, the level of science and technology is 100 years more advanced than other regions, which is a very unfathomable gap. When he first entered West City, Roland sighed at the prosperous scene of West City. He believed that even many alien cities may not be as advanced as West City. Speaking of West City, the most famous is of course Capsule Corporation, which has risen strongly in recent years. This company, founded by Dr. Brief, has swept the world with its magical capsule technology in just a few years. In West City, the names of Capsule Corporation and Dr. Brief are almost known to everyone and everybody. Anyone on the street can tell you the location of Capsule Corporation HQ. Go here, there is my home. Tights walked ahead and pointed to a 5-story building, a dome-shaped building that occupies a very large area. Really rich. Tights' home covers a very large area. The house is planted with various flowers, trees, and a personal swimming pool all around. Its scale looks like it's like an independent villa area. Just 1 year of water and electricity is not something ordinary people can afford. Led by Tights, Roland entered the villa smoothly and saw Bulma father Dr. Brief inside. This is a sloppy doctor with messy appearance, wearing a white coat, with a dangling from his mouth. A cigarette, light purple hair scattered over the ears. Dr. Brief saw the eldest daughter leading a little boy back, and asked strangely, Tights, is this your new friend? No wonder there has been no boyfriend. So you like a younger boy? Ah. Tights rolled the eyes unhappily. Roland is a friend I met on a trip. Oh, it turned out not to be a boyfriend. Dr. Brief regrettably shook his head, smiled and entered the house with Roland. Please feel free to drink what you need. Sorry, my wife is busy taking care of the youngest daughter, so I didn't entertain it in time. It doesn't matter. Roland looked at Dr. Brief. After a while Dr. Brief walked over with a drink. Tights put the backpack on the sofa, took out the 4-star ball and said to Dr. Brief, Father, can you make a radar that detects the Dragon Ball signal based on this Dragon Ball? P. Dr. Brief took the Dragon Ball and observed it. No problem, as long as this bead radiates electromagnetic waves outwards. I think I can develop an instrument to detect special fluctuations, but it will take a few days. Tights moved towards Roland, laughed and said proudly, I said it was okay. A smile appeared on Roland's face. At this moment, Mrs. Brief brought a little girl who was about 4 years old and saw Roland's eyes lit up. Ah, this is the first time for Tights to bring boy back. It's really cute. If you grow up, if you are a few years old, you can be Tights' boyfriend. By the way, if you don't like Tights, I don't mind, Aunt. Mother. Tights' complexion was ugly, yelled at Mrs. Brief. Hee, Roland smiled dryly. This family is really interesting. As the saying goes, not a family, don't enter a family. The Tights family are all weird. Dr. Brief is a genius inventor, but messy appearance all day long. Mrs. Brief, young at heart though advanced in age, likes to hook up with young handsome little guys and jokes with his daughter. Tights and her younger sister Bulma are not idle masters either. I like to run outside all year round. Are you a friend of an older sister? Childish voice. Roland looked like a little girl with light purple hair, over 4 years old, with 2 pigtails tied up. Bulma. The young Bulma is really cute, but Bulma is very wary of Roland, holding the toy laser gun in his hand at him. Roland knows that this laser gun can really emit laser light. Yes, I am Tights' friend. I won't give you the older sister. Bulma said seriously. Roland laughed involuntarily. He still wouldn't argue with a little girl. Besides, he has nothing to do with Tights, the age difference is too big. After getting acquainted with the Tights family, Tights began to talk about his experience since traveling. When talking about losing the capsule and almost sleeping on the street, when he was lucky enough to be taken in by Roland, Mrs. Brief and others looked towards Roland's eyes were more kind. Even Bulma thinks this big brother is okay. After an afternoon tea, the host and the guest had a very happy conversation. Mrs. Brief took care of her cat, while Dr. Brief took the Dragon Ball and started to develop the Dragon Radar. Only Bulma listened enthusiastically to Tights telling adventure stories, with both eyes shining from time to time. Because it will take a while to develop Dragon Radar, Roland will stay in Tights' house next. Because Tights' house is very large, there are several unused rooms. Just make up one just enough for Roland to live in. Enter the room and wash away all the dust on his body with hot water. Roland soaked in the warm water and thought to himself. 7 Dragon Balls. I already have one in my hand. After Dr. Brief has researched the Dragon Radar, you can go out and look for it. Well, in addition to the one from Master Roshi, the one in the Ox King Castle also has some clues. As for the other ones, you have to wait for the doctor to build them. Let's talk after we get out of the Dragon Radar. With the Dragon Radar, the search process is actually very fast. In the original work, Bulma and Son Goku stopped and went and collected them in a summer vacation. All Dragon Ball, Roland thought that at his own speed, it should be faster. It can definitely be summoned Shenron before planet Vegeta's destruction. Tights' home is really luxurious. There are more than 20 large and small rooms. If you include the living room, kitchen, laboratory, bathroom, etc., there are always 40 many small areas. This renovation will cost a lot of money. Sure enough, it is a rich family. Roland himself has no shortage of money, and there is more than 100 million in the bank card in his hand. The treasure that has not been taken is probably worth several billion, but the money is still far behind the world's richest. Tights are white, rich, and beautiful in the true sense, such a rich lady, but they like the life of an adventurer, which is also interesting. Speaking of which, Bulma, that little girl, grew up very love-struck and contributed most of the benefits in Dragon Ball's early stage plot. In this comparison, Tights is probably the most normal of their family. Chapter 20. In a blink of an eye, Roland has lived in Tights' house for 6 days. In the past few days, Dr. Brief successfully developed the Dragon Radar, but this fancy old man hasn't passed the radar to Roland for a long time because he wanted to load it on the radar. After knowing about the video chat function, Tights had a big quarrel with Dr. Brief. Roland is also very blushed with shame. In the original work, when Dr. Brief renovated the spaceship for Son Goku, he was also entangled in audio equipment. It seems that Dr. Brief's pursuit of details is very high. Get the Dragon Radar and press the start button above. Soon several golden light spots appeared on the display screen of the green grid, and there was a signal source at the arrow in the center. It is the Dragon Ball signal in his hand. Gradually enlarge the detection range. When the entire Earth is detected, all 7 light spots are displayed. Roland was pleased with the signal on the looked at Dragon Radar, and the corners of his mouth showed a touch of joy. Well, my father's technique is very superior. Tights leaned forward to Roland proudly, golden hair pressed against his cheek, and a nice scent drifted in. Nostril. Very good, better than I thought. Roland glanced at Tights and praised. Compared with the Dragon Radar made by Bulma, this function of Dr. Brief is more complete. It can even change the angle and display the signal in 3-dimensional mode, which greatly reduces the difficulty of finding the Dragon Ball. Of course, radar has really been installed with a video chat function, which is very fancy. Tights held up his chest and laughed, and after talking to her parents, he began to urge Roland to find the Dragon Ball. Mr. and Mrs. Brief knows his daughter and knows that Tights is basically impossible to stay at home safely. Instead of letting her go out on adventure, it is better to find a powerful person to accompany her, and Roland became the best choice, so when Tights proposed to look for Dragon Ball, the husband and wife were relieved to let the eldest daughter follow Roland out. Privately, Mrs. Brief, even cracking a joke, said that if Roland can be a few years older, he can give him Tights. Roland was speechless, shake one's head, did not speak. Tights, don't be outside for 3 days. You will come back after you find the Dragon Ball. Father's Capsule Corporation is still waiting for you to inherit. Tights shook his head quickly. No, you can hand over the company to Bulma, she is so smart and more suitable than me. What else did Dr. Brief say? At this time Tights pulled Roland directly to run outside. So farewell to Dr. Brief. Roland and Tights drove a jeep and left West City. Jeep was driving on a spacious highway. Roland asked Tights, "You really don't want to inherit the family business?" Tights said nonchalantly, "I don't want to live that kind of life. Traveling everywhere is more suitable for me." After a pause, he asked with interest, "Where are we going next?" Roland took out the Dragon Radar and looked at it, pointing in a direction. "Go east first, radar shows that there is a Dragon Ball overseas. Ah, there is the residence of God of Martial Arts Master Roshi." "Got it." Tights find out the navigation is okay after reading the route. He slammed the steering wheel and Jeep moved towards the east direction. Just when Roland and Tights started looking for the Dragon Ball together, the far starry space was on the other side. The dazzling stars are shining, like one after another pearl. Outside the planet Vegeta, a huge disc-shaped spaceship is docked on the orbit. In spaceship, Frieza rides on a small egg-shaped spaceship floating beside the porthole. A long tail hangs down, swinging in midair, a pair of blood-color eyes staring at the planet Vegeta in front of the spaceship. Kikano, how is the investigation of Super Saiyan? Frieza's harsh voice resounded. The yellow-skinned alien named Kikano stood beside Frieza. After hearing Frieza's question, he replied with an old face, Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan God. According to the investigation, it was only Saiyan who wanted to give shine on my face. Myth story made up. Oh ho ho, I think so too. It doesn't matter whether it's a myth story or not, but it's such a good combatant. Frieza's spaceship turned, a pair of scarlet eyes with evil brilliance, purple lips slightly raised, and ordered to Dodoria, Mr. Dodoria, order all Saiyan who is outside the mission to return to planet Vegeta. As you bid. Dodoria complied without the slightest hesitation, and then walked out of the command room. Kikano startled and asked, Lord Frieza, what are you going to do? Frieza pouted an evil smile, it's not what I want to do, this is Lord Beerus' order. I just did it. Although Saiyan of planet Vegeta is a strong team of my subordinate, they are forced to submit to me because of the oppression of the father. Such a race, I don't know when it will take a bite, so it's early good to be wiped out. Lord Beerus. Kikano face trembles, the two antennae on top of the head also stopped swinging. He is the old subordinate of King Cold. After King Cold retired, he assisted Frieza in managing Legion with another veteran Berry Blue. He naturally heard of the name God of Destruction Beerus, so when I heard Frieza was so surprised when he mentioned Beerus. Since it is Lord Beerus's order, there is no way. Frieza smiled, yes, Saiyan really has only oneself to blame. I don't know where the offend is. Lord Beerus, oh ho ho, even if I meet Lord Beerus, I will have to be cautious and solemn, but this is just right, and I am determined to eradicate the Saiyan group. It's a pity to be so good. Combatant. Kikano and Berry Blue are the old subordinates who have followed King Cold for a long time. They consider the situation of the entire Frieza force. Without Saiyan, the deterrence of Frieza force will weaken a lot. It doesn't matter. If there is a shortage of manpower, just hire some more. There is no shortage of aliens in the universe who want to make contributions. I see. Kikano nodded. The egg-shaped spaceship floated in midair. Frieza looked towards planet Vegeta with her chin on her hands, thought about it and said to Zarbon on the side, let Yugar Sejin get the communication record of planet Vegeta. Since we want to eradicate Saiyan, we must cut weeds and eliminate the roots. If Saiyan does not come back when the time comes, we will carry out encirclement and suppression based on the list one after another. Mr. Zarbon, this mission will be handed in. Here you are. Yes, Lord Frieza. Zarbon is a handsome alien with dark green hair. After hearing this, face trembles, he immediately answers, and then some hesitantly said, Lord Frieza and Prince of Saiyans Vegeta are also among the mission personnel. Do they have to be wiped out together? Frieza waved his hand and said, never mind Vegeta, he is one very good toy, just keep him for a while. Chapter 21. In a starfield far away from planet Vegeta, the Saiyan warriors scattered throughout the north area received instructions from Frieza force to return. Although they were full of doubts, these Saiyans did it as usual in response, except for the exiled Saiyan and the remote Saiyan, all moved towards planet Vegeta rushed away. Among them are protagonist Son Goku father and Bardock. Bardock has always been skeptical about Frieza force's orders. Since Frieza took over the force influence left by King Cold 5 years ago and became the new ruler of planet Vegeta, he felt the new ruler right. Saiyans mistrust Frisia is now gradually mastering Frisia Force with the assistance of several veterans of Berry Blue and Kikano, and his reliance on Scion has significantly weakened. For this reason, Bardock has always had a bad feeling in his heart. Now, Frisia's instructions have deepened the anxiety in his heart. I hope nothing will happen. Bardock muttered to oneself softly, and his gaze at the spaceship of his peers became deeper. A planet filled with water vapor. Prince Vegeta, I just received an order from Frisia Force. A young man who was more than 2 meters tall was fighting excitedly, and suddenly found that the communicator sounded bye bye bye. An instruction from the headquarters. What's the order? Vegeta laughed wildly before destroying a castle. Sturdy youth reads the instructions from the communicator. Frisia Force orders us to return to planet Vegeta immediately. There is an important mission to arrange. Don't pay attention to it, treat it as if you didn't hear it. Vegeta interrupted the strong young man impatiently, and then annoyed him with an energy wave and rumbling sound, which made people blast again in the distance. But this is an order from the headquarters. Vegeta hearing this, a little unhappy, he didn't like Frisia. Eyes flash a ominous light, throw out the energy ball in your hand, blast out a mushroom cloud, coldly said, don't you listen to what I said. I understood. This young man is Nappa. In the original work, he and Vegeta invaded Earth and Scion was finally killed by Vegeta. After Nappa is the prestigious family in Scion, he naturally dare not refute Vegeta's instructions. It's just that he ignores Frisia's orders in this way. Is it really good? Che. Seeing Nappa's timid look, Vegeta snorted disdainfully, and then instructed the other Scions to ignore the instructions from the communicator. On the other side, Roland's older sister Sephiria is also following the battle squad to conquer the planet. Because it is a high-level planet, the strongest power level on the planet has reached 5,000 or more. Even the experienced Scion team, facing such opponents, they need cautious and solemn. Slightly different Shen will be completely annihilated. But now, the battle has entered the final stage. The strongest on the planet was jointly annihilated by the Scion warrior a few days ago, and some sporadic resistance can no longer affect the overall situation. After eliminating the remaining resistance, you can transfer the planet to the people of Frisia Force. When you start, be careful not to release too much energy. If you destroy the environment here, you won't be able to sell it for a good price. The leader of the battle team was foul-mouthed, but he blasted a mountain top with an energy wave. Captain can't do it by yourself. Don't disturb the brothers to enjoy the joy of fighting. Scion warrior still goes its own way and destroys. The leader glared at him, turned laughed heartily, and continued cursing his teammate, glanced at his eyes, and saw a lithe and graceful figure not far away. Sephiria's strength has grown more and more stronger. Let her be the captain next time, these disobedient guys will always listen to the beauties. Chuckling in my heart, the beauty is naturally pleasing to the eye. Female Scion is not as rough as men. Although there are sturdy fighting types, in fact, most female Scions are smaller and full of beauty. Sephiria's appearance is even more excellent than female Scion. She is soft and sassy, her body is slender, and her waist is not thick. The whole body seems to have been carefully crafted, which is a great beauty rarely seen. Even more how, she is still one of the few elite warriors in Scion. She has super strength at a young age and has full prestige among Scion. Sephiria glanced at the leader Scion with a cold face, then stepped on the void, and instantly appeared outside the several hundred meters, and several flashes came to a rebel. Kicked expressionlessly, the violent power immediately set off an amazing ki wave. The opponents of 2000 power level on the opposite side were kicked to pieces by Sephiria, and a diameter more than 50 meters appeared forcibly on the spot. The huge pit in the world, the broken zone stretches for hundreds of meters. Sephiria, the news from Frisia Force, all Scion who is outside the mission will immediately return to planet Vegeta. What are they doing? The planet here is gone. High-level planet is a rare resource in the universe. Many rich people are willing to buy a high-level planet and use it as a back garden. It is great to cultivate a subordinate. Who knows what's going on, maybe it is the super planet that is rarely seen, and it takes all of you to conquer. What should I do? Go back, it's rare to conquer this high-level planet, but if there really is a super planet, it would be very exciting. The rest of Saiyan laughed, and nothing can make them happy like fighting. Up. Sephiria's delicate eyebrows slightly frowned, and Shake One's head followed the battalion and took the spaceship back to planet Vegeta. By the way, Sephiria, you have a younger brother, why don't you see him with you? On the way back, several Saiyans chatted. Sephiria face turned cold, with a bad tone, that guy hasn't contacted me for a long time. When he comes back, he must teach him a lesson. For you, the younger brother observes in silence. It's not easy to have a good older sister. Amos, do you want to find a beating? Looking unhappy at the teammates around him, Sephiria released ice on his body. Cold aura. Saiyan named Amos shut up quickly, and she was afraid to talk more. Saiyan women not to be trifled with, especially the high power level female warrior. Humph. Sephiria was coldly snorted, leaning on the spaceship seat, closed eye meditation, but a sneer evoked from the corner of his mouth. Roland, if you did not die outside, you will be miserable when you come back. Achoo. After a sneeze, Roland didn't know that he had been spotted by his nominally older sister. At this time, he was on a journey of gathering Dragon Balls with Tights. Chapter 22. The sun is scorching, the sun is like fire, and the hot earth bears the desperate scorching of a stove. There is not a little bit of moisture in the atmosphere, and even the wind blowing over is fiery that is hard to describe. This is a desert located in a tropical area. The traces of modernization have long been invisible here. It is analogous to West City. It seems to be at a level where civilization is not yet civilized. All people wrapped in gauze and put there on the skin is tightly blocked, and only people hiding in the shade dare to expose their skin. Sweat kept dripping from his cheeks. Tights supported a wooden stick, followed behind gasping for breath, glanced at the hot sun in the sky, and suddenly felt dizzy in his head. No, I can't walk anymore. Called softly, Tights squatted on the ground so tired, the veil covering his cheeks fell down, revealing a sweet face. You are going to follow you. Roland stopped and helped Tights to walk to a shady corner, with the light wind blowing, and then I felt a little bit of coolness. Goo lu poured cold water, and then poured it on the head. Tights uttered a bit of air, regained a bit of air. When everyone is as strong as you are like a monster, the older sister is a girl. Too weak, Saiyan's women are not as delicate as you. Roland handed her a fan. Tights gave him an angry glance, took the fan and kept fanning it, wiped the sweat from his cheeks, worried that his skin would be sunburned. How far are we from the next Dragon Ball? About 3 kilometers away. Taking out the Dragon radar and taking a look, Roland roughly estimated that it is located. There are 5 shining spots in the center of the radar, and there is a shining signal 3 kilometers away. It's still so far, I can't stand it. I'll go get the Dragon Ball back by myself. Roland said. Tights hurriedly shakes one's head, and said, No, I have said that if I travel together, how can I leave me alone? Well, this is also a challenge. I will try to overcome it. Looking at Tights faltering, pretending to be strong, Roland felt a burst of laughter, but it did not dampen her self-confidence. Forget it, wait until the evening to find Dragon Ball. Roland said indifferently when he glanced at the venomous sun. Tights pulled down the beautiful hair and stuck out his tongue sorrily, really sorry. Roland shook one's head, and changed a small house from a capsule in a flat area. Come out, come in and cool off. Hee hee. The girl chuckled softly, and when she entered the room, she moved towards the bathroom and ran away, taking a quick shower with cold water, and then dressed in cool clothes come out, pour the 5 Dragon Balls in the backpack on the table and start playing. Ding ding dong dong, 5 red-orange beads rolled together, and when they collided, they sparkled with golden light, accompanied by a low buzzed groan. The 5 Dragon Balls are their harvest the past few days. 2 weeks ago, Roland and Tights started looking for Dragon Ball. The first stop was Kame House outside the Eastern Sea, where Master Roshi lived. Master Roshi is called God of Martial Arts. Although he is an experienced martial arts grandmaster, he is naturally lecherous. In the original work, Bulma even set off to get his Dragon Ball. The skirt is tempted, and Roland is accompanying this time, so Master Roshi will naturally not take advantage of it. After landing on the island, I directly found Master Roshi, who was taking the shade under the big tree. Without saying a word, he hit Master Roshi's neck with a hand chop. The old man was knocked unconscious by Roland without even knowing what happened. When he woke up, Roland had already taken his 3-star ball to escape. Master Roshi woke up and felt a pain in his neck. He thought he stumbled while sleeping and didn't know what happened. It wasn't until night that Master Roshi realized that the crystal ball that had been hanging around his neck had disappeared. Only one twine was left hanging there. Roland, who successfully got the Dragon Ball from Master Roshi, and Tights continue to embark on a journey to find the Dragon Ball. The 2 people either drive a jeep or drive a yacht all around the world. In just 2 weeks, they have collected 5 Dragon Balls, and the 6th Dragon Ball is also in front of them. Because of Roland's participation, there is no danger along the way, so all the enemies encountered are Roland 1 strike 1 kill, but it makes Tights really feel the charm of martial arts, and for a while, I have opened my mind, and carefully recorded all my experiences as materials for future creations. In the evening, the sky gradually dimmed, the afterglow of the sun disappeared on the horizon, leaving only a burning red on the horizon, and the grey and blue night farther away. The colors echo each other. The sun went down and the venomous craze subsided slightly. Tights finally could walk out without a veil. The 2 people followed the position indicated by the dragon radar to the beach 3 kilometers away. Flying sand flows here, there is no vegetation, the exposed rocks are weathered under the erosion of wind and sand all the year round, and the surface is covered with fragmentary cracks, and the stones will peel off with the touch of your hand. According to the display on the radar, the 6th Dragon Ball is nearby, but it is full of yellow sand. Will the Dragon Ball be buried in the ground? Tights put his hands in front of his forehead, moved towards looking at the distance, entering the goal is a desolate scene. Roland glanced at the dragon radar and adjusted the radar to 3-dimensional mode. The presentation changed, and it quickly showed the position of the Dragon Ball from the ground, which was about 5 meters deep underground. Find a place to hide. The body floated upward, and Roland's hand condensed a dark blue energy ball. Tights saw this, and hurriedly moved towards the raised ledge in the distance, ran out, and then carefully hid. Tights, who have had similar experiences, have seen the formidable power of the energy ball. Such a small energy ball is enough to raise a mountain to the ground. I'm hiding now, let's start. Tights moved towards Roland and shouted loudly, clutching the rock on the trestle tightly with both hands. Roland stared calmly at the sand below, a bright glow flashed across his eyes suddenly, and an energy ball the size of a table tennis ball moved towards the ground and threw it out. The boom instantly seemed to be hit by the missile-like formidable power, the yellow sand splashed, and the surging air wave moved towards all directions spreading, in the sky full of yellow sand, a glass ball with a fist was shining brightly and splashed out of the yellow sand. Found it! A beam of light flashed in his eyes, Roland's figure moved quickly. And suddenly grabbed the flying dragon ball in his hand. 1-star ball! Roland showed a satisfied smile on his face, and gave the dragon ball to Tights for storage. Tights is holding the dragon ball enthusiastically, and loves it like a beloved thing. Now only the last Dragon Ball is left. A few days later, Roland found the last Dragon Ball in a bush of lush vegetation more than 200 kilometers away from where the 6th Dragon Ball was found. Take out the 7 Dragon Balls and place them on the ground. As soon as these 7 Dragon Balls touched together, they flashed golden light, and each time they flashed, they made a soft groan like Shenron. Wing, wing, wing. 7 Dragon Balls flicker regularly. Chapter 23. What are you going to do next? Have you directly summoned Shenron? In an area with open terrain, Tights followed Roland expectantly. Yes, it's about to start. Roland nodded, looking at the shining Dragon Ball on the ground. There was some uncontrollable excitement in his heart, took a deep breath, and then moved towards the ground. The Dragon Ball shouted loudly. Rise, Shenron! After shouting, Roland is now quietly waiting, because it is the first time summoning Shenron, so he can only simulate the lines in the original work should be can summon Shenron. Sure enough, after he finished shouting, the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground began to flicker faster, and the buzzed sound became more intense, as if a high-voltage current was being discharged in the ear. Soon in the sky there was a large cloud of dark clouds. The sky that was originally clear and boundless sky, instantly entered the terrifying darkness. Tights took a few steps back timidly, and saw Roland beside him standing still, calm as a god, his face flushed. It's too shameful, he is not even as good as a child. So I mustered up the courage to take out a camera and point it at the Dragon Ball, looking forward to the next exciting scene. Boom! There was a thunder in the dark night, and the golden rays of light shining from the Dragon Ball penetrated the clouds and gathered a magnificent scene in the sky. Soon a mighty and majestic, slender green divine dragon hovered in the black cloud, looking down with eyes shining red rays of light. Person who gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, speak your wish, I can do it for you, but there can only be one. Looking at the mighty Shenron in the sky, a hint of joy flashed in Roland's eyes. Tights grabbed Roland's shoulders excitedly and pointed at Shenron of heaven with excitement and some fear. It really appeared. It turns out that Shenron is of this appearance, so powerful. It makes you say wish. N. With a smile on his face, Roland adjusted his emotions and looked at Shenron. Shenron, I have an older sister named Sephiria, I hope you will bring her to my side. She promised a wish to Shenron loudly. Sephiria is her own older sister anyway. Roland thinks I couldn't do anything to abandon her, so he made a wish for Shenron to transfer Sephiria to Earth. Calculating the time, planet Vegeta will be destroyed after a while, and the other scion Roland can be ignored, but Sephiria still has to be saved. Shenron was silent for a while after hearing Roland's wish, ready to release energy, but after a while, Shenron's voice rang again. Sorry, this wish cannot be fulfilled, and the other party rejected your request. Please change another wish. What? Roland's expression appeared startled, and the situation was beyond his expectation. Rejected? Sephiria, what the hell are you doing? At this time, Shenron said in a loud voice, the strength of Sephiria you mentioned is above me. I cannot force the transfer of those who exceed my strength. The other party does not believe the information I gave, so please change another wish. Roland slightly frowned, touching his head. Shenron really can't force wish to act on someone stronger than it. In the original work, Oolong once wanted to use the power of Dragon Ball to deal with Saiyan who invaded Earth when he was Resurrect Son Goku, but finally said if you can't. Even Namek Shenron needs to get the consent of the other party when he wants to bring back the wandering Son Goku in the universe. If Sephiria does not cooperate with Shenron, there is no way. Are you going to give up her? For a moment, Roland will shake one's head. Sephiria is definitely going to save him. After all, he is his only relative in this world. Saving her is worthy of 2 people getting along for a few months. It seems that I have to go to planet Vegeta personally to bring her out. Stupid woman, in order to save her, I have put a lot of thought into it. Shenron, please give me the instant transmission ability like the Attendant Supreme Kai Kibito. Sorry, this is the ability that the Attendant Supreme Kai is granted by the universe rules. P. Shenron's answer is as calm as ever. Roland nodded. Shenron couldn't realize this wish as early as he had expected. He wanted to drill a loophole, but it really didn't work. The ability to teleport at will, like Attendant Supreme Kai Kibito, is a reward from universe rules to Attendant Supreme Kai. It is not something mortal can get. Then you can only choose Yardration's instant transmission, although it is better than Kibito. The instant transmission is almost, but also very effective. Just about to make a wish, Roland suddenly realized that Yardration's instant transmission needs to sense the other side's ki when using it, and he doesn't know this. Even if he passes Dragon Ball Learn, he won't be able to display it for a while. If this missed the opportunity to save people, it is also very troublesome. Human, speak your wish, provided that it does not exceed Kami's authority. Shenron urged. Roland thought about it a little bit and looked at Shenron and asked, is there any skill in the universe that can be used for instant transmission without ki sense? If so, please pass it on to me. Shenron hovered in midair and was silent for a long time. Just when Roland had no expectations, Shenron started to talk. Planet Metamor has a kind of transfer, similar to instant transmission, but requires enough energy. Yes, are you sure you want to realize this wish? Planet Metamor, transfer. Maybe it is a skill similar to a fusion technique. Roland replied affirmatively, yes, please teach me this skill. Understood, your wish can be realized. High-pitched voice resounded, and then Shenron there was a red radiance in his eyes. Tights saw Shenron's eyes suddenly emit blood-red rays of light, which was immediately shocked, but Roland knew that this was Shenron's use of Dragon Ball's power. The next second, Roland's mind a series of complex knowledge emerged, and it was full mastery very quickly, as if it had experienced learning in person. This knowledge is the transfer of Metamoron. The so-called transfer, just like fusion technique, uses special skills to mobilize energy in the body, which can exert a power effect that exceeds the body limit several times. Transfer focuses on spatial transfer, a bit like the wormhole technology in science fiction uses manpower to open up the space, but it is necessary to know the location of the destination in advance. Otherwise, accidents can easily happen and transfer to dangerous starry space or stars. After receiving a series of complex knowledge, Roland's brain was a little painful, and Shenron's voice rang in his ear, your wish has been granted, then goodbye. After that, Shenron fly into the sky. And suddenly turned into 7 spots of light moved towards all around the world, and flew away, and the dark sky immediately restored its light. Roland, are you okay? Seeing Roland still closing his eyes, Tights asked with concern. Roland said, it's okay. I have received too much information for a while. I need to ease it. It's fine if there is nothing. By the way, Sephiria is your older sister. How can I connect? There is no way for Dragon Ball to bring her here. Didn't it mean Shenron omnipotent? I can't even bring a girl, it's not justified. That woman is a barbarian. As soon as he mentioned Sephiria, Roland recalled the time when she was tortured by her in Planet Vegeta, and his brain ached. Hey, first try the transfer you learned from Shenron. Although the knowledge is full mastery, it still needs practical tests. Seeing that Roland doesn't want to be entangled with Sephiria's issue, Tights nodded, then he picked up the camera with a smile and watched the videos she shot repeatedly. If these pictures were published, it would definitely cause a huge sensation. In the lookout, when Roland and the others summoned Shenron, Kami has been paying attention to the situation of the mortal realm. After all, the appearance of Shenron is not trivial. Inevitably cause a certain turmoil. And when the person who found the summoned Shenron turned out to be Roland, Kami's heart was caught. This mysterious alien visitor is young but terribly strong. If it is criminals, Kami himself is not his opponent. Fortunately, the other party did not promise any evil wish, but let Kami relaxed. After Dragon Ball disappeared, Kami's expression was muttered complicatedly, even Shenron's power can't provoke it. There is such a powerhouse in the world. For no reason, a strong wave a sense of urgency arose in old Kami's heart. Then it turned into a long sigh. Compared with the unknown outer space, Earth's strength is still too weak. Chapter 24. The vast universe has a dark red hue, near a huge star. Shoo! A light glow flashes across quickly. In the deep and quiet space, this light glow is very eye-catching. Pull the close range to see that it turns out to be a ship. The disc-shaped spaceship has a diameter of about 15 meters. It is chubby and belongs to a relatively small-scale spaceship. Through the light green glass cover, you can see a feminine female scion leaning against the seat quietly. Suddenly, Sephiria opened her eyes, and a trace of doubt flashed through her beautiful eyes. What was the voice just now? Earth? Who is taking me to Earth? Could it be some kind of illusion? Sephiria, who often fights in the universe, has heard of some alien is good at superpower. Some superpowers can confuse the mind and achieve the purpose of manipulating the body and mind. With doubts in his heart, Sephiria decisively ignored the voice. Sure enough, not very long, that voice disappeared from the bottom of my heart. Sephiria's delicate face showed a sneer, and then continued closed-eye meditation. Sephiria, what's wrong with you? The teammates around him noticed the energy fluctuations emanating from Sephiria, and a female scion with average appearance asked. Sephiria shook her head quietly, nothing. By the way, who of you knows where Earth is? Earth, it seems to be a remote planet with signs of civilization on it, but the scouter found that there was nothing but water resources and plants do not have precious metals that are particularly valuable, so they are not included in the mission planet. Why did you suddenly ask this question? Sephiria does not reveal indifferently said, if my younger brother comes back alive, let him conquer Earth as punishment. After listening, the team laughed heartily. Trivial, a low-level planet, send a low-class warrior is enough. Your younger brother is mid-class warrior. Doing this is a bit of an overkill. It's better to let him follow our mission to ensure that he grows up quickly. Scion is to be self-tempering in battle. Yes, do you want me to train the younger brother for you? My strength is pretty good. A male scion who appeared to be handsome showed his courtesy to Sephiria, and his thoughts were clear. Sephiria glanced at the other person, and refused, no, my younger brother will train by himself. For these young male scion, what kind of thoughts do Sephiria have she knows well, but she has always admired strength, and she is in the golden age of rising strength. From her perspective, emotional matters are a problem that drags down training. Therefore, apart from maintaining a normal teammate relationship, Sephiria is alone and does not want to have trouble with anyone. The male scion couldn't help but smile when he heard Sephiria's answer, regretting that he couldn't impress the other party. Outstanding women naturally have no shortage of suitors. Female scion, who is strong and beautiful like Sephiria, who has just reached adulthood, is a minority in planet Vegeta. What's more, the opponent is an elite warrior. If combined with it, the offspring born will definitely have the potential to become a powerhouse. If you can't get a good impression during the mission, you will have fewer chances when you return to planet Vegeta. However, it is a pity that King Xiang has a dream, Goddess has no intentions, and Sephiria does not give them a chance to fight for it. The topic comes to an end here. Scion on spaceship all enters the dormant stage. Sephiria hands folded across chest, and a faint smile was raised at the corner of his mouth. Earth, the sound just now must have something to do with it. Earth, an open plain. After getting Metamoran's transfer, Roland can't wait to experiment. According to the knowledge in the mind to mobilize the energy in the body, the theory and practice are still different. Although any details have been fully understood, it took a long time for Genius to find the way in the formal experiment. After several experiments, Roland has a general understanding of the meaning of transfer. Compared with Planet Yardrat's instant transmission, both have similar effects and can achieve the purpose of space travel. However, Metamoran's transfer needs to be locked in advance before using the coordinates of the target position to prepare. It also takes a little longer than instant transmission, and is generally not suitable for use in combat. However, using this skill as a means of rushing is more appropriate. Find the location and start the transfer. Roland's figures appeared all over the earth. After testing it several times, Roland felt that he had completely mastered this skill. At this time, the energy in the body was almost consumed, and I felt the energy remaining in the body. Roland faintly smiled, this is just a test on Earth. If you are doing a long-distance interstellar crossing, I am afraid that I will be full of energy to be drained. Next, try long-distance transfer. After adding stamina and wearing protective equipment, Roland aimed at moon outside of Earth. Shoo! As the energy is mobilized, the whole body begins to blur, turning into a ray of light abruptly, and moon, which is already 380,000 kilometers away, appears again. Above, what comes into view is the uneven ground and loose dry dust. Only the gravity environment of Earth 1/6 makes Roland feel that it will float at any time. Ha ha ha, as the distance increases, consumption also increases. However, compared to the terms of key limitation with instant transmission, these are acceptable. He smiled with satisfaction. Roland's thoughts move, and soon his body disappeared from the moon. From now on, the distance in space can no longer limit him, just like a piece of white paper that can be bent at any time, as long as you know the coordinates of the target planet and enough energy to connect the 2 points, he can reach any planet at will. A few days later, on the desolate plateau. This is where the cargo spaceship landed when Roland first came to Earth. At first I thought that this spaceship would never be used again, but the human nature still cannot escape the true fragrance. After a short time, Roland once again came back here, but this time he was not alone. With him is Tite's father, Dr. Brief. As for Tights, after the Dragon Ball collection is over, she has returned to West City to prepare her new novel. The purpose of bringing Dr. Brief over this time is to ask him to transform the cargo spaceship and transform it into a gravity training chamber on the original basis. Sure enough, when he heard that Roland had an alien spaceship in his hands, based on the exploration of science and technology, Dr. Brief readily agreed. This is the spaceship you are talking about. Drive. Brief stood in front of the cargo spaceship and looked up at a ship that was more than 30 meters long and 8 meters high. The whole is a spherical-shaped spaceship. Roland said, yes, although it is only a cargo spaceship, it does contain alien technology. I think Doctor can explore some new technologies from it. Chapter 25. Ha ha ha, you are right, the progress of science is to get in touch with new things. Dr. Brief laughed heartily, nodded with satisfaction with Roland. Roland shrugged, then opened the spaceship door. 2 people boarded the spaceship. After Dr. Brief went in, he did research on the spaceship's internals. Because of the first contact with alien technology, I found everything strange. Dr. Brief worthily is the genius who invented the capsule technology. After some inspection, he has a basic understanding of the level of alien technology. There is already an outline in the brain for the next transformation. Let me make sure again, do you really want to build a 100x gravity training room in this spaceship? You must know that under such a gravity, a person weighing 60 kilograms will weigh 6,000 kilograms alone. This is still secondary. The most important damage comes from internal organs. An Earthling is absolutely unable to withstand such gravity. Dr. Brief explained to Roland the hidden danger of high multiplier gravity. If it's just weight, 6,000 kilograms is just a small amount, and it's only 6 tons, which is less than the weight of a cubic iron block. But the gravity environment is different from weight. The distribution of gravity is uniform. The gravity effect will act on every cell inside and outside. Under supergravity, the internal organs, blood vessels, and body tissues of the human body, even the brain has to bear a huge burden, and there is a risk of collapse if you are not careful. Even if Saiyans' physique far exceeds Earthling, it will be very dangerous. In original work, Son Goku was training in a 100x gravity environment. He was on the verge of death several times. If he didn't eat a few senzu beans when he was too tired to get up, he simply couldn't support planet Namek, but he benefited. With such hard training, Son Goku's power level jumped from 8,000 to 90,000 when it started from Earth. It is the gravity chamber training, coupled with senzu bean treatment and Saiyans' strong physique, that created such a miracle. Roland has enough senzu beans in his hands, let alone this opportunity. Roland said, "Doctor, please rest assured to build a gravity chamber, there is no problem." Seeing Roland insisting on this, Dr. Brief lit a cigarette and smoked a few leisurely. "Mouth, I can help with the transformation, but it is still not recommended to install such a high gravity. Be careful when using it in the future." "I will use it carefully." Roland is full of mouths, he agreed, and immediately transported the spaceship for Dr. Brief to a capsule production base near West City, where the upgrade of the spaceship began. Of course, when Dr. Brief upgraded cargo spaceship, Roland was not idle. Although his current power level is already invincible on Earth, in the universe, he may not even have the ability to protect himself. With this knowledge, Roland will naturally not waste any time. In the following days, Roland found a place near the production base to stabilize the foundation, doing high-intensity training every day. In the meantime, Tights came to him, about the setting of a part of the new novel. He needs to ask for advice. She seems to be writing a novel about Saiyan, which incorporates novel materials such as Power Level, Korin Tower, and Kami, and the debut environment is set to Earth. After all, Tights still does not know that Saiyan is actually an alien race. "I originally planned to write The Legend of Dragon Ball, but in the end I don't know how to make that's all." Maybe she also knows that such information is too shocking, and it is easy to cause confusion when it is written. Roland gave Tights some suggestions based on her own knowledge. The woman wrote down his suggestions, and then left with joy. When she left, she curiously asked him what was being reformed in the base. "I heard it is gravity equipment, so I am no longer interested." That's it, day by day. Roland immersed himself in training, combined with Saiyan's combat skill in his mind, which stimulated the energy in the body to continuously increase. When the transformation of the gravity chamber was completed, his power level had been promoted from 460 to 520, which is considered to be not a small improvement. 1 month later, the construction of the gravity chamber was completed. Roland, who received the news, rushed to Dr. Brief non-stop, and saw a doctor covered in grease there. "Doctor, where is the gravity chamber?" Roland travel-worn to Dr. Brief's side. "Come with me." Dr. Brief dangling a cigarette, and then led Roland to the parking place of the gravity chamber. Capsule's production base is very large, covering a very wide area, and there are not many bases like this worldwide. In a huge assembly workshop, Roland saw his cargo spaceship. At first glance, he couldn't recognize it as the original spaceship, although it was still 30 meters long and more than 8 meters high. Spherical shape, but the inside and outside of the spaceship has changed a look, metal paint, humanized layout. The internal cabin has been redesigned, many Earth elements have been added, and the spaceship side is also printed with the Capsule Corporation logo. "It's amazing, I can't see the original look at all." Roland admired after checking the spaceship. Dr. Brief pointed to the brand new spaceship and said with a little pride, "According to your request, I transformed the second half of the spaceship into a large gravity training chamber, which can open up to 100x gravity, and the first half excludes driving." Outside the cabin, 4 rooms were designed, with 2 floors each. By the way, the power system and communication system of spaceship have also been upgraded. "Roland, these communicators can communicate in real time, even if the planet is far apart, there will be no delay. What's more, they have a holographic projection function, which is perfect for enjoying music." Dr. Brief showcasing his latest invention impassionedly. When it comes to watches that can play music, the emotions become even more exciting. Roland is very satisfied with all the functions of spaceship, except for Dr. Brief's paranoid alternative pursuit full of grooves. Take Roland into the gravity chamber and teach him how to use the equipment. Dr. Brief said, in addition to adjusting gravity, this gravity chamber can also set temperature and air pressure. It can be simulated. Because the material of the cabin is a super alloy smelted with a special material, there is no need to worry about any risks. Many thanks, so I can train with confidence. Roland said with satisfaction. Dr. Brief said, be careful when using it. Roland nodded. After Dr. Brief went out, the 10x gravity was set directly, and the machine buzzing started to work. An immediate downward strength acts on the whole body. Roland felt it. And there was an expression of joy in his eyes. This gravity has been equal to the environment of planet Vegeta. Awesome, it's like returning to planet Vegeta. Then gradually increase the gravity. 16x can basically withstand it, but when it is added to 20x, Roland already feels difficult. The brain began to lack oxygen. Decisively shut off gravity equipment, Roland roughly understood the limit he can bear. After that, I tested various parameters such as temperature and pressure. After some experience, Roland was extremely satisfied with these functions. Chapter 26. With this equipment, coupled with the Senzu Bean's healing ability, my strength will usher in a huge improvement, but I must also pay attention to my physical condition. The use of gravity equipment will cause the future growth to be low. Warned himself in his heart, Roland walked out of the spaceship with excitement. By the way, this spaceship can also be turned into a capsule, right? If it is not portable, it is very troublesome. Of course, this is the most basic function. Dr. Brief as it should be by rights said. Any east-west city from the Capsule Corporation production base has a shrinking function, ranging from refrigerators and color TVs to villas and cruise ships. Capsule Corporation started with this technology. Roland nodded. At this time, he looked at another device not far from the gravity spaceship. It was a sphere with a diameter of about 8 meters, surrounded by 6 thick metal brackets. What is that? Dr. Brief replied, oh, that is a simulation device built when the gravity chamber was manufactured. Its function is about half of the spaceship gravity chamber, but the material also uses the strongest alloy, so it can withstand superdensity energy bombardment. Can also be reduced to capsules. Yes. Roland was interested in looking at the spherical the gravity chamber, even if it is just a trial product for rehearsal simulation, can easily reach 50x gravity. Dr. Brief's genius level is simply unimaginable. Roland didn't intend to let go of such a good thing, so he asked Dr. Brief to take away the gravity chamber. Dr. Brief didn't care about the rehearsal equipment, so he quickly agreed. Carefully turning the 2 gravity equipment into capsules and put them in his arms, Roland's eyes are full of hope for the future. It's time to return to planet Vegeta. Roland muttered to oneself in his heart. Speaking of which, I left planet Vegeta for nearly a year. According to the plot, planet Vegeta is almost destroyed by Frieza. Because of his transfer skill, Roland is no longer afraid of the risk of planet destruction. At worst, when the time comes, he transferred to another planet after he saved Sephiria. I have worked hard for that older sister. The other party should repay me. For example, devote one's life to something. Stop dreaming about her devastatingly beautiful, smiling older sister. Roland quickly withdrew his thoughts. If you dare to think so, Sephiria knows that she will slap herself to death. After several months of getting along, Roland is quite clear about Sephiria's character. She is a savage, indifferent, taciturn woman who only knows about training. Apart from training and fighting, in the bones there is no other thoughts at all. In the bones is a very pure Saiyan personality. I made up my mind to return to planet Vegeta, so I said goodbye to Dr. Brief and the others. After I go back, I also need to use the communicator to contact me. It's a pleasure to travel with you, and I will adventure together later. Tights knew that Roland was leaving and thought he was going back to his tribe. Anyway, on Earth, I didn't care. After speaking, I contacted more and continued to write her novels. Tights doesn't seem to know about alien civilization. I told her that I was Saiyan, but she was regarded as a tribe on Earth. Roland moved towards Dr. Brief shrugged, Tights' brains are so big, no wonder she can't create popular works. I hope her new novel will be popular, but the hope is not great. In original work, Tights, after getting to know Patrolman Jaco of Galactic Patrol, created a novel based on Jaco, but the result was not popular. It was not until later that I could go to various planets to do interstellar travel, and the novels created through this experience were not well received. At this moment, Mrs. Brief walked over with Bulma's hand. Aya, little Roland is going away, Aunt will miss you. Bulma raised his hand and shook Pigtail with light purple, goodbye, tell me a story next time. Well, goodbye everyone. Roland looked at the Bulma family, beckons with the hand towards them, and then took off into the sky. The energy in the body rose up, and quickly turned into a light spot and disappeared on the other side of the sky. Find a place without people, Roland's figure once again appears. Planet Vegeta is a long distance from Earth, transfer each time needs to consume amazing energy. With the power level of Roland 520, it is impossible to transfer once, so it needs to be carried out on several planets in the middle. Docked. Find out the position of planet Vegeta from the spaceship, and then note down the planet used for turnover along the way. When everything is ready, Roland keeps his breath and concentrates. Metamoran's transfer has been launched, and only one side is seen. The blurry light and shadow gleamed in place, and Roland had already left Earth. Compared with leaving planet Vegeta for the first time, Roland went back this time with a lot of calmness. Because there is a solid retreat, Roland is full of confidence even in the face of Frisia force. The lookout. Kami noticed that Roland's key disappeared from Earth, and was finally sighed in relief. He finally left. This period of time Kami has not had a good rest and always pays attention to Roland's Dongxiang. A string in his heart was tense, for fear that the other party would make a difficult situation to deal with. That guy is so strong and really made things happen, even Kami is not his opponent. Such a plague god is better to leave early. I can't see through that child at all. I seem to know a lot of secrets on Earth. Obviously still so young, but terribly strong. Kami took back his thoughts, his face there was a hint of relaxation. Roland has been on Earth, which may keep him from sleeping well for months. Fortunately, the other party has already left. It is also fortunate that Roland left Korin. It was robbed once, and it really didn't want to face that child. After several stops and replenishment of energy, about an hour later, Roland's figure appeared on the planet closest to planet Vegeta. Stop for a while on this planet, take out food from the capsule and eat special food. Roland stand up and lock the position of planet Vegeta. From the information returned by transfer, it can be seen that the opposite planet is still not destroyed by Frisia. Roland took a deep breath. The next step is to land on planet Vegeta, and after a year of absence, I don't know what happened there. There was a trace of excitement in my heart emotionally. Roland's heart became calm, and then transfer was activated, and the slender figure disappeared from the planet. Chapter 27. Planet Vegeta is a huge blue and white planet located in the north area. It belongs to the rare high-level planet Saiyan, who is famous for fighting, lives on it. Because of Saiyan's warlike character, generally, aliens will have a strategic withdrawal when they encounter Saiyan to avoid conflicts. However, because Saiyan performed the mission of selling planets for Frisia and acted overbearing, his reputation in the universe was not good. In this period of time, the spaceport of planet Vegeta was much busier than usual, and successive spaceships returned from each planet. Because of an order from Frisia a few days ago, all Saiyans returned to their home world. They didn't know that this was the beginning of a disaster. Shoo! On a wavy sea, the fine waves slapped against each other, and the clear sea surface was blown by the light wind, rippling circles of overlapping ripples. Suddenly, a black silhouette appeared above the ocean, and Roland finally returned to planet Vegeta. From Earth to planet Vegeta, he has undergone 38 transfers in total. If it weren't for the Senzu bean to support him, with his 520 power level, he would not be able to come back at all. It cost him a whole many hours. Glancing at the endless expanse of the sea, Roland's body flashed, a white light suddenly lit up on his body, breaking the waves like a lightning, and moving towards the coast. Because you are above the ocean, you can only see the outline of the distant land, but through the scouter, you can still roughly judge the location of the gathering place. Next, find Sephiria, and then take her away from planet Vegeta. Thinking in my heart, Roland quickly approached Saiyans' gathering place. The black figure seemed like a lightning disease. Swipe across the sky, and when it was close to the gathering place, he started flying at low altitude. After passing several Saiyan gathering places, he found that the whole planet Vegeta was much more lively than before. In the heavy traffic of Saiyan gathering place, the transportation vehicles going back and forth are like small trains carrying the space pod. The open space is full of small spaceships, each and every Saiyan of the fatigue of the boats and their relatives' reunion. This is a rare time for Saiyan to express his feelings. Back to Sephiria's house, there was no one inside. Sephiria has not yet returned to planet Vegeta. I went to the mission assignment division again and inquired with the identity of the Sephiria younger brother, only to know that Sephiria and their spaceship will take another month to return to planet Vegeta. Roland's eyebrows frowned when he heard the news. This was a bit different from what he planned. Originally, he wanted to find Sephiria and left planet Vegeta, but it seemed to be impossible. From the current situation, there are still a large number of Saiyan on the way back, so at this time Frieza will not destroy planet Vegeta. It is estimated that Frieza will destroy planet Vegeta. It was found that there is still a period of time before planet Vegeta's destruction. It's still a while before Sephiria comes back, so take this opportunity to train, and now I can improve a little bit. Compared with Saiyan of the same age, Roland reached 520 power level at the age of 5, absolutely it can be called excellent, and the talent is about to catch up with those elite warriors. But it depends on whom to compare with. In planet Vegeta of powerhouse as clouds, Roland's strength is not presentable. Make up his mind to train, Roland puts a camera in Sephiria's home to record the situation, then leaves the gathering place and finds a rock fracture zone in an empty canyon more than 1,000 kilometers away. Take the 50x gravity spherical gravity chamber out of the capsule. Set the gravity environment to 16x gravity, while adjusting the air pressure and temperature of the gravity chamber, the machine buzzing makes a sound, and the internal environment changes suddenly. Roland took a deep breath, slowly exhale, with a seriousness in his dark eyes, then walked into the gravity chamber resolutely, and began the formal gravity training. The super pressure of 16x Earth's gravity is really on the body, Roland snorted, basically able to withstand it, and then conduct basic training according to Saiyans training mode in his mind. Aliens' energy use is a bit rough compared to Earth, which is caused by the environment. Roland will now combine with Saiyans' bloodline to make more effective use of gravity training to improve its strength. So in the gravity training chamber, Roland self-tempering with punching and kicking, dripping with sweat, swooping, leaping, punching, the crystal clear sweat wets the tips of his hair. Time is passing by, Roland it seems that the strength of his has opened the gate, rapid increase. The sun rises, and the horizon has become white. As the morning sun gradually came out, the gentle sunlight penetrated through the clouds, dyed the white clouds with a layer of cherry red, and looked full of the brilliance of life. At this time, it has been a month since Roland entered the gravity chamber training. Outer space, Frieza's spaceship is docked on a fixed orbit, and there are many smaller spaceships around constantly cruising, monitoring all the movements of planet Vegeta. Kikano, how is the situation with Saiyan? With a slightly hoarse voice, Frieza sat on the small spaceship, a pair of indifferent eyes looked out of the spaceship. Yellow-skinned alien hands behind back named Kikano, most of the Saiyans have already returned, and some remote Saiyans need some time. Frisia's mouth, a cruel smile was condensed. This king can't wait, let the people in Legion prepare. This king will destroy planet Vegeta in 5 days. Frisia forces influence after Saiyan disappeared. There will be a lot of damage. Kikano shakes one's head, but did not raise any objections. Among all the old subordinates left by King Cold, only another veteran, Berry Blue, can ignore Frisia's terrifying and even let Frisia listen to some words. Oh ho ho, it's hard to gather these Saiyans together. This is the best opportunity to eliminate Saiyan and this planet. How to say these Saiyans are also warrior races. Now they are under pressure to submit to me. I am absolutely dissatisfied, maybe one day they will bite back. They must be eradicated before they finally act. Mr. Zarbon, please follow planet Vegeta's destruction, according to Yugar Sejin's communication records, to encircle those who have not returned to Saiyan of planet Vegeta. As you bid, your subordinates will never let any of fish that escaped the net. Alien Zarbon, the green-haired alien Zarbon with handsome appearance, replied respectfully, raising the head, with bloodthirsty cruel hidden under his handsome appearance. So I can rest assured. Frisia laughed heartily, politely nodded towards Zarbon, staring at planet Vegeta in the distance with blood-red eyes. One after another bright stars are passing in front of you, flashing like a meteor. Chapter 28. Another day has passed, and the deadline set by Frisia to destroy planet Vegeta is getting closer and closer. Many Saiyans returned to planet Vegeta by spaceship, and one of the spaceships was seated with Son Goku Father Bardock. As he approached the orbit of planet Vegeta, Bardock saw Frisia's personal ride spaceship from a distance, and the anxiety in his heart immediately became stronger. Look, it's Frisia's spaceship. The companion in the cockpit pointed to Frisia's spaceship and shouted. Bardock hugged his arms and sat in the cab with a gloomy expression. I don't know what Frisia, what the hell are you doing? But he came to planet Vegeta himself. It is said that he has stopped. It's been a long time, but it's really rare. Suddenly, we all returned to planet Vegeta. If there is a large mission, you can contact us through the communication device. There is no need to let us come back. The companion was a little strange. Take down the scouter first, and be careful to be heard. Oh, yes. Skinny Saiyan hurriedly took off the communicator. Actually, most of the successful Saiyans do not have a good impression of Frisia, and surrender is just a means of making a living. Everyone is back by one. I don't know if there will be any conspiracy. That guy has absolutely no good intentions. Bardock was very wary, but the other clansmen are still enjoying the joy of conquering the planet, didn't realize that the crisis was coming. The spaceship landed on the clearing of the gathering place. Bardock heard the clansmen maintaining order talk about the news that Frisia was investigating Super Saiyan, and suddenly realized Frisia's plan, even more so. Urgent. When he came home and saw his wife Jin, Bardock offered to send his son in the childcare cabin to a remote planet. Jin is a petite Saiyan, fluffy hair covers the ears, which makes her look extra petite, because her power level is not high, so she is non-combatant, and handles meat work for clansmen. When my husband said that he was going to send the younger son away, mood suddenly became agitated. Why, Bardock, Kakarot is only 3 years old, we haven't taught him to speak yet. Jin's gentle character is really rare in Saiyan. Bardock said, I feel that Frisia is planning some kind of conspiracy. It is too dangerous for Kakarot to stay in planet Vegeta. I will steal a spaceship at night and send this child to another planet. If there is no danger, bring him back again. But, Jin was very reluctant, but was finally convinced by Bardock. At night, Bardock stole a newly manufactured space pod from the research center. Because it was just manufactured, no monitoring equipment was installed on the spaceship. Then the husband and wife, 2 people, carried the spaceship to a place that was not easy to be taken. Where people found. The cry of the child came from the space pod. Jin looked at her son distressedly, Don't trouble Kakarot, if nothing happens, we will pick you back soon. Hey, Bardock, shall we run away together? No, our energy response can be easily monitored. Kakarot alone is the safest person. Bardock said decisively. Jin looked disappointed. Raditz is carrying out a mission outside with Prince Vegeta. It shouldn't be a problem. If Planet Vegeta really has an accident, he can only ask him to find Kakarot. I found a planet named Earth from the database. Because the people and resources on it have no value. It is an unremarkable low-level planet. Kakarot will be safe there. Bardock comforted his wife. The husband and wife, two people, put their palms on the glass cover of the spaceship and looked at the child inside. Then pressed the start button of spaceship, and the spaceship slowly lifted into the sky, rushing up into the sky, and quickly turned into a starlight that disappeared into the bright night sky. Goodbye, must live. We will pick you up soon. Be careful with Galactic Patrol. A starlight flashes across of rays of light in the night sky. Bardock and Jin are looking at the direction of their son's departure and hug together. They don't know that this spaceship will change the powerhouse of the world. Their son Kakarot is about to embark on the most glorious journey in his life. A fractured canyon area. The sun is shining and cloudless. The clear sky is spotless, as if washed by rain, showing a beautiful blue. The spherical gravity chamber, which is more than 8 meters high and exudes black light, is located in the cave-in zone of the canyon. 6 strong metal supports are pierced into the rock formation, and the equipment makes a buzzing trembling sound. Bada, bada. The wind sand outside is accelerated by the canyon tuyer and hits the surface of the gravity chamber. Small gravel accumulates large sand dunes on the top and below the gravity chamber. The gravity chamber is abnormally calm, the gravity parameter is set to 18x, and the air pressure is also adjusted to 15x. Due to the harsh environment, the entire room is filled with a depressing downward line, and the dust is strong. Gravity presses against the floor surface. In this extremely harsh environment, a boy with black hair vigorously waved his arms and made various high-intensity movements, and with the rapid movement of his body, crystal clear sweat permeated like a drizzle. Whew! Turn off the gravity device, and the training room immediately restored its normal state. After eating a senzu bean, Roland opened the hatch and walked out with a water bottle. High-intensity gravity training makes Roland's strength soar. The body is like a bean sprout that has broken through the soil and thrives under the moisture of rain. From the initial 16x gravity, in just over a month, Roland promoted gravity to 18x, and his strength has naturally improved a lot. 810 power level. Scouter, take a image of yourself. A smile appeared on Roland's face. This kind of strength certainly can't compare with Son Goku's training effect mentioned on equal terms in the gravity chamber, but Roland doesn't overly squeeze himself. After all, his body hasn't started to develop. It's better to be milder if you leave bad effects on your body. So during training, Roland will spend half a day for gravity chamber training, and another half a day for normal environment training to adapt to physical changes. Perhaps because of the natural adaptation to planet Vegeta's 10x Earth's gravity, Roland's strength growth is not as obvious as Son Goku. Even under 18x gravity, the power level only rises to 810. Perhaps the effect of gravity will only be reflected when the multiplier becomes higher in the future. Not only is Roland not dissatisfied with this, he already feels contented. Chapter 29. On this day, Roland was training in the gravity chamber as usual. At this moment, the scouter on his body suddenly sounded a fierce signal. A string of numbers flashed continuously on the screen of the scouter. Roland picked up the scouter and saw the data above, immediately startled. 11,000. This eye-catching number is shocking. The energy source is only 100 kilometers away from him. You should know that the scouter in Roland's hand was snatched from Mappa Eons during Planet Mappa. The function is not as advanced as the Frisia Force Scouter, but it can automatically alarm when a strong enemy approaches. Who will it be? A trace of doubt flashed in Roland's mind. Planet Vegeta is a high-level planet. However, there are only a few warriors with a power level of over 10,000 above. There are only 5 full-fledged warriors. Each of them is a peak warrior, maintaining the authority of Saiyan and a generally speaking warrior. They are all near the royal capital and will never appear in such a remote place. The opponent should be Saiyan. If it is from Frisia Force, then he will be ready to run away. Just as Roland was thinking about the identity of the other party, the energy source quickly approached, and the terrifying energy caused the scouter to beep, which was unprecedented. Roland's palms were sweating coldly, and his body was carefully hidden behind the ledge, raised the head looking at the sky. Transfer has been prepared. Once it is determined that the other party is not Saiyan, it will be launched immediately. Shua, a straight light across the sky like lightning, followed by a violent cracking sound of the breakthrough sound barrier. Soon one silhouette appeared in his field of vision. Roland's eyesight is excellent. When the energy is concentrated on the eyeball, it can indeed enhance the sharpness of the eyes. It was Saiyan wearing a Frisia Force battlesuit. He had 2 curly haircuts like a crab. His face was mature and there was a cross-shaped scar on his left cheek. Bardock. Look at each other's appearance clearly, Roland muttered to oneself. How could he appear here? In this direction, he moved towards the capital. Suddenly, Roland's nerves tense, and a sense of urgency arises spontaneously. According to his understanding, in the original work, Bardock sent away his childhood son Goku on the night he returned to planet Vegeta, and within a few days, Frisia dropped the supernova from space and destroyed the entire planet Vegeta. Now that Bardock has appeared in planet Vegeta, it means that Frisia will soon destroy planet Vegeta. The time left for myself is running out. And when Roland was observing Bardock, as a warrior's intuition, Bardock also discovered him. A child? Bardock looked towards Roland who was hiding behind the rocks below. Although he was surprised why a Saiyan child appeared here, he was rushing to see King Vegeta now, and he didn't care about it at all. Glanced at Roland lightly, and Bardock quickly passed Roland's head. The figure instantly turned into a black spot and disappeared into the boundless sky. After Bardock's figure disappeared, Roland carefully walked out from behind the rock, feeling very urgent. Bardock has already returned, which means that planet Vegeta is already not far from destruction, but Sephiria, why hasn't the team come back? Can't drag on any longer, we must leave planet Vegeta as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Roland hurriedly replenished food, then put the gravity chamber into the capsule, his body vacated and moved towards the gathering place and flew away. Again I came to the Mission Assignment Division to inquire about the spaceship situation of Sephiria, and got the news that her squad will enter planet Vegeta in half an hour. Roland immediately was speechless for a while, and the time was stuck just right. If he didn't have herself, Sephiria was stuck in time to die. Fortunately for you, there is a younger brother like me. With a mutter, Roland directly moved towards the spaceship anchor point and flew away. Ordinary Saiyan's spaceship is docked in the open space in the center of the gathering place. Generally, there will be Saiyan or Yugar Sijin who maintain the spaceship to register, but for some Saiyan with a higher status, the treatment is different. The elite warrior belongs to the prestigious family, the backbone of Saiyan. Every elite warrior enjoys meticulous care, and their spaceship will land at the special spaceship berthing point in the capital. Soon, Roland came to the port station of the royal capital to watch the successive spaceship return from space, and then landed under the guidance of professionals. Roland's body floated in the air, his eyes kept looking at the figure in the crowd, but Sephiria did not appear for a long time. About 10 minutes later, a beautiful silhouette came out and all the stars cupped themselves around the moon. It was the Sephiria that had not been seen in a year. There are also some Saiyan around, who should be her team members. At this time, Sephiria is 19 years old, with clear eyes and white teeth, smooth, soft and glossy skin, and soft hair draping over the shoulders. Down, the gorgeous figure is more attractive than a year ago. Saiyan has fully matured at this stage, and will maintain such a youthful state for a long time, and will not rapidly age until old age. Sephiria walked in front of her with a cold face. Sensitive, she felt that planet Vegeta was a little different from before. Planet Vegeta has become a lot more lively than before. Because everyone is back. Sephiria, there is a restaurant in front of this captain invites you to dinner. The leader captain generously invited. This captain is also an elite warrior, her name is Hertz, and he takes care of Sephiria. Sephiria shook his head, no, I plan to go back first. Well, relax yourself, maybe there will be a more difficult mission next, and you must always keep your best condition. Hertz regretfully shook his head, and several young Saiyan among the team members saw that Sephiria was unwilling to go together, and wanted to start to talk to persuade, but Hertz stopped her eyes with disappointment. Older sister. An immature figure sounded, and Roland moved towards Sephiria flew. I saw Roland's figure all the way back. He was still about 1 meter tall a year ago, and he was wearing clothes of finer materials. Seeing this in Sephiria, a flowing light flashed in the gem-like black eyes, the eyes looked at Roland look at each other, and I didn't catch Roland as he was happily, but lifted up instead. He lifted his leg and moved towards him violently and kicked it. The fierce attack made people completely unprepared. Roland was stunned by this sudden scene and hurriedly put his hands in front of him. Bang! The strength of the legs passed through his arms, Roland grinned. And his body flew out. Half of the flight, the neck was tight, and the collar was held by his slender white hands. Older sister, don't you just need to see each other? Roland smiled wryly, his arms still feeling numb. Why don't you contact me this year? Sephiria's expressionless looked at him, and the ice-cold's gaze caused the surrounding air temperature to drop by several degrees. Chapter 30. As Sephiria asked, the surrounding air temperature dropped several degrees as if the air conditioner suddenly turned on. Even if Roland doesn't know Earthling's key sense, he can still feel from Sephiria. Dissatisfaction. Put me down first. Roland was not used to being carried, and struggled a few times. Sephiria let go of the hand holding Roland's collar, imposing aura force to look at him. It's better to give a satisfactory answer, why don't you contact me? Roland tidied up his clothes and floated in front of Sephiria looking at her like a flower jade-like face, mused hasn't been seen for a while, this woman looks more and more beautiful. Not only is the person beautiful, but the imposing aura is also sufficient. If you don't give a reason to satisfy her, I am afraid it will be very difficult to pass. My communication device broke during mission execution. Roland said. Since the communication device is broken, how can you return to planet Vegeta according to the summoned instructions? Sephiria eyebrow raised. Roland said, after completing the Planet Mappa mission, I will come back naturally. Planet Mappa has been wiped out by you? Although it is only a low-level planet, it is your strength should take several years, she still has several points of suspicion in her words. Roland's mission was chosen by her. Originally, it was estimated that it would take him more than 2 years to complete the mission. This is only a little over a year. Just came back. Ah, Sephiria, this is your younger brother. Squad Captain Hertz heard a surprised voice and said, taking out the scouter moved towards Roland to take a look, let me take a look at his power level. Hey, 820. Your younger brother is also an elite warrior. It's amazing, the two people are both elite warriors, which are rare in Saiyan. Hertz is also an elite warrior himself, 26 years old, he has 4300 power level and belongs to the elite of Saiyan warrior. 820 power level. Sephiria was a little surprised, and then gave Roland a suspicious look. Judging by the power level at birth, Roland should not have this at this age. The high power level is right, but in front of outsiders, Sephiria didn't show it. Sephiria's default makes Hertz even more impressed by the innate talent of these two siblings. It's amazing. I'm so good at a young age. I don't know if my future child and Asita have such a talent. Hertz's wife Asita is a non-combatant with average potential in the child care division of the capital. Serve as a civilian. The child of the captain must also be the elite warrior. Yes, the captain is so powerful, and the future child will definitely be amazing. Hertz smiled, waved his hand, said, "Where is such good luck? The number of elite warriors only accounts for less than 1% of the newborns born each year. It is very satisfying that my child can have the potential of mid-class warrior in the future." "Okay, you guys don't disturb the Sephiria sibling reunion, there is a restaurant in front, let's have a big meal." "Captain treats, of course, we have to have a big meal. I am afraid that the commission for this mission will be spent on this." "Haha, some commissions are just a few, I'm not paying attention to yet," waved very grandiosely. Waved, Hertz has already seen how many male warriors in the team have a good opinion of Sephiria, but Sephiria is obviously not interested, and Hertz can only express a pity to them. Moved towards Sephiria, nodded, Hertz turned and led his teammates to a restaurant not far away. "Let's talk about it now, how can your power level suddenly increase that many?" Sephiria's eyes, like a quiet lake, looked at Roland. Roland said, "This is because of my outstanding talent." Sephiria chuckled, grabbed Roland's arm and moved towards the sky, the biting cold wind blowing on her cheeks. "It hurts." With a white light shoo across the sky, the two people came to a relatively remote place near the capital. "Why did you bring me here?" Roland looked at Sephiria. "Test your growth," Sephiria said flatly. "What?" Roland's heart suddenly felt bad, and the tragic history of being bloodied by Sephiria a year ago flashed in his mind, cold sweat ran down. Suddenly, a shocking energy emerged from Sephiria's body, and the scouter on his body jumped wildly. With Sephiria as the center, a powerful storm swept across the earth, and the ground trembled slightly, causing chaos. Sand and dust spread everywhere. 3,500. 4,100. 4,600. The value on the scouter keeps beating, and the final value is frozen at 5,050. Roland couldn't help showing a surprised look when he saw this. "You must know that the Sephiria power level a year ago was only 4,200, and it actually rose that many in just 1 year. Sephiria's latent talent is so terrifying. Roland, let me see how much you have grown this year." Shoo! A fierce wind, violent energy carries the huge imposing aura of destroying heavens and exterminating earth swept over. The fighting state of Sephiria was extremely decisive, and the take action was also very ruthless. Roland's face suddenly changed when he saw it, and he quickly raised the imposing aura into an offensive and defensive posture, faintly entwined with an invisible energy. But Sephiria's attack is too strong and fast. Even if the energy is concentrated on the eyes, Sephiria's movements cannot be seen. Suddenly moved towards one direction, a punch was sent, and a soft feeling was conveyed in the sky. Failed. Turning around and attacking again, the Sephiria figure flashed, leaving a vague afterimage in place, but the body did not know where it was. Still not hit. After dozens of attacks, the corners of the opponent's clothes were not touched, and the stamina consumed a lot. At this time, a cold voice resounded, "The energy value does reach the strength of 820 power level, but the reaction ability is extremely poor, and the use of energy is also very rough. You haven't been fighting for this period of time, right? Combat skill does not have any skill to speak of. Combat experience is very scarce, and I don't know how you complete the mission. Saiyan, as a warrior race, is not just because the body possesses super high energy, and it is more dependent on their fighting skills. Saiyan is a type of warrior for the whole people. Even if it is a non-combatant, it is just the internal arrangement of planet Vegeta. It is still a great expert when placed on the low-level planet." Roland heard a wry smile on his face. To be honest, he didn't do any mission at all. The increase in energy was only the result of bitter training in the gravity chamber. Where does he have any combat experience? Because we were faced with weaklings like Mappa-ians and weaker ones like Earthling before, Roland could rely on superior energy crushing even if he was not experienced enough. Now facing Sephiria, his weak side is completely exposed. Roland is struggling to support, breathing more and more disorderly. When Sephiria saw this, her brows frowned slightly, and a trace of anger flashed across her face. Obviously, she was very dissatisfied with Roland's performance in the battle. The figure flashed, and a lithe and graceful figure appeared beside Roland. With a twist of one hand, a gusty attack came, and the strong attack brought gusts of wind. If this is placed on Earth, it will be able to destroy a city in an instant. You must know that the Nappa that invaded Earth in the original work, the power level in base form is only 4000. To die. Sephiria is real. Roland couldn't dodge and was hit by a heavy blow from Sephiria. Although the opponent put away the strength at a critical time, the severe pain still made Roland miserable. Older sister, you are too cruel to do this, anyhow I am here to save you. What do you mean by this? Sephiria suddenly appeared next to Roland, her face was only a few centimeters away from him, and Roland could even feel the heat from the opponent's breathing. Chapter 31. Roland took a deep breath, smelling the faint scent of the other person without obliviousness, and bluntly said, I really came to save you. Planet Vegeta will soon be destroyed by Frisia. He called all Saiyan back this time to catch them all in one go. Now it's too late if you don't escape. You lied to me just now that the communication device is broken. Sephiria said. It's really broken. The calling order was only known after returning to planet Vegeta, but I know that Frisia has absolutely no good intentions. Roland looked at Sephiria seriously, said, I was already ready to transfer you to Earth, but who knew you refused? I have no choice but to come here in person. Sephiria's face suddenly changed when she heard this. Staring at Roland, at that time, the voice in my head is your ghost. Yes, if you agreed then, you won't be in planet Vegeta now. You'd better tell what you know. Sephiria looked at Roland seriously, and felt that this brother seems to hide a lot of things from her. But in her heart she believed Roland's words a little, because she did hear a voice asking if she was willing to go to Earth on the way back to planet Vegeta, and these were consistent with what Roland said. In fact, I have a kind of ability to predict the future. I had a premonition that planet Vegeta would be destroyed very early. Roland naturally did not say his details, but compiled a capability to predict the future. Sephiria listened to Roland's account, thinking that after meeting him, the other party had been thinking about leaving planet Vegeta, and could not help but nodded. As a warrior's intuition, Sephiria also sensitively feels the atmosphere on planet Vegeta is somewhat different. Frisia's spaceship has actually stayed outside of planet Vegeta, and it is said that it has been a long time. A boss who led the army group, inexplicably concerned about a high-level planet where Legion lived, said he was concerned the warrior of subordinate. I am afraid no one will believe it. There is only one answer. Frisia is plotting something. Is it true that, as Roland said, Frisia called all Saiyan to one net strike? Until now the relationship between Saiyan and Frisia is not as harmonious as expected, and sooner or later the conflict between them will erupt. In this case, if you change yourself to Frisia, you won't keep Saiyan's hidden danger. It's the right choice to eliminate it as soon as possible. Sephiria thought about it a little bit, and soon figured out the joints, a cold face even more ice-cold. So after you got to planet Mappa, you secretly went to the planet called Earth and used the magical power there to take me away. The cold tone became soft. That's right, but you didn't agree, so I came to pick you up. Thank you for remembering me. Sephiria touched Roland's head and whispered softly. Thank him. If everything is as Roland said, then he doesn't have to risk returning to planet Vegeta at all. And he came back, in order to take him away, even if Sephiria's usual personality is relatively cold. At this time, there is a touch of warmth in his heart. Roland stared down and smiled, "You are my older sister, of course I won't forget you. Don't say anything, I'll take you away from planet Vegeta now, it's too dangerous here, Frisia today or I will do it tomorrow at the latest. No, I will not escape. As a warrior, since Frisia wants to destroy planet Vegeta, I will kill him in advance." Sephiria shook his head. When talking about Frisia, his face is full of baleful aura. "You don't know about Frisia's terrifying, Saiyan on planet Vegeta is definitely not his opponent." Roland quickly stopped Sephiria's crazy idea. "Frisia will indeed be very strong, but I can also perform Great Ape Transformation. Elite Warrior's Great Ape Transformation will not lose rationality. With my power level, the energy after Great Ape Transformation can be increased to 50,000 power level, even if the movement speed is affected, as long as the full strength launches an attack, few people can resist it." When Sephiria speaks with full of confidence, even 1000 power level in the universe environment, the 50,000 power level is already unimaginable when all of the warriors are rare. This is also the source of confidence for Saiyans' rampant universe. Roland poured cold water on her at this moment. "Ignorant or fearless, if you think that Great Ape Transformation can defeat Frisia, you are very wrong. You know what, Frisia it's also an alien who can transform. No, his transformation is precisely the release of energy. Because his own strength is too strong, Frisia usually puts 3 yokes on himself. Don't look at him all day long. Sitting harmless on the spaceship, in fact his power in base form has reached an astonishing 530,000 power level. And once unlocked, his power will significantly increase. 530,000. P. Sephiria's expression became stunned. Pupils suddenly shrank a circle and was silent for a while, still stubbornly saying, "Even if he is really that powerful, I won't back down. Saiyan will never give in. This madman, why did he make senseless sacrifices knowing he would fail?" Roland was speechless, really wanting to pry her head open to see what's inside. "Crazy man? Maybe, we Saiyan is working for Frisia to clean up the mission of other planets. Even if one day is destroyed, it is as it should be by rights." Sephiria lightly smiled, his face close to Roland. "If you have the ability to leave planet Vegeta, then go quickly. There is no need to stay to take risks. Take care." After that, Sephiria gave Roland a hard hug, and then lifted the energy shield to break the air. Flew towards the direction of the palace, and disappeared from sight in a blink of an eye. Roland looked at Sephiria's back and said annoyed, "Damn, I'm here for nothing if you die." Shook his arm forcefully, Roland gritted his teeth. Moved towards Sephiria to chase the past. In the Frisia spaceship in outer space, the yellow alien Kikano came to Frisia. "Lord Frisia, the time you set has arrived. Oh ho ho, I should say goodbye to those nasty Saiyan monkeys. To be honest, I'm still a bit reluctant." Frisia laughing, suddenly opened scarlet-colored eyes, and the tail swayed slightly. The small spaceship floated upwards and gradually came to outer space from the spaceship control cabin. In the deep and cold outer space, the dark red color reveals a dull and deadly silence, and only a few meteors occasionally quickly pass by. Frisia rides on the spaceship and floats on top of the personal ride spaceship, facing planet Vegeta, showing a chilling smile. Chapter 32. Ha ha ha, Emperor Frisia is finally about to destroy planet Vegeta. I've long seen those Saiyans unhappy. Dodoria saw Frisia controlling spaceship into outer space, with a happy smile on his face. What a beautiful planet, but because of Saiyans' stupidity, it will soon become a fireworks in space. The green-haired Zarban Shake one's head has a cold face and an ice in his voice. Biting cold. Hee, after Frisia Force loses Saiyans' backbone, its strength will be damaged, and the combatants should make up as soon as possible. It is a blue-skinned alien who speaks. My name is Berry Blue, who usually takes care of Frisia's life. Although she looks like an old woman, she can speak without scruple even in the face of Frisia, who is like a tyrant. Frisia ruthless to everyone, but only always deflated in front of Berry Blue. So Berry Blue has a special position in Frisia force. Don't worry, Berry Blue, the selection of Legion Warrior has already started, and it won't take long to regain strength. Alien Kikano, Commander, is very calm, hands behind back, looked at Planet Vegeta leisurely, expression is relatively indifferent. Hee hee. Berry Blue chuckled and turned his gaze to Planet Vegeta in the distance. The blue and white planet is very beautiful in the dark cold space, just like a brightly carved gemstones. Look, Emperor Frisia is about to take action. I still see King take action for the first time. All aliens look through the skylight knowing the situation outside, each of them looked eagerly and their expressions were extremely excited. They rarely have the opportunity to see Frisia personally take action, so the rare opportunity is naturally extremely anticipated. Many sinful aliens are holding their breath, looking forward to looking at it. Above the spaceship, Frisia was sitting on his little spaceship, looking at Planet Vegeta in the distance, and making crazy laughter of a ho-ho in her mouth. Then stretch out a finger, a red light spot flashed a few times on the finger, and the red light spot expanded rapidly, suddenly expanding from the original peanut size to a huge fireball with a diameter of several hundred meters. This is Frisia's supernova, a little bit is enough to destroy a planet. Scion, accompany your planet and destroy it. Frisia laughed wildly. Ah! The finger suddenly moved towards Planet Vegeta, and the huge fireball with powerful energy like the sun moved towards Planet Vegeta and flew away. When gradually approaching the atmosphere of Planet Vegeta, it immediately revealed its terrifying side. High-intensity energy squeezed the atmosphere to produce a terrifying energy storm. Oh la la! The atmosphere is pushed away, in the sky as if a second sun appears, and the clouds are burnt with infinite heat. Once the fireball falls, then Planet Vegeta is really over. Finally take action, Planet Vegeta is about to die. It turns out that the power of Emperor Frisia is so terrifying, which is really great. All the aliens saw the huge fireball released by Frisia moved towards Planet Vegeta. They were panicked. At the same time, they actually gave birth to a trace of worship. Looking at the little figure above the spaceship, they immediately felt that the whole person was blood boiling. On Planet Vegeta, Roland is chasing Sephiria all the way, but Sephiria's speed is so fast that he has already disappeared from his sight. After finally catching up to the sky above the royal capital, he saw Sephiria floating alone in midair, moving towards the lower part angrily, releasing an energy attack. Below is a destroyed building. There is still one after another fiery smoke on the ruins, which seems to have just been destroyed not long ago. That was Yugar Seijan's command center, Sephiria destroyed it. Roland's figure came to Sephiria's side, and he grabbed her tail directly and cursed. Sephiria flicked tail, her cold face is full of baleful aura. I have read Yugar Seijan's communication records, and Frisia has collected all the information about Scion who is performing the mission outside. It seems that's right, Frisia really doesn't want Scion to survive. Hey, what? Sephiria stopped talking and suddenly looked towards the horizon. Roland hearing this raised the head. I saw a fire-red huge fireball break through. The atmosphere fell down, just like the sun hits, even if the terrifying fireball is far away, you can still feel the terrifying energy contained in it. Suddenly sucked in a cold breath, Roland's back chills, damn, it's Frisia's supernova. Frisia's attack has come. I'll stop it. Wait a minute, Roland just wanted to say that you couldn't stop it, but before he finished speaking, Sephiria quickly lifted off, and moved towards the fireball in the sky to release an energy attack. Hey! The dark blue energy beam is released from between Sephiria's hands and straight rushes to the sky, but this energy is insignificant compared with supernova, and the blue light beam is constantly pushed back. Really strong. Sephiria gritted her teeth, her delicate face revealed a deathly pale face. What's the matter? It's Frisia, he wants to destroy the entire planet Vegeta. At this moment, Saiyan near the capital they all reacted, realizing that the crisis is coming. The Saiyans all started to take action. One after another azure energy blast rose from the ground, and the fireball moved towards in the sky rushed away. The royal capital area has gathered a group of Saiyan from planet Vegeta strongest, which can be said to be the elite of the entire Saiyan race. Pang! 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 The energy beam one after another goes out. In front of the supernova released by Frieza, Saiyan, whose energy value is only more than 10,000 points, cannot prevent the disaster coming. The first wave of blocking failed. What's going on? Why is this energy attack so powerful? I can't stand it anymore. All Saiyan's eyes are about to split. Looked at supernova keeps getting closer to the ground, feeling powerless in his heart like never before. Frieza, we won't let you succeed. With an angry roar, Bardock took the lead in flying to the front of supernova, stretched out his arms, and tried to catch supernova. He flew up with Bardock, and then countless Saiyan pounced on the fireball, trying to block Supernova's landing with his fleshy body. But these all are in vain. Supernova is still a little closer to planet Vegeta, the terrifying whirlwind is constantly rolling up, the whole planet is restless, and the atmosphere becomes abnormally chaotic. Not good, I can't get close to Sephiria at all. In the face of the disaster, Roland knew that the destruction of planet Vegeta was unchangeable, so he had prepared transfer and he wanted to bring walking to Sephiria, but in front of the strong storm, his fragile body could not get close to Sephiria at all. The whole person was crushed to the ground by the hurricane, unable to move a single step. Suddenly, Roland had his eyes flashed and saw one silhouette, which was the Captain Hertz of Sephiria squad, and he was also among the crowds that prevented Frieza from attacking. Quickly, take me to Sephiria. Roland moved towards Hertz shouted. Hertz released the shock wave with a pale face, and suddenly heard a naive voice. He turned around and found that it was the younger brother of Sephiria. He smiled miserably, that's all, the destruction of planet Vegeta is no longer possible. Avoid, I didn't expect that Saiyan, who often invades others, will be destroyed. At the last minute, let Sephiria sisters and brothers reunite. Thinking like this, Hertz gritted his teeth and hugged him up. Roland rushed towards Sephiria, moved towards in the sky. Captain! Sephiria has messy hair, cracks in the battle suit on his body, and no blood color on his face. I brought your younger brother, let's get together one last time. Hertz sighed, looking at the Sephiria sister and brother, she couldn't help but think of his wife. I don't know where Asita is. Did not see the previous side. Don't say anything, grab my hand and I will take you away. In front of the terrifying storm, Roland struggled to maintain his strength. Oh! Sephiria grabbed Roland's hand and looked deeply at the huge fireball that was falling. The strong wind blew her forehead, making her unable to open her eyes. What are you talking about? Hertz couldn't understand the situation. It's too late to explain, planet Vegeta is about to be destroyed, hold on to me. Roland loudly roared, the energy in his body agitated, and the transfer suddenly started. Transfer! With a loud roar, in the sky began to appear a twist, a light glow suddenly flickered, shoo, the figure of the Sephiria three people suddenly came from planet Vegeta disappeared from above. After Roland and their silhouette disappeared, the huge and hideous fireball fell like an irresistible force, and the earth was smashed into a huge hole, and the energy directly penetrated the core of the earth. As the super-large mushroom cloud soared into the sky, the continent plate broke apart, lava sparks flooded the planet, and the scene of Judgment Day suddenly came. Some Saiyan who did not understand the situation just walked out of the gathering place, and was quickly vaporized by the high temperature that destroyed everything. In fact, at the moment supernova fell, the ending of planet Vegeta was doomed. Rumble. In the secluded universe starry space, planet Vegeta looks like a huge fireball, instantly exploded to pieces. On the monitor in outer space, the traces of life disappeared quickly. After a while, the scouter could no longer detect any life energy. Chapter 33. Planet Vegeta finally disappeared from the universe in a fierce explosion. When the space returns to calm, it turns out that planet Vegeta no longer has that beautiful blue in its orbit. White planet, what is left is only some scattered random meteorites, floating there sadly. Only these meteorites describe that a planet once existed here. Emperor Frieza, the life reaction in the direction of planet Vegeta has completely disappeared. Kikano told Frieza of the detection results. Frieza laughing, purple lips slightly raise, showing a confident smile. This king personally take action, naturally impossible to leave alive, hehe. The fireworks brought by the destruction of the high-level planet is indeed more gorgeous than other planets. Berry Blue snorted coldly, just because of a momentary unhappiness, it destroyed such a good combat team under his hand. Lord Frieza is really willful, and Frieza Force will be unable to expand outside for a long time. The words have quite the meaning of reproaching Frieza. Does Berry Blue think this king did something wrong? Frieza lowered his voice. Isn't it? Saiyan is not useful, but it is a good combatant. If you really see them unhappy, you can weaken them in a different way. Give them the mission to charge, I think they would be more willing. Berry Blue didn't fear Frieza, but kept his eyes on him. All aliens present were scared into cold sweats by Berry Blue's bold, for fear that such a move would annoy Frieza. Oh ho ho! Frieza squinted, unexpectedly not angry. Berry Blue, you misunderstood, this king is not so anxious to destroy Saiyan, just Lord Beerus looked at planet Vegeta upset and wanted to destroy it and destroy Saiyan only incidental to this king. Kikano quickly echoed, things are indeed what Emperor Frieza said. Berry Blue heard that it was the order of God of Destruction Beerus. I was a little surprised, it turned out to be Lord Beerus, so it's no wonder. I thought you were afraid of the legend of Super Saiyan to destroy Saiyan. That's it. Frieza laughed, her face showing disdain. The so-called Super Saiyan is nothing but a story that Saiyan fabricated to brighten his face. It has never been based on facts, this king how can be afraid? To be honest, the entire universe except for Lord Beerus, there is no one I fear from Frieza, even the father is no longer my opponent. But Saiyan does have several points of meaning, that is, the character is too strong to be for me to use. By the way, Vegeta, they are still performing the mission outside, right? Zarbon stepped forward gracefully and coldly said, there are 5 people in Vegeta squad who are performing the mission on the remote planet, did not return this time. Planet Vegeta, is Emperor Frieza going to kill them? From the last time Frieza issued an order to destroy all Saiyan, Zarbon has been watching Vegeta and their movements. Frieza waved his hand, scarlet eyes flashed a bright glow, keep them, this king will see if they can become the so-called Super Saiyan. After that, Frieza gave another order to Zarbon and Dodoria, let the people of Frieza Force start to move. All Saiyan except Vegeta squad will be eradicated. Remember not to move too much. As you bid. Emperor Frieza, rest assured. Zarbon and Dodoria assured Frieza in unison. Frieza sat on the spaceship, said with a light smile, Mr. Zarbon, Mr. Dodoria, don't spend too much time. Several merchants have already ordered planet from us. If when the time comes is short of manpower to hand over the planet, but it is about to breach the contract. Will Lord Frieza honor the businessman's promise? Berry Blue looked over with distrust. Frieza elegantly said with a smile, oh ho ho, Berry Blue, this king are qualified businessmen. Yes, although Frieza is cruel and evil, she keeps her promise and is a serious businessman. In business, Frieza usually behaves like a gentleman, even in the face of the weak warrior in Legion, she will show enough humility to pay them enough salary. Of course, this is the calmness that the powerful strength brings to Frieza, because the level difference between the two sides is too much, Frieza does not hesitate to show his tolerance to weakling. And when the other party really did something that annoyed him, Frieza would still use thunder means, instantly turning the other party into fly ashes. In recent years, Frisia led Frisia Force to looting planets everywhere in the North area, but they never occupied them. Instead, they sold all the planets they got to the wealthy in the universe. As far as Frisia is concerned, his strength has already run rampant in the universe. No matter how many planets are occupied, it is useless for him. He led Frisia Force everywhere to plunder, more like savoring the lifestyle of the lower class. Just like a tycoon who is used to eating the delicacies of mountains and seas, because I am tired of eating it, occasionally changing to a light vegetarian side dish, it also has a special flavor. For example, one day you live in a rural area and you have a house in a poor village without water and electricity. Even if the area is as large as 200 to 300 square meters, there will be no one. Envy you. The world will only think that this kind of life is very difficult, far inferior to having a 50-60 flat hut in the city. But if you have tens of millions deposit in your bank card, then you are not called hardship, but experience life. Frisia took the lead in leading Legion everywhere in the battle, which means that he not only enjoys the joy of fighting, but also experiences the status of aloof and remote. Whenever I see the painful and desperate expression that opponent shows when facing death, Frisia will feel happy. It is a great spiritual satisfaction. In contrast, the trivial planet is not rare at all. Mr. Dodoria, Mr. Zarbon, I wish you all to complete the mission as soon as possible. Frisia sat on the spaceship, moved towards Zarbon and they were nodded. Ha ha ha, I will kill all the remaining Scion without leaving. Dodoria laughed heartily, her fleshy body trembled with excitement. The chubby one is like a big water sphere. But don't underestimate Dodoria just because he is fat. This guy's power level is above 20,000. Zarbon is much more elegant than Dodoria, indifferently said, please rest assured that Emperor Frisia, we will eliminate Scion as soon as possible. Watching Dodoria and Zarbon leave the command room, Frisia turned around, a cruel smile condensed from the corner of Purple's mouth, and his eyes faintly looked towards the deep void. The history of planet Vegeta is over, and with its destruction is the powerful Scion race. P.S. Dragon Ball Z, Bardock the father of Goku and episode of Bardock because of the difference between Jaco the Galactic Patrolman and Dragon Ball Super. Broly and other settings are contradictory, and it is only a propaganda work for the Dragon Ball Heroes game, so it was not adopted, so Bardock is really dead and has not traveled to ancient times. Disclaimer, this book only uses Akira Toriyama's manga and original, and the original part of anime is completely ignored. Chapter 34. The remote planet in the north area. In the ruins of a broken wall, the surrounding area is full of water vapor. Vegeta is sitting on a collapsed rock, gnawing on the fruit on the local planet, and there are several dinosaur-like creature corpses lying beside it. It has been a long time since they came to this planet. The natives have almost been wiped out, and they will be able to return to homeworld soon. At this moment, several Scions around him received the message from Frisia Force. When they opened it, they were shocked. An adult Scion was shocked and said, Prince Vegeta, Frisia Force sent a message saying that planet Vegeta was hit by a huge meteorite and the entire planet was destroyed. Scion above was all killed. What do you mean by all the deaths? Vegeta squad, except for Vegeta and Raditz, the other three are adult Scion. They were all stunned to hear the news. Because all Scions returned to planet Vegeta at this time, they also died, which means that there are only 5 of us Scions left. At this time, Nappa still has hair and power level. The peak time is not reached. Raditz supported the injured arm, we are really fateful this time. Fortunately, we did not follow the call to return to planet Vegeta. Vegeta spit out the fruit indifferently. It's a pity, I thought I could become a king of Scions. Prince Vegeta, you have a younger brother. Yes, I don't know if it's dead live, forget it, leave him alone. Vegeta continued to eat fruit. His younger brother Tarbal was not strong after he was born. In order not to shame the royal family, King Vegeta secretly exiled him to a low-level planet. Not many people know the whole thing. Where is the younger brother of Raditz? Several adult Saiyan expressed concern for the family of teammates. Raditz indifferent said, I don't know, that guy is just a low-class warrior, maybe in the childcare cabin at home right now. I suddenly remembered what Mother Jin had sent him some time ago. The message seems to have sent his younger brother to some planet, but he doesn't care anyway. This way. Several teammates were speechless, and Vegeta and Raditz didn't seem to care much about their younger brother. Maybe it was because he often carried out missions outside, was influenced by Frieza Force, and forgot the friendship between Saiyan. Planet Vegeta is a rare high-level planet in the North area. Its destruction naturally caused an uproar in the entire North area. Countless aliens who had to wander outside because they had been attacked by Saiyan heard the news, all clapped their hands and laughed. After receiving the news, many people from planet show disdainful smiles of taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. There are also many rich people who feel sorry for the destruction of planet Vegeta. Of course, they are not a pity for Saiyan, but for the destruction of planet Vegeta. Sorry for not being able to get a high-level planet. On a planet with a beautiful environment, King Cold sits leisurely on a throne, gently swaying the wine glass in his hand, taking a sip from time to time. What a chic life! Since the Cold Force was handed over to Frieza 5 years ago and adapted to Frieza Force, King Cold has officially retired and lived on this beautiful planet with a few henchmen. Only when they encounter major events in the universe, will they express their opinions and show their existence. I heard that Frieza eliminated all Saiyan. It is true, King Cold. The alien beside him answered carefully. King Cold laughed aloud and raised one leg over the other. All right, those of Saiyan will certainly not be convinced even if they surrender. It is good that Frieza can wipe them out. It is said that Lord Frieza left a few Saiyans, one of them is called Vegeta, which seems to be Prince of Saiyans. Oh! King Cold said with interest. Take a sip of red wine, it's okay, trivial Saiyan is nothing to worry about. This Vegeta is at most the same as his father. In the future, it will have 10,000 to 20,000 power level to the limit. Killing him is easy. King, although the power of Cold is not as powerful as Frieza, there is still a tens of million power level. Because of the full control of the body's energy, there is no need to suppress the body's power through transformation like Frieza. It is the well-deserved North Area Overlord before Frieza. In his eyes, the weak Saiyan like Vegeta is just a toy that regulates emotions when you are bored. If you are tired of playing, you can kill it at will. Frieza kept Vegeta with them. Of course, the Saiyan strength on in fact planet Vegeta is really not very strong. If it weren't for Son Goku, a protagonist in the original work, and Vegeta, the main supporting role, it would add a lot of color to this race. The ordinary planet Vegeta Saiyan, it's just a little bit of strength. There are not a few aliens in the North area whose strength is above them. From this point of view, neither King Cold nor Frieza's approach is problematic. However, they don't know that it is such a seemingly insignificant decision that will bring their father and son to an end in the future. A planet not far from planet Vegeta, at the moment of planet Vegeta's destruction, a dazzling rays of light suddenly appeared on this planet. Shoo! In the sky, there was a sudden distortion. At a height of more than 10 meters from the ground, the figures of Roland, Sephiria, and Hertz, 3 people appeared in midair. Thump! 3 people fell weakly from a height of more than 10 meters. Roland is now exhausted because he was forced to start the transfer, while Sephiria and Hertz have little energy left due to the supernova who fought against Frieza before, plus the sudden transfer to the outer planet, the energy is still not there. The reaction came so that 3 big pits were directly hit on the ground. Roland was struggling to crawl out of the pit. His face was very pale due to excessive energy consumption. Such a fall made him feel even more uncomfortable. Are you okay? With a cold voice, Sephiria came to Roland. Her hair was a bit messy, her expression was haggard, as if she had been hit hard, and her battle suit broke through several cracks. Roland shook his hand. It's okay, the energy consumption is a bit high. Thanks to you, we can leave planet Vegeta. Sephiroth's emotions are a bit depressed. She knows planet Vegeta the result will not be good, maybe it is now destroyed, everything is just as Roland said before. You don't want to avenge Saiyan, do you? Roland glanced at Sephiroth. Frisia's strength is definitely not something they can provoke now. He is really worried that Sephiroth will be hot-headed and run away. Revenge. Sephiroth shook his head. No, Saiyan's demise was only lost in the weak or prey to the strong competition. There were countless planets that perished in our hands before, and they died in battle. What a pity. I'm just not reconciled. Frisia's strength is much stronger than ours. The previous failure has hit the self-proclaimed genius Sephiroth, but he also recognized himself and the distance between powerhouses. Her power level is nothing to be proud of. Indeed, our strength is not comparable to Frisia. Roland was silent for a while, took out 3 senzu beans from his pocket, and handed them to Sephiroth and Hertz. Take go, eat this senzu bean and you can instantly restore stamina. Sephiroth took it without doubt. After eating, the whole person immediately regained his spirit, felt the continuously power in the body, and had a pair of dark eyes immediately stare open wide. Her younger brother, there are so many good things. Hertz took the senzu bean and looked at it. What the hell is going on here, why are we here, and planet Vegeta? Chapter 35. Planet Vegeta has been destroyed, Roland said truthfully. Hertz heard this, and the whole person was hit hard, and her resolute face suddenly became decadent. The destruction of planet Vegeta took away not only the comrades who fought together, but also his wife Asita, all of whom died. The dignified Saiyan race is going to be annihilated. Seeing Hertz's silence, Sephiroth didn't know what to say. After all, she couldn't experience Hertz's sadness. Lightly patted him on the shoulder. Compared with Hertz, she may be lucky because she still has a relative, Roland. Looking at the surrounding environment, the dim sky is full of dust, and the atmospheric circulation is very fast. Although there are some vegetation growing on the vast land, the turbid air makes people uncomfortable. Sephiroth asked, "Where is this?" Roland said, "Planet Najiang, a life planet closest to planet Vegeta. Because time is tight, I had to find one." "A planet?" Hertz said, "I know this planet. Because of the harsh living conditions, Frisia Force did not include it in the planet for sale, just as a temporary stop." Sephiroth brows knit. "So, the people of Frisia Force may be stationed here?" "Yes." Hertz nodded, feeling somewhat recovered, but there is still a trace of invisible sadness in the eyes. The 3 people understand that such a planet can't stay longer. Since Frisia intends to destroy the entire Saiyan race, he will soon send people to chase the Saiyan who has not returned. It is so close to planet Vegeta. It is really not a safe place, and the surrounding environment is bad, even if there is a shortage of food. "Hertz, you first eat the beans in your hand, this thing seems to be able to restore stamina at once." Sephiroth persuaded Hertz to use senzu beans. This is called a senzu bean. It is a magical item on a planet. One can eat one without food for 10 days. The key is that it can instantly restore stamina. Except for illness, any injury it can be restored instantly. Roland introduced the advantages of senzu bean. Hertz took the dry senzu bean and felt a little unfathomable after listening, put it in his mouth to chew, and soon a shocked expression appeared on his face, and his stamina really recovered. There is such a magical thing in the universe. You will encounter even more magical things in the future." Roland smiled mysteriously. Sephiroth and Hertz are 2 very good Saiyans. Now there are very few Saiyans in the universe, and they should stay together before they become strong. Sephiroth looked straight at Roland, saw his happy smile, couldn't help but reach out and lift him up. He was less than 1 meter tall. "Where is Roland, Sephiroth's opponent?" he struggled for a while before being put down by Sephiria. Okay, let's talk about the business first. The people of Frisia Force must now be searching for Saiyan, who is alone in the universe. This is not a place to stay for long. We should think about the next step. People without farsightedness must have immediate worries. Roland will definitely not take the risk to collide with Frisia before he is strong. There is not much conflict between him and Frisia, so he will not be so stupid to avenge the dead Saiyan. As Sephiria said before, the destruction of planet Vegeta is the same as those destroyed by Saiyan. They are all knockouts in the survival competition of weak are prey to the strong. They died only because of lack of strength. Even Sephiria said that, and Roland had nothing to say. After Roland said this question, the faces of Sephiria and Hertz became serious. Sephiria said, Frisia Force's influence is spread across the entire north area, south side area. Although there is no formal influence range, but if you continue to stay here, the probability of encountering Frisia Force is too great. Hertz, why don't you go to the north area west side, which is a place that Frisia Force rarely touches, and according to legend, our Saiyan place of origin is on that side. Planet Sadala. Sephiria listened. Said origin planet. That was the most glorious time for Saiyan. If it weren't for the civil war, planet Sadala would never be destroyed, and we Saiyan would not be exiled to planet Vegeta. At this point, Hertz was a little emotional. After all, the original brilliance has been passed away, and it doesn't make any sense to say it now. Sephiria said, North area west side is a good place to go. Then go there. Roland naturally has no opinion. Originally, Earth it is an ideal planet, but the problem is that Earth is too fragile. For Roland, who urgently needs to improve his strength, Earth will soon be excluded. Sephiria looked towards Roland, but we don't have a spaceship. Roland alone depends on your ability. I'm afraid you will be overwhelmed. Roland's transfer is magical, but bringing two people to teleport together is a test of stamina. Before leaving planet Vegeta with Sephiria and Hertz, he almost killed Roland. Who said we don't have spaceship? Glanced at Sephiria with a faint smile, Roland took out a capsule from his pocket and threw it out. Bang! After a huge burst of smoke, a pitch-black spherical-shaped spaceship appeared in front of everyone. It was 30 meters long and more than 8 meters high, and looked like a hill. It is a gravity spaceship transformed by Dr. Brief. This spaceship has undergone a special transformation by a gifted scientist, and the power system has been fully upgraded. Even if the performance is compared with the most advanced spaceship of Frisia Force, it is not inferior. The cabin in front of the spaceship is except for the cockpit. In addition, there are 4 rooms. The performance of the gravity spaceship is roughly introduced. When they heard that there are devices that can change gravity and air pressure in the spaceship, both Sephiria and Hertz were curious. After entering the spaceship and personally letting them feel the charm of the gravity training chamber, they soon fell in love with this spaceship. This gravity chamber environment is the same as the supergravity planet in the universe, and it has an excellent effect on improving strength. With this training room, my strength will be significantly improved. Otherwise, let's not go to the north area west side and find a quiet planet closed door training for a period of time. Sephiria with red light glowing on her fair face, to her, the improvement of strength is the most important. Indeed, it is safer with enough power. Hertz, who has just experienced the destruction of the home world, thinks it is nodded. As soon as Roland saw it, his 5-year-old child, nodded slightly, unconsciously, became the core of the 3 people. Then the spaceship database was called up, and the 3 people searched it a bit before identifying a planet far away from Frisia Force monitoring. It is a mid-level planet. Although there are traces of life on it, civilization has not yet developed. Chapter 36. Located in the north area near the west, there is a planet called Planet Fry, which is a mid-level planet. On this day, a black behemoth suddenly broke the tranquility on this planet. The spaceship pierced the atmosphere and emitted rumble loud noise. The intense red light and the rising dust made life in the native lose one's head out of fear on planet Fry. Some native people think that Kami is coming, and they all crawl on the ground and bow their heads in worship. Crack! The hatch of the spaceship opened, and two silhouettes of a man and a woman walked off the spaceship first. After them, a silhouette like a child walked down. Roland opened the scouter and tested the energy response on the planet. Soon several energies over 1000 power level were displayed in the scouter. There are 7 responses on this planet with energy values exceeding 1000 power level, which are located at 137 km in the direction of planet east side and 546 km in the south direction. According to the results, this is a relatively primitive planet, and civilization has not yet been developed. Those energy responses should be primitive beasts. The scouter used by Roland is his own, and the scouters of Sephiria and Hertz were destroyed by them after they left planet Vegeta. I will erase all those lives, Hertz directly said. After a period of interstellar travel, they came to this planet called Planet Fry because they have to live on this planet for a period of time. In order to prevent the training from being disturbed, any strong energy response none of the life form can be left. I give it to you. Roland nodded slightly, hand the scouter to Hertz. Hertz nodded. After receiving the scouter, it turns into a white light disappeared. His power level is as high as 4300 energy value, so there is no problem in dealing with the life form on the trivial mid-level planet. After Hertz left, Roland and Sephiria quickly released an energy wave to clear the surrounding field. The energy attack of Rumble produced spectacular mushroom clouds. Everything in the circle was completely destroyed for 10 kilometers, the rolling mountains were razed to the ground by terrifying power, and the bare earth exuded a wisp of heat. Then took out the hut in the wild from the capsule, and the temporary residence of Roland and Sephiria was completed. Take out your other gravity chamber, Sephiria said. What are you going to do with it? Roland glanced at Sephiria, then took out another gravity training chamber. Sephiria, this gravity chamber will give me training in the future, that's it. After that, Sephiria shook her head and walked directly into the gravity chamber and closed it with a bang. The hatch, the gravity chamber soon made a buzzing sound. This woman is so overbearing. This is her own training room. Roland stared at Sephiria's series of actions, some laughed involuntarily. Sephiria is not only a bit colder, but also a training madman just like Vegeta. Anyway, come to Planet Fry. On the way, she was also the person who occupied the gravity chamber for the longest time. Don't overtrain your body to get sick. Although Senzu Bean can heal all injuries, it is not effective for physical diseases. However, in the original work, Vegeta uses the gravity chamber in this way, and there is no adverse effect. It shouldn't be a big problem. But it's not easy to say that each person's body is different for each individual. Son Goku is the unfathomable mystery of the heart virus. Although the cause is unknown, it cannot be ruled out that it is due to the gravity chamber. If it is a little bit of disease, Senzu Bean really cannot be prevented. Do you want to use Dragon Ball to make a wish to have a healthy body forever? Roland started to think about it, and walked into the gravity chamber of the spaceship. Turn on 20x gravity. Roland struggled to train his body in harsh environments. A few hours later, the high-energy life form on the Hertz-erased planet Fry returned to the place where the spaceship landed. Seeing that Roland's sister and brother were all training in the gravity chamber, they went out to find food in silence. Saiyan has a huge appetite. 3 Saiyans need to eat food for hundreds of people. In the evening, beside a bunch of crackle-sparkling bonfires, Roland 3 people gorge oneself nibbling the food in their hands, and they have piled up next to them the wreckage of half-human bones. Sephiria, my power level has reached 5000. Hertz was eating while talking about his training results. The gravity chamber is indeed the most suitable tool for Saiyan training. In just a dozen days, Hertz's power level has been soaring. And Hertz himself is an excellent elite warrior, otherwise it is impossible to exceed 4000 power level at the age of 26 years. Sephiria gushed a piece of meat and stuffed it into her mouth, moving a lot without showing any rudeness at all. I'm about to reach 6000 power level. Roland put down the food in his hand and wiped the grease on the corner of his mouth. I am the only one who hasn't even reached the 1000 power level. Roland, your age is still young, I can't compare with you at your age. Hertz always thought Roland was an elite warrior. Sephiria lowered her head to eat, her voice coldly said, don't praise him, this brat only knows to increase energy, the combat skill is so bad, it won't even die if you encounter opponent of the same intensity. I know. Roland glanced at Sephiria, older sister, can you stop hitting me? Do you think you are very strong? Saiyan is known for fighting, his actual combat ability is inferior to a child who just left the training camp. Sephiria's bright eyes looked towards Roland, and the cold chill made Roland unable to resist. Roland as own brother, Sephiria is very dissatisfied with his state, knowing that balanced development of strength is the kingly way. The factors that determine victory or defeat in battle are nothing but combat skill, attack speed, attack power, resistance capability, and recovery capability. Among them, attack speed, attack power, and resistance capability can be obtained through power training, and only combat skill it is gradually accumulated by rich battles. Roland was eating barbecue. Sephiria's criticism is correct. What he lacks is combat experience. Only after the test of actual combat, the combat skill will be significantly improved. Hertz, don't be angry, Roland is still young. At this time, boosting energy is important. Sephiria frowned her eyebrows slightly, and after a while said abruptly, I'll do a sparring session for you from tomorrow, and must bring up your combat experience. Really? Roland was overjoyed. In the past, Sephiria trained him only to improve his resistance capability, and none of the combat skills taught him. Although Saiyan Child will be instilled with a certain combat skill by the computer when executing a mission, how can it be compared to Sephiria's personal teaching? Of course it is true, you must prepare yourself. Sephiria ate the food gracefully, staring at Roland coldly. There was a sudden burst in his heart, Roland's smile became a little stiff, and he recalled what had been ravaged by Sephiria before. Roland couldn't help but regret it, he should let Hertz train him. Sephiria went crazy and never knew start off leniently, especially when she knew she had a senzu bean, it was even more impossible to make her be merciful. Chapter 37. Who makes you use up your full strength when you take an action? You don't have any room for maneuver during the battle, you just wait to be cleaned up. With a very dissatisfied yell, Sephiria's graceful figure suddenly appeared beside Roland, white palm pushed forward, palms with huge strength hit Roland's body, strong winds on both sides, Roland's body staggered, suddenly flew backwards. Stand up quickly, will the enemy give you time to rest in a real battle? Without any accident, a fierce attack came again. Puff, Roland couldn't help but spout a smear of blood, raised the head but met Sephiria's baleful aura face. This is an ordinary morning, sun shone brightly, peaceful, and the climate is just right, but for Roland, this period of time can only be described as a nightmare. For more than 10 days, Sephiria every day all will come to train Roland. It is indeed different from the previous one. During training, he will teach him a lot of things to pay attention to in battle, so that Roland can learn a lot at once. But the only thing that makes people unacceptable is that this woman really won't start off leniently, each time is very cruel, and she will never give up unless she beats him half to death. According to Sephiria's words, the real enemy will not give you a chance to stand up again. What a wise saying! Roland got up from the ground and looked towards Sephiria with firmness in his eyes, and his body flashed like a swift arrow, which instantly appeared beside Sephiria. Sephiria nodded slightly, there was a smile at the corners of his mouth. Just when Roland thought he was going to succeed, Sephiria leaned slightly to the side. After avoiding Roland's attack, his slender arm drew a beautiful line in midair. The arc. The crystal rays of light flashed suddenly, as if a starlight flickered, and Roland was attacked once again. The battle continues. Roland's movements gradually became more flexible, and he began to think consciously during the battle, summarizing the gains and losses. After Sephiria deliberately tapped it, the body quickly absorbed the fighting nutrients. To keep up with my speed, I will press my strength to the same level as yours. If you can withstand my attack, then you are already a qualified warrior. In the howling wind, Sephiria's body was constantly flashing, black beautiful hair was flying, and his eyes looked towards Roland in the distance. Suddenly, the figure on the spot became blurred, and it appeared again and came to Roland's side. Twisted around and punched out. After image. When Roland saw this, his eyes narrowed, his eyes kept turning, looking for the trace of Sephiria. Suddenly, a slight air fluctuation caught his attention. Roland reacted quickly, shaking his body, and a flicker appeared 10 meters away, and just after Roland's figure disappeared, a slender the palm of his hand came over. Finally I have grown a bit. Sephiria nodded, continuing to attack Roland. Hiss! Roland suddenly a sharp pain in the chest, followed by a violent impact. Roland grinned, gasping for breath, his body leaped quickly, and when he was in midair, he quickly turned around. Just one step away from Sephiria, his body changed its posture again, a blur his afterimage stayed in midair, and his figure came to the back of Sephiria strangely, and his hands moved towards Sephiria's tail to grab it. Combat skill has reached the standard. But the experience is not enough. The voice of Sephiria cold and severe sounded in the ear, and the warm touch made Roland feel bad. A trace of cold sweat suddenly emerged from behind, his body quickly turned, and Shiu fled. With a chuckle, Sephiria reach out means, 2 fingers forming a sword. Air blast! Coldly shouted out a word, the air seemed to be stirred, and it boiled instantly. Shua! An energy blast shining with bright rays of light was released. Facing such a situation, a lightning glow flashed in Roland's eyes, raising his arms and clenching his fists, his immature face was full of seriousness. Starry cannon! Punched, the infinite starlight flickered. The surging power burst out suddenly, and it burst out like a flood-like event. Bang! 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 The 2 energies collided in midair. It immediately seemed that there was a bombardment of destroying heavens and exterminating earth. A huge mushroom cloud rose from the ground cracked one after another, and a strong shock wave directly cut one off. Layer of soil, leaving a circular cave-in zone. Cough cough, Roland's mouth overflowed with fresh liquid, and his clothes became tattered, because the overloaded energy used makes the brain dizzy. Soon fainted. After Roland fell to the ground, Sephiria's figure appeared beside him, picked him up to a lake, and then soaked him in the water. Shoo! A light glow flashed. Hertz ended the training in the gravity chamber and came to Sephiria's side. Roland has mastered all skills in just 10 days and became a real warrior. This kind of learning ability is really strong. You know, I reached his level when I was almost 10 years old. At the age of 10, he perfectly mastered 1000 power level, even in the elite warrior. As an elite warrior, Hertz has experienced countless battles, but it was also after the age of 10. Only reached 1000 power level, 26 years old, reached 4000 power level. Sephiria stared at Roland in the pool, nodded. Others didn't know, she knew very well, in fact, Roland was nothing at all. Elite warrior is an ordinary mid-class warrior. But it is such a mid-class warrior. The training speed is actually faster than elite warrior, which is simply unfathomable. Even though energy can be explained by gravity chamber training, but combat skill and combat experience can only rely on actual combat. Sephiria really feels that Roland is growing every day. In just a few days, it's like a sponge absorbs a little bit. Absorbs her fighting philosophy. Roland, her younger brother, probably has terrifying learning ability. Soon, Roland regained consciousness from the pool. When he heard that Sephiria threw him in the water and left him alone, when he ran to the gravity chamber training, the trace of helplessness appeared on Roland's face. Her enthusiasm for training is not worse than Vegeta. Every time she can't find her, she knows she went to the gravity chamber again. You need to know that proper rest can better regulate your body, and the combination of work and rest is not worse than bitter training. It is a pity that Sephiria listens no see. Roland, I have something for you. After eating, Sephiria took out something like a USB drive. What is this? Sephiria said while eating, this is what I copied from the communication records between them and Frisia Force when I destroyed Yugar Seijan's command room. It seems to record all Saiyans' mission information. What? Roland was very surprised, and quickly wiped off his greasy hand and took over the USB drive and looked at it. Hertz heard that Saiyans' information was recorded in it, and his expression became serious. Does that mean that we can find those clansmen who are left out? Sephiria said, probably. If Frisia Force did not have time to find them, there should be many survivors, but the large-scale Saiyan squad should have been destroyed along with planet Vegeta and left. Saiyan who is out is mostly low-class warrior, or weaker non-combatant. Mid-class warrior or elite warrior has its own squad, and after receiving instructions from Frisia Force, they have returned to planet Vegeta. Only those low-class warriors that are not valued, or those who have been exiled since childhood, child of exile, will be unattended. Maybe it still exists on some remote planet. Chapter 38. Why didn't you take it out earlier? Hertz was a little bit excited when he was excited. Sephiria should take this thing out sooner. Sephiria glanced at Roland and said bluntly, at that time, Roland's abilities could not be transferred with everyone, and spaceship was too eye-catching. Even if I took out this database, it was of no use. Hertz was silent for a moment, sighed, it's true. Sephiria continued, but it's different now. As Roland's strength increases, the transfer of people is no longer before. It's so difficult, maybe you can bring back a few clansmen. Yes, it will be possible. Hertz became excited, and now it is more than a month has passed since planet Vegeta's destruction. The action of Frisia Force, no matter how fast it is impossible to kill all Saiyan in the universe. Some remote planets must have survivors. Saiyan race has not completely died. Hertz's heart was suddenly full of hope. He thought that Saiyan would only be left with 3 of them. Although Sephiria is a female Saiyan and can reproduce offspring, Hertz still thinks of his wife and reproduce offspring. It can only be the 2 people of Sephiria and Roland, but even so, it will last at most 1 generation, and it will definitely not be able to reproduce afterwards. In this case, Saiyan is the same as extinct, and will disappear after several decades. But it is different now. With this database in hand, coupled with Roland's teleportation ability, there is definitely hope to find some clansmen before Frisia Force. It doesn't need to be too much. If there are 100 to 200 people, as long as the number of men and women is moderate, Saiyan race can continue. Let's read out the data inside. Roland said. Hertz hastily nods. So a few people hurriedly washed their handles, and carefully plugged the USB drive with important information into the spaceship data interface. The spaceship computer quickly recognized the data inside, and the large screen was densely packed. Lists the information of each planet and the Saiyan information of the mission. It's really a lot, we need to screen it out. After a final discussion, a few people decided to start with a few planets nearby, most likely to find some latent talent, the clansman who is still good. Roland asked a question, what if those people don't want to come back with us when the time comes? Saiyan is both arrogant and obstinate generation, not that you want take it away, people will listen, there will always be a few bad and bold guys. Sephiria eyes flashed a cold light, those who don't want to follow will teach me a lesson first, and kill them if they don't obey. Hertz has the same face as a baleful aura, I agree Sephiria's approach, before we are fled, must not expose our tracks. Roland nodded. This is the most direct way to kill those who disagree. Anyway, they will be killed by the people of Frisia Force sooner or later, so I choose some suitable ones to bring them back. Roland definitely didn't want to work hard, but brought back some thankless wretch. Roland, I'll go with you. Sephiria looked at Roland with bright eyes. Yes, let Sephiria follow, she can protect your safety, and I will stay at Planet Fry, waiting for you to come back. Hertz nodded and said, Roland's safety is more important than anything else. Roland thought for a while, nodded, okay, let's go together. Although Roland's power level is close to 1000. Such strength cannot be considered weakling in the universe. After all, the Raditz 1500 power level dare to walk through the universe unscrupulously. It can be seen that this kind of power level is not weak anymore, but if you really want to say it, you can never say how strong it is. For the sake of his own life, it is important to bring a bodyguard. Between Sephiria and Hertz, Roland certainly chooses Sephiria. After all, she is her own older sister, and she is still a great beauty, and she is also elated when she stays together and smells the scent. Then everything was ready. Roland asked Sephiria to hug her body tightly, and then began to use transfer. The body felt a gentle touch. Roland curled her mouth, transfer quickly activated, a white light flashed by, and the figure of two people quickly disappeared from Planet Fry. Looking at the disappearing figure of Roland's sister and brother, Hertz's mouth trembled slightly, and he clenched his fist firmly. Scion race, it's up to them whether it can continue. Across several places outside the star system, Roland and their figures suddenly appeared. That's it, Wando planet. According to the data in the data, there is a low-class warrior. Roland opened the scouter and quickly searched for the data on the planet. The corner of his mouth slightly raised. It seems our luck is not bad, that Scion is still alive. Go. Sephiria picked up Roland, the 6000 power level energy burst out, and the straight energy ray skyrocketed. Sephiria took Roland, quickly moved towards energy source and approached. Walking all the way through dense jungles and vast grasslands, after crossing several high mountains, the two people came to a relatively open hilly area, with undulating hills on both sides, and birds singing in the quiet old linn. The voice goo goo sounded. Boom! A violent sound reverberated in the sky, and then the earth began to shake, and along with the sturdy trees collapsed, a series of thick smoke rose above the forest. In the forest, a child who looked only 8 to 9 years old was fighting with a giant dinosaur. The collision became more and more intense. The strong collision shook the earth, and the dense woods were instantly opened up. A clearing. The child laughed heartily, a trace of ominous light flashed in his eyes, and his hands kept releasing Azure Energy Blast. PNG hit the dinosaur, causing the giant beast to utter a tragic scream. Long his neck tilted to the side, and he fainted completely. Seeing his prey finally fell to the ground, the child burst out laughing. He didn't know that everything he did fell into the eyes of two people. Roland floated in the air, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. This is the guy, Asir, 10 years old, low-class warrior, power level 280, it's pretty good in low-class warrior. Sephiria looked plainly, take him, knocked unconscious away directly. Don't ask the other person's opinion. That's right, if you take him. When I went back, I was reluctant to cooperate with us. Instead, I wasted the senzu bean that was consumed all the way. Then ask about it. In Sephiria's eyes, the senzu bean is very precious. Hey, who are you? Scion named Asir saw Sephiria and Roland. When he was about to ask, the Sephiria figure flickered and appeared beside him. He directly squeezed the scouter in his ear. Bang! Seeing that his scouter was crushed into pieces, Asir angrily said, "What are you doing? You ruined my scouter." Sephiria's face turned cold, the imposing aura released. "Brat, you'd better be obedient." Okay, you say." Feeling the murderous aura on Sephiria, Asir's face couldn't help turning pale, and the look towards Sephiria was full of fear. Chapter 39. You said, planet Vegeta has been destroyed. Saiyan, named Asir, trembled when he heard about planet Vegeta's destruction, and his face was gone. The arrogant arrogance as before. Sephiria's cold gaze fell on him. Yes, now I give you two choices. First, follow us. We will take you to a planet that will not be found. Second, stay here, we will not care about you, choose now. You won't hurt me. Yes. Sephiria looked towards the other person, in his eyes a faint cold light flashed. It's okay if Saiyan makes the right choice. If he chooses to stay here, then in order not to reveal information about himself and others, Sephiria will not keep this guy's life anyway. After a while, Saiyan Asir made a decision after thinking and whispered, I am willing to follow you. A wise choice. Roland exclaimed, this brat is still aware of current affairs, so he saved his life. He knew that Sephiria's heart had actually been killing intent just now, and he couldn't help but sigh. Sephiria worthily is the decisive Saiyan, but he might not be so cruel in this regard. She studies. Your choice is correct. Saiyan is the only one of us left. We shouldn't be suspicious of each other. Sephiria's face showed a pleasant smile, not at all like an iceberg that rejected beyond 1,000 miles. Coldly. Roland glanced at her. Just now, you were planning to kill someone. Sephiria moved towards Roland with a smile. Roland stared down, and then laughed. Asir also laughed and asked, how are we going to leave? You are also here by spaceship. Don't be so troublesome, spaceship will expose our whereabouts. Later, Roland and Sephiria led Asir to the place where Asir's spaceship landed, and found the white space pod there. The move towards spaceship cabin released an energy wave. Boom, the space pod started to burn from inside, and the unpleasant burnt smell came out. Ah, you ruined the spaceship, how can I leave? Asir nervously said. Don't worry, we naturally have a way. Roland has a calm face and said indifferently. Asir looked towards Roland suspiciously. Roland smiled mysteriously, then grabbed him and started transfer. Sephiria leaned in very naturally, and with a flash of light, the three people Shiu disappeared from the planet. Of course, Roland didn't bring Asir directly to planet Fry, and after several transfers, he landed on a planet not very far from planet Fry. This is a low-level planet named Planet Kashia. Apart from the abundance of wild animals, it has no precious mineral resources, so it is not included in the conquest of Frisia Force. Roland next plans to gather all the Saiyans he finds here, observe for a period of time, and make other plans after confirming that these Saiyans are all obeyed. After all, Saiyan is born with an unruly personality. Roland did not believe them so easily. You stay here first, and there will be other Saiyans coming next, so don't conflict. Okay, okay. Asir's face turned white, hastily nods, the gaze looking towards Roland is full of awe. Moved towards Sephiria nodded, Roland said, let's go to the next target. Sephiria cared, don't you need to take a break? Roland shake one's head, eat a senzu bean directly, no, our time is very tight. Sephiria nodded, leaned over to let Roland embrace his waist, and then in Saiyan Asir's awe-inspiring gaze turned into a ray of light and disappeared. The next planet, Roland found their target. It was a female Saiyan over 4 years old. Because she was still young, she had no resistance to Sephiria. She was just like taking away Asir. Soon they were fooled to planet Kashia. In the following days, Roland and Sephiria kept jumping on each planet, bringing back more and more Saiyan. Of course, the whole process was not smooth. They also encountered many rebels. There were a few Saiyans who did not believe Roland and their words, or believed but were unwilling to follow them. These people were without exception. They were all dealt with decisively by Sephiria. With the time pass bit by bit, the traces of Saiyan in exile are getting harder and harder to find. Either they are very remote and have no meaning to look for, or they have found it, but they find that the other party has already killed by the men of Frisia force. On several occasions, Roland and the others directly collided with the people of Frisia force. These aliens who were ordered to hunt down Scion generally had a power level of around 1000 to 2000. Alien Roland, who is too powerful, is naturally not an opponent, but under the protection of Sephiria, he did not suffer any harm. When encountering aliens with similar strengths, Sephiria will take the lead in destroying the opponent's coupler, and then let Roland do self-tempering, which is an accident. Harvest. About 2 months later, Roland stopped searching for Scion. At this time, the number of Scion gathered in planet Kashir reached 200. Most of these Scions are underage children, and there are only 60 adult Scions. Fortunately, the male-to-female ratio of these Scions is still fairly coordinated, and the continuation of Scion bloodline is no longer a problem. When these Scions are all grown up in the future, without midway loss, they can be combined into 100 pairs. If each pair gives birth to 3 or 4 descendants, the number of Scions will slowly recover. In order to find these Scions, Roland paid a considerable amount of senzu beans. The 10,000 senzu beans that he snatched from Korin at the beginning are now only more than 5,000, which really taught Roland a long heartache. However, there is a reward if you have to pay. In the future, when these Scions grow up, he can also pull up a large influence in the universe. Unfortunately, they are all low-class warriors. The number of mid-class warriors is only 10. Roland looked at the 200 Scions in front of him, feeling a little bit in his heart regret. With 200 Scions, there are only 10 people with mid-class warrior potential, and these low-class warriors and mid-class warriors added together, the power level of more than 1000 is even less, only 5 trivial people. Compared with the Scion race at the peak period, it is so weak that it can be ignored. Sephiria said, in the Scion, low-class warriors originally occupied the majority. Some of them were even impossible non-combatants that reached 1000 power level for life. 10 of them can now be found from the remaining clansmen. The potential of mid-class warrior is quite good. Hertz smiled, yes, with these people, the continuation of Scion's bloodline is not a problem anyway. It is pitiful to think about it. Scion race, which was unparalleled in the first place, now even the bloodline continuation needs to be calculated carefully. Chapter 40. Quiet. After more than 200 Scions gathered at planet Kashia, Sephiria flew to in midair and looked at Scion below with indifferent eyes. A strong oppression suddenly dropped from the sky, clasped on everyone's chest. Feeling the pressure from in the sky, all Scion fell silent, raised the head looking at heaven's majestic and domineering Sephiria. His face was a little pale. My name is Sephiria, elite warrior. Sephiria introduced herself and looked all around. Seeing Scion below was photographed by her own strength, she did not dare to say anything, so she nodded with satisfaction. I know we have a lot of questions from you, but shut up for me now, I don't have time to answer you one by one. I brought you here, just because I don't want Scion's bloodline to completely disappear from the universe. The tone is still very blunt, Sephiria continued, planet Vegeta has been destroyed. You are the only Scion who survived planet Vegeta. From now on temporarily live on this planet, where there is plenty of water and food, enough to meet your needs in life. The destruction of planet Vegeta is because of its lack of strength. I want you to keep this unwillingness in your heart forever, precisely because of our strength. Insufficient, so that someone in the universe dared to attack us and caused the dignified Scion race to encounter a crisis of almost genocide. Although the absolute majority of you are low-class warriors, some are even destined to even 1000 in the future. Power level can't be reached, but as long as Scion's bloodline still exists, there is hope. Speaking of this, Sephiria suddenly burst into dark cold light in his eyes, and said cruelly. But I have the first to say that infighting is absolutely not allowed here. This is the first iron law. Anyone who violates this rule will be killed. Don't think I'm joking. Since I'm here, I'm obedient. If you want to resist, you must be prepared to be killed. Well, whether you agree or not, accept the arrangement next, because the situation facing Saiyan is very severe, so from now on, adult Saiyan is responsible for training the young Saiyan, no matter what the intensity, to ensure that the young Saiyan grows up normally. Sephiria aura is full, just like an aloof and remote queen, the dignified domineering pressure is below everyone couldn't look up. The Saiyan below bears the awesome aura of Sephiria, and the Saiyans who have been pursuing the powerhouses respected already feel the power of Sephiria. Saiyan, who looks like a girl, is much stronger than them. In addition to the identity of the Sephiria elite warrior, the strength and identity are enough, and soon these Saiyans have no intention of resisting, one by one obediently and honestly followed Sephiria's arrangement. Sephiria asked them to build a living gathering place, and they all followed suit, and then the adult Saiyan began to take the lead in training the children who were not adults, and everything seemed to proceed in an orderly manner. Hertz saw those Saiyans' reactions and smiled and said to Roland, "Your older sister is born with aura of the powerhouse. It is very suitable to be a leader." When planet Vegeta was still there, he was named Genius. It is already very prominent. If planet Vegeta is not destroyed, it should accomplish a great cause. Roland nodded, agreeing. Although Sephiria usually has a cold personality, aura is really strong. And she is cruel enough, an ordinary person standing next to her will definitely be very stressful. Sephiria's talent is so high that even if it is compared with Prince of Saiyans Vegeta, it is not inferior. Saiyan, who possesses such a training talent, could not be tolerated by King Vegeta. However, Sephiria survived well, thanks to her status as a female Saiyan. For such an excellent woman, it is the best to continue the bloodline. Perhaps King Vegeta has already planned her future in his heart. Thanks to planet Vegeta's destruction. Looking at Sephiria in heaven awe-inspiring, Roland muttered in his heart. After comforting these Saiyans, Sephiria came to Roland and them, let's go back to planet Fry, let these people live here first. You leave them alone? Roland asked. Sephiria showed a flat smile, I'm too late for my own training. Let them do what they do, let them fend for themselves. Roland rolled the eyes, look, you just said that blood boiling is so blood boiling, and you thought you were going to include them. Sephiria, I am not so bored. These low-class warriors will survive to reach the several thousand power level in the future. What do I want them to do? Besides, who knows whether they still refuse to accept anger in their hearts, let's observe them for a few years before talking. Hertz shrugged, indifferent said, as long as Saiyan's bloodline continues, their strength is really not that important. There is a low-class warrior on Earth, which can become Super Saiyan in the future. Roland said in his heart after hearing what they said. Of course, Sephiria and Hertz Impossible are as familiar with plots as Roland, knowing that there will be a low-class warrior named Son Goku going through training, reaching a height that even the elite warrior can't reach. From their point of view, low-class warrior can't compare to mid-class warrior and elite warrior. There is really no big problem. Saiyan's potential is largely determined by the power level at birth and acquired training, of which acquired training occupies a more important position. Why Son Goku and Vegeta were able to break the physical limit several times and reach Super Saiyan level. It is not just Saiyan's bloodline plus a gravity chamber training. It is true that gravity training has given Son Goku a lot of help, but it is only an aid. We must know that there are a lot of planets with high gravity in the universe. Saiyan is everywhere in the battle. It's not that I haven't encountered them, but I don't see how much they have grown. Son Goku, they can grow quickly, mainly because they know the profound training method. Look at Son Goku's experience. When he was young, he joined the tutelage of God of Martial Arts Master Roshi, then he received Korin guidance at Korin Tower, and he also received guidance from Kami and North Kai when he grew up. More importantly, Son Goku has a pure heart and can be extremely focused on training. These step-by-step and gradual growth experiences have laid a solid foundation for his breakthrough talent shackles. Vegeta is a super genius who is born with training ability, rich experience, and comprehension ability. Let him just through the battle with Son Goku, he quickly explored the use of ki. These are not comparable with ordinary planet Vegeta Saiyan. The talent is really important sometimes. These Saiyans of planet Vegeta should not be considered particularly good in general. For them, Super Saiyan is a legend. There are very few Saiyans who constantly break through their limits like Son Goku and Vegeta. For them, more than 10,000 power levels have already reached the sky, and then they must go through profound training. The ordinary Saiyan warrior does not know the profound training method. Even if it has a gravity chamber, it is impossible to grow up miraculously like Son Goku. Everyone wants to be Super Saiyan, it is completely impossible. Of course, regarding Saiyan's talent problem, there is another saying, Saiyan is the reason why this race gives people the feeling of being powerful, and it is completely in the light of Son Goku and Vegeta. Roland thinks this statement is biased, because from his understanding, Saiyan should still be very talented. At least, their physique and great ape transformation abilities are better than many aliens. Returning to the topic, after Sephiria and Hertz ensured the continuation of Saiyan bloodline, there was no that many pressures in their hearts. After some arrangements, they did not have to continue to manage the meaning of going down. Although Roland had the intention of organizing these Saiyans into influence in his heart, but because of his relatively weak strength, he did not emerge. Leaving more than 200 Saiyans in planet Kashia, the three people were light flashed immediately, returned to planet Fry, and started peaceful training. Chapter 41. Planet Fry, the weather is getting colder. At night, the mountain jungle was filled with a faint mist. After the 200 exiled Saiyans were placed in nearby planet Kashia, Roland and others continued to devote themselves to their training. As time went by, Roland feels that he is growing every day. Although he still loses in the battle with Sephiria, it is because Sephiria is too strong. And I did become stronger and tested my power level with Scouter. 1000. The bright numbers make Roland full of energy. There is a clear number comparison. Every day all knows how much he has become stronger. It feels like you are playing through the game. It's really wonderful. Shua. Roland and Sephiria are training, such training every day all will be conducted. It is precisely because of Sephiria's extreme tempering that Roland has made such a huge improvement. On this day, the usual training continues. Shoo. A white flash suddenly pierced the air, and then proceeded along the straight line. The surrounding squally wind roared, and the ice-cold whirlwind continued to spread around Roland. With his body functioning flexibly, constantly creating a bewildering afterimage, Roland tried his best to move towards Sephiria to launch an attack. Sephiria looked lightly, yawned, and suddenly took a picture in one direction. PA with Macron. Roland flew out all at once. Roland quickly opened his arms and stabilized his body. Then he twisted his body and tapped the tiptoe lightly on the ground. The body was like an artillery shell that had just been ejected, and moved towards Sephiria swiftly. Then he punched, violently breaking through the air to make the air tremble with woo-woo. Sephiria sneered and stretched out arm, squeezing Roland's fist. The powerful attack stopped abruptly. Roland, attack me, your moves are not ruthless enough. Throwing Roland into midair, then the figure quickly disappeared, and when it reappears, it has come to the sky above Roland, both hands cupped together, smashed down hard. Bang! Roland was hit hard, spitting blood from mouth, and fell straight. But when he was close to the ground, the figure of Sephiria lithe and graceful appeared faster than him, and he kicked it expressionlessly. The violent power immediately set off a shocking wave. Roland hurriedly protected the arms, chest, but the strong strength made him fly away again. I turned over a dozen somersaults in midair continuously, and shoveled into the soil with both feet. The ground suddenly cracked, and the area more than 10 meters square suddenly became completely unrecognizable. Yes, your actual combat ability can be called a qualified warrior. Sephiria exclaimed, and floated to Roland's side. Roland panted violently, with a trace of blood still hanging from the corner of his mouth. It's all the credit of the older sister's training. Sephiria is leisurely nodded. The moonlight at night shines on her flawless face, and this scene in the night makes Roland a little bit dumbfounded. What are you looking at? Sephiria asked. Look at you. Roland blurted out. Sephiria slapped Roland on the head, Roland chuckling, and then began to prepare dinner. The bonfire soon rose, and the richly flavored barbecue gradually became browned, and drops of fat came from the barbecue. It dripped down, and squeaked lightly in the bonfire. Not far away, the gravity chamber made a slight buzzing sound. In the depressing gravity environment, Hertz was training hard inside. Roland said to Sephiria while eating barbecue, Hertz, this period of time training is very hard. Sephiria said, he is missing his wife. Oh. Roland said, nodded. I heard from Sephiria that Hertz's wife was called Asita, and she was the companion of Hertz's childhood sweethearts who grew up. Because the talent was not good, she was a non-combatant, and she worked as a child care division clerical job in the royal capital. Before Hertz went back to see his wife this time, planet Vegeta had been destroyed. Although Hertz acted as if nothing had happened this period of time, as his teammate, Sephiria could see the sadness in his heart. People cannot be resurrected from the dead, warrior race takes these very lightly. It just so happens that planet Kashya has a few suitable female Saiyans, maybe we can arrange it for him. People die, not necessarily can't resurrect. Roland said casually, in a very soft voice. What are you talking about? Sephiria's hearing is very good. After thinking about it, Unfathomable looked at Roland and said, is there a way to make people resurrect? Roland thought about it, and said, older sister, remember what I was going to send you to Earth before? Of course I remember. By the way, I just want to ask, what's the matter with you? It can be done. Can that power bring back the dead? Yes, that is the power of Dragon Ball. There is a magical bead in the universe. As long as you collect 7 of them, you can summon Shenron. Shenron can satisfy the collector with a wish within a reasonable range, and a wish like resurrection can be achieved. Then, Roland told himself and Tights about finding Dragon Ball. After Sephiria finished listening, dumbstruck said, that means Hertz's wife can also resurrect. Yes, as long as there is no reincarnation, Shenron can make her resurrect, Roland said. In the case of Saiyan, most of the time he died after he died, he would not think about reincarnation for a while. Roland, is what you said is true, Asita still has hope of resurrect? With a trembling voice, Hertz came to Roland excitedly. Yes, it's okay, but the Dragon Ball after granting a wish has a 1-year dormancy period. The Dragon Ball I used is still half a year away from recovery. If you want to resurrect your wife, you need to wait until half a year later. Very good, Asita can resurrect. You just said that the thing is called Dragon Ball. Hertz was excited and suddenly felt like he had heard of such beads somewhere. An intuition flashed in his mind, and Hertz asked, is the Dragon Ball you mentioned a bead made by name Kian? Roland said, yes, you have heard of it too. Sephiria, is the Dragon Ball famous? Hertz took a deep breath and his face flushed. I used to hear that name Kian has magical powers during missions, just their planet there was a catastrophe 300 years ago, and all clansmen died. No, planet Namek still has survivors. Roland said affirmatively. Sephiria's eyes flickered with rays of light, that means there may also be a Dragon Ball in planet Namek. Yes, and more than the Dragon Ball I used, great, but there is an expert on planet Namek. With our reputation as Saiyan, I'm afraid that we will be expelled by the expert as soon as we enter, so it's best to wait for the Dragon Ball I used to recover. Chapter 42. Planet Namek has a Namekian called Nail. He is the guardian of Grand Elder, and the original plot shows that he has 4.20,000 power level. With Namekian's longevity, even if Nail does not reach the power level of the original work stage at this time, there will always be 20,000 to 30,000 power level. If they go to Planet Namek now and they are hit by Nail, they will definitely return in low spirits after failing. If luck is not good, they might even lose their lives there. A gentleman will not stand under a dangerous wall. Roland cherishes his life very much, and will not go to Planet Namek without absolute certainty, even though Namekian in the rumor is very kind. But at this time Hertz can't control that many. After knowing the news that his wife can resurrect, he can't wait for a moment. He just wants to resurrect his wife sooner. I can't wait. Planet Fry is not far from Planet Namek. If you drive a spaceship, you can arrive in a few months. Please lend me the spaceship. Hertz did not offer to let Roland send him over, but chose to drive the spaceship by himself. Roland looked at him. There is an expert on Planet Namek. Although your power level has reached 5,000, it is still not their opponent. Maybe the Dragon Ball didn't get it. Instead, he left his life. There. Hertz said with a serious face, I want to try. Roland watched him for a long time and saw his firm attitude, so nodded, well, gravity use spaceship. Be careful. Namekian is a kind race. Don't show any hostility. Discuss with them that there may be hope of borrowing the Dragon Ball. Hertz remembers Roland's words in my heart. At this moment, Sephiria suddenly said, by the way, Sion can increase her strength even more after being seriously injured near death. If you don't use this method, try to see if you can increase Hertz's strength. I'm willing to give it a try. Hertz gave it up. Roland thought about it, nodded. Sion near death can indeed significantly increase his strength after recovery, but what is near death is too difficult to grasp. Near death and serious injury are different. It will be true if you are not careful. Die. And this ability seems too bug, it may not always work. Older sister, aim near Hertz's heart. Be careful when you take the action. Don't kill anyone. Sephiria glanced at Roland. A pair will I still not know, calm, and nodded. After letting Hertz hold a senzu bean in her mouth, Sephiria put her palm close to his heart. Shoo! A cluster of sharp energy ray was stimulated. Hertz's body was completely unable to block such an attack. The energy ray shot in from Hertz's chest and came out from behind. The blood flower splashed immediately, and the bright red blood immediately wetted Hertz's battlesuit. Hertz lightly coughed, with blood spilling from his mouth, and his eyes blurred. Quickly bite the senzu bean. Roland reminded loudly. Hertz bit through the senzu bean with difficulty. Immediately a magical vitality permeated the mouth, the wound on Hertz's chest instantly recovered, and a majestic energy immediately emerged from each cell. The scouter in Roland's hand beep 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 tweets, the numbers on it keep beating, and it quickly rises from 5,100 to 6,700. Really become stronger. Sephiria's eyes were fixed, and the whole person was excited as if they had discovered a gold mine. Hertz sighed and felt the power in his body unfathomable. This was the first time he came back from the edge of near death. It was completely different from the previous serious injury. At that moment, his soul seemed to float to other world. But thanks to this, his strength has really improved significantly. Gritting his teeth, Hertz said, do it again. Okay. Roland's eyes flashed a bright glow, and he wanted it too. Try to see if near death become stronger can be carried out without restrictions. If so, it would be too heaven-defying. With the senzu bean again, Sephiria took action again. After the recovery, Hertz's power increased to 8,000, and the growth rate was slower than before, and the effect started to weaken as expected. Hertz continued to experiment. The third, fourth, fifth, the enhancement after near death became weaker and weaker, until the final strength never increased. At this time, Hertz's power directly reached 12,000 power level, which was more than doubled compared to before. Hey, finally it won't grow anymore. Hertz couldn't hide the joy in his heart. It seems that Zenkai needs to accumulate and shows a weakening trend in a short period of time. Roland thought. According to Roland's idea, Saiyans Zenkai is actually releasing the potential accumulated in previous battles and training. When this potential is fully released, then it needs to continue to accumulate. If the accumulation is not enough, it wants to rely on near-death continuous breakthrough is impossible. Ha ha ha, with such power, I feel more confident about going to planet Namek. Hertz laughed heartily. Planet Vegeta in the peak period had 5 power levels more than 10,000 expert. 12,000 power level, even when Planet Vegeta was still there, few people reached it, and now his Hertz has reached such a level. With the hope of his wife's resurrect right in front of him, he will not be happy. Your power is somewhat superficial, it is best to use gravity chamber training. Sephiria knows that the skyrocketing power is not controlled, which may not be a good thing. Hertz calmed down after being excited, and said, I will master my strength on the way to planet Namek. Roland said, by the way, planet Namek's Dragon Ball can realize 3 wishes, because planet Vegeta has disappeared, so the first wish is to make a wish to transfer your wife's soul summon to planet Namek, and the second wish to resurrect. This is the difference between Namek Dragon Balls and Earth Dragon Balls. In places where Namek Dragon Balls can only resurrect one person at a time, allowing multiple resurrection, while Earth Dragon Balls can resurrect many people at a time, but each person can only resurrect once. It turns out that 3 wishes can be realized. Sephiria was surprised. Well, I remember. Hertz glanced at Roland gratefully. At this time, Roland said, the third wish, I hope Hertz, you can say this. Let us 3 people get all the training knowledge that Earth Kami has, this is very important for our future, must remember live. The essence of Earth martial arts is contained in the training of the lookout, and more importantly, it contains the training methods of Ki. In original work, after Son Goku drank Ultra Divine Water, he stimulated his body's potential. While his strength surged, he could rely on the Ki signature for the first time. Of course, Son Goku mastery of Ki is still very rough, I can only roughly feel the aura of the powerhouse. Until I boarded the lookout. Under the guidance of Kami and Mr. Popo, I conducted meditation training, and then the insights reached the essence of Ki. I learned to close my eyes and rely on aura to fight, making the battle mode enter a brand new one. Level. The great Ascension Masters who master the use of Ki are undoubtedly Earth Kami and Kami's attendant Mr. Popo. To be a digression, Master Rashi, who has not undergone the lookout training, should not have learned to use Ki to fight in the early stage. Roland knew that if he went to Earth in person, he might not be able to let the other party wholeheartedly impart his knowledge to him, so he asked Hertz to make a wish to Namek Shenron. This wish Porunga should be achievable. Actually, what Roland wants more is the martial arts knowledge of North Kai, but North Kai has a lofty status and is still above the planet Namek Grand Elder, which is obviously beyond the scope of Shenron's ability. Looking at Roland's seriousness, Hertz knew that this matter must be very important, so he nodded hard. I will remember this wish. Must come back alive. Prepare some food for Hertz. Roland and Sephiria watched the gravity the spaceship slowly lifted off, and then escaped from the atmosphere in a fierce flash of light. Chapter 43. Hertz should be fine. After the gravitational spaceship disappeared from the horizon, Sephiria asked Roland. Roland blinked his eyes. Probably, if something really happens, we can still use Earth's Dragon Ball to resurrect him. Sephiria heard this sentence then, I was relieved at once, and then he was cruel, and said, Roland, you moved towards my chest attack. Are you sure you want to do this? Roland pointed at Sephiria's proud on the chest, the exquisite and elegant body is very attractive, the only flaw is the horrible battle suit, the battle suit of Frisia Force has no charm at all. Sephiria pursed her mouth, bit her lips lightly, come on, I'm ready. See Sephiria, who doesn't care about anything to increase her strength. Roland nodded slightly, pressed his hand on Sephiroth's chest. A slight touch made Sephiroth's body trembled, and then he looked firmly at Roland. It started. Roland carefully released the energy blast. Ho! The energy of Azure penetrated through Sephiroth's body, and the bright blood splashed up. Sephiroth's face instantly turned pale, and he quickly made Sephiroth bite the senzu bean. When her face returned to rosy, Roland was considered sighed in relief. I almost thought I was going to use Dragon Ball to resurrect you. Sephiroth moved towards him, lightly smiled, smiling like a flower. I am not that vulnerable. Following the same procedure, Sephiroth continued near death several times, and finally increased the power to 18,000 power level, but the energy no longer increased. This is the power level when Vegeta invaded Earth, and Sephiroth reached it so many years earlier. Roland is next. He also wants to try this cheat-style promotion method. But in order to guard against the unexpected, Roland took out the communication device contacted with Tights in advance and gave it to Sephiroth. If something happens to him, must let Tights go to gathering Dragon Balls to resurrect him. Sephiroth took the communication device and put it away. A cluster of energy ray was condensed between the slender fingers, which Roland strongly nodded. It's time to start. With the sound of Pucci, a smell of blood immediately filled his mouth, and Roland's brain was dizzy, feeling that his soul was out of the body. The feeling of near death is completely different from that of a serious injury. The pale helplessness is about to tear the soul, and the whole body does not seem to be his own anymore. Hazy, an anxious voice echoed in my ears. It is Sephiroth, she is calling herself. Roland suddenly cheered up and bit the senzu bean in his mouth with difficulty. It seemed as if an angry roar of great ape suddenly appeared in the spiritual consciousness, and the potential was immediately stimulated. After he recovered, Roland couldn't help but feel a little scared. The feeling of half alive and half alive was terrible. Shake one's head, Roland sighed, and was attacked several times by Sephiroth, and finally his power level stayed at 3,600. Judging by the latent talent of mid-class warrior, I'm pretty good. Roland was lying in Sephiroth's arms, fingers turning her supple and beautiful hair. Sephiroth throws Roland aside in one fell swoop. What about the mid-class warrior? I suspect you are an elite warrior. Roland turned a few times in midair and landed, said with a playful smile, according to my birth, I am indeed a mid-class warrior. Sephiroth rolled his eyes. After a while, the siblings began to discuss training matters. Although Saiyans' training method is not as fine as Earthling to every trace of energy, as a warrior race, Saiyans' combat skill and training mode are also worthy of in-depth study. In the following days, Roland and Sephiroth will master their powers on planet Fry. Sometimes Roland would go to the nearby planet Kashia to take a look at the conditions of those Saiyans and watch their obedient and stable lives. Roland returned with confidence. Roland's strength has greatly increased, and his energy in his body has become very strong. Now it is more convenient to use transfer than before. There is no need to supplement senzu bean between planet Fry and planet Kashia. Crackle. Roland's body was full of crisp sound like fried beans. This period of time he has completely mastered the power in his body. Puff. The surging power suddenly erupted, and the surrounding earth trembled slightly, as if a stone was moved towards the calm lake, and fierce water splashes continued to rise. Affected by a powerful force, some smaller stones began to float upwards as if out of gravity. Feeling the mighty power surging in his body, Roland laughed heartily up. At this moment, a layer of white light suddenly appeared on Roland's body, and a series of profound and mysterious knowledge penetrated in his mind. The flood of information made Roland dizzy, but he checked it carefully. After that, his face couldn't help showing ecstasy. Ha ha ha, it's a good thing to double. This information is actually the knowledge that Earth Kami has. The profound knowledge seems to be imprinted on the brain, and the core knowledge is key the use of, even with many subtle tricks and mental state insights. Roland glanced at it lightly, and actually remembered them all. Suddenly violent wind erupted, the beautiful figure of Sephiria appeared beside Roland, his face was also joyful. "Roland, there is a lot of knowledge in my brain." Roland said, "This is Earth's most subtle martial arts. It seems that Hertz has successfully obtained the Dragon Ball. It's amazing. If I train according to the above method, my strength can also increase a large margin." Sephiria's ruddy lips trembled slightly, and a beam of light was revealed in her bright eyes. Roland smiled and looked at Sephiria with a surprised look. She with a proud personality smiled very well. Earthling is not born with a powerful force like Alien and Saiyan. Martial artists like Master Roshi can train energy wave for 50 to 60 years. The inherently fragile physique forces Earthling. They had to move towards the refined direction of research. They were reluctant to waste any trace of energy, so they studied the study of Ki very deeply. The biggest feature of Earth martial arts is using the weak to defeat the strong, bursts out with a weaker force, a stronger force. Ordinary aliens and Saiyans will produce Ki burst when their emotions change intensely, but they can use Ki burst this move to the extreme. There are only a few planets, and Earth is one of them. With this knowledge in my mind, I know how rough the previous use of energy is. No way. I want to seclusion for a period of time, and I must master all of this knowledge. That's fine. Sephiria swift and decisive, do whatever you think of. Roland stopped Sephiria. Older sister, wait a minute, the seclusion matter is unhurried. You should sort out the memory in your brain first. Sephiria heard Roland's words, pretty face blushed, and immediately reacted. Mused, why did he become so irritable? He actually needs a younger brother to remind him. Chapter 44. The description of Ki in Earth martial arts is very esoteric. This is the most essential knowledge that was born in the weak environment of Earth after countless years of development in ancient Earthling. Swipe the memories in his mind for the first time. Roland immediately felt a high mountain further, awe-inspiring, and then he was excited. If you can thoroughly master these powers, it will greatly promote future training. It depends on how much you can grow in the future. Must have a complete grasp. Roland made a secret decision in his heart. But the training of Earth martial arts is definitely not easy. It embodies the simple wisdom produced by the ancients of Earth in a difficult environment. It pays attention to the parallel progress of body and mind. It truly implements the use of every trace of energy. The training method is contrary to the battle method of Saiyan for a long time. It takes some time to reverse it. Roland took a look around, and then began to study training with Sephiria. Theory is the theory. To really apply it to combat, you also need to insight through practice. Older sister, it seems that we have to start from the most basic practice. The first step is breathing. This seems insignificant, but it is about the basics. Sephiria carefully scanned the knowledge in her mind, and her face gradually became serious. Roland is right. Earth martial arts knows the details, and the later it reflects the importance of the details. From the primary level of convergence aura, to the back of Ki sense, and the comprehend tranquil as the sky, lightning fast speed, all these principles are reflected. So Roland and Sephiria began to study how to adjust their breathing. Everything should start with the details. If the details are not done well, the breathing will be messed up, the rhythm will be wrong, and the action will show a weak spot. If it is Saiyan who has never been in contact with Earth martial arts to accept these, unless the talent is really good, it will be a black eye, can't comprehend anything at all. But fortunately, Roland has Kami's complete memory of martial arts in their minds, just train according to detailed practice methods. They find the iron sheet that is easy to make a sound, fold it into a wind bell and wear it on their bodies. Every time they move, they will make the sound of ding ding dong dong. When the wind bell no longer makes a sound on the body, the first stage of training is over. The siblings at first who accepted this training method for the first time were very uncomfortable. Later, after careful speculation, they gradually understood the profound mystery. For several days, Roland and the others are doing the most basic training. As time goes by, they are like a sponge that can absorb water. During training, they continuously absorb the principles of earth martial arts, combining them with their bodies and actions. Slowly, Roland and their movements began to become calm, and there was a kind of harmony that merged with nature between raising hands and feet. Time passed quietly. 7 days later, Roland mastered all the martial arts knowledge by Sephiria and applied them to his actual combat. Now he can do ki suppression, and finally he is no longer as sharply revealing as before. When using Scouter to view, only less than 100 power level energy is detected. Sephiria unfathomable looked at Roland. Why is your training speed that many faster than me? I don't know, I feel these things are quite easy. Roland replied. This sentence of Roland made Sephiria a hit. Obviously, he is the elite warrior. Why is the learning speed far worse than Roland? No, in fact, the learning speed of Sephiria is already very fast. I learned about the introduction of ki in a few days, which is definitely not something ordinary people can do. It's just that Roland is more abnormal than her, and his comprehension ability is extraordinary. Roland vaguely sensed, this is probably where he has an advantage over Sephiria. Learning ability and comprehension ability play a crucial role in the late stage of Dragon Ball world. But then again, no matter how powerful the learning ability is, if there is no certain foundation or learning method, it is completely useless. For example, Roland wanted to figure out the use of ki in planet Vegeta in the early period, because there was no reference, and he couldn't even figure out what's ki. As a result, there was no comprehend. This is like a mathematics genius. After learning basic mathematical theories and mathematical concepts, after a period of further study, it is easy to research new theories and knowledge, but if this mathematics genius has never been exposed to mathematics, or they don't even know the numbers at all, so it is basically impossible for him to study the profound theory independently. Roland is a genius with super learning ability and comprehension ability. Although there is only mid-class warrior on the bloodline, as long as you open a window for him a little, then with his powerful learning ability, soon full mastery, even create something more advanced. I'm an elite warrior, how could my learning ability be weaker than you? Sephiria glanced at Roland unwillingly, feeling that her dignity as an older sister was seriously challenged, so continue to work hard. Roland is in a very happy mood, and he finally has something ahead of Sephiria. Laughed proudly, and then started from scratch, continuing to strengthen his foundation. After half a month, Sephiria also learned the use of ki, but by this time Roland had already led her by a large margin. The annoyed Sephiria simply captured Roland and maintained his dignity as an older sister in the battle. Two siblings continued to train and develop step by step. Time passed by, and soon distant planet Vegeta's destruction is almost a year away. Galaxy Center, there is one called Galactic Patrol. The patrolman of this organization is scattered in various star systems and is dedicated to maintaining the peace of the entire galaxy. The headquarters is located in a gyroscopic building in the Galaxy Center. On this day, in a hexagonal room full of grids like a honeycomb, the supreme leader of Galactic Patrol, who looks like an octopus like Galactic King, is facing a young man, accompanied by several patrolmans. The patrolman member gave lectures. The green-skinned Galactic King wears a golden crown on his head, with a dozen slender arms dangling in midair. Opposite him, standing a purple-skin alien wearing a Galactic Patrol uniform with big eyes and no hair, it looks like a wild Ultraman. This young patrolman is called Jaco, responsible for the 3-star sectors within the Earth range, and is the younger one in Galactic Patrol. Patrolman Jaco's strength is not outstanding, but with super eyesight. It can be seen clearly even at speeds exceeding the speed of light. Jaco, now there is an important mission for you to do, must be done. Galactic King waved his arm. Jaco glared at a pair of gold eyes and said excitedly, "Is it finally my turn to be an elite? What mission is it?" Galactic King said, "Some time ago the high-level planet Vegeta was destroyed, but our personnel checked that before the destruction of planet Vegeta, a spaceship seemed to be moved towards the area under your jurisdiction and flew away. Please go to a planet called Earth immediately. Planet Vegeta is the planet where Saiyan lives. Well, Saiyan is famous for his barbarism, but fortunately, he has almost died recently. Earth is just an immature low-level planet. Once Saiyan arrives, it will inevitably cause huge damage, but the Saiyan in that spaceship is underage. Can you wipe it out with your excellence alone? Jaco heard it. Galactic King praised himself and saluted happily. Relax, leave it to the excellent me, and absolutely complete the mission. Well, then you go. Galactic King shook his arm, so Jacob happily boarded the spaceship, and then moved towards Earth and flew away. Galactic King Lord, give this mission to Jaco, who is stupid. No, the excellent patrolman, is it a fuss? Saiyan has already been annihilated, and there is no need to pay attention to them. The staff member beside him asked. Galactic King said, the trivial infant can't make any storms, but Jaco, an idiot, never grows. Find something for him to experience. If even this little mission can't be completed, let him pay. What face lies in the headquarters? Each galactic patrol member has a patrol area. Jacob is responsible for the 3-star sectors on Earth, but he fails to fulfill his work obligations, even Galactic King. It all depends on him. Chapter 45. Earth is in front of you. Hey, that low-level planet should be grateful to this patrolman. This patrolman came over 1,000 miles to save you. Jacob drove the spaceship close to Earth, but at this time, his spaceship broke down. Not good. What kind of spaceship the people in the headquarters gave me, it is so easy to malfunction. Jaco, who discovered that the spaceship was malfunctioning, was a little panicked and hurriedly controlled the spaceship to land in an island. Looking at the endless sea area surging forward with great momentum, Jaco was depressed. It's over, the technology on Earth is so low, how can I get back to the headquarters? I blame that Saiyan. If it weren't for him, this patrolman I won't come to Earth either. Hey, who you are? An old man with a white beard came over with a bucket. My name is Jaco, the patrolman of Galactic Patrol. Jaco conditioned a pose and proudly introduced himself. An actor in the crew? No. Jaco retorted loudly. The old man smiled when he saw it and invited Jaco to live with him. The place to go. Later in the conversation, Jaco understood the situation of the old man. His name is Amori. He was also a doctor a long time ago, doing research on island with his wife. After his wife died in a scientific research accident, Dr. Amori changed his research direction and began to study the time machine alone, with some results already. After knowing that the other party was a scientist, Jacob asked Dr. Amori to help repair his spaceship. But because of the lack of important materials to repair the spaceship, Dr. Amori was also powerless. In desperation, Jacob could only talk to drive. Amori went to the big city together to find materials. In a nearby big city, Jaco met Tights, who was out looking for literary materials. After a few exchanges, they quickly became friends. When it was learned that Jaco's mission was to kill Saiyan who was about to arrive in Earth, Tights realized that Saiyan was actually an alien race. Fortunately, she had always thought that Saiyan was a minority in a remote area of Earth. Race. Saiyan is not all evil, I know a little brother, he is interesting. What, Earthling and other Saiyans? Jaco listened. Screamed. Tights lightly pulled the beautiful hair, picked up a drink and drank. Yes, but he has left a year ago. Jaco sighed in relief. Oh, that should be back to planet Vegeta. That planet has been destroyed, and Saiyan is almost annihilated. Tights, I tell you, Saiyan is the most overbearing race in the universe, destroying countless planets. That kind of dangerous guy, don't follow they got involved. Oh. Tights looked straight at Jaco, but did not tell that she had been in contact with Roland recently. While drinking a drink, she thought, It turns out that Saiyan is actually such a powerful race. When will the Saiyan you are waiting for reach Earth? It's almost here, I'm going to wait in the most open place. Speaking, Jaco climbed up to the highest island in the nearby sea area. 2 golden eggs scanned the sky, but then he accidentally said that his urine came from a small hole in his head. It spewed out and splashed Tights inadvertently, and was pushed down from the reef by Tights. At the moment of falling into the water, the spaceship carrying Son Goku across the sky, it happened to turn his back to Jaco and escaped. Otherwise, the protagonist of Dragon Ball world may die prematurely. Hey, Tights! What are you doing? If I didn't complete the mission, it must be your cause. Tights, you will really shirk responsibility. Humph! Jaco flew out of the water, but there was no spaceship landing on Earth for a long time. It's weird, the time has come, but there is no spaceship yet. Not good, I shouldn't have missed it. Sweat dripped from Jaco's head, and he had imagined the Galactic King cursing at him. At the same time, Mount Baozu's territory. A fireball glowing with red rays of light hit the mountain forest, and a large area of woods was destroyed as a result. Such a violent movement alarmed Son Gohan, who was living in seclusion nearby. When Son Gohan came to the spaceship impact point, he saw a child wearing a strange battlesuit. Hey, this child has a tail. When he noticed the tail behind the child, Son Gohan's kind face showed a hint of surprise, and he couldn't help but think of the incredible strength he had encountered more than a year ago. The child. After thinking about it, Son Gohan decided to adopt the child and named the child Son Goku. Because he didn't know the age of the child, he took the time he picked up Son Goku as the time of his birth. Anyway, he also looks at the worst. In fact, Son Goku was 4 years old now, including the time he soaked in the nutrient fluid. The subsequent development is as described in the plot. The young Son Goku accidentally fell off the cliff and crashed his brain, forgetting all Saiyan's memories, and an ignorant Son Goku appeared. Now, Roland, who is far away in Planet Fry, is naturally not aware of what happened on Earth. At this time, he is spar with Sephiria. Since getting knowledge of the martial arts of Earth Kami, Roland has absorbed this knowledge at a rapid speed and integrated it into his own battle. Although his power level has not improved much this year, his essential strength has already undergone earth-shaking changes. If Roland, who had a 3600 power level a year ago, was a fatty 180 kilograms, and it leaked with a single poke like a balloon, then he is now a strong young man. The power level has not changed, but there is a feeling of being down to earth. Roland thinks that he can crush his former self now. This is the self-confidence after mastering the power thoroughly. Into the night. Stars flicker in the night sky, and the dark night is like a giant hand upside down. Roland was sitting on the bed for quiet training. At this moment, the wristwatch-type communicator by his side rang, and he took it over to see the message from Tights. I switched on the communication device very naturally, and Tights' crisp voice rang in my ear. Roland, you didn't tell me. It turns out that Saiyan is an alien race, but the older sister thought you were a certain tribe. It's coming out. Roland said, I said it a long time ago, you didn't believe it. Tights, did you say it? It's you, I didn't explain it clearly. Roland rolled the eyes speechlessly. Tights played the temper to be like other women, just listen to her quietly at this time. Chapter 46. By the way, how did you know that Saiyan is an alien race? What your father told you? Of Tights' family, only Dr. Brief knows Roland's identity. Tights, no, I met a galactic patrol named Jaco, he told me. He also said that Saiyan is an evil and overbearing race. The original galactic patrol, the people have come to Earth. So Son Goku should also be in Earth, but I don't know if anyone from Galactic Patrol found it. After asking Tights, Tights replied that Jaco did not find the Saiyan, and Jaco later repaired the spaceship with the help of Bulma, and now he has returned to Galactic Patrol headquarters. Tell me honestly, where are you now? Tights asked curiously. Roland didn't mean to hide it, and said very readily, I am on a primitive planet in the north area, where there is only native, and civilization has not yet developed. Wow, I'm so envious, I really want to see other planets. There will be a chance in the future. Roland has a smile on his face, and his ears while there was a series of hwalala running water. Roland frowned and asked, what are you doing? Take a bath, do you want to see it? Tights pleasing to the ear laughed. The sound rang, and after speaking, I pressed the video function of the communicator. Immediately, the appearance of a bathroom appeared on Roland's side. In a hazy environment full of water vapor, Tights had her hair coiled and her body covered with foam. This picture flashed by, and Tights quickly I closed the video. How is it? Is it very attractive? Countless black lines appeared immediately on Roland's head. I originally thought that Tights was normal in her house. It's not normal. Even if you are a child, you can't crack a joke like this. You have the ability to keep the video. Hee, this won't do, I can't let you watch it. Tights teased said with a smile and took a shower. The person soaked in the pool, his face was full of beautiful peach blossom smiles. Ending the chat with Tights, Roland shook his head, with a faint smile on his face, which is different from his serious and somewhat old-fashioned older sister. When chatting, you will feel a kind of inexplicable ease. The thinking of this woman is sometimes unrestrained flight, but more often there is a sense of suffocation that is suffocating. I remember that in the original work, Tights was keen to travel around, and when Bulma got married and had children, she, as an older sister, remained single. If she was a few years older, she would never let it go. By the way, Mrs. Brief used to crack a joke and said he gave Tights to himself. After thinking about it for a while, Roland retracted his thoughts, glanced at the bright and secluded night light outside the window, slowly closed his eyes, and quickly entered meditation. Early next morning. The sun has just penetrated the hills, and the light shines on the earth through the thick water mist in the forest, and is reflected in the colorful and gorgeous colors halfway through. Early in the morning, Sephiria came to find herself for training. This period of time she was particularly keen on each other's spars, because it would allow her to adapt to the new battle mode faster. After the exercise, Sephiria said, Hertz and his wife Asita are going back to Planet Fry soon. Roland sat next to Sephiria. After Hertz comes back, I want to go outside to practice click. No problem, Saiyan only grows through experience. But I want to go with you. There has been no real battle for more than a year, and my body is about to rust. Roland glanced at Sephiria and smiled, nodded, okay. Two siblings looked at each other and smiled, and immediately decided to wait for Hertz to return, and then leave Planet Fry to go outside for some experience. With Roland's current power level of 3600, it is no longer considered weakling in the universe, and even on a normal planet, it can dominate a region. This is determined by the environment of the universe, but this does not mean that he can sleep peacefully and walk around in the universe unscrupulously. In Roland's cognition, Dragon Ball world is actually a world of powerhouse as clouds. Although it's not like God walking all over the floor, powerhouse many as dogs is an indisputable fact, and it's strong and weak. The gap between the levels is so large that it is unfathomable. For fragile people like Earthling, their power level is only single digits, and it is difficult for them to generate strong power throughout their lives, while for powerful people, power level is remembered as tens of millions, and the universe can be shaken between the hands and feet. Although on the large scale of the universe, the life form of lower power level occupies an absolute number, but one thing is certain, the experts who are the top powerhouses may be unpredictable from the unpredictable universe. A certain corner drilled out, and then gave the arrogant, appropriate despair. Roland wants to experience in the universe, following Sephiria is the most guaranteed. Pang! 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 There was a burst of sky-splitting sound, and the sky suddenly rang with ear-splitting, and soon it became dark. The shadow was thrown down, and the shadow ran across the forest and landed in an open area. After the spaceship stopped, two people came down from above, namely Hertz and his wife Asita. Asita is a relatively delicate appearance female scion with a brown tail around her waist. Because it is a non-combatant, her power level so far does not have a breakthrough 1000, and her strength is similar to Son Goku's mother Jin. Roland, Sephiria, I'm back. Hertz laughed heartily with full of confidence. Unexpectedly, you actually borrowed Dragon Ball from Namekian. I thought you had an accident. You need to use Dragon Ball to resurrected you. Roland cracking a joke said. Hertz emotionally said, Namekian is a peaceful race, and Grand Elder is a wise old man. Grand Elder is surrounded by a Namekian who is above him, if not Grand Elder allowed, he simply didn't have the opportunity to use Dragon Ball. Congratulations to your husband and wife for their reunion. Roland and Sephiria warmly welcomed them. At this time, Asita was also looking at Roland's sister and brother. She had long heard that she could resurrect thanks to the information they provided. When I saw Sephiria on the side, Asita moved towards her, nodded slightly, her husband's teammate. She had seen it a long time ago, but when she noticed Roland, she was still a little stunned. This child, I'm still young, only 6 years old this year, and I heard that the power level has exceeded 3000. Welcome to you. Roland floated generously to the height of Asita. Hello, if it weren't for you, our husband and wife simply impossible to reunite. Asita politely thanked her. Nothing. Well, everyone comes over for dinner first. The products on this planet are quite rich. Sephiria, hello everyone. 4 people started talking while eating. Roland talked about going out with Sephiria to experience things. Hertz naturally agreed very much, and then introduced various situations in the universe based on his own experience. By the way, Hertz, planet Kasha's science. We have been observing for a long time. After I have gone with Sephiria, you and Asita will pay more attention. If you are sure that there is no problem, you will teach the training method. Give them some basics first. Hertz said with a calm face after listening, don't worry, I will pay attention to these. Hertz was also instilled in his mind. The knowledge of earth martial arts, precisely because of its profound mystery, is to be more careful and prudent when dealing with these things. This may be a key link in the rise of Saiyan. Earth's profound martial arts, combined with Saiyan's combat bloodline, and supplemented by gravity chamber training, can grow beyond that even if it's a low-class warrior. The degree of body limit. Chapter 47. Hertz is also someone with knowledge of Earth's lookout martial arts. With his powerful fighter with a power level of more than 10,000, Roland doesn't have to worry about what will happen to the Scion of planet Kasha. If the training is appropriate, select some good perception warriors to focus on training, maybe it won't take several decades, and powerhouses like Son Goku will also appear in Scion race. Of course, Roland will not hold so much expectation that everyone can be like Son Goku. Son Goku reason why he can achieve extraordinary achievements is largely related to his pure heart. It is precisely because of his extremely focused and dedicated self-improvement that he can achieve such achievements. Continuing to explain the next thing to Hertz, Roland left the gravity spaceship to Hertz. At the present stage, Roland's reliance on the spaceship of gravity is far less than imagined. For gravity training, a gravity chamber is enough. Instead, it is Hertz who manages planet Kasha. Scion, but often need to use it. Roland, Sephiria, don't worry, I will take care of those clansmen. Hertz assured Roland and the others with a serious face. We are relieved to have you there. Roland smiled and waved his hand. Sephiria looked straight at Hertz and his wife with a pair of eyes, and said, you two must give birth to a child quickly. Now there are not many people in Scion. For the continuation of the race, he should also do contribution. Asita was embarrassed by Sephiria, embarrassedly said, Sephiria, what are you talking about? Hertz is a lot bolder, holding Asita and saying, don't worry, we will work hard. You follow nonsense too. Asita face flushed red. Farewell afterwards. Under the watchful eyes of Hertz and Asita, Roland hugged Sephoria's waist and started transfer. In a bright light, the figure of the two people gradually blurred, and soon after disappear on planet Fry. After Roland and the others left, Hertz slapped his palms, preparing to go to planet Kashaya next to see which clansmen there are worthy of their martial arts. Asita followed, nodded slightly. No matter where she is, as long as she is with her husband, her heart is full of security. On the other side, Roland took Sephoria to a remote planet. After a short break, Sephoria asked, where to go next. If for experience, it's best to go to some turbulent planet. Roland thought about it a little bit and said, I want to go to the north area west side. It's Saiyans' place of origin, although planet Sadala it has been destroyed, but there should be some remains. Sephoria is also interested in Saiyans' place of origin, so he agrees with nodded. The north area west side is far away from here, Frisia forces the influence has not continued there. Roland, so we need a brand new star map. I took a look. There is a small trade planet outside of the half-a-month itinerary. There should be, you can buy a more detailed star map. Sephoria puts on Roland's shoulders. Sometimes I really envy your spatial transfer ability. Roland laughed and told Sephoria to be in the universe. There is a planet called Planet Yardrat, where the instant transmission is called magic. After listening to it, Sephoria was very curious. A pair of beautiful eyes sparkled with rays of light. I wish I could go to Planet Yardrat right away. Actually, Roland is not very clear about the situation on Planet Yardrat. In the original work, it was stated that this planet was originally selected by Jinyu Force to conquer the target. Later, by mistake, Son Goku was allowed to take the spaceship. But since you need Jinyu Force take action to conquer, so less should be a high-level planet. Oron Star, a planet located on the west side of the north area. This is a relatively peaceful planet. Because of the relatively stable situation, the surrounding races engaged in trade continue to gather here. Gradually, the Oron Star has become a trading-oriented planet. Many races will come here to exchange their own things. In Oron Star's main shopping mall, two silhouettes of a man and a woman are walking on the street. The female is 18 to 19 years old, her figure is generous, slender, with long hair like a cloud flying lightly. The male looks very young, less than 1 meter tall, 5 to 6 years old. These two people are Roland and Sephoria, who came from Planet Fry. Walking on the spacious street, looking at the merchandise on both sides is a bit dazzling. Because of the gathering of nearby planet races, there are countless varieties of merchandise on Donglong Star. Of course, you can also see aliens with various sorts and varieties. Some look like dinosaurs and some have chicken heads. The power level of these aliens is generally low. Because the various sorts and varieties have large ethnic differences and complexity, Oron Star has an industry that specializes in conservation work. Wealthy class aliens usually hire a few bodyguards to accompany them, not only to protect their own safety, but also to show their identity. The power level of these bodyguards is roughly around 1000. The ordinary ones can only do their best to protect themselves. Not to cause trouble is a rule that every alien who enters Oron Star should abide by. On the trade commerce planet, as long as it does not cause trouble, security issues will basically not be a major problem. Planet's overseer has also set up a security force specifically for the safety of guests. After all, if the planet engaged in business activities cannot even guarantee personal safety, then the trade commerce planet will not be able to develop smoothly. Sephoria is walking on the street. At this time, they have wrapped the tail behind them around their waists, but they still attract the attention of people around from time to time. I'm going to prepare a few brand new battlesuits. The battlesuit on Sephoria has been used for a long time, and it is full of cracks, which can no longer reduce the damage of the battle. Roland asked, "Do you have a universal currency?" The transactions in the universe use a precious metal called Higan, which is 5 centimeters long. The silver-white metal strip with the thickness of the pinky finger is mixed with various rare ores. Higan's purchasing power is full, and the universe is universal. A small Higan can make an alien splurge in the universe for a year, and even have a balance. The salary that Frisia pays to his alien is this kind of metal. Sephiria glanced at Roland, grabbed 4 shiny silver light metal bars from his pocket. This is the reward I earned when performing missions in planet Vegeta. You can buy 1 Higan. Hundreds of battlesuits. I didn't expect you to be a rich woman. Roland, cracking a joke, said. Sephiria tapped Roland's head and handed him a Higan. You can use it to buy a complete star map. And the price of another spaceship is about 1. The root is Higan. Roland took Higan and placed it in his hand to look at it. Unexpectedly, this 5 centimeter long metal strip has such a strong purchasing power. Chapter 48. After getting a Higan from Sephiria, Roland separated from her and wandered on the busy commercial street alone, and then browsed the surrounding shopping malls while looking for sales the place of the star map. The products sold in Oron Star's commerce district are all kinds and sorts. Because it is a small trade commerce planet, most of the products sold are more circulated in the universe, such as battlesuit, energy launcher, scouters, such things. Of course, there are also some famous souvenirs from nearby planet. Wandering the streets all the way, Roland entered many stores, but after seeing the prices marked on the products, he immediately felt ashamed of his pocket. Although Sephiria gave him a Higan, and Higan has very strong purchasing power, it was prepared for the purchase of star maps. Roland does not have extra currency for other consumption. Walking out of the store regretfully, Roland found a store that specializes in spaceship, and thought that there should be a matching universe star map in it. This store sells personal spaceship, which is less than 10 meters in length and is suitable for short-distance interstellar travel. The price is almost 1 Higan. After talking to salesman for a while, Roland got his wish and got a brand new star map. This is the star map with all the planet information on the north area west side. If you have a suitable spaceship, you can directly connect it to the spaceship computer. Salesman took out a dark cube with the overall surface smooth and flat. There is no trace of artificial creation when observed by naked eye. Can the star map be displayed directly? Roland looked at the cube in his hand, like a small Rubik's cube. Salesman said, yes, just press the 2 diagonal corners of the cube to display the star map in midair. Roland nodded and did the same. Press the apex of the opposite corner of the cube. Immediately a faint blue light shines. In midair a universe starry space projection appears. 1 by 1 spiral star systems are spinning leisurely. Each of these spiral star systems is similar to the previous life. Milky Way galaxy is the same river system. In Dragon Ball world, North area encompasses tens of thousands of such river systems. When you touch the projection in the sky, the star system will automatically zoom in or zoom out according to the gesture. Each planet inside is marked with the planet name and coordinate position. Looking at the fantastic starry space illusory shadow in front of you, Roland nodded with satisfaction, and then find the starry space according to what Hertz told him about the location of planet Sadala, but unfortunately the location in the star map is empty. There is nothing, there is no trace of planet Sadala for a long time. Sure enough, planet Sadala has already died. Close the star map regretfully. Roland asked its price. How much is this? Salesman replied, this star map in your hand contains north area west side's absolute majority area, so the price is more expensive. 1 Higan. Roland directly said. Salesman, well, it seems that you are also an expert. This type of star map cube is the standard configuration of spaceship, and the price of a private spaceship is only 1 Higan. The price of star map is definitely not too expensive. If it is the kind of large-scale universe star map that records the entire north area, then the price is at least 50 Higan. But that kind of high-level star map is not sold in his small shop here. In the end, Roland bought the star map cube for 1 Higan, and then left the store under the watch of salesman. Playing with a dark cube in his hand, Roland has no money on his body, even if he wants to buy other things, he has no money. Would you like to get some money over? I thought about Roland or shake one's head. The means of stealing money on the trade planet is not desirable. It will accidentally provoke security force. Maybe he will be wanted by the whole universe for this. Although Roland may not be afraid of these, but on the trade planet it is better to follow their rules. Roland's hands are Sensibine and Capsule, but these two distinct things are not suitable for appearing in the universe. After thinking about it, Roland can only give up selling goods in exchange for Higan. In the universe, it is impossible to have no money. Even Frisia has to rely on selling planets to pay his subordinates. Should I build a trade planet by myself in the future? I wondered whimsically. Roland's young figure wanders the street. Suddenly, an alien wearing a Frisia Force battlesuit came into his sight. Frisia Force people. Roland's face trembles quickly converged on the aura on his body, followed by several other Frisia Force people walking side by side. One of the aliens with pink skin and fleshy thorns on the whole body caught his attention. That person was the right-hand man beside Frisia Dodoria. Sir Dodoria, there is no sign of Scion in the nearby planet. All Scion should be eliminated. A chicken alien said flatteringly. Dodoria tore the meat in his hands, said with a sneer, in order to hunt down these Scions, my troops have been damaged a lot, but fortunately, all the nasty Scion monkeys have been wiped out. Contact Zarbon, we can go back. Yes. Alien beside him replied loudly. Blame those Scions, I wasted a year outside. Dodoria sneered, in order to hunt down Scion, Dodoria and Zarbon went everywhere this year and wanted to return to the headquarters for a long time. At this time, Dodoria glanced at Roland's eyes. The cluster of black hair caught his attention, but after a flash of sight, the one silhouette suddenly disappeared. Dodoria rubbed his eyes and asked in confusion, is it because my eyes are blurred? I seem to have seen Scion just now. Forget it. Let's meet Zarbon as soon as possible. Carelessly Dodoria didn't think about the abnormality just now, and his subordinates didn't even see Roland's figure clearly, so they didn't take seriously. On the other side, Roland used transfer to transfer himself to an alley. At this time, a cold sweat broke out behind his back, and the complexion became ugly. That guy Dodoria is also on Oron Star, and maybe even Zarbon is here. No. You must inform Sephiria as soon as possible. If you let her and Dodoria run into them, it would be bad. Whether it is Dodoria or Zarbon, their power level is above 20,000. Although Sephiria's strength is also not weak, it is definitely not their opponent now. Thinking of this, Roland hurriedly searched for Sephiria's key and quickly locked the opponent's position. Concentrated for a moment, transfer was launched immediately. A few kilometers away, Sephiria is choosing a new style of battlesuit in the store. The style of battlesuit here is much more beautiful than that of Frisia Force. When she changed her clothes to try on, Roland's figure floated, light flashed and appeared in front of her. Chapter 49. Roland's sudden intrusion shocked Sephiria. While she took up her clothes to cover her body, her other hand had subconsciously condensed an azure energy ball. Be prepared to move towards the intruder. When Roland saw this, he hurriedly shouted, Older sister, it's me. Seeing that the intruder is actually Roland, Sephiria quickly removed the energy ball from his hand, and then his face turned badly looked at him, his eyes were sharp and oppressive. Roland, what are you doing in the girls' locker room? Roland looked at Sephiria's exquisite body, secretly swallowed saliva, and hurriedly said, Hurry up, leaving Oron Star, I saw the people of Frisia Force here. What, people of Frisia Force, I will kill them. When Sephiria heard of people of Frisia Force, his face was full of baleful aura. Don't, I saw that the leader is Dodoria. That guy's power level is over 20,000, maybe even Zarbon will be nearby. Dodoria, that damn fatty. When Roland said that the leader was Dodoria, Sephiria was silent for a while, her eyebrows raised slightly. Dodoria and Zarbon are high-level officers in Frisia force. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are the right-hand man beside Frisia. The strength of these two people ranks only behind Jinya force in the entire Frisia force. If the full strength of the Sephiria current power level is used, it is possible to defeat the opponent. But this risk is too great. Accidentally it will lead to a large-scale search by the entire Frisia force. Yes, they seem to have just completed some mission and are now ready to return to planet Frisia. Roland said what he saw. Sephiria squinted his eyes. If it is really him, there really cannot be a direct conflict, but I will give them a big gift when they leave. What are you going to do? Roland asked strangely. Sephiria sneered, did not answer Roland's question, looked up and down Roland, his face was slightly chilly. You are not going out yet, the older sister needs to change clothes. Oh, Roland reacted and moved out of the locker room awkwardly. But to be honest, Sephiria's figure is really nothing to say, a perfect figure, without a trace of fat on her body, worthily is an adult Saiyan who often fights. Waiting for a while outside the locker room, Sephiria put on a brand new battlesuit and walked out. The white battlesuit style is much more beautiful than the Frisia Force battlesuit, with a few strands of beautiful hair that fall naturally. A sassy and heroic sentiment. It's so beautiful. Roland sighed sincerely. Do you know what is beautiful? Of course, you and Tights are the most beautiful girls I have ever met. Sephiria said with a sneer, you have seen us too, but that Tights is really as beautiful as you say. Roland heard from Sephiria's tone a little unhappy, couldn't help but want to slap her own mouth. How could she when complimenting older sisters, bring other girls with you? Made a mistake. Roland, of course the older sister is more beautiful. I will believe you. Sephiria hummed, feeling better, let's go and find Dodoria. You won't fight him, will you? No. Squinted gem-like black eyes, Sephiria is clear it's not the time to officially meet, but if Dodoria were to let them go, it was obviously not her style. With Sephiria's assurance, Roland will move her to Dodoria's location with suspicion. Key sense capability coupled with transfer is the same as instant transmission in a small area, but the energy consumption is a bit high. The spaceship berth of Oron Star. Dodoria led his subordinate to prepare to return to planet Frisia, and soon the handsome man Zarbon with green hair also led the team to gather. After the two troops met, his alien carried the materials purchased from Oron Star. Dodoria talked with Zarbon next to the spaceship. That is Dodoria and their spaceship. Roland is hidden behind the stone pillar in the mooring, minimizing the energy on his body. I didn't expect even Zarbon to be here. Sephiria's face was solemn, and Dodoria alone would be very reluctant to deal with it, plus a stronger Zarbon, this battle is doomed to fail. What are you going to do? After their spaceship takes off, use energy blast to send them off together. Sephiria looked at the spaceship in the distance. That spaceship must be much smaller than Frisia's personal ride, but if it explodes in space, it should look pretty good. I'm understood. Roland's plan to understood Sephiria at this time, as long as he transfers away immediately after the energy wave is finished, Dodoria can't track him down, can't help not agree with Sephiria's approach. In fact, even if Roland disagrees, with Sephiria's strong personality, the things that he made up his mind will definitely be done. Two people waited for a while behind the stone pillar. The alien on the Frisia Force side had already carried all the goods onto the spaceship, and the spaceship wing was activated with a white light, slowly lifted into the air. Take advantage of this opportunity to seize the opportunity. Sephiria tenderly shouted, body floating up, hands each condensed a super high energy wave, then fuse them together to release. At the same time, Roland also releases the energy that has been prepared. Full air blast. Starry cannon. Two energy blasts shining brilliant rays of light intersected and released. Out, runs through the clouds. Like two dragons rising up into the sky, tearing through the atmosphere at once, up to 18,000 power level energy wrapped in Roland's energy together condense into a shock wave and released. The hot aura instantly let the world changed color, and I saw starburst, the air surges, and the roar quickly broke through the air. Chi-pa! The thick energy cuts open the invisible barrier between the sky and the universe, moved towards the spaceship swept away that is about to sail out of the atmosphere. In spaceship, Dodoria is bragging with Zarbon about what she has gained during this period of time, and when it comes to excitement, she starts dancing with joy. Zarbon listened modestly and politely, cultured and refined like a gentleman, but under this handsome and gentle appearance there was a brutal and bloody soul hidden. At this moment, spaceship's early warning system detected a high-energy response. The red warning light and the harsh alarm bell acted at the same time, and the rapid sound indicated that a superior energy was approaching. What happened? Dodoria looked upset. Sir Dodoria, a very powerful energy is approaching, moved towards spaceship, and will soon collide with spaceship. What? Dodoria stood up, long the fleshy body shuddered. Zarbon's eyebrows furrowed deeply, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. Not good, leave spaceship now. Dodoria hasn't reacted yet. A huge amount the energy of the spaceship has already caught up with the spaceship, and there was a fierce explosion of boom, and a huge fireball suddenly lit up on the edge of the Orion star's atmosphere. The air first expanded violently outwards, and then suddenly collapsed inwards. Chapter 50. A fierce explosion occurred at the edge of the atmosphere. A hot fireball expanded rapidly, and then turned into a black smoke. The spaceship of Frisia Force was directly bombarded into fragmented debris by high energy, one after another fragment fell from in the sky. The thick smoke dissipated, and the figures of Dodoria and Zarbon difficult situation floated in the air. The battle suit on his body was full of smoke, and all the aliens who accompanied them were killed in the explosion. Such a violent explosion immediately caught the attention of others on Orion Star, but when it was discovered that the spaceship where the explosion occurred belonged to Frisia Force, everyone chose to avoid being worldly wise and play safe, for fear that it will be a little troublesome. Ah, so courageous, actually attacked Frisia Force's spaceship. Dodoria furiously flew in the air, pink flesh with scars. Zarbon had a malicious face, and his dark green eyes flashed with cold light. He took out the scouter and searched the surroundings, but the scouter buzzed a few times, and no high-energy response was detected. Strange, no strong energy response was detected around. Impossible, the strength of the energy just now, the power level of the releaser is at least 10,000. Dodoria took out the scouter with a look of disbelief, but also did not detect the attacker's reaction, and his expression was startled. Really not? Is the other party using the newly developed energy weapon? But even so, there should be residual energy. Zarbon's eyes flicker. Turn off the scouter later said solemnly, I heard that there are aliens in the universe who can freely control their energy. When encountering such people, energy detection will not be intuition. After listening, Dodoria shouted in her throat, it must be so right, damn, I have the guts to attack this lord, I will never let them go. Dodoria's brain is not very active. When Zarbon said this, his anger spread all over his body. To the unnecessarily race. Zarbon didn't believe that anyone could leave quickly after unleashing a powerful force, so the person who attacked them must still be hidden in the Orion star. You must pay a price to provoke Frisia Force, but this Orion star is a trade commerce planet, and the overseer behind it has a certain position among the universe's rich. Let's first inform the overseer here, so don't hurt your peace. Zarbon was silent for a while, restoring the cultured and refined gentleman demeanor. It's just the cold light flashing in the eyes, showing the tyranny in the heart. After Dodoria became violent, she suppressed the anger in her heart. Go to the overseer here, must let him give us an explanation. If Orion Star is not a trade commerce planet, but instead of a general life planet, Dodoria's brutal character might have notified Frisia Force headquarters directly, and then led the army to step down here. But the trade commerce planet is different, every trade commerce planet has been filed with the Universe Commerce Headquarters when it is built, and is protected by the Universe Commerce Headquarters. Universe Commerce Headquarters, like Galactic Assassins Guild, Cosmic Express Corporation, and Galactic Patrol, are all created by Universe Peak influence. Although Frisia Force is notorious in the universe, as long as you still have to do business, you can't be too overbearing. Zarbon nodded slightly, and then went to the overseer of Oron Star with Dodoria. Oron Star person in charge meet Zarbon and they aggressively come to the door. The person in charge, who already knows the matter, quickly entertained them, and then wiped their sweat while carefully serving them, and at the same time sent people went to investigate the suspects who attacked Frisia Force. Of course, it turned out to be nothing, because Roland had already left Oron Star with Sephiria at this time. Sorry, Two Lords, we did not find the person you were looking for, but we have already reported the matter. Universe Commerce Headquarters will investigate this matter on a large scale soon, which will surely satisfy both of you. Yes. Oron Star's person in charge apologized in a low-key manner. Because your management is not in place, our Frisia Force people have lost a lot. Zarbon sat in the seat, holding a cup of hot tea in his hand, and spoke indifferently. Person in charge quickly said, "This is our dereliction of duty. We can compensate." Hee hee. Zarbon chuckled and accepted the compensation from the other party. Trivial. The death of a Frisia soldier will naturally not cause any fluctuations in him, but it can extort a profit from the trade commerce planet, which is regarded as waste utilization. When they deal with Universe Commerce Headquarters, Frisia Force has to give each other some face. Just when Zarbon requested compensation from the Oron Star person in charge on behalf of Frisia Force, Roland and Sephiria had already traveled far away and entered the starfield where planet Sadala was located. Planet Sadala was located on the west side of the north area before it was destroyed. It was located closer to the area bordering the west area, so after dozens of jumps, the two people entered the predetermined location. In the deep and quiet universe background with faint red light, a hot star exists steadily in the void. The destruction of planet Sadala at the time brought an extinction to the entire planetary system. After a long period of operation, the huge planetary system finally returned to stability. So far, there is still an asteroid belt in the original orbit of planet Sadala. Those asteroids are the fragments left after the destruction of planet Sadala. Shoo! On a planet that is in the same gravitational range as the Sadala asteroid belt, the void suddenly distorted, and the vigorous silhouettes of Roland and Sephiria stepped in the sky. Out! Because it is in the habitable zone, this planet also has an atmosphere, but because of its small size, gravity is only half of Earth's. Actually, this planet is formed by regrouping some of the remaining material after the destruction of planet Sadala. According to the information, this planet under our feet is the wreckage after the destruction of planet Sadala. Roland looked at the surrounding environment. The pocket-sized planet was small and far away. The curved horizon can obviously be seen everywhere. Probably because of the existence of Kai and Supreme Kai in this world, the evolution of the planet of Dragon Ball world is significantly faster than that of previous life Earth. Sephiria looked down at the surrounding scenery, dangling beautiful hair, a limpid autumn water like clear eyes flashed with a ray of light. It's a pity, if it wasn't for the stupid war in the ancient times, Saiyan race, I won't lose my home here. Roland said, if you want to rebuild. It's not difficult. Sephiria nodded slightly. At this moment, there was a harsh roar. The sound came from in the sky. I looked up at the sky, and the bright moonlight was hanging there, because it was located on the asteroid belt, and the planet under my feet was often hit by meteorites, and the conditions were very bad. But this roar is obviously not the sound of a meteor hitting the atmosphere, but a spaceship falling. Just as expected, I saw a delta-wing spaceship dropping from the sky with black smoke, followed by a series of small spaceships, which seemed to be being hunted down. Chapter 51. Rumbling sound came from a distance. The triangular spaceship crashed onto a mudflat with thick black smoke. The hard soil was instantly overturned by the impact, and the impact of the impact caused thick sand and dust were raised around, and the radius of several hundred meters became blurred. Roland witnessed the entire process of the spaceship falling, and his excellent eyesight allowed him to see the dozen spaceships that followed. That spaceship seems to be being hunted down. Roland looked at from a distance, with a calm expression on his face. Oh, it's an unlucky man who was targeted by space pirate. This kind of thing often happens in the universe. But looking at the scale of those space pirates, they are also some small fry. I only dare to rob some of them. In the spaceship, we will only hide away when we meet Saiyan. Sephiria glanced slightly, her lips curled up to reveal a touch of disdain, as if she had become accustomed to such scenes. Would you like to go and take a look? Of course, this place belongs to our Saiyans territory. Sephiria indifferent nodded, the body flashed, the gorgeous figure has appeared in 100 meters outside. When Roland saw this, and followed along, his body turned into a flash of light. The former site of planet Satella is located in a remote part of the north area, far away from the scope of Frisia Force activities. Even if someone discovers his identity as Saiyan, it's no big deal. In the place where the spaceship fell, the damage caused by the impact made the radius of 50 meters completely unrecognizable. In the center of a circular pit, a triangular spaceship was half buried under sand and gravel, and the body was severely deformed. There was black smoke from the gravel. Cough cough, the spaceship's hatch opened, and a round-headed orange-yellow alien struggled to crawl out of the spaceship. Not good, I actually fell on such a deserted planet. Guviza looked at the surrounding environment, crying, and immediately felt cold. Must leave here quickly, or you will be caught by that soon. I helped the robbers find it. Hurrying to pack the things in the spaceship, Guviza picked up a backpack and got ready to run. At this time, two silhouettes suddenly came to Guviza's side. Guviza mistakenly thought it was the space pirate that had knocked down his spaceship and found him, and his body fell directly to the ground, his face turned pale. Stand up. Uncle, I will give you as much money as you want, please let me go. Guviza lay on the ground and weeping bitter tears, begging the other party to forgive her life. Roland looked at the alien with a round head in front of him who kept crying and begging for mercy. Several black lines appeared on his forehead. Does he look like a robber, although he also snatched it when he was on Earth Korin's Senzu Bean, but Roland has always thought that he is not a small character like me. Look carefully at the alien in front of you, orange skin, round head, long whiskers on the cheeks, not very tall, but very fancy dress, and the clothes are full of multicolored gems look like nouveau riche. This is Lana Sijin. The entire race is engaged in business activities. It is not strong but very rich. It is space pirate's favorite target. The corner of Sephiria's eyes glancing at alien who was kneeling on the ground begging for mercy, she was full of disdain for this incompetent race. Lana Sijin is rich. Roland's eyes lit up suddenly. Lana Sijin has a lot of universe tycoons, and many of the planets we shot down by Saiyan are sold to them. Please let me go, I will save all the money here you are. Guviza heard that the other party knew his race, and hurriedly begged Roland to let them go, then opened their backpacks, revealing the silver light shiny metal strips, all of them were Higan. This whole backpack, let alone more than 200. Roland was blinded by Higan in front of him, and exclaimed, sure enough, he is a rich man. I performed so many years of mission, but didn't make that many. Sephiria's misty eyebrows furrow slightly. Compared with Lana Sijin in front of me, I suddenly felt that my previous days were not worth it. No wonder those space pirates have to focus on this person, that many Higan can eat and drink for years if they succeed. Please, this is all my savings, don't kill me. Guviza's voice kept trembling, and he regretted that he didn't bring some bodyguards when he went out, otherwise he wouldn't. There will be a mortal danger. Get up, we are not robbers. Really? Guviza got up suspiciously, took a careful look at Roland and Sephiria, and saw the furry tail behind them, after looking carefully for a while, cry out in surprise, "Ah, you are Saiyan. Didn't you say that Saiyan is extinct? There are survivors. Saiyan naturally does not will genocide." Sephiroth's tone is cold, with an ice-cold oppression exuding her body. She doesn't like to hear others say that her genocide is. "Yes, I'm sorry, it was spread like this outside." After recognizing Roland and their identities, Guviza finally stopped being as scared as before. Although Saiyan's reputation in the universe is not very good, and has destroyed a lot of planets, Saiyan is famous for taking money to do things, more than those dirty and hateful space pirates, straightforward and upright. "My uncle is a famous rich man. If you help me, you will definitely win the friendship of Lana Sijin." As if grabbing the only life-saving straw, Guviza made a request. "Do you want us to take you away from this planet?" Guviza quickly nodded, "My spaceship is damaged. As long as you are willing to help me, I will give you all the Higan here." Roland thought for a while, "This deal is not a loss, I can help you eliminate those robbers who chase you, you take their spaceship and leave." Guviza, still worried, whispered, "Can you escort me away? I mean, if I meet a robber again on the way, I will definitely be dead." Looking at the other person's pitiful appearance, Roland took a look at Sephiroth and saw the other person's eyes and nose and heart silently, and he said, "Yes, but you have to add money." "No problem, as long as you can escort me to a safe place." "Where? I can give you 3x, no, 4x. Guviza stretched out 3 fingers, and fearing that Roland would not be satisfied with them, they quickly replaced them with 4x remuneration. That's probably more than 800 Higan. Really rich. This is probably the breath of a local tyrant. It made Roland want to rob. Humph! Sephiroth stomped her feet expressionlessly, the ground under her feet suddenly cracked densely packed cracks, and her face was cold and sound transmission to Roland. "This is probably my 100 years of working in Frisia Force. Salary." The trivial Lana Sijin take action is so generous. You must know that Sephiroth has saved up for a long time. In addition to daily expenses, he saved 4 Higans. This is already a rich man. "Roland, let's take this mission. You go and wipe out all the robbers." Looking at Sephiroth, who was braving aura all over, Roland was shaking one's head suspiciously. "No, I know why this older sister has a temper, maybe it's the female's menstrual period." Chapter 52. At this time, it is better not to touch the mold of Sephiroth. Roland nodded, who mistakenly thought that the special period of Sephiroth was coming, flashed and turned into a ray of flowing light, disappearing in front of Guviza and Sephiroth, and reappeared several kilometers away. "Space pirate over there. It doesn't matter that little boy is alone, right?" Guviza looked suspicious, and the whiskers on her cheek continued to sway. Sephiroth's dark green lake clear eyes glanced at Guviza, indifferently said, "My younger brother can kill everyone alone." Oh, the suffocating indifference made Guviza's words just about to say stuck in his throat, and his face became nervous. On the other side, Space Pirate, who just came down from the spaceship, was searching for Guviza's figure. The leader of Space Pirate suddenly saw a 6 to 7 years old boy appear in front of him, and he couldn't help feeling strange. When he was about to question him, they were greeted by a violent attack like a flash flood and a tsunami. Roland's figure fast as lightning flashes. Suddenly, an enlarged face appears in the line of sight of the leading robber, and a biting chill sends cold shivers down one's spine. Before these space pirate people hadn't realized what was going on, Roland's figure had already circled around them. A strong attack swept through, only the fighting sounds of crackle were heard, the silhouette was thrown flying, and the scene immediately became a mess. "Ah, where the brat is so powerful! Quickly, use the laser gun to aim at him." Seeing that many people on his side were shot off, bandit leader saw there was a hint of panic, flustered and exasperated gave orders. "Shoo! Shoo! Shoo!" A section of fire snakes ejected, and densely packed energy ray flew out from the gun barrel. The power level of these space pirates is less than 1000. Usually, it's all to rob some races with weak power level with the help of a large number of people. Now facing the attack of Roland, it is all gone. The ability to resist, shooting energy gun everywhere like a headless fly, but unable to target Roland's figure at all. There was a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and Roland suddenly shot out ice-cold light in his eyes, speeding up further. Crackle, I saw countless illusory after-images wandering between them, and this group of space pirate easily was dealt with by Roland. Then jumps up suddenly, the body came to a height of 100 meters above the ground, and his hands were folded to release a powerful attack. Starry Cannon. Boom! The starlight of dazzling flickered, like an entire galaxy pouring down, and the surging torrent instantly destroyed everything. After a brief silence, a fire-red mushroom cloud suddenly rose on the surface, and the terrifying energy moved towards all directions, swept out by a strong gust of wind. Everything is done. Patted the palm of his hand and glanced at the anxious earth exuding surging heat. An explosion pit with a diameter of 100 meters is very eye-catching. Roland showed a relaxed smile on his face, flashes of light and shadow, and returned to Guviza and the others. Those guys have been killed by me. Guviza opened his eyes wide. Unbelievably said, this is solved. Roland raised his face, the trivial 1000 power level character, can it be very troublesome? Guviza was sighed. It was so uncomfortable that I realized that the warrior race Saiyan, which is famous in the universe, is so strong. A 6 to 7 years old boy is so strong. My younger brother's power level is 3600. Sephiria's face was indifferent, and when she talked about Roland's power level, a smile appeared in the corner of her mouth unconsciously. 3600, worthily is warrior race. I didn't expect that even a child is so terrifying, so how powerful is this young lady's power level? Guviza swallowed saliva, her voice trembling. Inquiring about Sephiria's power level, Sephiria glanced at him and said his power level indifferently, my power level is 18,000. 18,000 power level. Suddenly heard Sephiria said her power level. Guviza was a little doubtful that her ears had misheard, and once again confirmed that it was really 18,000 power level. Guviza dumbstruck and fell into a great shock. Be aware that in the universe, low power level is the main life. More than 1000 power level is more popular. 3000 to 4000 power level can already dominate one party. 10,000 power level is definitely extremely rare. Rarely, the girl in front of her is so powerful, worthily is warrior race. Guviza felt that his head was stunned. After the extreme shock, his heart was full of ecstasy. He was able to hire 2 such powerful warriors, and his life was safe. Next, Guviza seemed to become a person, suddenly changed from a wealthy rich man to a flatterer, pleasing Sephiria in every possible way, continuously asking all sorts of questions. Seeing that this chubby alien was still harassing Sephiria, Roland began to look impatient, and slapped him to the ground with a slap. No matter how annoying you are, I will kill you. Roland said coldly in a tone. Ah, I'm sorry, I won't do this again. Guviza looked at Roland and saw that the other party didn't seem to be joking, and quickly apologized. Roland nodded, speak your destination and get your reward after completing the mission. I live in planets to know, where is my private vacation planet, you can send me there. Guviza whispered. Really rich, even private planets. Roland raised his eyelids, glanced at the other person, and took out the star map cube to query the location of planets to know. It is quite far away from the original site of planet Satella. If you take the spaceship of Space Pirate, it will take more than a month. Forget it, just take you there. Originally planning to take a Space Pirate spaceship, Roland in the past felt that it was a waste of time, and decided to use his abilities. Think about it, Roland moved towards Sephiria, nodded, and then grabbed Guviza's hand to start transfer. Big Dipper turns and stars move, the space changes, and the surrounding scene immediately changes. Guviza experienced spatial transfer for the first time and was caught off guard by Roland for a spatial jump. He has not waited for his regaining composure. The three people came to a strange starfield. Oh, Guviza, who is not strong in her own strength, couldn't stand the bumps of the spatial transfer, her face turned pale, and her mouth retched. Roland didn't care about him at all. After several transfers, he finally came to a dark green planet. Here, this is Planet Stuno. Roland said abruptly. N. Guviza has experienced bumps all the way, his head is still dizzy, and Roland's voice has not been regaining composure, and I looked at the environment around my eyes. The planet Stuno he is familiar with, Unfathomable said, heavens, I actually came back. Brother Roland, you are amazing. Roland dodges Guviza's embrace, you can pay for it. Oh, of course of course. Guviza hastily nods, still feels unfathomable, obviously he was still in the distant outer planet before, and he came back in the blink of an eye. Chapter 53. Planet Stuno is Guviza's private vacation planet. For a rich man like Guviza, it's really normal to own a few private planets. Guviza doesn't understand how Roland swept him. I brought it here, I just felt that the young scion in front of me became more mysterious and stronger. When he came to Guviza's private castle, Guviza immediately asked his attendant to prepare a sumptuous food to entertain Roland and them. The splendorous and majestic castle is richly decorated, and the walls are inlaid with various multicolored beautiful gems. The utensils are made of the most precious materials, all revealing the breadth of local tyrant. At the banquet, Guviza savored a glass of wine, his face full of comfort. Only after narrow escape can you taste the preciousness of peace. Crackle, the clash of tableware and chopsticks. Roland and Sephiria unleash stomach and eat a lot, the food in front of them disappears at a speed visible by naked eye, the dishes are piled up constantly, and they are piled up like a mountain in a blink of an eye. Guviza had long heard that Scion was especially good for eating, but was still frightened by their appetite, and quickly asked the servant to continue preparing food. As a rich man, Guviza owns all the resources of this private planet, and trivial meals are simply unremarkable. Little brother Roland, thanks to you, I can narrow escape from space pirate. Guviza expressed his heartfelt thanks. It's nothing, we just accepted your request. Roland was slurred and his mouth was full of food. Guviza smiled flatteringly, patted the palm of his hand. A smart robot took a metal box, and opened it to see that it was full of higan. There are a total of 850 higan here. It is your reward for escorting me. Really don't consider being my bodyguard. Guviza looked hoped at Roland. Roland wiped his greasy hands, put away the box of higan, and shook his head. You are so rich and lack bodyguards? The many expert in the universe must be yes, or find someone better. There are many experts in the universe, but there are few powerhouses like you and your older sister. Guviza has some regrets, but he has also heard of the character of warrior race Scion, so he no longer does this one. Things are entangled. If you have any commission in the future, you can contact me. I have some troops here. Roland left his contact information. Of course, it is a great honor. Guviza quickly saved Roland's contact information. He has been frightened by the dangers outside when he is out this time, and is now able to tie up with the powerful Scion. The next section of emotion friendship is naturally very happy, maybe it will be able to play a role in the future. After a banquet for both the host and the guest, after the two exchanged contact information, Guviza politely sent Roland out of the castle. After watching them disappear out of thin air in front of her eyes, Guviza emotionally said, "It's really a pair of sisters and brothers who are as strong as monsters. The older sister is so strong, and the younger brother is not bad, and can establish contact with them. My future safety is also guaranteed." A confident smile appeared on his face. Guviza smiled heartily, and his heart became very comfortable. On the other side, Roland, who left the planet Stuno, carried a box of Higan for transfer. This feeling was really inconvenient, slightly frowns. And stopped to divide the Higan into two and put it into the empty capsule. Older sister, you keep this good. Pass a capsule to Sephiria's hand. Sephiria took the capsule to look at it, and carefully took it into her arms, smiling sweetly. If it was before, I would have to work in Frisia Force for 100 years to get these salaries. Your capsule is so convenient, so many things can be received in a small capsule. Roland said, this is called a capsule, invented by Tite's father. Roland told her about Dr. Brief, but apart from fighting, Sephiria doesn't care about technology and other things, raised the head, with bright eyes with smiles. That Tites is bigger than you. How old is it? A lot older. Roland replied. Oh. Sephiria said, oh, you have to consider leaving a high-quality bloodline for Saiyans continuation in the future. Your topic turns a bit fast. I'm only 6 years old now. Roland couldn't help but laugh and say that he is still just a child, but Sephiria disagrees, saying that Saiyans' mind has always been precocious, even if his body does not grow up. Consider the future. Roland waved his hand. I don't know what Sephiria means, so I don't answer this question at all. Holding Sephiria and started the transfer again, a faint fragrance came from him, and he glanced at Sephiria's beautiful face. Even her face was so elegant and vulgar, and dignified. Roland couldn't help but wonder, what did she mean by what she just said? Was she talking about Tites or herself? Could it be some kind of hint? Why didn't she transfer? Sephiria, who was hugged by Roland for a long time without seeing a change in the surrounding scene, impatiently urged. Oh, transfer right away. Roland, regaining composure, came and threw the thoughts out of his mind, and Shiu launched transfer. Planet Yardrat is a mysterious planet on the edge of the North area, on which lives a weird race named Yardration. This race is gentle in nature, rich in extraordinary wisdom, and biased towards Yu has never expanded to the outside world, and invented countless magical techniques that people dream of. Because Yardration hidden world is concealed, its reputation in the North area is not particularly great. But in fact, the Yardration is a powerful race that is comparable with Namekian. The Jinyu force was needed in the original work to be wiped out. In the end, it was a mistake that allowed Son Goku to take the spaceship and come here. On this day, this planet, which never asked about external affairs, welcomed 2 guests. This is what you call Planet Yardrat, there is a magic technique on it. Sephiria looked around curiously, aura spread out, but didn't find any special powerful key. Roland said, Yardration's technique, Namekian's magic, Metamoran's martial arts, these all our universe abilities are very rare. If you can learn 1 or 2, you will definitely benefit a lot. Sephiria didn't doubt Roland's words, and couldn't help but look forward to this planet even more. Converge your ki. Although Yardration is a gentle race of nature, if you are too provocative, you may be punished by them. Yardration's individual strength is not good. I know how, but all kinds of techniques can't guard against it. It is better to keep a humble heart when you and Sephiria first arrived in your place. Chapter 54. 2 of you, the way you appeared really surprised me. It was actually similar to the ability of instant transmission. A distant voice floated. There was a twist in front of them, and a strangely dressed person appeared in front of Roland. Pink skin, big head, very long ears, and protruding eye sockets. Attire when Son Goku returned to Earth from the outer planet in the original work was living in planet Yardrat. Yardration above. The opponent's weird way of playing made the siblings' expressions tight, and Sephiria reflexively moved towards the opponent and played an energy attack. Wait! Roland was just about to stop, but Sephiria's attack had already been hit. Hey! The sharp energy beam pierced Yardration's body directly, attacked and landed on the rock behind, directly blasting the hard rock to pieces, but the planet Yardrat appeared unharmed by Roland's side. Instant transmission. A bright glow suddenly lit up in Roland's eyes, murmured. Sephiria blinked his eyes and looked at Yardration, with some surprise on his face. I can't feel the aura on him at all. It's really an impatient little girl. Rumor Saiyan should have been extinct. I didn't expect that there would be survivors. The Yardrations are a peaceful race. For outsiders, as long as they don't show hostility, they will not specifically target them. Saiyan is not so easily extinct. It seems that the Yardration in front of him makes Sephiria feel jealous, and his words are not as tough as before. Yardration, laughing, looked towards Roland. Two huge eyes opened, only one slit. The little brother's ability is very strange. I didn't know that Saiyan has the ability to cross the starry space. Roland said, this is Metamoran's transfer. Oh, it turned out to be the martial arts of the legendary Metamoran, which differs from the instant transmission, different approach but the same result. Then that it's weird. Yardration suddenly realizes, it is said that Saiyan is a warrior race of Rectum, but he will also study martial arts of other races. As long as it is a skill that is good for fighting and good for survival, we are all willing to learn. This is the purpose of our coming. After listening, Yardration nodded, his eyes suddenly opened, and his dark pupils were extremely deep. Do you want to learn Planet Yardrat's technique? P. Roland did not obscure the corners, and directly admitted, yes. Your breathing and mood swings are very peaceful, obviously mastering very delicate training methods. It seems that what you said before, there is nothing wrong with it. Only the race that learns the strengths of others can continue. Since you want to learn, then follow me. Yardration is invisible, but it's not a good thing to the outside world. I don't know what kind of race Saiyan is, and I feel very commendable for Roland's humility. Speaking of this, the Yardration turned and left. When Roland and Sephiria saw this, their faces were happy, and they quickly followed along. Yardration walked ahead and led the way, Roland, two people followed behind. A few floating lights flashed, and the figures of the few people disappeared into the sky. Roland increased his speed to the fastest, but he was still behind the Yardration. A closer look will reveal that the Yardration is not actually walking, but is constantly disappearing and reappearing, but because the frequency is too fast. The naked eye makes the illusion of movement. Roland murmured unfathomably, instant transmission can still be used like this. Sephiria reached out towards Roland, looking at him with bright eyes. Would you like me to take you for a ride? Roland shook his head. No, let's follow. Two people continue to follow Yardration. When Roland reached the extreme speed, the Yardration in front suddenly stopped. We're here. But this is a desert, there are sand everywhere, flying sand and gravel, and the blowing wind is dry and warm. Oh, it's just that you think this is a desert. Yardration chuckled, his palm drew an arc in midair, as if by magic, it appeared in Roland. The scene in front of me suddenly changed drastically. The desert has become an oasis, and lofty mountains and trees emerge from the ground like grass. Even the air became moist. Illusion. Sephiria said softly, her expression became dignified. If she encounters such a situation in battle, she will not even have the ability to identify the enemy and ourselves. Worthily is a planet that can rival Planet Metamor. Roland sighed, Planet Yardrat is really weird. It's just a little trick. The two of you come with me. As long as they are guests with good intentions, we are welcome. Yardration led the way and led Roland and Sephiria into the city of. Everything in front of me is false and true, half false, which makes people confused. If there is no familiar person to lead the way, it is easy to get lost in it. This city can be said to have gathered countless Yardration wisdom. Even if the enemy is besieged, it is not so easy to break. You can live here, and you can ask people around you if you learn the technique, but there is a requirement that no matter what you learn here, you can't pass it on to others. Yardration's control over technique, they are very strict. They allow others to learn, but they do not allow others to teach them arbitrarily. All those who want to learn need to be screened by them. Planet Yardrat technique is a technique that passes spirit influence energy. Wrong learning will only destroy one person. Yardration then explained. We understood. Roland and Sephiria are simultaneously nodded. Then settled in their city under the arrangement of this yardration. The technique myriad oddities mastered by yardration has many auxiliary class skills, as well as many skills to meet the needs of combat. Of course, Sephiria chooses techniques that can enhance combat effectiveness in battle. Roland looked at the simple and elegant buildings in the city and immediately looked for instant transmission. This technique has a different approach but the same result as the transfer he has mastered. It should be very easy to learn. But after formal learning, Roland discovered that the two are simply huge differences. Metamoran's transfer uses a special skill to mobilize energy in the body, which can exert a power effect several times beyond the body limit. Transfer focuses on spatial transfer, which is a bit like the wormhole technology in science fiction. The space is opened by manpower, but the location of the destination needs to be known in advance, and the preparation time is a bit longer than that of instant transmission. Generally speaking, it is not suitable for use in battle. Compared with it, Yardration's instant transmission is as flexible as magic. You only need to detect the other side's key and you can directly transfer the body through aura, both in daily life and actual combat. Has a very good use. The disadvantage is that aura is too weak or cannot be reached without aura. The combination of transfer and instant transmission can play an unexpected role, but it takes a strong perception to fuse the two together. Sink down, Roland earnestly realized the difference between transfer and instant transmission and tried to merge them. Chapter 55. Dark green is like a lawn, on a plain covered with green grass. A young silhouette is floating more than 3 meters above the ground. Roland closed his eyes tightly, and a faint white radiance suddenly gleamed on his body. An upward force pulled the rebel on the ground to float up, and the whirlwind whizzed out, curling up with waves like waves. Suddenly, Roland opened his eyes, and a flash of sparkle flashed through his eyes. After a period of bitter training, I finally merged instant transmission and transfer. A smile was raised on the lips, and the figure suddenly became blurred, and it was already 10,000 meters long. On the hills outside. Grabbing your fingers on the steep rock wall, looking down at the distant scenery, the delicate soft wind blows on your face, and a refreshing and damp icy feeling emerges spontaneously. This is 1 year after Roland entered Planet Yardrat. After this year of training, Roland perfectly integrated instant transmission and transfer. Now as long as the mind arrives, any space distance is no longer an obstacle to trap him. And the combination of the advantages of the two makes him completely unnecessary to worry about energy consumption when using teleport, which can be said to be come and go freely. Son Goku took a year to learn instant transmission, although I also spent a year, but my teleport is much more practical than his, even if compared with Kibito not much. Roland compared Son Goku and Kibito in his mind, and the conclusion he got satisfied him. I glanced at the distant scenery, lightly smiled, and the figure disappeared from the hill. Sephiria, how are you doing? When I came to Sephiria, this beautiful woman was thinking hard about learning a technique called void replacement. This technique can transfer most of the attack power to another dimensional space when the body is attacked. It is a technique that weakens the opponent attack and prevents the user's body from being injured. It can be said to be the best choice to strengthen the actual combat defensive ability. Of course, void replacement cannot transfer too many attacks beyond the body's ability to withstand. Sephiria stood up, a beautiful black hair blowing in the wind, her brows frowned slightly like smoke. I haven't practiced yet, I always feel something is wrong. Calming one's heart will always feel. Sometimes the training of technique depends on its own perception, and no one else can help. Have you studied your instant transmission? N. Roland und, I plan to contact storage next type technique, although the capsule is very convenient to use, if you lose it, the loss can be great. Roland, whether it is a senzu bean or a higan, is stored in the capsule, but it is also easy to carry around. Not very safe. Tights once had the experience of losing the capsule. As for Roland's concerns, Sephiria feels he is making a fuss. You must know that this was the case when there was no capsule before. Now that you have a capsule, you are worried about losing it. In the words of Sephiria, it is hypocritical. If you eat too much of the delicacies of the mountains and seas, you feel that the delicacies of the mountains and seas are unpalatable. If you want to learn, just go and learn, don't disturb me. Sephiria didn't care about other things. After passing him a sentence, he continued to comprehend void replacement. Roland laughed. Approaching Sephiria, rolling his fingers around the opponent's pitch-black beautiful hair, and quickly teleported away when Sephiria was about to get angry. Humph! Angrily coldly snorted, Sephiria glanced at the place where Roland had disappeared, suddenly smiled, then closed his eyes. The whole figure was as quiet as a cluster of orchids natural. On the other side, after leaving Sephiria, Roland consulted the nearby yard ration, and he got a special storage technique from them. If Roland received the supreme treasure, he studied it patiently, and it took about 4 months to learn this technique. The finger drew a circle against the void, the glittering flashes lighted up with sparks from the metal impact, and another dimensional space dedicated to storage was opened. After Roland repeatedly opened and closed to confirm that it was correct, store most of the senzu bean and higan in another dimensional space, leaving only a small amount of it for temporary use. At night. The hazy night is extraordinarily quiet, like a calm deep sea that can't make any waves. Roland and Sephiria live on planet Yardrat, but to facilitate their usual training, they moved out of the Yardration city and came to a valley on the other side of the planet. The vibrating sound of buzzing and the sound of the dark gravity training chamber running. At this time, the night is quiet, and this sound is particularly obvious. Even so late, Sephiria is still training in the gravity chamber, as diligent as she is. Scion is very rare. Roland is preparing supper in the kitchen of the mobile cabin, thinking that Sephiria is so diligent and prepares something delicious for her in the evening. The silver-grey moonlight shines through the glass, but it is not obvious under the light. Getting ready for a supper, Roland laughed and wanted to ask Sephiria to come over and have a meal. Just when he left the door, he found that the outside was very bright, and the dense foliage was clearly visible, even some small insects could be seen clearly. Today's moonlight is so beautiful. Sighing in my heart, suddenly Roland felt something was wrong. The moonlight? Eyebrows wrinkled slightly, an unreliable feeling arose in my heart inexplicably, and indeed raised the head. I saw a bright round moon hanging in the night, like a jade plate, especially beautiful. Full moon. Today is actually a full moon. No, it should be said that planet Yardrat also has a full moon on it. Roland's heart trembled suddenly, and his expression gradually became stiff. Thump, thump. The speed of the heartbeat suddenly increased, and the blood in his body seemed to boil in an instant. Roland's eyes flashed with red light, and his body began to fail. Trembling consciously. Scion will be stimulated by moonlight on the tail behind him during the full moon, which will cause the cell mutant to transform into great ape. Except for a few elite warrior and royal family, other scions will lose once great ape transformation. Rationality becomes a monster that can only destroy. Therefore, except when saving his life, Scion avoided his great ape transformation. It's over, I'm almost losing rationality. Roland gritted his teeth and suppressed himself strongly, but Scion's animality gradually became dominant, and his expression became dull. The body began to grow thick, brown hair began to grow all over. Roar! Finally, in an angry roar, Roland became a huge ape with more than 20 meters high and lose rationality. Vigorously hitting his chest and jumping around in place, the earth shook violently, and the huge destructive power penetrated into the ground, immediately destroying everything around the circle of 100 meters. Boom, rumble. An energy blast spouted from the mouth, and a huge mushroom cloud rose in the distance. The flaming mushroom cloud rushed into the sky, and the dense smoke obscured the sky. At this time, Roland has become a crazy monster who only knows about destruction. Chapter 56. Boom! Another Scarlet's fireball gradually raised, accompanied by a huge explosion. The circulation of thousands of meters was covered by dense smoke and fire, and the smell of choking passed over, which was suffocating. However, at this time, Roland, I have already lost rationality. Pull up all the things that can be thrown away, and throw it into the distance. A rock with a diameter of 5 meters was thrown several kilometers away, then fell from the sky and hit the ground heavily. Bang! The earth suddenly cracks, densely packed cracks. The vibration of mountains bursting and ground splitting is like being hit by an artillery shell, with a range of tens of meters. After the impact, the shock wave visible to the naked eye spread everywhere, and the wind overwhelmed the surrounding trees. In the gravity training chamber, Sephiria suddenly felt a powerful and tyrannical aura emerging from nearby, and walked out of the training room suspiciously, only to see Great Ape Roland, who was destroying everywhere, and Sephiria's face. It became difficult to look immediately. Damn, because of Great Ape transformation lose rationality. Sephiria frowned slightly, and instantly came to Roland's shoulder. Roland, you wake me up. Great Ape saw her, turned and attacked, and a mouthful of energy blast came out of her mouth. I don't even know me. Sephiria raised her eyebrows, her pretty face suddenly appeared a little baleful aura, and she was covered with a shuddering ice cold, just about to give Roland a little bit. When the lesson was learned, Great Ape aimed at her again and attacked. Roar! The flaming energy blast moved towards Sephiria, sprayed. Sephiria, upon seeing it, clenched his fist and slammed it over. With a bang, the shock wave was bent after facing the direction, crashing into a distant mountain. A huge mushroom cloud suddenly appeared, and the scorching air wave spread out immediately. Seeing that his attack had no effect, Great Ape became furious, and continuously moved towards the surrounding area and threw an energy ball around. In a moment, a large area was destroyed beyond recognition. Idiot, this is planet Yardrat. Sephiria bit her lip, and the figure flashed to Great Ape's side. If it is an ordinary planet, even if it causes great damage, Sephiria will not ask too much, but the problem is that he and others are learning the technique from Yardration, but they are causing damage to other people's planet instead. Can't explain it. Full air blast! As Sephiria yelled out this voice, the air seemed to be stirred, and a burst of energy shining bright rays of light was released. Shua! The powerful energy hit Great Ape's chest, and the burning pain made Great Ape roar in pain. Sephiria didn't show any mercy when she saw it. Her eyes flashed a cold glow. Her actions were as swift as a gust of wind, and she attacked Great Ape violently in the blink of an eye. In Sephiria's philosophy, as long as it is confirmed as a threat, then the opponent must not be given any opportunity to resist, and even if there is anything, you have to wait until the opponent is completely knocked down. Sephiria has seen a lot of things that were overturned by opponent because of a lot of talk. Dilly-dallying in battle is not only disrespect for the enemy, but also irresponsibility for his own life. Sephiria will never do such a stupid thing. Pang! 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 The fierce attacks continued to sound. And the illusory afterimage spread all over the place. Sephiria gave full play to its advantages. The dexterous, lithe and graceful figure keeps flashing, attacking like strong wind scattering the last clouds. Every attack is comparable with nuclear bomb. If these attacks fall in a certain city, it is enough to destroy the whole city several times. Roar! Great Ape waved his arms and made an ear-splitting roar. Terrifying sound waves dispelled the clouds in the sky, and the sound of ear-splitting pierced the eardrums. People are dizzy. Sephiria's face turned pale involuntarily, and her movements became a little sluggish. Slap! Great Ape's eyes flashed with bloody red light, his stout arms moved towards Sephiria and slapped it, and in the blink of an eye, he came to Sephiria's face. Seeing this, Sephiria arched her body and covered her chest with her hands. Bang! The brutal attack hit Sephiria with the imposing aura of irresistible force, and instantly knocked her out. The body hit the stone wall of the distant hill like an artillery shell. The whole hill was shaken by heaven falls and earth splits, and the rock Hualala fell, leaving a large human-shaped hole. Cough cough. Sephiria corner of the mouth flow blood, there is no trace of blood color on the pale face. Seeing the annoying fly being shot by itself, Great Ape happily bounced and slapped his chest on the spot. Roland of Great Ape transformation has become so powerful. With energy alone, he has already surpassed me. Shaking his dizzy head, Sephiria realized that his state was not Great Ape. The opponent. But, you are not the only one who can Great Ape transformation. There was a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth, and Sephiria raised the head to look at the jade-like bright moon. The Great Ape transformation ability is Saiyans' life-saving unique skill to stimulate the tail to produce the mutant of the body. In the case of Great Ape transformation, although the energy will increase by 10x, this stimulating transformation has a huge flaw. Only a few elite warriors and royal family can overcome the irritability after transformation. Once the mid-class warrior and low-class warrior are transformed, they will lose rationality. Silver-grey moonlight stimulated Sephiria's tail, the bloodline in his body was instantly activated, and a brutal aura from the ancient prehistoric was released. Sephiria's body swelled continuously, and in a blink of an eye it became more than 30 meters. The tall giant ape. This state is really ugly. If there is no other way, I would never do such a transformation. Sephiria of Great Ape transformation said disgustingly. Although Great Ape transformation can bring great power to Saiyan, but the huge body is also very heavy. Once the attack is not successful, it will easily become a living target. This kind of transformation that sacrifices speed is not like Sephiria of. If you can't even hit the opponent, then it will be useless even if you become stronger. This is also the reason why Zarbon and others in the original work knew Vegeta can transform, but still looked down upon him. Hey, my power level doesn't seem to be raised to 10x. Feeling the power contained in the body, Sephiria found that her energy amplification was a little less than expected. Originally, with her power level of more than 20,000 points, Great Ape transformation should be able to reach 200,000 power levels, but in fact it did not. She estimated that her own power level under Great Ape form is only about 120,000. 120,000 power level, maybe Great Ape transformation has some upper limit. Sephiria guessed. Previously, in Planet Vegeta era, because Saiyan with a power level of 10,000 or more was already extremely rare, not many people knew how much energy could be achieved after the higher power level Saiyan Great Ape transformation. Chapter 57. Weak strength is a weakness, but Roland's lesson is enough. My heart was worried about his Great Ape form, and Sephiria's gaze looked towards another in the distance. A Great Ape, with tyrannical emotions in his eyes. Under Sephiria's height of more than 30 meters, Roland's Great Ape is like a child. Of course, Roland is a minor. One step forward, the violent foot force suddenly penetrated, causing the rock underneath to burst. The ground seemed to bear the impact of hundreds of tons of heavy objects falling vertically from an altitude of 10,000 meters, and the soil splashed. Ah! Seems to feel the danger is approaching. Great Ape Roland let out a hysterical roar, his body kept retreating, and when it was impossible to avoid it, from his throat a large group of fiery red energy blast was suddenly ejected from there. Humph! Seeing this, Sephiria was coldly snorted, with violent power flooding the body, and a fist smashed it to disperse Roland's energy blast. Then I came to Roland's side, like a grumpy parent who saw the disobedient bear child playing there. He slapped his palm with his hand, more than 20 meters high. Great Ape was hit and flew out, slammed to the ground, and the earth shook and cracked. Yardration was naturally disturbed by the huge movement that occurred on Roland. They teleported from the city side, but they saw two huge Great Ape within the valley. After the fight, the entire valley was almost flattened, and the larger one obviously had the absolute upper hand. Is that Saiyans great ape transformation? Terrifying, it turns out that Saiyans body actually hides such a powerful force, but this transformation obviously has great defects, beyond the manic power of the body's ability to withstand easily affects the mind. Fortunately, the little girl called Sephiria didn't lose rationality. The terrifying power of more than 100,000 power levels, then in the universe, they are absolutely rare experts. Many Yardratians are fortunate that Sephiria did not lose rationality because of transformation, otherwise their planet Yardrat would suffer. After all, the experts of several 100,000 power level can already destroy a planet with no difficulty, even if their defensive ability of race is strong, they cannot withstand the damage caused by the destruction of the planet. Let's keep watching, this crisis should be over soon. Saiyan is such an amazing race. Yardration one by one he sighed, and while paying attention to the situation on Roland and Sephiria, he exerted his power to control the surrounding environment. Some of them use technique to limit the scope of energy blast and some use technique to restore the damaged environment. In the distance, two great ape looked at each other, Sephiria tilted her head and suddenly shouted loudly, and her palms were superimposed on Roland in the distance to release an energy attack. Air blast! The air suddenly squeezed, the bright radiance flashed slightly, and a group of bright white energy ball immediately shot out like a laser, deep and quiet night. Illuminated by this white light, it suddenly became like daylight. With the advantage, Sephiria did not choose the strongest attack method full air blast, but changed to the slightly weaker formidable power air blast. Sizzle! The terrifying attack hit Roland's body, bursts out of the world-shaking explosion. The severe pain made Great Ape scream, and his huge body was ejected into midair by the big explosion. At this moment, Sephiria seized the opportunity. This is the end. Sephiria's hand condensed a thin energy blade, aiming at the tail in the sky Great Ape. Immediately, the energy blade drew a beautiful arc in midair. With the sound of puchi, a huge tail was chopped down, and as the tail fell to the ground, Roland's size continued to shrink. It was restored to its original state after a while. Sephiria reached out, hold Roland in his hand, and then sit down with his back facing the moonlight. Miss Sephiria, should the crisis here be resolved? A greeting came, and Yardration came to her. Sephiria of Great Ape form lowered her head and said, "It's okay. I'm sorry for the accident this time." "It's fine if it's okay, it seems that it needs to be strengthened. Your younger brother's spirit training, otherwise this situation will happen again, planet Yardrat will not be able to bear it. Even if Yardration is no longer nature and peaceful, he does not want to have a berserk guy on his planet at any time. I will let him conduct training in this area. By the way, how often will your planet Yardrat appear once a full moon?" About once a year. As long as I don't look at the moon when it's full moon, nothing will happen, and I have already cut off Roland's tail, so I don't have to worry about berserk. So we can don't worry." Several Yardration nodded, then the figure flashed, and the teleportation disappeared. Sephiria lowered Roland from his hand. At this time, Roland had fainted and flicked Roland's head with his fingers, faintly said, "It's useless, even Great Ape power can't bear it, saying a good snack for me, it must be gone." The light breeze blows, the sand is rolled up, the dead branches and leaves are dancing in the wind, and everything is settled. After a long time, the Great Ape form on Sephiria's body began to lift, and the body returned to its human form. "Humph, after a fight, my body was sweaty." Feeling a sticky body, Sephiria sniffed the sweat on her body, and immediately stood up dissatisfied, and then dragged Roland to her in a lake in the distance. He put Roland casually on the shore and jumped into the lake by himself. The cold lake water soaks the body. Sephiria untie the battle suit on her body and soaks in the lake water as much as she wants. After a long while, Roland woke up from a coma and found that half of his body was soaked in the lake. I shook my head, and there was a heart-piercing pain in my body. What's wrong with me? By the way, I lost rationality because I saw full moon. Gradually recalled my previous memories. Roland was startled to realize what had happened to him. After looking around, his tail has been cut off, and there is still a tingling sensation in the wound. It should have been made by Sephiria, but fortunately it did not cause any major disaster. Roland sighed in relief, the memory after Great Ape transformation intermittently recalled, but Sephiria is really ruthless. I seem to be she abused her. When can she change her personality? What are you mumbling there alone? A clear and nice female voice, the sound of hualala dripping water came from the lake. Roland looked for the sound and saw Sephiria's figure protruding from the lake. Under the moonlight, the pitch-black beautiful hair was wet and stuck together. And a drop of water was running along the white skin. Shed. The weight is moderate, the skin is white and beautiful, the bottle is not small, it is perfect. Looking at Sephiria's flawless body, Roland couldn't help but exclaim. Sephiria lightly glanced at him, his body floated to Roland's side, expression calmly steamed the water droplets in front of him, and then put on a new battle suit. Close your eyes, I have something to tell you. Sephiria glared Roland, and knocked him on the head. Oh, you say? Roland sat down very tightly. Sephiria looked at him with a slight dissatisfaction. Even the stimulus of the trivial moonlight can't bear, and there will be Great Ape transformation in the future, but no one can stop you. Roland just wanted to say no. Is there you? But seeing Sephiria severely look towards him, the words in his mouth couldn't help but get stuck. Sephiria continued, Yardration suggests that you strengthen spirit power training. I think it makes sense, so I will use your perception to find a way to overcome the problem of Great Ape transformation. Lose rationality. Roland's face is bitter. It's not easy. This problem must be solved. You can't cut off your tail as soon as the full moon is reached. Sephiria's expression said seriously. Chapter 58. Roland thought that this is true. As long as the tail behind Saiyan is stimulated by moonlight during the full moon, it will stimulate the body cells to generate mutants, and if there is no way to control the sudden surge of the body berserk power, then loss of control is inevitable. He can't stop going out every time he gets to the full moon, or just remove the tail like Son Goku and others. Roland also thought about removing the tail, but after a serious thought, he felt that this method is really simple and rude, and it feels like a headache. Besides, Great Ape transformation is not one good point, at least it can save lives when in real danger. I thought about that many. In fact, Roland still has an idea in his mind, which is about Ape-Ifid Saiyan transformation. Universe 7 Saiyans and Universe 6 Saiyan are different in the end. Universe 6 Saiyans is born with a powerful base power level. In contrast, Universe 7 Saiyans is much weaker. If you think about it, the problem may lie in the tail. But whether it is better to have a tail or not to have a tail is actually difficult to say clearly. Saiyan of planet Vegeta era regards the tail as a weakness and has never played its role perfectly. For Great Ape transformation alone, it should be just an application of the tail. And it's still quite superficial. Thinking of this, Roland solemnly nodded, I will strengthen spirit training and try to avoid such things from happening again today. That's right. Sephiria smiled. Elite warrior is easier to control Great Ape power than mid-class warrior. It should be due to talent, but they are currently in planet Yardrat. There may be a way to strengthen spirit training. Gu Lu. At this time, Sephiria's stomach suddenly made a sound of hunger. Roland sat very close to her. Of course he heard this sound. So he stood up and said, You are hungry, I messed up the supper that I had already prepared. You will wait for me for a while, and I will prepare it for you soon. Move faster, Sephiria urged with a straight face, pretending to be calm. Only at this time Sephiria will put her posture very low, can't do anything about it. Roland's craftsmanship is indeed much better than hers. After eating his dishes once, eat yourself, it's like chewing wax, you can't eat it at all. Don't worry, it will be well soon. After giving Sephiria a relieved look, Roland smiled heartily and went to prepare the food alone. Although the previous cabin has been destroyed by the violent energy due to Roland's great ape transformation, he still has a RV with various facilities in it. Skillfully set up the stove, and then took out a new set of kitchen utensils from the capsule to cook, and soon the tangy fragrance came oncoming, and just smelling the smell made the population swell. Appetite is wide open. Sephiria has bright eyes open and sits on the side eagerly waiting. When Roland saw her pretending to be cold, but poking out her head from time to time, he could not help laughing and brought a few plates of steaming food. Sephiria took the food and put it in front of her, sips it into her mouth. The wonderful taste aroused the taste buds, and immediately squinted her eyes with enjoyment. It's delicious, I really don't know how you learned this hand-cooking artistic. Glanced at Roland with admiration and continued to enjoy the delicious food. Saiyans' appetite was excellent. And the snacks prepared by Roland were quickly eaten by Sephiria. Wiping his belly comfortably, a flush of intoxication appeared on Sephiria's face. This is talent. Actually, I think learn is a good craft. Roland smiled. Especially culinary skills, it is really important. Sephiria thought nodded, I will leave my belly to you in the future. No problem, I promise to raise you white and fat. Roland blurted out. Sephiria glanced at him, sneered and said, do I need you to raise it? This is a bit awkward, I feel like you are taking advantage of me. No, you think too much. Roland touched his head and smirked. I think too much, Sephiria stared directly at him suspiciously, suddenly coldly snorted unhappy. As an adult female scion, Sephiria possesses the slenderness and sensitivity that women should have, and sometimes the sprout of adolescence, but is usually covered by her usual arrogance and indifference, and does not show it. As a proud elite warrior, the only one among the remaining clansmen who can make her stand out is the younger brother Roland. Although only a mid-class warrior, the talent is so good that sometimes she must be looked at with new eyes. It's getting late, let's go back and rest. Sephiria stood up casually. Oh, I have to rest too. Roland felt that the look in Sephiria's eyes was particularly attractive. Because the previous cabin has been destroyed, Roland and Sephiria can only stay in the caravan. Fortunately, Roland's caravan was also purchased at a high price. The rooms and electrical facilities are very complete. 2 people are not crowded at all. Early next morning. Sun shone brightly, there is a delicate light wind in the cool air. Wake up early in the morning, Roland prepares breakfast for Sephiria, and then trains on the open space outside. The sun is getting higher and higher, the light shines on the body and there is some slight heat when the cheek drops clear beads. At the time of sweat, Roland finally stopped training. Because missing a tail, the body is a little unbalanced. After a period of time to adapt, Roland kept his power level not going down. After having breakfast with Sephiria, Roland floated up alone and teleported to the city of Yardration in a blurry brilliance. Saiyans' tail problem has always been a big trouble for him. Roland wants to find a way to overcome this weakness in Yardration. When the opposite Yardration saw Roland coming over, he suggested that he train a technique that specializes in strengthening mental abilities. Roland nodded, began to study spiritual techniques. At this time, Roland's good perception and learning ability are reflected again. You must know that the Yardration technique is a great test for learning ability. It is already quite remarkable for ordinary people to learn one. After spending a few months learning the spiritual technique, Roland exudes a fascinating aura from time to time. This is because the spirit power has not fully converged. Affected by this, Sephiria sometimes sees his expressions all weird. It took another while, and Roland converged all the spirit power. At this time, he felt that even if he was great ape transformation, it shouldn't be so easy to get out of control. Chapter 59. Time flies, spring to autumn, time seems to have an invisible magic, quietly changing everything in the world. 3 years have passed since Roland and Sephiria entered planet Yardrat in the blink of an eye. In the past 3 years, Roland's strength advanced by leaps and bounds, has not only learned techniques such as instant transmission, void replacement, spirit technique, storage space and so on. It has broken the strength of the body several times, and now his power level has reached 13,000. Know that Roland was just 9 years old at this time. Even when planet Vegeta still existed, Saiyan with such a power level can be counted on one's fingers. It can be said that his strength at a young age has reached the high-level stage of Universe 7 Saiyan. Especially now that Roland has not yet entered the power growth golden period, as you can well imagine, when he enters puberty, his strength will increase significantly. However, the increase in strength will not bring too much pride to Roland, because he knows that there are many powerful experts in the universe. Some can pierce a planet with one finger, and some even just take a breath, a large star system will collapse instantly. Compared with such an expert, what is his strength? Maybe a person from a certain corner can defeat him. Of course, there is always a little happiness, at least he can stand straight in front of Sephiria, facing this beautiful, nature and lonely older sister. He has a kind of that he is about to take off soon feel. It's just a bit of a pity. I thought he would be able to fully control his great ape form after he mastered the spirit technique, but it turned out that he still thought too easily, even though the spirit technique is very big. To a certain extent, it restrained the violent power in Great Ape's body, but still couldn't control it completely. On this day, on the top of a plateau, Roland is developing a technique called Myriad Form Fist. This technique is a bit like North Kai's Kaioken, which can also increase the intensity of the attack, but is similar to Kaioken in comparison. The level of Myriad Form Fist is much lower, probably only increasing the attack power by about 30%. But don't underestimate Trivial's 30% attack power. In an evenly matched battle, any slight increase in power can play a vital role. Myriad Form Fist and Void Replacement, one attack, one defense, complement each other. Pu. Pu. Roland's body exudes an aura that seems to be there and not. Suddenly, the air pressure above the plateau suddenly shook, and the violent shock continued to spread to all directions around Roland, and then instantly formed a seemingly vacuum zone. With the sound of Shua, the expanding air began to collapse, and then bright radiance was lit up in a fierce violent blast. Myriad Form Fist. With a light shout, the pressure on Roland's body suddenly increased. The power level became stronger, which was originally more than 10,000, and the power level increased. It's not very big, but the same tactics are used, and the formidable power is constantly increasing. Rumbling sound, the distant mountain peaks collapsed, thick smoke rushed into the sky, connected with the clouds on the horizon, delayed for a moment, the shock wave of the mountains and the sea swept in with a piece of dust. Roland's gaze condensed. And the ice-cold imposing aura rolled up a wall of air to block out all the sand and dust. 13,500 power level. 13,500 power level, this is definitely a shocking data. Roland slowly took a deep breath, then slowly exhale, with a smile at the corners of his mouth. Unlike the key burst method that strongly increases power level, the starting point of Myriad Form Fist is to burst out stronger attack power under the same power level, but the pressure on the body is not strengthened. Floating leisurely in midair, I looked at the huge circular pit that I had punched in the distance. The hot smoke gradually raised in the circular pit, connected to the horizon. The light wind blows, the smoke and dust are flying, suddenly giving birth to a kind of grandeur of the vastness of the world. With my current strength, I am considered a rare expert in the universe. As long as I don't provoke some monsters, there is basically no who is my opponent. As long as I train step by step, it won't take long, Frisia Jinya Force won't be my opponent either. Roland thought expectantly. At this moment, suddenly a fierce attack moved towards him. Roland turned his head and saw a gorgeous silhouette, with a slight grin at the corner of his mouth. His body leaned back, and the solace of his feet suddenly released a whirl. The huge rebound force instantly made his body fly back. Air blast! There was a tremor in the air, and Sephiria struck Roland through the air. Roland circled the void to counteract Sephiria's attack, and then shot a burst of energy with his backhand. Starry Cannon! Sephiria's bright eyes flashed with a flowing light, and he clenched his fist to knock out Roland's attack. Rumbling sound, a large wave of air surging and tumbling, and a dull sky-splitting sound stings the eardrum. The figure of Sephiria, lithe and graceful, flashed quickly, and soon came to Roland's side. The palm of the hand was pressed on Roland's shoulder, suddenly exerting force. Bang it! A figure fell straight towards the ground. Roland grinned, and suddenly displayed myriad form fist when he was about to hit the ground. Immediately after launching instant transmission, he quickly came to Sephiria's front, moved towards her and punched her in the chest. You want to sneak attack me? It's too early. The thin lips pressed slightly, and a flowing light flashed in his eyes. Changed his hand to light as a feather and slapped out a palm. Sephiria's palm grabbed Roland's fist, a burst of secret energy spouted from the palm of his palm, and he threw him to the ground. Bang! The vibration of mountains bursting and ground splitting came from the ground. Roland's body slumped upright on an impact crater. The surrounding area of tens of meters all cracked and twisted. In the cracks, the scope of damage has been extended to a long distance. The fierce wind disappeared, and Roland was lying in the broken pit, eyes looking at the sky with clouds floating there. At this moment, a shadow appeared in the line of sight. Sephiria leaned down, her light hair hanging from her shoulders. Hey, it's time to get up. Roland said with a smile. It's also nice to lie down and look at the sky like this. Sephiria sneered, your brain is out of practice. After speaking, he jumped and took a few pieces of light flashes. After that, the whole person disappeared from sight. She came here just to beat me specifically. Roland sat up and glanced at the place where Sephiria had disappeared, laughing involuntarily. In the past 3 years, the appearance of Roland and Sephiria has not changed much. Roland is still over a meter tall, and Sephiria is still so young and beautiful. The longest stages in Saiyans' life are early childhood and adolescent, which account for almost half of his entire life. To be reasonable, Roland really hopes that his body stamina can grow up quickly. Chapter 60. Have you contacted Hertz recently? During the meal, Roland asked Sephiria. No, what's the matter? Sephiria shakes one's head. She focuses on training this period of time whole body and doesn't pay much attention to external affairs. Roland said, Hertz and Asita's child were born. They are twins. They should have given birth long ago. By the way, what is the potential of the 2 children? How? For Saiyans' descendants, Sephiria expressed some concern. Son is mid-class warrior, daughter is low-class warrior, but now Saiyans' measurement standards should not be distinguished by low-class warrior and mid-class warrior. Sometimes even low-class warrior can also surpass mid-class warrior. Well, it's okay. Sephiria is slightly nodded. If you put it in the past, Sephiria might refute this sentence. After all, she herself is an elite warrior and she still has a sense of superiority, but not anymore. Good training and training skills are enough to make up for it. First, heaven's disadvantages. Roland is a living example. Even if the special case of Roland is discarded, the low-class Saiyan on planet Kashi received Hertz training, and Saiyan, whose strength significantly exceeded the potential of the same period, is enough to prove this point. Even the non-combatants on planet Kashi that are destined to fail to break through 1000 power level have the possibility of becoming a warrior. Of course, the potential this thing will still be very limited. Saiyans' achievements, such as a mid-class warrior and a low-class warrior receiving exactly the same training at the same time, are still a bit more outstanding. It's just that compared with the previous planet Vegeta era, the difference is not so obvious. Saiyan, who is not at the same level, does not have the previous feeling of being restricted. After lunch, Roland and the others spar according to their usual arrangements. As Roland's strength gradually increases, now Sephiria can no longer take him as lightly as before when dealing with him. Because Roland's hands are horrible, she often doesn't know when she will take advantage of her. Sephiria didn't care before, but it seems to be paying more and more attention recently. After some battle, the battle suit on Sephiria's body was damaged. The incomplete battle suit could no longer cover her body perfectly, and there were always strands of white skin exposed. Sephiria frowned, said he went to take a shower, and then ran into the RV alone to change clothes. Roland looked at Sephiria from the distant back, and suddenly smiled. At this moment, the communication device on his body made a rapid sound of beep beep beep. When I picked it up, it turned out to be Tights. Speaking of which has not contacted her for a long time. Connecting to Tights, after a while he put down the communication device, his face became weird. It turned out that Tights contacted him for help. The reason is that she and Patrolman Jaco of Galactic Patrol worked together in the universe, but accidentally provoke a group of aliens. Now their spaceship is malfunctioning and they can only crash land on an ice-cold planet. The guy Tights really has a long ability. With such a little strength, she dare to wander in the universe, but she doesn't seem to have encountered any danger in the original work. In any case, it was someone he knew, who asked for help personally, and Roland couldn't stand by any means. Hesitated for a moment, and walked to the bathroom door. Roland reached out and knocked on the door. There was a patter of running water inside, and Sephiria was taking a bath inside. "What's the matter? I'll talk about something after I wash it." Sephiria's dissatisfied voice came from inside. Roland said, "A friend of mine is in danger and is going to save her now." With a snap, the door opened. Sephiria poked her head and looked at him. "It's the one Tights." Roland was stunned. "Yes, it's her." Sephiria glanced at him and said, "Then go and save her. Anyway, you are in Planet Yardrat. I'm almost done learning too. I will find you after I learn instant transmission." "Oh, okay." Roland nodded. I don't know why he feels that Sephiria's eyes are a little weird. It's like, the cabbage I raised is going to be overtaken by pigs. I went to the cabbage at Dam, how could I feel this way? I must have been over-concerned, shake one's head. Putting aside this unrealistic idea, Roland moved towards Sephiria and gestured. An instant transmission disappears. After Roland's figure left, Sephiria's beautiful crescent eyebrows slightly frowned, and then closed the bathroom door. A planet in the cold, the biting wind is mixed with icy snowflakes, the vision is hazy, and vast expanse of white everywhere the sight. A hilly mountain range located to the north of the planet. Snow covers the mountain range. From a distance, it is covered with heavy makeup and is very enchanting. Several cold winds came out, and some snowballs fell from the treetops. In the cave, Tights and Jaco are sitting around a bonfire. In the extremely cold weather, this bonfire can bring them a little warmth. The snowflakes outside are still falling, and there is no intention to stop at all. Tights took the spray to treat the wound on his body, and while spraying it, he unhappily said to Jaco, "It's all because your spaceship didn't run fast enough for us to fall on this planet. How can you blame me? You insisted on coming out with me. Obviously, I promised to bring you out for a long time next year. But you want to come out now. Now something happened to me. You are tired of this patrolman." Jaco eyes open wide, purple skin tightened. Tights chuckled, and curled up with his knees, knowingly. A few years ago, Tights, who wanted to become a well-known novelist, created a novel based on Earth's background, incorporating novel materials such as Power Level, Corin Tower, and Kami after Roland left Earth. This novel really made her a little hot, but after the heat passed, everything returned to its original shape, and the results of the new novels that followed were still mediocre. After all, for Earthling, who did not regard martial arts as the mainstream, although the legends of Korin Tower and Kami can bring them some freshness, they are only used as a flavoring agent to kill a boring life after a meal. Just a look is enough, not many people take it seriously. Full of anticipation but the final result, Tights was really discouraged. After I met Jaco, I wrote several novels based on Jaco, but I don't know if it's the writer's block or Jaco is really unpopular. Her novels are not popular. Tights, who had learned from the pain, wondered whether to change her mind. At this time, she heard that Roland was traveling in the universe, so she also contacted Jacob to walk out of Earth together. A group of overbearing aliens attacked. And Jacob's spaceship was hit by the opponent's energy shells during the escape, and had to make a forced landing on this ice-cold planet. Speaking of which, if I didn't insist on asking Jaco to take her out, I wouldn't encounter such a thing. I don't know if the people who attacked us are still looking for us. If they find me, I can't resist. Jaco, when the time comes, will you protect me? Tights Choo poorly said. Jaco said, come on, this patrolman is an elite of Galactic Patrol, but the actual combat ability is not strong. Besides, that group is the officer of Frisia Force, I don't want to conflict with them. You are afraid of them. Haha, how come, trivial Frisia Force, Jaco said with a smile awkwardly. Tights looked straight at him, causing Jaco to be embarrassed and turned his head sorry. Tights was a little discouraged when he saw this. How did this guy become Galactic Patrolman? If Galactic Patrol is full of such people, such an organization is really worrying. Chapter 61. Realistic Demon Sealing Game. Retrospecting spiritual chi, everything has begun a new round of evolution, and the creatures that originally existed in bizarre and motley in the miscellaneous records of wild history are no longer only for legend, they are collectively referred to as demon soul by the world. At the same time, a group of hand-printed demon sealing formations, humans claiming to be demon sealing masters, walked into the world. They fought the fire and ride on the wind, surrendering the seal demon soul, the powerful demon soul, tempering divine item magical artifact, proud of the world. This book is succinct. The mainstream recovers monsters, cultivates monsters, and fights with monsters. Book friends who like monsters may wish to take a look. The author of this book is very good. If you are interested, you can check it out, maybe there is a surprise. Chapter 62. Jaco, can you fix the spaceship? If you want to fix the spaceship, you need about 10 million space gold. Of course, if you have Higan, it's better. I can just change to a spaceship. Jaco glared at his golden eyes. Where can I change the spaceship in this kind of world of ice and snow? That's not enough, you also know the world of ice and snow here, how can I? Maybe you can fix the spaceship well. This patrolman has been exhausted by you. I hope the people in the headquarters can find out that our spaceship crashed early, and then send someone to rescue us. I knew you were unreliable. Humph, I have already contacted my good friend, he will definitely come to rescue us. Tights showed off the communication device with his arm raised, and looked at Jaco with a proud look. Do you have friends in the universe? Jaco asked strangely. Yes, my friend is Roland. I met him a long time ago. Jaco thought for a moment, but still didn't know when Tights met the people in the universe, so I posted my body and asked Tights kindly, are you sure your friend will come to rescue us? Did you tell him that we are being chased by the Frisia Force? Didn't tell him, right? I must not say it, otherwise there will be no people are here to save us. Tights listened to him and pushed Jaco away unhappily. I already told him that someone was chasing us. Ah, how can you say that if the other party knows that the person they are facing is from Frisia Force, maybe they won't come? Jaco yelled, very dissatisfied with looked at Tights. I won't be as cheating as you, and Roland is Scion, no matter what Frisia Force or not, he will definitely come. Tights raised his lips. What, you called Scion, didn't they have annihilated? Roland escaped when his home world was destroyed. Tights stared at Jaco. Jaco flicked and stood up, pointing at Tights with trembling fingers. He remembered that he had been instructed by the Galactic King to execute the mission in Earth 3 years ago, in order to kill a Saiyan who fled to Earth. If he let the other party know that he had previously targeted his clansmen, would he trouble him? The cold sweat broke out all of a sudden, and Jaco asked in a low voice, "You won't tell him what happened to me before?" "Oh, I said a little bit." Tights remembered talking about Jaco when chatting with Roland before. "Idiot, I'm going to be killed by you." Jaco, hearing this, immediately became fidgety, and then asked him if he was really good. When he learned that Roland was only 9 when he was 10 years old, Jaco suddenly became high-spirited and vigorous again, regaining his confidence as a galactic patrolman. "Haha, 9-year-old Saiyan, how amazing can he be?" The look of bullying and fear of hardship made Tights contemptuous. "By the way, is that Frisia very difficult to deal with?" Tights asked curiously. Jaco said, "Haven't I told you before? Frisia is the most evil guy in the entire North area. There are countless planets destroyed by him. He is a full-fledged villain. Before the extermination, they were all his subordinates warriors." Ooh, Tights couldn't help being nodded, and wanted to take out a pen and paper to record these. "Ha ha ha, Tights hasn't seen you for so long, you still haven't changed a lot. If it wasn't for the positioning function of the communication device, I couldn't find you." At this moment, a chuckle suddenly appeared. From the entrance of the cave, Roland's slender figure walked in. "Roland!" Raised the head saw the silhouette appearing at the entrance of the cave. Tights yelled happily, then got up and hugged each other. "Woo woo, you really came, the older sister is so happy." Let Tights hold herself. Roland squinted her eyes with enjoyment, and then looked towards the other person in the cave. Purple skin, round head, a pair of gold eyes, wearing galactic patrol costumes. He is Galactic Patrolman Jaco. Jaco. A light glow flashed in Roland's eyes. When Roland looked at Jaco, Jaco was also observing Roland. It really is Saiyan, but how is the energy in this Saiyan body so weird? It's peaceful and violent, it's too contradictory. "Roland, how come your height hasn't changed at all?" Tights asked Roland strangely after letting go. He was already this tall when he met Roland 4 years ago. But 4 years later, there is still only 1 m tall. This is because Saiyan's childhood stage and adolescent are particularly long in order to adapt to the fighting situation, but don't underestimate each other. Saiyan's height is just a disguise. In fact, his body is close to a teenager. Jaco was in. He explained that he always had a trace of vigilance for Saiyan. "You are the Jaco, the galactic patrolman mentioned by Tights." Roland smiled lightly at the move towards Jaco. "Humph, don't want to have a good relationship with this patrolman." Roland laughed, but didn't care about Jaco's attitude, or simply ignored him. He asked Tights, "How come you guys are attacked by aliens?" Tights shrank his neck and quickly explained, "We didn't provoke it first. The other party saw our spaceship and started attacking. I heard it was from Frisia Force." "People? Frisia Force?" The expression changed a little. Roland was startled first, and then chuckled. "It seems that it is enemies on a narrow road. I have run into them several times. By the way, have you seen the appearance by the other party? If you are seen, it will be more troublesome. The people of Frisia Force are a group of bloodthirsty wolves. You will never let go of catching prey." "It shouldn't be." Tights was a little uncertain. Roland nodded. "No matter whether these guys are there or not, I can't let them go. I'll kill them." Jaco reminded, "These Frisia Force guys have power level at least 1000 or more." "Ah, isn't that better than Roland?" Tights' face turned white. She has been in the universe for a while and she already knows what 1000 power level represents, meaning, that is the dividing line of low-level planet and mid-level planet. A planet with high-end battle power above 1000 is mid-level planet. For example, the Earth she has lived in since she was a child is only a low-level planet, and the most powerful kami and others above have only several hundred power levels. Roland laughed, disdainfully said, "The trivial 1000 power level scared you like this? Don't worry, they are definitely not my opponent." Mind spread out, Roland will soon. I found more than a dozen channels of energy above 1000 power level, the most powerful one has about 1500 power level. I will come as soon as I go, you are here to stay. Wait. Tights just wanted to stop, but Roland's figure has turned into a flash and disappeared. He will be fine, right? The other party is expert. Tights looked anxious. If something happens to Roland coming to save her, she will feel sorry for her. At this time, Jaco looked at the exit of the cave with a solemn expression. The snow was flying outside and his vision was blurred. However, in Jaco's perception, he found that the powerful energy on this planet was declining one by one. After just a while effort, the few Frisia Force members he regarded as arch-enemies completely disappeared. "No, impossible, why is that Saiyan brat so great?" Jaco said in disbelief. "What's the matter with you, Jaco?" "Tights, how did you know that awesome brat?" "I just felt a powerful force appeared, and then..." The people of Frisia Force disappeared one by one. Chapter 63. After listening to Jaco's words, Tights' bright eyes suddenly widened, and the crescent-like Ime moved slightly, her mouth opened and he said, "You mean, all the people who chased us are dead?" "Yes," Jaco said with an unfathomable face. In just a few seconds, the people of Frisia Force disappeared. Needless to say, they must have been killed by Saiyan named Roland. This is the most unfathomable. You have to know that the opponent's age is only 9 years old. No matter what kind of warrior race Saiyan is, he is absolutely impossible at this age. However, the facts are in front of him, but Jaco can't help but believe it. That young Saiyan named Roland is really difficult to deal with. Is it legendary Super Saiyan? Jaco shuddered suddenly, and this thought came up in his heart. Galactic Patrol records most of the past history of the universe, and Saiyan of planet Vegeta is also in the records, so about the legend of Super Saiyan, Galactic Patrol is also partially understood, just because the age is too old. After a long time, such records have gradually been regarded as legendary myths. Just now, when Jaco suddenly discovered that Roland was showing extraordinary power at such a young age, and that common sense couldn't explain it, he naturally thought of Super Saiyan in the rumor. Tights naturally doesn't know what Jaco is thinking now, she only knows that her little brother saved herself. Roland is so reliable, Tights clapped his palms, and an excited smile appeared on his face. Shortly after, Roland returned to the within cave where the Tights were. At this time, Jaco's attitude changed 180 degrees from before. The appearance of flattering made Roland a kind of slap in the past. Impulse. Frisia Force people have all been dealt with by me, you don't have to worry that they will trouble you in the future. Roland said. Tights nodded happily, suddenly hugged Roland from behind, his soft body pressed against his body, giving Roland a relaxed and joyful feeling. When dealing with aliens just now, I found that they were inspecting a spaceship that fell. Is that spaceship yours? Well, that it's Jaco's spaceship, but it has been destroyed by them. For maintenance, at least 10 million space gold is required. Jaco added. Space gold is also the currency in circulation in the universe. Its purchasing power is much lower than Higan. 10 million space gold is about equal to 1 Higan. If there are 10 million space gold, you can buy an ordinary spaceship. Of course, Galactic Patrol's spaceship technology is very advanced, and the price is much more expensive than ordinary spaceship. Roland heard them say that, nodded, and then prepared to take them away. At this time, Jaco said awkwardly, I am a little tight now, can you lend me some space gold to repair the spaceship, and when I return to Galactic Patrol headquarters, I will definitely pay the money is back to you. It is shameful that someone from dignified Galactic Patrol borrowed money from a Scion. But for the face of tights, Roland still lent the money to Jaco, which is worth about 1 higan. Jaco was immediately grateful and flattered, saying that Roland was a different Scion he had seen. If you encounter any trouble in the future, you can just go to him and he will definitely solve it for Roland. As for Jaco, Roland didn't believe it at all. He was familiar with original work and knew very well what kind of person Jaco was. If he really fell into need of Jaco's help one day, it would be a failure. However, thinking that the other party is a member of an official organization like Galactic Patrol after all, it may not be no good to manage some relationships. Then recovered the damaged spaceship of Jaco from the heavy snow. After erasing the snow on it, Roland took them to launch the instant transmission and transferred to a nearby civilization planet. There should be technology on this planet to repair your spaceship. If you can't fix it, just change it. Yes, Jaco, your spaceship will be small and out if it fails, it's better to replace it with a larger one. Tights said in a confiding manner. The problem with Jaco's spaceship is no longer 1 or 2 times. The problem occurred on Earth last time. If it weren't for Bulma to fix it for him, Jaco would not even be able to go back to his home. In addition to this failure, he would fix it again. It's too much to mend it. Jaco heard one's head, and said, I want to change it too, but this is the spaceship assigned to me by Galactic Patrol headquarters. I can't change it casually. Tights, then you can fix it here, Roland, if you have time, accompany the older sister everywhere. I want to write down the local customs and accumulate material for my next novel. I will definitely write one. This is a masterpiece handed down that shocked the world. Your previous novel was unpopular. Pounced. Tights nodded. Jaco is really not suitable to be a protagonist of novels. The novels based on him are worse than each. Or the next novel of the older sister will make you a protagonist, and write some science story. Tights tilted his head, his dark eyes flashing like a bright moon. Roland shrugged indifferently, whatever you want to write, don't reveal my identity. Tights nodded, that you understand. Next, Tights took Roland's hand and walked around on this planet, laughing while walking, recording the customs of the outer planet with a camera from time to time. When Roland was shopping with Tights, another starfield was one section of the road away from them. Planet Frisia 79. What? My troops disappeared in Starfield 80. A dark purple alien took a picture of the wine glass in his hand and his face became very ugly. Yes, it is said that it was the person who encountered the Galactic Patrol, but according to the information that came from the last, they should have shot down the spaceship of the Galactic Patrol, but in the end I don't know why it suddenly lost communication. Alien reported following the movement of Frisia Force. It must have been an attack. This is a deep purple alien with 2 antennae on the corners of the mouth, and a tubular meat-like vent on the left and right sides of the head. Peace. The alien's name is Kui, and he is an officer of the Frisia subordinate, responsible for Frisia Force Squad 79. During the original work, he kept watching Vegeta upset. He looked down upon Vegeta who had returned from the defeat of Earth, but was easily killed by Vegeta in the end. Lord Kui, do you want to report this matter to the headquarters? Kui shake one's head, no, this kind of trivial matter doesn't need to alert Emperor Frisia, I can handle it myself, let everyone look for Galactic Patrol people in Starfield 79 and Starfield 80, I don't believe I can't find them. Okay. I will make arrangements. Alien replied, and then proceeded to make arrangements. It didn't take long for the alien to come back again and he has found the whereabouts of the Galactic Patrol member. Lord, we found the spaceship of Galactic Patrol in Planet Barney. Oh, I actually ran to Planet Barney so soon. Bring my spaceship. I will rush to it immediately. Kui laughed, and the 2 antennae on his lips couldn't help shaking. Lord Kui, Emperor Frisia said not to provoke Galactic Patrol casually. Kui's eyes darkened, waved his hand, Of course I know, but mine, how can the squad member be killed for nothing? This is a provocation to me, that's it. Chapter 64. In the end, despite the persuasion of his subordinates, Kui decided to retaliate against the person who killed his galactic patrol, and he was targeting the planet Barney. Roland entices them. As a group of spaceships quickly passed through the void, Kui kept moving towards Roland and they approached. I just don't know if Kui finds Roland and suddenly finds that he is looking for an expert whose strength is far beyond the ordinary Saiyan, will he regret for the current arbitrariness and generosity? Of course Roland didn't know that someone had targeted them and was chasing them. At this time, he was walking with Tights on the planet. Planet Barney is a technology-based planet. All the buildings are full of futuristic science fiction style. The small white building stands tall, with a flat spherical shape on top. Platform. Each platform is a stand, and the alien that is convenient to come and go will land the spaceship. In this short period of time, I saw many spaceships taking off or landing, which was extremely busy. In general, Planet Barney's technological level is significantly higher than that of Planet Mappa that Roland has visited before. Tights took the camera and kept shooting, his youthful face was filled with excitement and smile. Roland, take a picture of me. Tights leaned over and moved towards Roland and shouted, his body tilted slightly, slender. Bai's little hand pressed the loose soft hat on his head, and then gestured in an elegant posture. Ka-cha! Press the camera's shutter, Roland will take a good photo for Tights, and the photo will be printed out from the camera outlet in a short while. Tights laughed his own photo, tucked it into Roland's arms, saying it was a memorial to him. Roland took the photo and looked at it. In the photo, the girl leaned slightly, her blonde hair fluttered, and her smile was very sweet, which is indeed pleasing as a collection. Let Sephiria take some photos after I go back. Roland thought to himself, and took a series of photos of Tights, and then put these photos into another dimensional space. Tights flashed his big eyes, looked at Roland in surprise, apparently shocked by his ability again. Roland smiled and waved in front of her, floating to the same height as her. Don't make a fuss about nothing, these all are basic operations, let's go, let's buy some scouters. Don't you already have scouters? Why do you want to buy them, and with your ability, it seems simply useless. Tights asked strangely. Roland said, I don't need it myself, but I can give it to my clansmen. I plan to rebuild Saiyan race. Next, he said about the Saiyan thing on planet Kashia. Tights admired, it's amazing, Saiyan will definitely be able to grow up again in your hands. Roland shook his head, I have no interest in leading them, when the time comes, let me be an older sister. Now, she is more suitable than me. Tights was very curious about Roland's older sister. When he knew that Sephiria's strength was even stronger than Roland, he couldn't help but eyes opened wide, but his poor 7-click power level, no matter which planet is in, it is very weak. But to be fair, if it wasn't for Tights to learn some Kung Fu, maybe even 7 power level is not there. Her strength is already stronger than the average adult Earthling. Two people talking and laughing came to a shop selling scouters and bought more than 100 sets of scouters in it at one go. And one of them was given to Tights. When Roland generously took out Higgin for settlement, the boss of the store saw that Roland take action was generous, so mysteriously pulled him to the interior of the store. Roland has enough strength, and he is not afraid that others will be disadvantageous to him, so he quickly followed in. In the inner room, the boss took out a small bottle soaked in green solution and whispered, this is the seed of Saibaman. It is the special life on the rare planet. There are a total of 3 seeds. If little brother likes it, I can transfer it to you at the price of 3 Higgin. Saibaman is the green Saibaman creature planted in the soil when Vegeta and Nappa entered Earth. The power level of Saibaman is pretty good. Roland looked at the bottle in boss's hand in surprise. There were 3 seeds in green's solution. Saibaman shouldn't be dripped with growth fluid before use. Roland, remaining calm and collected, asked, Boss said, this is an inhibitor. It is specially used to prevent Saibaman from growing in advance. Since the little brother knows Saibaman, he must know its preciousness. Just plant the seeds and it will soon be possible. Getting a bodyguard with a power level close to 1000, 3 Higan in exchange for such a battle power, is absolutely cheap. Roland was silent and nodded. Saibaman is a peculiar life in the universe. It's hard to say whether it is a natural life or a man-made artificial life. Saibaman can fight by itself. It is a convenient prop, but it is difficult to pick the seeds for cultivation. Therefore, the quantity is very small and expensive, and not everyone can use it. Saibaman will soon have more than 1000 power levels as long as they are planted. For low-level planet, it is a ceiling-level expert. But to be honest, the exchange of 3 Higan for 3 Saibaman seeds is no longer affordable for ordinary people. Know that 1 Higan equal to 10 million space gold is enough to allow an alien to live in the universe for a year, which shows that Higan's purchasing power is strong. Even when Sephiria was in planet Vegeta, it took several years to save 4 Higan. Although Roland has no shortage of money now, there is no need to waste money, even more how with Roland's strength, you simply can't use Saibaman. Boss is cheap 1 point, I bought 2 Higan. After hesitating, Roland looked at Tights beside him, and finally decided to buy Saibaman. Boss hesitated for a while, gritted his teeth and said, okay, just treat me as a loss. Finally, the bottle was filled with 3 Saibaman seeds. In the hands of Roland, there is also a small bottle of growth fluid, which is specially used to promote the growth of Saibaman. Leaving the store, Roland handed the 2 bottles to Tights. Here you are, put it away. Tights caught the bottle at a loss. Roland, this thing is too precious. The value of 20 million space gold is full, because Tights, as the eldest daughter of the richest man in Earth, does not have that many private money. This is for your self-protection. Next time you meet someone from Frisia Force, this thing can save your life. Roland teaches Tights in an unquestionable tone. Very moved, she bowed her head in a daze and twisted the tiptoe a few times, and finally cheeks slightly red to accept Roland's gift, and carefully put the seeds in the bag for storage. Roland, you are really very good to me. Aren't we friends? Roland didn't care. Tights nodded hard, turning to a bright smile on his face. Chapter 65. Roland and Tights stayed in Planet Barney for a while, and when they saw Jacob again, his spaceship was still in the dock for repairs, and asked him how long it would take to repair them. Jacob said with a bitter face. Tights said, I don't think it should be repaired. It is better to apply to the bank's patrolman headquarters to purchase a new spaceship. You must know that you can do a lot of things in the time lost in repairing the spaceship. Yes, I am the elite of Galactic Patrol, and there are many planets waiting for me to maintain. How can I waste time on repairing the spaceship? For those planets, I should apply for a new spaceship. As if to find a reason for himself to change spaceship, Jaco suddenly realizes, tapping his palm. I just told you not to waste time. Do you really consider yourself an elite? Looking at Jaco climbing up the pole, Tights couldn't help but roll the eyes silently. If Galactic Patrol's people are like him, such an organization should be dissolved soon. Jaco chuckling, and sorry to want to borrow money, Roland simply refuses at this moment. His money is not the wind blowing, so just buy Tights some gifts. After all, the other party is great. Beauty, the investment now may have a great return. Just forget what Jaco said, a wild Ultraman he couldn't look down on. Jaco, who couldn't borrow money, had no choice but to chirp and ran in to tell the alien who repaired the spaceship not to fix it. Boss, what do you think of my spaceship? Galactic Patrol's standard spaceship performance is still very good, see how much is willing to recycle. Jaco tried to sell his spaceship. Galactic Patrol, the spaceship is still quite valuable. When Roland saw this, he lightly sighed to Tights, you don't come out with him in the future, this time there is no accident and you are lucky. I understood. After this series of events, Tights also felt that Jaco was unreliable. If the older sister wants to travel to the universe in the future, can I find you? If I have time, of course there is no problem. That's it. Tights smiled. Here, Jaco finally asked the boss of the repair yard to accept his spaceship, and he shook his hand triumphantly with a bag full of space gold. Jacob was going to buy a new spaceship. Of course the performance can't compare with Galactic Patrol's standard spaceship. After completing the spaceship purchase, Jaco flew back and forth in the sky a few times in the new spaceship and landed on a clearing in the suburbs. Jaco jumped off the spaceship, put on a silly pose, and said, "Perfect, although I can't match an elite patrolman like me, but it's barely enough. When I return to the headquarters, I will let them give me a remodel and upgrade. It looks much better than the original." Tights touched the bright spaceship shell with emotion. Jaco's new spaceship has a silver light color and a streamlined drop-like shape full of technology. It belongs to Planet Barney's best-selling spaceship. The interior space is huge and the decoration is gorgeous, enough to accommodate more than a dozen people. Above life, the only regret is that speed can't compare with Jaco's original spaceship. But this is also expected. In terms of technology, Galactic Patrol is quite advanced. Haha, Jaco the Galactic Patrolman is set off. Jaco is full of energy, not at all the downfall he had before. At this moment, outside of Planet Barney, a team of troops exuding solemn killing aura aggressively moved towards Planet Barney and flew towards Planet Barney, and soon entered the atmosphere of Planet Barney. Roland, who was joking with Tights, suddenly cast his gaze to the sky, his eyes condensed slightly. "What's wrong?" When Tights saw it, he looked towards the sky, but saw nothing. At this time, Jaco's face became dignified. "What's going on?" "There is a very powerful energy that has come to Planet Barney, and it seems that the person who came is not good." "Yes. Coming at us," Roland said indifferently. In his perception, the other side's key is deep and full of killings. "I don't know how many cruel battles it took to create such a bloody aura." Is it from Frisia Force?" Tights thought of it first. "It's very possible," Roland said. Let's run away while they haven't landed yet." Jaco's lack of integrity immediately thought of slipping away. "You just choose to escape like this." Tights despised looking at him. Jaco, flustered and exasperated, yelled, "You don't know how powerful the other party is. In my perception, the power level of the person who entered Planet Barney this time is at least 12,000, and it must be from Frisia Force. High-level member, we can't afford to offend." Tights was shocked when he heard it. The little trash with more than 1,000 power level before chased them down. If you really run into an alien with a 12,000 power level, it's not a joke. "Roland, or let's go quickly," Tights said restlessly. Right. Jaco urged that the performance of his newly bought spaceship can't compare with the original one. If you want the pursuit of the Dodge Frisia Force, you also need Roland's magical ability. Roland, corner of the mouth raised, shaked one's head, and said, "Why are you leaving? Isn't it interesting? I really want to be such an expert." After listening to Jaco, his expression became stiff, and he couldn't help but shouted, "The other party's power level is at least 12,000. Even when your Scion strongest is in full bloom, there are not many such warriors." Roland looked indifferent. "I won't leave anyway." After his power level breakthrough reached 13,500, he has not been tested in real battles. Now the officer of Frisia Force is right in front of him. Such a good opportunity, how could he let it go? In his eyes, the Frisia Force member who is about to arrive is just a tool, that's all for him to test his strength. Seeing that Roland had made up his mind not to leave, Jaco stomped his feet in a hurry, but without Roland's help, he simply couldn't escape the pursuit of Frisia Force. Sure enough, Scion are all stubborn guys. Jaco sat down in frustration. Maybe Roland can do it. Tights comforted. Jaco holding head yelled grumpily, Tights, you don't know, the expert of 12,000 power level is very rare even in the universe. I admit that your friend may be rare in Scion. Expert, but can his power be more powerful than 12,000 power level? Tights was refuted by Jaco's words. Although she believed in Roland's power, Roland's age lies in there, even genius, the strength at this age is very limited. Roland lightly glanced at Jaco, and his gaze into the deep space became deeper. Actually, my power level is indeed above 12,000. P.S. Thank you Yuluo Silent for the 11,000 starting point coin. Reward. Chapter 66. What? Jaco was taken aback and looked at Roland in shock. Tights also covered his small mouth, glared in surprise. Roland, you just said, your strength is above 12,000. Roland is definitely nodded, yes, my power level is conservatively estimated to be around 13,500, which is still less, so you don't have to worry about those Frisia Force people. Are you really that strong? Jaco eyes open wide, unbelievable looked at Roland. What did you say? Moved towards Jaco releases a little imposing aura, terrifying imposing aura immediately moves towards Jaco crushing like a mountain torrent, pitiful before Jaco could react, he was instantly overwhelmed by the surging energy, and even breathing became difficult. Stop, I believe it. Jaco yelled quickly. Roland converges on aura on his body, looking at him indifferently. Jaco, how are you doing? Tights can't help but ask when he sees Jaco sitting on the floor panting. Too terrifying, Roland's strength is indeed higher than those of Frisia Force. Jaco gasped, his eyes full of unfathomable rays of light, he still underestimate the other party, this guy is definitely Super Saiyan. Wrong. Are we in danger, then? Tights asked expectantly. Jaco nodded and said, sure, Frisia Force who came to Planet Barney this time will definitely be over. Very good. Tights listened, pretty face a slight redness due to excitement. Roland glanced at Tights and Jaco, and said, I advise you two to hide away a little bit. When the fight starts, I don't have time to take care of you, when the time comes. I'm not responsible for the energy injury. Yes, we must hurry up. Experts above 10,000 power level are not a joke. I'll leave it to you here. Jaco was shocked. Regained his mind, he quickly pulled Tights to board his spaceship, and then ran towards the other side of the Shu, moved towards planet. Hee. After Jaco and Tights left, Roland smiled lightly, and then raised the head looking out of the atmosphere, with excited rays of light in his eyes. After thinking about it, he released a little energy to attract the spaceship of Frisia Force. After a long while, several black dots appeared in the blue sky, and with a burst of fierce sky-splitting sound, 3 spaceships landed. A deep purple alien took the lead to step down from the spaceship. Behind him, the 20 universes followed him and also stepped down from the spaceship. In addition to the leading purple alien, the remaining Frisia Force members are tied to a handheld energy blaster on their arms. This energy blaster is specially configured for Force members with insufficient power level to effectively enhance their attack power. Is it a child? Kui looked at Roland in surprise. When he noticed the tail behind Roland, his face became immediately difficult to look like, I didn't expect it to be here. There is also the surviving Scion. It seems that the last cleaning was not thorough enough. If Emperor Frisian knows that I will remove Scion for him, he will be very satisfied. Here, Roland is also observing Kui. When he saw the Frisia Force battle suit he was wearing, he was slightly nodded. Aura emanating from the opponent, Roland did indeed have a power level of 12,000 power level more. As soon as he thought of fighting with such an expert later, Roland's eyes flashed with excitement, and the blood on his body boiled, wishing to release his energy to his heart's content. Brat, let me take a look at your power level. Kui thought to oneself in his heart and reached out and clicked on the framed scouter. It seems that every Frisia Force person relies on the scouter. With this detection, Kui has detected less than 600 power level from Roland's body, and wondered, strange, why only 600 power level, just now obviously it was more than that when it attracted me. Could there be who ambushing around? You guys go and search nearby. There must be others. If you find out, kill them directly. It seems to have seen it through the other party's trick, Kui coldly ordered his subordinate. Yes. Kui's subordinates responded. Kui moved his arms and waited for the report from the subordinate. In his thoughts, Roland was definitely not alone. The reason why he let a child appear in front of him was just a trick to relax his vigilance. That's it, Kui wouldn't be fooled like this. The people of Galactic Patrol may be nearby. At this time, Roland's voice resounded, no need to find, there is no one else here, I am the one who attracted you here. Kui frowned. Why do you want to do this? Of course it is to kill you. Ha ha ha. It seems to be the most funny on the world. Kui laughed aloud, just because you are a trivial scion, you dare to say something to kill me? It's just funny, even your Prince of Science Vegeta is far from my opponent, even more how it's you. Speaking out scares you, my Kui's power level is as high as 12,400 power level. I am proud to show off my power level. Kui really wants to see Roland hear his power level. After that, he looked scared. But to Kui's disappointment, Roland didn't react after hearing his power level, but there was a little stunned, and a little disdain on his face. It turns out that he is Kui, the guy who laughed at Vegeta in the original work and then was easily killed by Vegeta. After knowing the identity of Kui, Roland was a little surprised. The power level of this guy in the original work was 18,000. Unexpectedly, so many years in advance, this guy now has 12,400 power level. In other words, in the next 2 decades, he only increased his power level by less than 6,000, which was not fast. Of course, with such strength, Kui can indeed be proud. It's just that he is unfortunate, and he actually met Roland today. I'm not Scion like Vegeta, don't mention me with him on equal terms. Roland's eyes suddenly flashed a bright glow, and a trace of baleful appeared on his face aura. Immediately after Shu, his body flew out quickly, his body's energy soared instantly, and the powerful attack was completed in an instant. Peng peng peng, a series of dazzling movements, blink of an eye, Roland has already walked around Kui's men. Rustling sound, 20 universes human body softened, fell to the ground in all directions, and lost all of their lives. Kui watched the sudden death of his subordinates, his pupils couldn't help shrinking in a circle, and when he pressed the scouter next to his ear again, the data on the frame began to jump randomly, showing 600 for a while, and then for a while 2000 is displayed, and sometimes it jumps to 10,000, which is obviously not normal data. It seems that I underestimated you. Kui reacted. Roland shrugged, suddenly upright face, next is your turn. Actually, in my opinion, you have not come 1,000 miles away, and there is no difference between sending you to death. The bone-piercing voice of Ice Cold didn't fluctuate much. It seemed to be a death announcement from hell. Kui felt chills for no reason. Kui's face was chilly, and the vent-like pieces of meat on the left and right sides of his head were sprayed with hot air. Chapter 67. Scion brat of arrogant, it's not easy to kill me. The person who is going to die today is you. Kui shouted angrily, and Kui's muscles agitated up to 12,400 energy began to wrap around the body. Roland grinned at the corner of his mouth when he saw it, and immediately began to increase his body's energy. Beep beep beep, the scouter in Kui's ear frantically stirred, and finally stopped at a value of 13,500, which had already exceeded his power level. Impossible, how could your power level be higher than mine? Unbelievably looking at the data displayed on the scouter, Kui's voice trembled slightly, and a chill suddenly fell from the soles of his feet. The board arises. Warriors above 10,000 power level are rare in Frisia Force. To know the planet Vegeta at the peak period, it is just 5 trivial warriors with more than 10,000 power level. But now the power level that I am proud of is surpassed by a brat, as you can well imagine the shock in Kui's heart at this time. Hehe, it's not just these that surprise you. Tone barely fell, Roland's figure is like a gust of wind, Xiu suddenly speeds up, and he comes to Kui's side in the blink of an eye. 2 fingers forming a sword moved towards Kui's head, trying to destroy the scouter in his ear. Seeing this, Kui startled and turned around quickly. The whole body muscles burst out at an amazing speed in 0.01% of a second or less. Shoo! A sharp energy ray struck Kui's head, the scouter was destroyed while the hot heat rubbed his skin, making him feel a burning pain. The cold sweat came out. If it weren't for his movement a little faster, the opponent's attack would have fallen on his head. Damn, how can this brat be so powerful? Even the Vegeta he has seen is far less powerful than the brat in front of him. No, this news must be reported to Emperor Frisia. With this thought in his mind, Kui had no desire to fight. He retreated while fighting, preparing to leave Planet Barney. But Roland finally came across an opponent that allowed him to fully exert his strength. Although this opponent seemed a bit useless, how could Roland let the opponent leave easily? Shiu shiu shiu. A bunch of light beam dropping from the sky, which emits intense energy, accidentally destroyed Kui's spaceship. After the rich smoke dissipated, the spaceship was only left with some broken wreckage. Ah! Kui, both eyes were red, glanced at the destroyed spaceship, and roared with rage. Now he can only make a desperate fight against the opponent. Since you must fight, then I will kill you. I want you to know that the people of Frisia Force are far less simple than you think. With Kui with the roar of, the air holes on both sides spouted more hot air currents, and at this time, the energy of up to 10,000 more than 2,000 power levels ran wildly. I saw that the sky suddenly became dark, and the strong energy affected the charged matter in the air, causing strange ionization in the sky, crackle, a few dull tremors, and the gravel on the ground could not stop. There was a tremor, and the smaller stones have directly floated. Come on, fight as much as you want. The militant factor in Saiyan bloodline affects Roland's mood, making his mood extremely high. Oh la la! The body suddenly became ethereal, Roland moved like a gust of wind, and came to Kui's side in a blink of an eye. Kui had a ferocious face, staring at Roland with a fierce gaze, suddenly punching out his fist. Bang! 2 fists collided in midair, bursts out for a time. Sparks of steel collision. After a long while, the visible shock wave of naked eye spreads out along the transverse plane of the impact. The scope of the circle several hundred meters is affected by this shock wave. The ground cracks, the stones splash, one by one. The winding cracks are horrible to see, and the broken zone stretches out for thousands of meters. The surroundings are all scorched earth with azure smoke. Immediately after, countless vague afterimages flashed by, Roland and Kui continued to violently collide in midair. Their figure appears in the sky for a while and on the ground for a while. Each time collision will cause immeasurable damage. Affected by their battle, the whole planet Barney becomes very restless. The aliens living on planet Barney still don't know what happened on the planet. They hid at home one by one, waiting for the disaster to pass. Some aliens with scouters have detected terrifying energy responses on the planet, and they have begun to seek a back path while disturbed. Some aliens have even quietly boarded the spaceship to leave planet Barney. Bang! The fierce attack fell on Kui's body. Kui's complexion was distorted and bears the severe pain like the internal organs being shattered. He gritted his teeth and counterattacked desperately. At this moment, Roland sneered, an energy wave swept over and was evaded by Kui. Roland twisted his arms and the energy wave immediately reversed its direction. Boom! After the energy wave hit the target, Roland rushed to Kui's side, raised a fist and smashed it down. In fact, Roland's power level is still above Kui. Whether it's the martial arts, the myriad form fist that increases the attack power, or the avoid replacement that reduces opponent's attack, just use it. He was able to get rid of Kui very quickly, but Roland did not do so, but chose the most impactful head-to-head to compare the power of his fist. Have a good time. Come again. Roland loudly roared, clenched his fist and moved towards Kui, violently attacked. He is enjoying fighting now. This kind of fist to the flesh feels like Sephiroth can't experience it at all. He hopes that this kind of fighting can last longer. To put it bluntly, this is the bloodline in Saiyans' body. Pang! 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 The fluctuations of the battle spread hundreds of kilometers away, and Jaco, hiding in a forest, also felt the intensity of another battlefield. God bless, Roland, that guy must win. Jaco, both palms together, prayed. Rumble, the ground trembled suddenly, and the whole forest was up and down like an earthquake. Some old trees with a diameter of several meters collapsed, and a cloud of smoke rose in the forest. The frightened bird Goo 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 moved towards a safer place, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Too terrifying, even if the distance is so far, the aftermath of the battle still affects here. Jaco swallowed saliva. Wow, Jaco, is this the battle between experts? It's too powerful. Tights hugged his hands on a big tree. His body was extremely difficult to stand, but his eyes sparkled with excitement, the rays of light. It's not too big of a problem. Jaco watched Tights mutter, and then protected Tights from the chaos. Raised the head, glanced at the distant horizon. The mushroom clouds that rushed into the sky were clearly visible. Whenever they saw a mushroom cloud rising, Jaco's heart became tense. If let me fight them, maybe even move can't support it. I hope this battle can be over quickly. The place where Roland and Kui fought. Roland is neatly dressed and has a cold smile on his face. At this point, he has fully enjoyed the fun of fighting, which is a kind of enjoyment for both body and mind. Kui is much more miserable in comparison, with his bloody nose and swollen face on his head. One side of his cheek has been paralyzed, and the battle suit on his body has become shattered. Now, it's time to get rid of this guy. Eyes flash with a cold light. Roland jumps up suddenly, teleport close to Kui, then both hands cup together, smash it down. Shoo! Kui's head suffered heavy injury, immediately dazed, body fell straight down. But just when his body was about to reach the ground, Roland came down faster than him, and held up your hands, began to condense the energy wave, and the hot energy emitted dazzling rays of light in the hands. In a flash, powerful aura turned into waves of wanton trembling. Starry cannon. Like the bright stars in the galaxy light up together, an infinite energy shock wave with the power of destroying everything, impacts like an irresistible force. The turbulent energy soon overwhelmed Kui. No! Kui screamed hysterically, but no matter how he resisted, his resistance was so fragile in this boundless sea of energy. Boom! With an ear-splitting explosion, the fiery fireball gradually raised. Kui turned into a cloud of dust in the air in the huge explosion. Chapter 68. The smoke on the battlefield gradually dissipated, and the vast ground still exudes hot heat. Looking around, all around, the horrible to see ring-shaped explosion pits are clearly visible, except for the scattered ones. Apart from the fragments of the battle suit, Kui's figure can no longer be found. He was completely killed by Roland with an energy wave in the explosion just now. Roland continued to observe his surroundings, and only after confirming that the other side's key had completely disappeared, did his spirit relax. Hey, although I haven't let go of it completely, it's still an addiction. Actually, Kui's power is still a bit worse than Roland's, so just now the battle for Roland didn't actually have much pressure. Eyes swept across the environment that had been completely destroyed by the battle. Roland gave a chuckle, and found Tights and teleported past them. In the small woods hundreds of kilometers away, the wind was still blowing. Tights held the big tree tightly with both hands, and his body was almost blown away. Jaco, how are you looking at the situation over there? Jaco swallowed saliva and said in disbelief, "Heavens, the energy of the Frisia Force officer has disappeared." Tights excitedly said, "That means Roland won." Jaco stiffened and nodded, "Yes, he won." Unbelievable. Saiyan actually appeared in such a powerful guy. If it is publicized, it will definitely cause a sensation. Saiyan has always been known as the universe of the warrior race, which is the reputation that Saiyan race has achieved over the years with its overall strength. After all, in the universe environment, there are still weak lives. It is very strange that the whole clan like Saiyan has a good power level race. However, Saiyan has never been able to say that he is truly an expert who is truly amazing and shocking the universe. But now, Jaco believes that Saiyan's real expert is about to appear. Roland has such a powerful power level at the age of 9. If he grows up, he will surely shock the entire galaxy. Wow, that's amazing. Tights thought very simple. When he heard the news of Roland's victory, he immediately yelled happily. It's just that she obviously forgot her current situation. She saw Tights loosen her hands a little, and the constant wind blew her delicate body away. Tights yelled and cried sharply. The shouts rang in the sky. "Ah, life-saving, I was scraped away, come and save me." At this moment, Roland appeared, and his figure flashed like a lightning came to Tights' side, then stretched out his hand, hugged Tights' body and brought her back to the ground. "Roland, you can let me go." Tights' expression showed some unnaturalness. It turned out that during the rescue process, Roland's 2 hands inadvertently touched her obscurity. A nervous woman like Tights also felt a bit of shame. "Oh!" Roland responded, letting go of his hand holding Tights' body. "You can't do this in the future." Tights put hands on hips preached to Roland, his white cheeks still had a faint blush. "This is just an accident." Roland repeatedly nodded, saying so, but he was amused in his heart. You know, Tights used to dare to have a video chat with him in the shower, thinking how bold she was, but I didn't expect that she would be quicker than anyone else when she came to live ammunition. Sure enough, Tights is the kind of flowery mouth, in fact, she has a very pure heart. But Tights has a good figure, which is comparable to his older sister Sephiria. Looking at Tights' soft body, Roland said, "Tights, the universe outside is too dangerous. It's better not to come out with your strength. That is, coming out will only cause trouble. You should return to Earth as soon as possible. This patrolman is very busy at work." Jaco also hurriedly helped. "Taking Tights out to travel or something, I only agreed to him when his brain got into the water." Now seeing Roland persuade Tights to go back, Jaco quickly agreed with nodded. When Tights heard it, he was immediately unhappy looking at Jaco, "Who is going to follow you? Now that Roland is there, I don't need you anymore. Galactic Patrol is useless." Jaco opened the mouth, just wanted to refute, but after thinking about it, this is also a good opportunity to get rid of the woman Tights, so he put his head aside and stood silently. "Roland, I still want to travel in the universe for a while, how about you protect me?" Tights looked at Roland sincerely. Roland thought a little bit, nodded, "I'm fine anyway, I'll accompany you to stroll around first." Turning his eyes to Stern, "But say yes, you will return to Earth after you have finished shopping." Juan. As soon as what happened in the universe, Dr. Brief will be sad. Tights listened to Roland's willingness to make such a concession, hastily nods, and a happy smile appeared on his delicate face. "Humph, I didn't see you so happy when this patrolman brought you out." Jaco murmured beside him. "Jaco, what are you talking in a low voice?" "Haha, I didn't say anything." Jaco said in a convincing voice. "Well, since there is such a powerful Saiyan with you, Tights, your safety must be no problem, then I also want to go back to Galactic Patrol headquarters." I don't know how to rely on this spaceship. How long will it take to get back to the headquarters? Next time I must let them equip me with a good spaceship." Waving with Roland and Tights, Jacob jumped onto the drop-shaped spaceship and prepared to take off. At this moment, Roland looked at him profoundly and warned, "Don't tell me my identity in front of other patrolmen, otherwise the consequences will be serious." I'm understood." Jaco thought about it for a moment. Anyway, exposing Roland's identity would not do him any good, but it would make Galactic King feel that his previous mission was not clean, so he simply agreed to Roland's request. The drop-shaped spaceship slowly lifted into the sky, and a messy whirlwind was blown around. Only a sharp sky-splitting sound was heard. The spaceship suddenly accelerated into a flash and flew out of the atmosphere of planet Barney, and set foot on it. The journey to the galaxy center. After Jacob left in a drop-shaped spaceship, Roland was also preparing to leave planet Barney with tights. "Let's go too, here will soon attract some people's attention." "N. Tights und, struggling a little, can you hold your hands a little, put it down a bit and put it on my waist?" "Of course." Roland moved his hand and smiled brightly. Chapter 69. North Area, Frisia Force Headquarters. This is a planet transformed by modern technology. For the entire Frisia Force, the status of this planet is particularly special, because Frisia, the supreme master of the entire Frisia Force, lives here. Normally, HQ planet has very few people. Only people who have reached a certain level or are in a special position because of work needs are eligible to enter this planet. On this day, Frisia is sitting in his seat and is discussing the planet that needs to be sold next with Berry Blue, Kikano, Zarbon, Dodoria, and others. Boch Star and the 3 nearby planets are our next goals. We will arrange manpower to conquer as soon as possible. In addition, the 4 planets that have been captured should be disposed of as soon as possible. Buyers have already waited. I'm a little impatient. Frisia eyes narrowed, happily said. Berry Blue said with a mean look, "It's not Lord Frisia that you did it. Without Saiyans good combatant, the strength of our Frisia force has not recovered in the past few years." Frisia laughing, "Berry Blue, don't you always remember Saiyans things, you said that it means Lord Beerus." Kikano hurriedly said, "In the past few years, we have recruited a group of experts. It has been restored to before the destruction of planet Vegeta. So Berry Blue, please be polite to Emperor Frisia." Frisia said with a slight smile, "Mr. Kikano, don't be nervous, I don't mean to be angry at all, the whole Frisia among force, only Berry Blue dared to speak to me like this. It is my honor." Berry Blue hands behind back, floating leisurely. "Oh ho ho!" Frisia chuckled lightly. In front of the entire force high-level officer, Frisia has always maintained a humble attitude, especially for the old people left over from the Cold Force period. Even if they are a little bit, Frisia will also choose to tolerate if she offends herself. "Oh yes, Vegeta, how are those people?" Frisia asked. Zarbon stood up and said in a magnetic voice, "It's still the same as it is." He has completed the mission accounted by the headquarters seriously. It seems that he does not know the truth of the destruction of planet Vegeta. However, in the recent mission, there was a reduction in the team's staff, and 1 Saiyan was sacrificed in the mission. It's just trivial Saiyan. If you die, you die. Frisia nodded, "Yes. Now, how much has Vegeta's strength improved?" According to the situation in the headquarters, Vegeta's strength has reached 4000 power level, which is very unfathomable. You must know that he is only 9 years old now. It seems to have been circulated before. The news is true. Vegeta is the most potential warrior among Saiyan. It is not a problem to surpass his father King Vegeta in the future. Zarbon sneered, refined and courteous answered. In fact, Vegeta's strength was not paid attention to by him at all. Oh, 4000 power level, according to Saiyan's strength, the average mid-class warrior has such strength throughout his life. Vegeta has reached it at the age of 9. The future is limitless. Frisia flicked the armchair rhythmically, sighing slightly. Dodoria on the side laughed disdainfully, "There is a little strength, but no matter how high the talent is, you must be able to live to be strong. If you die halfway, nothing will be counted. Mr. Dodoria is reasonable, so you will be responsible for Vegeta's affairs in the future. If he has any bad thoughts, Mr. Dodoria should know how to do it. Frisia corner of the mouth raise, speak very casually. Of course, Emperor Frisia. Dodoria sneered on her fat face. At this moment, a chicken alien ran in a panic and saw a group of big men in the hall. The chicken alien shrank his neck, and his voice trembled slightly. Emperor Frisia, Planet 79, there is an urgent message. What's the matter? Frisia said coldly in her voice. Planet 79's Captain Kui lost communication. According to the investigation, Captain Kui should have been killed. The scouter detected a burst of 13,500 power level energy before Captain Kui died. Chicken head alien in a cold sweat, his expression was very disturbed. Oh! After listening to Frisia, touched the chin said with interest, 13,500 power level, this is not what a small character should have. Captain Kui, the three words Saiyan were uttered before death, so the subordinates doubted whether this matter was related to Saiyan. Well, Saiyan. His face changed slightly. Frisia looked towards Dodoria and Zarbon. Is there such a powerful Saiyan living outside before the destruction of planet Vegeta? Zarbon, cultured and refined, said, Planet Vegeta only had 5 warriors with a power level of over 10,000, all of them at the time. In planet Vegeta, it should have all been wiped out. It seems that Saiyan still hides an expert that we don't know about. Maybe it's King Vegeta who took precautions against us in advance, but it doesn't matter, it's just a little trouble, but the monitoring of Vegeta and the others needs to be strengthened. At this point, Frisia's mouth raised an evil smile. Mr. Dodoria, please keep an eye on Vegeta's every move. If it is really a backup left by King Vegeta, then those hidden Saiyans will definitely look for him. As you bid, Emperor Frisia. Dodoria responded with a smile. By the way, how is the strength of that Kui? Frisia asked. G2 alien immediately replied, Captain Kui has 12,400 power level. 12,400 power level? It is so rare that such a powerful subordinate was killed by Saiyan. This king very sad. Kui died on the job, so you should promote it. In recognition of Kui's fearless bravery, starting today, all personnel on Planet 79 will have a salary increase of 20%. You must remember your captain. Frisia behaved very regretfully, and seemed to feel sorry for the loss of such an excellent combatant as Kui. Many thanks, Emperor Frisia. I am replacing your captain to reward you, remember your captain. Frisia looked serious, then waved his hand to let the other party back down. Okay, you go down. Yes. A loud response, the chicken alien retreated gratefully. On the other side, above the distant planet, the squad led by Vegeta is fighting this planet. Not long ago, there was a downsizing in their squad, and now only 4 are left. Saiyan. When the news of Kui's death came, Vegeta coldly snorted, another waste is dead. I heard that Kui's power level exceeded 10,000. Radz envied. Yes, it's really very strong. Nappa and another adult Saiyan are now only more than 2,000 power level. Vegeta sneered, no matter how strong it is, it's not dead yet. There is really no shortage of experts in this universe. More than 10,000 power level people died like this. It seems that I am not training enough for myself. Vegeta's eyes became far-reaching, and he didn't want to end up like Kui did. Chapter 70. In a blink of an eye, Roland took tights to and fro several planets and witnessed the appearance of different planets. This series of trips finally satisfied the blonde beauty's curiosity about the outside world. On this day, Roland returned to Earth with tights. The planet outside has been shopping, and I will stay on Earth in the future. Don't think about going outside as a whole. After Roland released Tights, he gave her some education. Tights Pucci laughed out, stretched out his hand to lift up the beautiful hair, bent down and said, "Little brother Roland, I am older than you. Don't mess with you like my big brother. It's really big." Roland raised his head and glanced at Tights' body, thoughtfully. Tights' paw hit Roland's head with a single blow, covering his chest with both hands, said ill-humoredly, "I didn't expect you to be Roland like this. It seems that I will be careful with you in the future." "It's a little bit. Although he is only a 9-year-old child with a very young body, I don't know why Tights feels that he is not like a child at all. Is it because Saiyan is so precocious? It may be like this. I heard from Jaco that Saiyan would be sent out to conquer the planet when he was a child. It must be different from the ordinary Earth child. Roland can't be regarded as a child in the future." Sorrily speculating about Roland's thoughts, Tights start to talk invited Roland to be a guest at her home. Roland thought about it a little, and then nodded agreed. So they moved towards West City and set off, and soon arrived at their destination. In front of Tights' house, this lively woman continuously chatter like a lark again. "Roland, you must stay in my house for a few more days. My parents will be very happy to see you." Roland smiled and nodded, and the two people walked in together. The villa compound. "Ah, Tights is back with a little boy next to him. It seems that you really like young boys." Dr. Brief, who is not respectable, took a hose and watered his yard. Seeing Tights and Roland coming in, couldn't help but jokingly said, "Father, he is Roland." Tights moved towards Dr. Brief shouted, "Hey, it's really Roland, so many years there hasn't been any change at all. I thought you were coming back with other boys." Dr. Brief put his glasses down and was surprised to find Roland hasn't grown up at all in 4 years. Tights coldly snorted, "What does it mean to bring other boys back? Is she such a casual person?" Glancing at Roland, seeing that he didn't feel uncomfortable because of it, he immediately nodded slightly and took his hand. "Roland, ignore my father, I will take you to the villa." Roland nodded, moved towards Dr. Brief, signaled, and then walked in with Tights. Tights is 20 years old and hasn't made a boyfriend yet. Should I urge it? Forget it, if she really likes little boys, let her choose. Drive. Brief looked at the backs of the eldest daughter and Roland, he smiled and continued to water the plants in the yard with the hose. "If I let Tights know that my father arranges her like this behind the back, I don't know how I feel, and I might be so angry that I will pick up the hammer and smash her father's laboratory." This is the second time Roland has come to Tights' home. Because of the previous experience of living, Roland is still familiar with the procedures here. Under the leadership of Tights, he went through all the venues. Then she was taken into her studio to visit. "This is where I specialize in writing. I usually don't let people come in. I should feel honored," Roland said with a smile. "Of course, after all, you are going to be the male protagonist for my next book." Tights laughed, the golden beautiful hair shawl fell down and landed on the scarlet coat. As soon as I entered the studio, Tights talked endlessly about her creative ideas for the next book. Roland listened with a smile, and made some comments on her settings from time to time. Several hours passed quickly. At this time, the outside night fell, the city lights began to light up, and the bustling West City soon fell into the multicolored neon. During dinner, Roland met Tights' mother Mrs. Brief and younger sister Bulma. The Tights family has very good looks. The 8-year-old Bulma has the potential to be beautiful. At this time, this cute little girl is flashing her eyes to look at Roland, seeming to have forgotten who he is. Mrs. Brief is even more an evildoer. "Start to talk?" asked Roland which daughter she fell in love with. He also said that as long as she was dating her, she would marry her daughter. It was Dr. Brief who was not angry at all, and followed cracking a joke together. In the end, the farce was counted amidst the angry roar of Tights. Dr. Brief and Mrs. Brief are really funny, maybe this is their way of life. In my mind, Roland smiled and said to Tights, "What do you think of their proposal?" "What? In the future marry me?" Roland half cracking a joke authentically. Tight's expression was startled, but he didn't expect Roland to ask her like this. For a while, he was lost in thought. After the reaction came, he saw Roland's playful eyes, knowing that he was being tricked, so he applied force on his arm. He pinched, and shouted, "You follow them too?" "Nothing serious," Roland shrugged said. At this time, Tight's younger sister Bulma moved towards Roland, cast a vigilant look. "Hey, I want to stay away from you." After speaking, he jumped off his seat and moved towards the research room. "Run away. Look, Bulma looks down upon you." Roland indifferent said, "I am not interested in brat." Tight's suddenly eyes opened wide. Early next morning. The blue sky is clear and cloudless. Roland got up and trained in the yard for a while, and then after talking to Tights and them, he moved towards Korin Tower. After 4 years, Korin should have planted several batches of senzu beans. This time back to Earth, Roland will certainly not let go of the senzu bean there. Frankly speaking, in recent years, Roland has consumed senzu beans so violently. The more than 10,000 senzu beans that he snatched from Korin at the beginning used thousands of them when looking for Saiyan who was left out. And then consumed a little more in the gravity chamber, and now he only has 4,000 trivial senzu beans in his hand. These numbers seem to be a lot, but in fact they can't withstand his massive consumption. Of course, simply grabbing senzu beans from Korin is not enough. There is not enough motivation to promote it. Korin can't grow many senzu beans a year, so Roland plans to go to see Korin and also plan go meet Kami in the lookout. Chapter 71. Sacred Land of Korin. When I come here again, Roland's mental state has become completely different. When I came last time, I was just a small character with a little bit of strength, and I was worried about planet Vegeta, so I didn't have time to appreciate the surrounding scenery. Now that several years have passed, Roland, who is strong, has no pressure on him. Looking at the surroundings, he immediately feels different. I saw the huge basin where the sacred land of Korin is caved in downwards, surrounded by several hundred li towering mountain ranges. The broad basin is covered with lush and green towering trees. The trees are arranged in an orderly manner, with dense branches and leaves intertwined, covering more than 100 kilometers like a undulating green ocean, full of vigorous life force and full of spring. Roland was speeding up against the strong wind. At this time, he didn't use instant transmission, but carefully savored the feeling of being fused together with nature. At this moment, he found that his mental state had improved somewhat. Soon, a line connecting the world appeared in the distance, and Korin Tower appeared in front of him. A smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Roland narrowed the eyes, his body straight up. In midair a few biting whirlwinds were blown away, the white clouds were instantly washed away, and the figure of that leaf quickly disappeared. In the blue sky, top of Korin's tower, Korin was lying on a bench sleeping, and suddenly a strong aura woke it up. Korin sprang up, and saw that a small figure appeared before his eyes. "Yo, long time no see, you slept peacefully." Roland greeted Korin. Korin raised his eyelids, and when he saw that it was Roland, his whole body's hair instantly exploded, and he cried and said, "It's you, why are you here again?" Roland indifferently said, "Why, I'm not welcome." Korin opened the mouth and didn't speak. It was already a little scared when it saw Roland. Last time it was this brat who robbed it of the senzu bean, causing it to grow the senzu bean for a long time. This time it came again, it won't be because of his fancy. Right. When Roland sees Korin lose one's head out of fear, he must be on the opponent's blacklist. But it doesn't matter, he doesn't care about it at all. How many senzu beans have been planted in the past few years? Roland walked everywhere, but did not find a place to plant senzu beans. Korin warned, "I won't give you senzu beans again." Roland chuckled and said seriously, "You will grow senzu beans willingly." N. Korin looked at puzzledly. Roland didn't mean to explain to Korin, and pointed to heaven, "The two people above have been observing me for a long time, and they should be able to determine the future direction of Earth." Korin hearing this, Ji-deng in his heart, his face suddenly became tense. He really knows about Kami. Kami is the sea calming divine needle of the entire Earth and is related to Earth. In the future of peace, once Kami has an accident, Earth will lose its controller and fall into a chaotic situation where no one has jurisdiction, so he must never have an accident. Seems to see the tension in Korin's heart, Roland laughed, grabbed Korin and moved towards Korin Tower and jumped out, then a cyclone spouted from the bottom of his feet. Roland moved Korin towards Korin Tower. "Fly away." "Hey, what are you going to do?" Korin struggled. "I don't mean anything else, I just want to cooperate with your Kami." "Of course, whether you can cooperate in the end depends on what you mean. I hope you are all smart people." Roland narrowed his eyes. "Suddenly speed up again." Peng peng, passing through the thick lightning area, the vast azure sky immediately appeared in front of you. In fact, the area where Kami lives has been separated from Earth's dimension and is in the subspace. Not far away, a hemispherical magnificent building with a bright red color is leisurely floating in mid-air, and this color is particularly conspicuous in the vast and clear sky. The lookout surface is engraved with intricate and strange patterns. There is a golden bulge at the bottom, which is used to connect with the Korin Tower below. Along the golden bulge upwards, there is a narrow ladder for climbing. Of course Roland didn't need to climb a ladder. He jumped up and took Korin down to the spacious lookout plaza. There, Kami has been waiting for a long time with the walking stick. "Welcome, guest from afar, I have been waiting for you for a long time." Kami's old voice sounded nearby. Kami felt very helpless about Roland's arrival. He originally thought that the other party would not come back after he left Earth. Unexpectedly, in just 4 years, the child would come again. "I know you, Kami." Roland glanced at Kami calmly. This name Kian is already very old, and the long years have left deep marks on his cheeks. And at the same time wiped away the sharpness of his body, now it looks like a withered old tree. The one standing next to Kami is the steward of the lookout, Mr. Popo, a strange guy who is so dark that he can't describe his attire, and he is using a copper coin to be spiritless at this time. Eyes look ahead. "Child, who you are?" Kami couldn't help asking. Roland said, "Roland, a member of warrior race Saiyan." "Saiyan." Kami repeated the name, wrinkled forehead deeply furrowed. Saiyan is a warrior race famous for the universe. It used to sell planets and let all races become terror-stricken at the news. Of course, this is the same thing in the past. Now we don't do that anymore. "What the hell did you come to Earth for?" Kami asked worriedly. "Don't worry about my idea of playing Earth. To tell the truth, trivial Earth is very unremarkable in the universe. Even if you sell it, you can't sell it for a lot of money. In fact, Earth's position has long been exposed by a name called Frisia. In the eyes of Universe Overlord, it's just because there is no use value, so it has not started." Roland's expression is a bit disdainful. "I don't know if it is for Frisia or Earth. Kami was the first time I heard about such things. When I learned that the location of Earth had been exposed, the expression suddenly became serious. This is definitely not good news for Earth. Korin and Mr. Popo are the same, their faces have changed. That being the case, what attracts you to come to Earth many times?" Kami's eyes flashed a hint of worry. There should be something on Earth that the other person would like. "Because of the senzu bean." Roland did not obscure the corners, his eyes flashed. "According to the division in the universe, Earth is just a trivial low-level planet, plus there is no resource. Generally speaking, there will be no aliens. But there are accidents. Once other aliens enter Earth, then Earth's defensive ability will definitely be irresistible. And I just found your senzu here. The bean is so amazing that it can instantly recover from the injury. It is a rare healing medicine. So we can make a deal." I will provide you with proper protection for Earth. In exchange, you will pay a certain amount of senzu bean every year. Do you think how? Speaking of this, Roland paused, staring at Kami with piercing eyes, a majestic imposing aura faintly exuding from his body. Chapter 72. Kami's face became complicated when he felt the pressure from Roland's body. It was a choice with no choice. Kami had no choice but to agree. Let's not talk about aliens who are far away in the universe and don't know when they will come. The child in front of them is not easy to dismiss. Moreover, the majestic imposing aura that the other party radiated intentionally or unintentionally is telling him that he had better agree to it. How do you determine the division of the planet you just mentioned? Reluctantly sighed, Kami took this opportunity to catch up with the common sense in the universe. According to the division of life energy on the planet with the highest power level below 1000 is the low-level planet, the power level between 1000 and 5000 is the mid-level planet, and the power level above 5000 is the high-level planet. There are very few high-level planets in the universe, and there are not many mid-level planets. The absolute majority are low-level planets. Then power level is another unfamiliar term. Before Kami's words were finished, Roland took out a scouter from another dimensional space and threw it out. This is a scouter. You can find out the energy contained in a life form by pressing the button above. Automatically recognize power level. Looking at the glass scouter in his hand, Kami hesitated to press the button above. Immediately beep beep voice resounded, and numbers began to appear on the glass. Aim the scouter at yourself, and the words 280 immediately appeared on it. Roland said, your power level is 280. Of course, this is the case of the base form. The scouter can only detect the energy released by the creature, and based on the intelligent analysis, supplement the state of the weapon while hiding it. Power cannot be detected. What Roland said is not hard to understand. After listening to nodded, Kami slightly strengthened his energy, and sure enough, the data on the scouter also changed. But no matter how it changes, there is still only several hundred power level. According to the division method described by Saiyan, Earth is nothing more than a low-level planet. Kami's heart suddenly became more nervous. In case Earth is really discovered by alien, no, Earth's location has actually been exposed, but because of insufficient resources, it did not attract aliens. Peeb. But it is definitely a stupid idea to pin one's own safety on aliens in attention to oneself. Since a while, I seem to weigh the gains and losses in my heart. After all, it is related to the life and death of the entire Earth, and Kami must be cautious. You just said that as long as we take out the senzu bean, we can exchange for your protection, but do you have the strength to protect us? Kami's muddy eyes lit up the rays of light. Roland stared down, with a cold gaze moved towards Kami. At a glance, those dark and cold eyes saw Kami have one's hair stand on end, immediately feeling like falling into an ice cave. Of course, Saiyan is a born warrior race, I alone can protect you. Roland looked proud, full of confidence. In an instant, a burst of exciting energy poured out immediately like a dam bursting, and the overwhelming energy centered on Roland, quickly swept across the lookout, and a wall of air was crushing and calming. The sky suddenly burst, the lookout started shaking violently. At the same time, the scouter in Kami's hand was beating frantically. And the value kept rising. The value quickly freezes at 13,700. Close range, feeling the overwhelming, like an imposing aura that turned into an entity in an instant. Whether it is Kami or the Koran and Mr. Popo beside him, he feels the ice cold all over his body. On the huge mountain peak, the blood in the blood vessels stopped flowing, and his face turned pale. Enough, enough, quickly suppress ki. Kami's complexion was stiff, and he was able to stand firm by supporting his body with wood staff. When Roland saw this, he was nodded with satisfaction, and then converged aura. Well, do you believe in my strength? Too terrifying, obviously not so good 4 years ago. Is it 4 years for him to grow that many? The more they thought about it, the more shocked they were. Kami and Korin looked towards Roland as if they were looking at a monster. The experts in the universe are like you. Kami was bitter. No, the absolute majority of life in the universe is still weakling. After all, a planet like Earth, there are several billions of life on a planet, but the real expert can be counted on one's fingers. The same applies to the entire universe. Naturally, there are not many powerhouses. My strength should be passable in the universe, but it is not a peak batch. To know the real terrifying expert, just take a breath and sneeze. It's enough to destroy a planet, I'm still far away. Roland shook his head very modestly, acting quite self-effacing. However, the information revealed in the words made Kami and others sucked in a cold breath, with an astonished expression in their eyes. This universe is too dangerous, Earth is better off contacting those people less. Kami felt melancholy. Okay, returning to the topic, how many senzu beans you can provide in a year, according to the number of senzu beans, our Saiyan race will determine the strength of protection. Kami, listen, I turned my eyes to Korin, and only Korin could plant senzu beans. Korin swallowed saliva, the output of senzu beans is only a few dozen per year. Even if I plant with full strength, it can only increase to 50 at most. The number is indeed a bit less. Kami's old brow furrowed. Mr. Popo can help to plant together. If the senzu bean planting is transferred from Korin Tower to the lookout, the output can be increased a lot. Mr. Popo start to talk said. Together, the output can be increased to 150 pieces. Korin said. Although the quantity is still very low, this is the maximum capacity they can provide. It is necessary to know that every senzu bean planted will produce 4 or 5 beans, and the yield is very low. If you can harvest 150 senzu beans every year, minus some of them used as seeds, you can probably save about 120 beans. I wonder if so many senzu beans are enough? Kami asked. Roland thought for a while, and said, the number is really small, so as long as you can provide 100 senzu beans every year, then I promise you that in the future, as long as enemies below 2500 power level enter the Earth, I am responsible for helping you eradicate. 2500 power level. Kami brows knit, hesitated. Originally, he thought that if his party provided the senzu bean, the other party would fully protect the Earth's safety. Why is it not enough? You have to know that a 1000 power level alien can flatten the entire Earth. 2500 power level is also a big expert in the universe. Of course, if you have other resources, you can also exchange with me. Roland's expression said indifferently, light as a feather. Kami gritted his teeth and regarded it as paying a protection fee. Compared to before, senzu bean has not played a big role. At this moment, it is used in exchange, which is considered waste. Use. So Kami nodded, agreed, I understood, we will provide 100 senzu beans every year in the future, please protect Earth when Earth is in crisis. Of course. Roland said with a smile heartily. Then the agreement was made. Roland did not forget to search Korin's senzu bean again. At this moment, the lookouts in the sky was suddenly distorted, followed by a flash of brilliant light, and a graceful, lithe and graceful, spiritual chi-restrained girl came to Roland's side. It is Sephiria. Where is this place? After Sephiria appeared, her eyes fell on Roland. The thin air in the lookout made her feel a little bit uncomfortable. Chapter 73. Who you are? Looking at the beautiful woman who suddenly appeared, both Kami and Mr. Popo showed a cautious expression. There was a Roland before and then such a beautiful woman. Kami suddenly beat a drum in his heart and felt subconsciously that Earth is really not very safe. But Roland's expression is different. Seeing that the person appearing in the lookout is Sephiria, his face immediately smiled, knowing that Sephiria must have learned instant transmission, and then searched his key teleport over. After not seeing her for a while, the aura on Sephirea's body has become more intense, standing in front of her, a faint feeling of oppression. This is Earth, and we are now on the lookout. He smiled and came to Sephirea. The lookout. Repeat it softly, looking all around, and I really noticed that there is a round square around it, and there is a row of resplendent and magnificent palaces on the edge of the square. Several rows of plants are planted on both sides. Immediately looked towards Kami and Korin next to them, and released a biting imposing aura. Name Kian. Sephirea saw Kami, slightly nodded. Little brother, who is this young lady? Kami asked Roland, dripping with sweat. She is my older sister Sephirea, tell you that her strength is still above me. So that's how it is, no wonder we have such a powerful key, universe, it really is powerhouse as clouds. Kami's pupils tightened suddenly, and his expression was a bit bitter. Compared with Roland and his older sister, his Kami's power is almost negligible. Next, Roland told Sephirea of the agreement between himself and Kami. After Sephirea heard it, her eyes lit up. She had really experienced the magic of Senzu Bean. It turned out that this kind of magical thing is produced from here. Immediately Sephirea looked towards Roland's eyes became admired. This deal is worth it. Compared with the magical Senzu Bean, providing shelter to Earth is really simple. When the time comes, just give them a communication device and just notify them of the danger. Since Roland has finalized the agreement, follow the agreement. The scouter can also act as a communication device. In the future, there will be enemies below 2500 power level and you can't solve it, you can use it. Contact us, we will appear in an instant. Sephirea pointed to the scouter in Kami's hand and said. Kami heard it, and immediately held the scouter carefully, as if holding a fragile handicraft, for fear of accidentally being damaged. After all, this scouter can save Earth at a critical time. Seeing Kami so cautious and solemn, Sephirea smiled. In fact, even if there is no agreement, she is impossible to ignore the magic of Senzu Bean. If anyone dares to hit Earth's idea, he should grab the Senzu Bean from her and see if she doesn't blow the other person's head. Roland, I heard you say that Earth's food is delicious a long time ago. You take me to taste it. Sephirea smiled at Kami's caution and walked to Roland, eyes looking at him. Roland smiled heartily, of course I can, I promise to satisfy you. After speaking, they looked at Kami, and the two people came to the edge of the lookout, the next jump quickly disappeared in the vast sea of clouds. After Roland and Sephirea left, Kami looked at the place where they disappeared and whispered, it is really a pair of terrifying brothers and sisters. In front of them. I don't even have the courage to resist. It's true, their ki is as deep as the sea, it's deep and unmeasurable, especially the girl. Just looking at it makes people tremble. Korin feels the same, hair erected. Kami was silent for a while, and then suddenly said, this may also be an opportunity. The universe is beyond our imagination. I don't know when there will be a powerhouse coming to Earth. As the teenager said, Earth is too great. Insignificant, being able to establish a relationship with Saiyan is also a safety guarantee for Earth. Korin narrowed his eyes, nodded, it seems I want a variety of Senzu beans. Trouble you? It's okay. Sigh. Kami looked at the empty deep space, white clouds floating in the distance, constantly changing the shape. Today's conversation touched Kami greatly, and he realized the vastness of the universe. In the face of a powerful alien, Earthling's strength was simply fragile. However, it is sad that Earth martial arts is still declining. There have been no martial artists in the lookout for many years. If this continues, the training of Ki in the lookout will be lost. Up. On the other side, after Roland and Sephirea left, they returned to West City, and then under the introduction of tights, they found several restaurants with particularly delicious food. Crackle, in a private room, two people gorge oneself, elder brother and sister, frantically destroying the food in front of them, often the waiter just brought the food, here they have eaten it soon. In a short while, the 2 stacks of dishes were stacked more than half a meter high. Tights dumbstruck looked at it, for fear that they would suddenly fall down. Stirring the juice with a straw in his hand, Tights looked at Sephiria in a daze. Sephiria, whether it is appearance or temperament, teaches people a sense of shame and shame. Tights believes that it is very attractive, but compared with Sephiria, there is less heroic spirit in its beauty. Roland lives with such beauties all day, no wonder she doesn't feel much about herself. What are you looking at? Sephiria raised the head, beautiful eyes, and Tights look at each other. Tights said, I didn't expect Roland's older sister to be so beautiful. Sephiria wiped her mouth and said with a smile, you are also very beautiful. Hee hee, where, I'm far worse than you. Tights he chuckled lightly, your Saiyan appetite is so good. After eating so many things, my stomach won't be bloated at all. Roland chewed off a pig's feet. Warrior race needs to consume a lot of calories every day, and these foods are digested as soon as they are eaten. Tights surprisedly said, ah, that's also it's not easy. Older sister Sephiria, do you want to live in my house? There are still many rooms in my house. Tights wants to have a good relationship with Sephiria, because Sephiria is 23 years old this year, Tights this year is 20 years old. So in order to show closeness, Tights followed Roland and called Sephiria the older sister. Sephiria took a look at Roland and said to Tights, no, I plan to find the Dragon Ball on this planet, so I will embark on a journey soon. Find Dragon Ball, I have experience with this, let me go together. Tights became excited when he heard that he was looking for Dragon Ball. Roland poured a basin of cold water over on the spot, come on. Some Dragon Balls are scattered in some bitter cold places, which are not suitable for you, miss. To go. Think about looking for Dragon Ball with you last time. It took me so long. Tights pouted unwillingly, but I really want to go together. You should go back and write a novel. Humph, don't go if you don't go, Roland, you hate it. Tights was sulking, biting the straw and sucking up the drink in the cup. Chapter 74. In the end, Tights still didn't go out with Roland and them to find Dragon Ball, but it wasn't that she really didn't want to go. In fact, she really wanted to go, just to prevent herself from leaving the image of a very unreasonable wealthy miss in front of Roland's older sister. Tights had to restrain herself. She doesn't even know why she wants to do this. So, under Tights' gaze, Roland and Sephiria embarked on a journey to find Dragon Ball. On the long trail. It is far away from West City, dense trees grow along both sides of the road, and more than 50 meters inward, the vegetation has become denser and the mountains have begun to undulate. Suddenly, 2 vague silhouettes swiftly passed through the forest, as if a gust of wind suddenly swept across, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Roland, are you sure there is a Dragon Ball here? Sephiria looked around, looking for the whereabouts of the Dragon Ball. Vines spread in the dense jungle, and there are trees more than half a meter thick in the field of view. These tall trees are straight and slender, and the stretched out tree branches are like umbrellas covering the top of the head. Blocking the sunlight, only occasionally some light falls through the gaps between the leaves, leaving patches of mottled light spots on the ground. Roland nodded, took out the dragon radar and took a look. The radar shows that the nearest Dragon Ball is here. We will find it carefully and we will definitely find it. Sephiria hearing this nodded. The body was walking through the woods, and an energy wave of Huode was released, and the big tree in front of him was suddenly cut off. Sephiria everywhere walked around, as if a bulldozer opened the road in front of her. Everything in front of her was flattened. The collapse of the trees caused violent movement. Suddenly, an orange light slid down from the tree branch, and when Sephiria saw it, his body immediately turned into a flash and disappeared. When he appeared again, he had already grabbed a red-orange glass bead in his hand. It turns out that the Dragon Ball that Roland is looking for is hidden between the tree branches of the tree. If it weren't for the violent push of Sephiria, it would be really hard to find it. This thing is Dragon Ball. Sephiria took a fist-sized glass bead and looked at it. The red-orange exterior has 2 stars inside. The magic is that no matter which angle you look at, it can be clearly see the stars inside. Roland said, "Yes, look at the stars inside. This is a 2-star ball." Sephiria nodded, handed the Dragon Ball to Roland's hands. "Keep on searching and find out all the Dragon Ball as soon as possible. Don't be so hurry, anyway, planet Sadala has been destroyed for many years, and it's not too short of time. Older sister, you rarely come to Earth, not equal to me. We're walking around here, the food on Earth is still delicious." Roland smiled, not in a hurry. Sephiria thought for a while and agreed with Roland. When it comes to food, her stomach feels a little hungry again. Obviously, she has just eaten something. The next Dragon Ball is located 1,000 kilometers away from here. We don't want instant transmission. Just pack it lightly. You can also take advantage of this opportunity to taste the delicacies of different regions. Sephiria licked her lower lip with her tongue, unable to resist the temptation of good food. And the 2 people quickly reached an agreement. Then flew up into the air, moving towards the position where the next Dragon Ball was. To talk about the difficulty of finding Dragon Ball, it is of course extremely difficult for ordinary Earthling, but for Roland, who has reached the current level of strength and mastered the instant transmission technique, it is really easy. But things. If you are looking for full strength, with the guidance of Dragon Radar, you may be able to collect the full strength in less than a day. So after they adjusted their mentality, they didn't make the search for Dragon Ball their top priority. Instead, they traveled with great interest. Every time they went to a city, they would stop for a while, and then go to the famous local enjoy the food in the food court. Sephiria felt very relaxed during the whole process. It seems that since planet Vegeta's destruction, she hasn't lived as relaxed life as it is now for a long time. No, it should be said that even before planet Vegeta was destroyed, she would rarely have such relaxation. In a small restaurant, Roland's sister and brother are gorgeous oneself in it. "Boss, one more barbecue. One more pig's head, and your ramen, anyway, as long as it is delicious, bring it up." Roland moved towards the restaurant boss yelled. The restaurant boss was sweating on his forehead, holding paper and pen and kept remembering, "2 guests, please wait, your order will come soon. Move faster." Roland said with a deep face. The restaurant owner trembled as he watched the dishes piled high on the table, and said to relieve Roland, he went back to the back kitchen to let the chef step up to bring the food ordered by the guests. "Boss, we don't have enough ingredients here," said the chef in the back kitchen. "Ah!" Boss was surprised, "Is it gone so soon?" The chef smiled bitterly, "Boss, those 2 guests are not ordinary persons, they are already it took us 3 days of ingredients. I have asked the chef to prepare new ingredients, but the market is some distance away. It takes a little time to come and go, and the guests may have to wait in a hurry." Boss this time stunned. Although they are just an ordinary restaurant in the small town, the concept of customer first has always been their purpose of serving. If you are dissatisfied with your customers, isn't it smashing your own sign? In the end, the boss had no choice but to explain the situation to Roland, and then prepared to borrow some ingredients from the hotel opposite. Fortunately, the restaurant on the opposite side is also reasonable and happily agreed to the boss' request. Roland is indifferent. As long as the food is delicious, he doesn't care which restaurant makes it. Boss was wiping sweat, dripping with sweat, and apologized again and again. Roland waved his hand to make them hurry up. If they get hungry to Sephiria, they will overturn here when they get angry. "Older sister, you see that the boss is scared of us eating," Roland lightly said with a smile. Sephiria wiped her lips gracefully, and lightly said, "Don't worry about him. This little earth is very weak, but it does have several points of desirable." At this point, Whether it is Dragon Balls or Senzu Bean or the training method of Ki, they are all rarely seen in the universe, especially the food here, which is really hard to resist. Such planets are evaluated as low-level planet. It's really a pity. This is the disadvantage of the power level only theory. Just like the warrior division before planet Vegeta, the rules and regulations are too deadly. You must know that even the low-level planet is also there is some merit. N. Sephiria silently nodded, and after eliminating the food left on the table, he sat there in a daze. Finally, after a while, a crisp voice came from outside the private room. After the door opened, a girl with deep blue hair walked in with difficulty carrying a big basket. "Excuse me, it's the food you ordered. I'm an intern at the hotel opposite. Are the hotels employing child labor now?" Roland looked at the girl, probably under 10 years old. Dark blue's hair is very beautiful, and her face is quite pure. The basket in her hand is almost half the size of her. The blue-haired girl flattened her mouth. "It's not a child laborer. That hotel is run by my own house. I just help out there." Chapter 75. Roland looked at the somewhat stubborn girl in front of him, and couldn't help but smile. After asking the girl to take the food out of the basket, he let the other person leave. The girl moved towards Roland. They bend their waists, then turn around politely, and exit with the big basket. People help the family at a young age, and they will be very virtuous when they grow up. Does your sentence imply that I am not virtuous enough? Sephiria picked up the bowl of food was placed in front of him, and his bright eyes glanced at Roland. "Where, you think too much." Roland quickly explained that if Sephiria was misunderstood that she was not virtuous enough, then he would have to suffer. Fortunately, Sephiria didn't mean that. "Saiyan, it's such a character, it's impossible for you to make me virtuous." Speaking, taste the food in your hand, with a drunken smile on his face. "Yes, warrior race, there can be a few virtuous people." Roland shook his head and looked at his beautiful older sister, and ate as much as he could. In July, the blue sky is clear, the wispy clouds are not stained, and deep in the mountains, the greenery is verdant, and the distant mountains contain dye. As the morning sun gradually rises, the gentle sunlight penetrates the clouds, dyeing the white clouds with a beautiful cherry red, which looks full of life's brilliance. In a winding mountain road, a car is speeding wildly along the rugged mountain road. The driver of the car is wearing a hat on his head. At this time, he is holding the steering wheel tightly with his hands, and while driving the car, he looks back from time to time. "Boss, we fled here, that person, it shouldn't be chased, right?" On the back seat of the car, a masked man with a gun in his arms asked the driver. The expression of the driver called the boss glanced nervously in the rear-view mirror. "Shut up, you know, that person is the #1 assassin in the world, and the person he is looking at has never escaped. We must stay away from crowded places and go to a remote town to live in seclusion for a period of time. I don't believe that the other party can find us." "Oh hey!" The masked man was nodded. But at this moment, a stone pillar suddenly dropped from the sky and hit the center of the highway. The thick smoke immediately agitated, and the driver of the car hit the steering wheel quickly and stepped on it. Brake! Rumbling sound, the car hits the rock wall on the side of the road under the effect of huge inertia, and suddenly turned the sky on all fours. The driver and the masked man climbed out of the car, and when they were foul-mouthed yelling, a thin-faced man came out of the smoke, cold and severe, and his thin cheeks were very eye-catching. Two people saw this man, his face turned pale, and his lips kept trembling. "The world #1 assassin, mercenary Tao. Since I know it is me, then I should know that there is no escape from the prey that I am staring at." The thin man Ice Cold's voice is chilling. He twisted his neck and immediately made a crisp sound of clicking. This person is wearing a very representative costume, black tight trousers and top, a pink gown on the upper body, and a big kill character written on the left chest. Bright red, the color seems to be stained with blood, which is chilling. He is mercenary Tao, who is called the world #1 assassin. Earth considered among the best experts. No one who is targeted by him can escape the fate of death. Lord, please let us go, we really don't want to die. The voice was trembling, and the two people didn't even have the courage to resist mercenary Tao. Mercenary Tao's face drooped coldly. No, this is the employer's request. You two must die. In this case, I have to fight with you. Boss and Meng in hats. If the man meets and begs for mercy, just take out the pistol and aim at mercenary Tao. Do. The half-inch fire snake constantly shoots out from the pitch-black gun barrel, smoke spreads, and bullets moved towards mercenary Tao. Mercenary Tao saw this, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes, his body flashed rapidly, the swift figure avoiding the bullet's trajectory, and suddenly came to the two people. Gently tapped a finger and touched them on their foreheads, blood splashed immediately, and bloody holes appeared on their foreheads. Looking at the two people who were killed by him, mercenary Tao said with an awkward look, "Trash, in front of mercenary Tao, I still want to resist. It's a wishful thinking. If he is so easy to defeat, it is not the world's #1 assassin." After sorting out the objects of the two people, mercenary Tao took out the must-kill list and crossed out the two people's heads, then came to the center of the highway and inserted them directly on the side of the stone pillar, and picked up the stone. Pillar is ready to project to the next destination. For mercenary Tao, any means of transportation can't compare with a stone pillar he throws at will. It can be described as a pillar traveling the world. At this moment, affected by the impact of the car just now, the steep rock was a little loose, and a red-orange glass ball rolled down from the crack in the stone and happened to come to mercenary Tao. What is this? Picking up the glass ball and looking at it, mercenary Tao saw 4 bright red stars inside the glass ball, so he curiously received it in his arms. In Shua. 30 centimeters thick stone pillar soars into the sky. Mercenary Tao tiptoe forcefully uses dancing sky art to catch up with the fast-speeding stone pillar, and then stands on the stone pillar with his hands behind back above. It quickly disappeared into the boundless sky. But mercenary Tao didn't know. Just as he moved towards next target, the two most terrifying people to Earth had already aimed at the bead he just picked up. The speed is close. The Dragon Ball is still moving at high speed. Sephiria glanced at the display on the Dragon radar, but saw that there was a Dragon Ball moving fast. Maybe someone has already got the Dragon Ball. Humph, then we have to speed up. In Sephiria's eyes, the Dragon Ball is already hers. Anyone else dared to condemn it, it would be hard to get along with her. For this warrior, who has been fighting blood on the battlefield since he was a child, killing the opponent is the easiest way to deal with it. Let's go. Roland glanced at Sephiria with a slightly cold face, indifferently said. He and Sephiria did not fly fast, but they still caught up quickly.